Dr. Jiang, we have a patient with bronchitis who suddenly experienced dizziness, shortness of breath, and profuse sweating leading to fainting during an amoxicillin injection. In the surgical duty room of Rinxin Hospital, the call bell rang urgently. Jiang and I promptly set down her pen and swiftly exited the duty room. Approaching the infusion area, a responsible nurse hurried over to convey the situation. The patient is a 35-year-old male with a history of bronchitis, previously treated at another hospital and transferred here this morning. Here is his medical record. The preliminary diagnosis is anaphylactic shock. We halted the infusion, but the patient's symptoms have not alleviated. Jiang and I took the medical record and skimmed through it rapidly. How long has he been exhibiting these symptoms? 10 minutes, the nurse replied, keeping pace beside her. In no time, they reached the bedside. The man lay with his eyes tightly shut, his pallid face slightly swollen and purplish from the lack of breath, drenched in sweat as if he had been pulled from water. It was a distressing sight. Jiang and I remained composed. First, arrange for a nasal cannula to provide oxygen and ensure the airway remains unobstructed. While speaking, she leaned in to examine the patient's pupils. His skin was clammy, breathing was rapid, blood pressure markedly decreased, and heart rate accelerated. This indicated symptoms of vasovagal syncope, particularly rare. Swiftly discerning the issue, actionable treatment plans materialized in her mind, and Jiang and I efficiently issued her commands. Before long, the patient regained consciousness. The anxious family members, witnessing his revival, felt their hearts ease. After outlining the necessary precautions, Jiang and I was encircled by family members with inquiries, to which she responded gently and patiently. Once that matter was resolved, she was summoned to another ward to address an emergent issue with another patient. General surgery encompasses a vast array of ailments, primarily chronic diseases that, while seemingly non-urgent, often present numerous unexpected situations daily. After attending to various matters, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Upon returning to the duty room, Jiang and I was met by her colleague Zhou Jinxu, who playfully winked at her. Dr. Jiang, another admirer has sent you flowers. As Jiang and I filled her cup at the water dispenser, she noticed a bouquet of red roses on the table. The cool water soothed her parched throat, and after taking a sip, she approached the flowers. Zhou Jinxu leaned in closer. Who is this admirer of yours? Inside the bouquet was a card, but upon retrieving it, she found no signature. Jiang and I couldn't deduce the sender, furrowing her brow in contemplation. The beauty of Jiang University is indeed well-deserved, Zhou Jinxu exclaimed. It's only half past the month, and you've already received flowers 3 times. Truly, she was the belle of Rinha Hospital, attracting numerous admirers. I envy you. Those flowers are exquisite. Jiang and I, having missed mealtime, was disinclined to visit the staff canteen. Instead, she retrieved a piece of bread from her drawer to quell her hunger and looked up at Zhou Jinxu upon hearing her words. Do you like them? She asked. They are yours now. I am fond of your face, Zhou Jinxu replied, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at Jiang Ni, a delicate visage worthy of the entertainment industry, with slender eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, and lips as red as cherries. The sunlight streaming through the window illuminated her hand, making even her hair shimmer with beauty. After 3 consecutive days of relentless work at the hospital, Jiang and I appeared as though her vitality had been drained by some enchantress, resembling a waning beauty. Though she was weary, there remained an undeniable allure about her. There exists a marked difference among individuals, after all. It was no wonder that Jiang and I's arrival at the hospital had sparked considerable discussion, her striking appearance a feast for the eyes. Zhou Jinxu sighed once more. If I were a man, I would pursue you and bring you home. With a gentle temperament and striking beauty, she would make the perfect partner. Jiang and I chuckled at her jest and, feigning seriousness, suggested, perhaps you should consider an exchange program with a hospital in Thailand? Zhou Jinxu, recognizing the playful taunt, retorted boldly, if you marry me, I shall go. Jiang and I shook her head with a smile. That's not possible. I cannot marry. Zhou Jinxu pouted. I knew it. You are merely deceiving me. She theatrically wiped away non-existent tears from the corners of her eyes. You must have other enchanting spirits. Enchanting spirits? A stark, cold visage suddenly flashed through Jiang and I's mind, one that was leagues away from the playful banter they shared. Jiang and I chuckled, Bigamy is illegal. I must not violate the law. Zhou Jinxu replied, but you're not married. Jiang and I raised an eyebrow. I am indeed married. Zhou Jinxu crossed her arms, disbelief evident on her face. Stop fooling me. In all this time, I have never seen you in a relationship. How could you possibly be married? Those suitors approached her in waves. Jiang and I seemed devoid of romantic inclination, showing indifference to all. Suddenly married? Who would believe that? Jiang and I clarified it wasn't a relationship of my own, choosing it was arranged by my family. We deemed it suitable and proceeded with marriage. You speak as if it were a well-structured tale, Zhou Jinxu replied, unconvinced. But remember to buy a ring next time, it would enhance your credibility. To declare marriage without even wearing a ring was to lack commitment to the performance. Just then, Jiang Ni's phone vibrated. She glanced down to find a message from Zhou Jinxu, her husband, who had been away on business for 3 days since their wedding, arriving in Jing City at 5 p.m. Shall I come to your house for dinner tonight? What time do you finish work? Jiang and I typed back, 5:30. Zhou Jinxu replied, okay. The style of his messages mirrored his demeanor, cool and composed. As newlyweds, their communication was scant, lacking even the familiarity shared among friends. Their chat history revealed that their first exchange occurred merely a week prior, consisting of just 2 sentences. Hello, Zhou Jinxu. She replied, hello, Jiang and I, and that was followed by today's message. It was no wonder that Zhou Jinxu found it hard to believe just a month ago she never envisioned herself marrying, suddenly especially not to Zhou Jinxu. In truth, prior to their marriage, Jiang and I had only encountered her new husband on 2 occasions. Once at her sister Jiang Ling's birthday party last month, where he attended as her sister's fiancé, and again a fortnight prior, when they sat face-to-face in a CEF, where he became her intended. Regardless of the day of the week, the hospital was perpetually bustling, and time flew amid the flurry of activity. Soon, the clock struck off-duty time. After completing the handover with her colleague, it was already 5:40 p.m. Zhou Jinxu had sent her a timely message at 5:30, informing her of his arrival at the hospital entrance. In a hurried fashion, Jiang and I changed out of her white coat, grabbed her canvas bag, and made her way outside. The parking situation in the hospital was dire, but among the sea of vehicles, she spotted Zhou Jinxu's unassuming black Bentley. The color was understated, yet the license plate was unmistakable. Jing 8888. Uncle Li, the driver, noticed her and softly addressed her as Madam, opening the rear door for her. The man seated inside was engrossed in work, and from Jiang and I's perspective, she could only glimpse his stern, sculpted profile. After their brief encounter to obtain their marriage license, Zhou Jinxu had departed on a business trip, making this Jiang and I's first sighting of him post-nuptials. He was clad in a dark, tailored suit, the Italian handcrafted fabric stretching over his broad shoulders. The watch peeking from beneath his cuff was barely visible, and the silver tie clip gleamed coldly as he moved. Meeting his calm gaze, Jiang and I instinctively apologized. I'm sorry, I was delayed by my shift change. Zhou Jinxu nodded. It's fine, please take a seat. Once Jiang and I entered the vehicle and the door closed, the confined space fell into a serene silence. According to the customs of the capital city, the 3rd day after the wedding is designated for returning to the bride's familia tradition Jiang and I never expected Zhou Jinxu to partake in. However, she carefully chose her words. I haven't had a chance to buy a gift. Shall we pick something up first? Just back in the city, and with the hospital's recent demands, she had not prepared any gifts for the occasion. Returning home empty-handed would not only be a breach of etiquette, but would also likely raise concerns among the elders. Zhou Jinxu responded, I've already arranged for that through my assistant. His voice, rich and deep, resonated clearly in the quiet vehicle. Jiang and I realized that for a person of Zhou Jinxu's stature, such trivial matters were naturally delegated, sparing him from attending to every detail himself. As the car emerged onto the road, they became ensnared in the congested traffic of the city, the evening rush extending their journey home. Zhou Jinxu cast a sidelong glance at his newlywed wife after a few days apart. He noted the weariness that lingered in her brow and the tension in her slender shoulders. He inquired, Are you very busy at work? His tone was cold, devoid of warmth, resembling more of a superior-subordinate exchange than that of a married couple. Jiang and I replied, It's manageable. Zhou Jinxu added, There's still some distance to cover. You may take a rest. Jiang and I nodded, All right. The conversation concluded in a formal manner. Zhou Jinxu closed his laptop, acknowledging the need for rest after a lengthy flight of over 10 hours. The interior of the car fell into a serene silence once more, and after navigating through a congested route, they swiftly arrived at the residential community where the Jiang family resided. The Jiang family dwelled in a luxurious villa situated in an affluent area. Today was a special occasion Jiang Ni had prepared early, not only because it was the day for her daughter's return, but also due to the significance of hosting a member of the Zhou family. The Zhou family of Beijing stood atop the pyramid of aristocracy. Jiang Ni initially found herself at a loss for words, leading her to close her eyes and feign drowsiness, but eventually, she truly dozed off until Zhou Jinxu roused her. Upon exiting the vehicle, she immediately spotted her mother, Zhang Yun, whose well-maintained visage bore a smile. After greeting them, Zhang Yun ushered her daughter and son-in-law into the house. "I heard that young Zhou just flew back today. After such a demanding work schedule, you ought to rest at home today," she remarked, noticing the numerous gifts being unloaded from the trunk by Uncle Li, half scolding, "You even went out of your way to buy so many things." Zhou Jinxu responded courteously, "It's only right." Zhang Yun felt pleased, yet insisted, "We're all family here, there's no need to fuss over such matters." The Jiang family was not lacking in wealth. The gifts held little significance compared to the heartfelt intention behind them, which indicated Zhou Jinxu's regard for Jiang Ni. Jiang Renshan, who had been reading the newspaper in the living room, stood up upon hearing the commotion, aware that his youngest daughter and son-in-law had arrived. The two families had met prior to the marriage, and Jiang Renshan had conducted business with Zhou Jinxu, rendering them somewhat familiar with one another. Upon their meeting, the two men quickly diverted their conversation to matters of business. Jiang Ni, disinterested in such discussions, retreated to the kitchen to assist her mother. Zhang Yun, who had come from humble beginnings and had once served as Jiang Renshan's secretary, had married into the Jiang family after the passing of his first wife. She had enjoyed a life of luxury for many years and had not set foot in the kitchen until today, motivated by Zhou Jinxu's presence. As she glanced back at the two men engaged in lively conversation, a look of concern etched itself onto her face. "How are you getting along with Jinxu?" Zhang Yun inquired, aware of Zhou Jinxu's business trip, but oblivious to the fact that he had left for work immediately after their marriage certificate was issued. The total time they had spent together, before and after their wedding, scarcely exceeded 10 hours, rendering it difficult to assess their relationship. Not wishing to burden her mother with worry, Jiang Ni simply replied, "Quite well." Zhang Yun scrutinized her obedient daughter, striving to discern any trace of emotion on her face. "Really? Really?" After a pause, Zhang Yun sighed. Her feelings regarding her daughter's marriage were undeniably complex. The Zhou family's reputation is undeniably impeccable. In an era ripe for rejuvenation, they seized the opportunity to establish Boshan, lavishly sacrificing their fortunes for the nation's advancement. They have repeatedly acquired and returned displaced cultural artifacts to their homeland, embodying the true spirit of patriotic merchants. Through the generations, the Zhou family has flourished, their wealth accumulated to unfathomable depths, rightfully earning their status as the epitome of old money. Zhou Jinxu, the eldest son and grandson, has been groomed by the venerable Mr. Zhou himself to be the heir, and now he stands as the leader of Boshan Group, having reached the pinnacle of success at a remarkably young age. Were it not for the bond between Mr. Zhou and grandfather Jiang, which led to an early betrothal, the prospect of Zhou Jinxu marrying a daughter of the Jiang family would have been improbable. This is an extraordinary opportunity, immensely alluring. With Jiang Ling having vanished on the eve of her wedding, Jiang Renshan contemplated having Jiang Ni step in. While her husband's intentions were understandable, as a mother, she couldn't help but feel anxious. This concern stemmed not only from the fact that this marriage was originally Jiang Ling's, but also from Zhou Jinxu's formidable reputation. Known for his rigid demeanor and workaholic tendencies, Zhang Yun harbored reservations about his suitability as a husband, secretly wishing her daughter would wed a man more attuned to emotions. Yet, the couple had silently obtained their marriage certificate, leaving no room for reconsideration. With tears brimming in her eyes, Zhang Yun lamented, "It's all my fault." Jiang and I turned off the faucet, drained the fruit, and smiled, reassuring her mom, "He's truly wonderful, we are quite compatible." That evening, only the four of them sat down for dinner. Jiang Ling had resolutely refused to marry and was still untraceable. Despite this, The atmosphere at the table was surprisingly harmonious. Prior to the marriage, Jiang Ni had inquired about Zhou Jinxu, learning that he, despite his youth, wielded considerable influence over the family's fortunes and was renowned for his ruthless and decisive nature in business dealings. However, during their brief interactions, she was first struck by his courtesy and decorum. As an absolute figure of authority, he displayed none of the arrogance characteristic of other affluent offspring, though his demeanor was cool. He never came off as disrespectful to his elders. Zhou Jinxu was composed and steady, having reached his current stature without the need for ostentation to assert his position. When the topic of the wedding arose, Jiang Ni inquired about Zhou Jinxu's thoughts. Given the impending collaboration between their two families, he desired a grand celebration, proposing the wedding be held in 3 months. While a lavish affair might be somewhat rushed, he believed that with sufficient funds, nothing was insurmountable. Zhou Jinxu turned to his wife beside him, stating, "Let's defer to Jiang Ni's preference. I am open to anything." Jiang Ni replied, nonchalantly. She viewed this marriage with a sense of detachment, feeling that, under normal circumstances, a low-key approach would suffice. After finishing their meal and engaging in further conversation, they soon found themselves departing from the Jiang residence. Under the watchful eyes of their elders, as the clock struck 9, the car came to a halt in one of the buildings at Jinghua Garden. Prior to their marriage, they had discussed the arrangement of not living with the elders after tying the knot. This residence, situated in the heart of the capital, was one of the bride's dowries, and the transfer of ownership had been completed before their marriage. On the day they obtained their marriage certificate, Jiang Ni moved in, and for the past 3 days, she had been residing there. "I have matters to attend to at the company. I won't be back tonight," Zhou Jinxu stated. Jiang Ni's hand paused on the car door as she realized he had taken the time to accompany her back to her parental home. Zhou Jinxu showed her considerable respect, yet Jiang Ni understood that this was unrelated to their feelings for each other. She pressed her lips together and politely replied, "Thank you." Zhou Jinxu responded with a calm demeanor, "Is only right." Chapter 3. His white moonlight. The day after completing her work at the hospital, Jiang Ni, accompanied by her close friends, ventured to a massage parlor. The private room contained 4 beds, enveloped in a dim ambience. This establishment was renowned for its skilled therapists, and Jiang Ni often frequented it to alleviate her muscle tension. With a gentle disposition and a pleasing personality, she maintained a close-knit circle of 3 friends: Yao Jianhua, who had grown up alongside her, Lin Jia, and Su Zhao. Her high school classmate, Su Zhao, hailing from Luo City, had recently been assigned to Beijing for work, promptly organizing this gathering. She teasingly remarked to Jiang Ni, "Dr. Jiang, you are truly busy. It's quite a challenge to schedule an appointment with you." Seated on the massage table in the attire provided by the parlor, Jiang Ni rubbed her aching neck and replied, "The hospital has been swamped lately. It's unavoidable. I performed 5 elective surgeries and 1 emergency operation just yesterday, leaving my neck stiff." "You really shouldn't have entered the hospital," Su Zhao said, lifting her face in disbelief. "With your looks, you should be conquering the entertainment industry." Yao Jianhua scoffed, "What entertainment industry? And I should be the CEO of the Jiang Corporation. It's far better to be a capitalist than a mere laborer." In their circle, peers had long since joined their family businesses, and even the few notorious scions held titular positions within their companies. As the second daughter of the Jiang family, Jiang Ni was expected to take a role in the family enterprise. However, due to Jiang Ling's outburst, she had been estranged from the Jiang family's ventures, ultimately finding herself toiling as a doctor in a hospital. Jiang Ni reiterated, "I have no interest in the business world." At that moment, a knock interrupted their conversation. The therapist had arrived. They all ceased their chatter and settled onto their respective tables. Shortly after, Lin Jia spoke up. "I heard your newlywed husband is back from his business trip." Jiang Ni's marriage registration had been somewhat sudden and remained undisclosed. The wedding ceremony had yet to occur. Only a few close family members and friends were privy to this information, including the 3 women present. Su Zhao's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "That old baby?" "Old baby?" Jiang and I chuckled softly. "He is only 30, 5 years older than me. Not exactly old." "You don't comprehend," Su Zhao shrugged. "It's not a derogatory term. Jiang Ni chose not to delve into its meaning, suspecting it was yet another internet buzzword. Su Zhao was a savvy internet user, adept at navigating the virtual realm. How is it that you know so much about his whereabouts? Hianin Kuayir. Bosheng's enterprises span the nation, intricately woven like a network of veins. Yet, each leader remained discreet, and under Zhou Jinxu's generation, this discretion had reached an extreme. He had never appeared in public, and his schedule was shrouded in secrecy. Lin Jia clarified, I've been managing business relations with Bosheng lately, now holding a significant position within her family. She was also overseeing projects related to Bosheng, making it easy for her to gather such information. Once married, he immediately went off on a business trip. He doesn't seem to value you at all, Yao Jianhua lamented for her friend. I warned you that he wasn't suited for the role of husband, yet you foolishly agreed to this match. The realm of affluent families possessed various strata. Despite their similar ages, Zhou Jinxu had never mingled with the carefree second and third generation elites who indulged in revelry. Yao Jianhua had only encountered Zhou Jinxu once, during a banquet attended with her family elders. Yet this did not hinder her from forming a one-sided understanding of him. While her peers were still in their rebellious phases, Zhou Jinxu was already seated at the core board of a corporate group, participating in significant decision-making and securing projects worth hundreds of millions. Despite his commendable low profile, his impeccable life resume and exceptional business acumen rendered him a topic of fervent discussion within the circles. Zhou Jinxu was notoriously known as a workaholic. Raised briefly in a courtyard by his grandfather, he inherited his grandfather's stern demeanor, devoid of personal interests, living a life seemingly devoid of joy. Marrying Zhou Jinxu felt akin to entering a nunnery, dedicating oneself to a life of austere solitude. When Jiang Ni expressed her willingness to marry Zhou Jinxu on behalf of Jiang Ling, Yao Jianhua urged her to reconsider with utmost caution. If he were truly a worthy partner, how could Jiang Ling possibly flee from the marriage? Su Zhao inquired whether Zhou Jinxu was indeed as rigid and dreary as rumored. Jiang Ni, feeling the technician pressing on a sore spot, let out a soft gasp. Su Zhao immediately misinterpreted. Wow, did something happen last night? Yao Jianhua and Lin Jia were similarly puzzled with. Is it true? Zhou Jinxu was famously ascetic, eschewing female company, making it hard to fathom a workaholic engaging in such activities. It simply did not align. The four were so familiar with each other that their exchanges were unreserved. Jiang Ni requested the technician to adjust the pressure, turning to see the trio's inquisitive gazes. Left speechless, he had spent the night at the office. Jiang Ni succinctly recounted the events of the previous day. Yao Jianhua wore an expression of knowing. I knew it. A happy family is essential for a successful person. A workaholic only marries a wife to flaunt her. As soon as he is married, he is off on business trips. And when not traveling, he is sleeping at the office. Su Zhao frowned. Could it be that he has some physical issues? Given Zhou Jinxu's status, the number of women who would vie for his attention could circle around the capital several times. Yet he remained untainted, devoid of any scandal. His extreme asceticism seemed somewhat abnormal. As an adult man, particularly one who is wealthy and influential, could he truly possess no desires at all? Jiang Ni was momentarily taken aback by her friend's words, but replied, As far as I know, he has no health issues. The parties exchanged medical reports before marriage. Zhou Jinxu's physique surpasses that of the majority of office workers, with no abnormalities in any of the metrics. Su Zhao pouted. Medical reports cannot ascertain compatibility in that regard. Jiang Ni. The pace of the conversation was too swift for her to engage. Lin Jia, seemingly contemplative, posed a question. Could it really be because of that person? Jiang Ni turned her gaze. Who? The trio's attention converged on Lin Jia. The latter waved her hand, signaling the technician to leave, and soon the room was left with just the four of them. Lin Jia lowered her voice. I heard some gossip the other day. Su Zhao, curious. Lin Jia. Zhou Jinxu's recent business trip to the city was to meet his white moonlight. Su Zhao gasped in astonishment. What? His white moonlight? Is that true? Yao Jianhua could hardly believe it. Is it possible? He is merely a workaholic. I've never heard of any romantic entanglements. Jiang Ni furrowed her brow, as this was beyond her expectations. I cannot vouch for its authenticity, Lin Jia interjected. I overheard my brother mentioning it while drinking with friends the other day. They said that Zhou Jinxu has remained chaste for many years, all for that white moonlight. Su Zhao expressed skepticism, setting aside the truth of it. With Zhou Jinxu's current circumstances, if he truly harbored such affection, why hasn't he married her? The marriage contract between the Jiang and Zhou families was merely a casual remark made by their elders. Since the passing of Zhou Laolao and Jiang Laolao, the two families had lost contact, and this engagement had long been forgotten, with few remaining aware of it. The Jiang family, mindful of the disparity between the two families, had not brought it up again. If Zhou Jinxu indeed had someone he cherished, given his status, he certainly had the means to negotiate. Lin Jia shook her head. The Zhou family situation is rather unique. Zhou Jinxu's choice of a spouse is not easily made. Most members of the Lin family are dependent on government positions, and Lin Jia, being part of it, is more attuned to the political climate than others. The Zhou family has a red background, and Zhou Jinxu's maternal relatives are prominent figures who cannot appear in public. In such a family, the marriage of someone in power involves numerous complications and is far from simple. Su Zhao grasped the implications of this statement and found herself at a loss for words, casting a worried glance at her friend. If this were true, Jiang Ni's situation would become even more precarious. After a moment of complex emotions, Jiang Ni's turmoil was not merely due to the so-called white moonlight, but because this unexpected change could potentially overturn her previous assumptions. Nevertheless, Jiang Ni's character was one of acceptance, and she quickly reconciled herself to the situation. It mattered not. She concluded that regardless of its veracity, the outcome would not be dire. After concluding her dinner with friends, Jiang Ni returned to Jinghua Garden. The clock striking 10:30. Zhou Jinxu had employed a dedicated housekeeper for cleaning and cooking. Today, since Jiang Ni was not home for dinner, he had allowed her to leave early, leaving the house empty. Jiang Ni switched on the lights and removed her shoes at the entrance, donning her slippers as she ascended the stairs. Every unit in Jinghua Garden shared the same layout. Their residence was the largest, spanning over 600 square feet with a duplex design. The living room featured an open design, prioritizing aesthetics over practicality, which was quite extravagant in terms of space utilization, yet undeniably stunning. The aesthetic of this home resonated with Jiang Ni's tastes. Upon entering the master bedroom, she retrieved her nightgown from the closet and stepped into the bathroom for a soak. After a long day, bathing was her most cherished time. As she immersed herself in the warm water, her skin enveloped inch by inch, akin to a weary bird returning to its nest. Jiang and I relished these moments of solitude. However, prolonged bathing could lead to low blood sugar, and she soon emerged from the tub. As she reached for her clothes on the rack, she noticed her underwear was missing. She distinctly remembered bringing it. Had fallen, clad in her nightgown. She opened the bathroom door only to unexpectedly collide with a pair of enigmatic, dark eyes. The sudden appearance of the man caught her off guard, halting her steps as she exited the bathroom. However, in the next moment, as her gaze fell upon the fabric in the man's hand, Jiang and I was utterly petrified. Her. Chapter 4. The garden in full bloom time rewinds half an hour. Zhou Jinxu affixed his signature to a document as the clock struck 10. At that moment, his mother, Qin Yun, called, surprised to find him still at the office. The workload seemed endless. Having just married, he was already off on business trips. And now that he had returned, he was sleeping at the company. Was it appropriate for his newlywed wife to be left alone in their home? This marriage was initiated by his own agreement. Having wed, he could not shirk his responsibilities. Zhou Jinxu rubbed his temples. Recently, the internal reforms at Bushing were being implemented with great vigor, inevitably impacting various stakeholders. Consequently, he had indeed been quite occupied. He could not fathom how his mother could associate his busyness with irresponsibility, yet he understood that if he remained silent, her lecturing would persist for at least an hour. He finally spoke. I understand. I will return tonight. Qin Yun's tone was unwavering. Come back now. Zhou Jinxu hesitated briefly before responding. Understood. Moments later. He closed the document and gathered his clothes, descending the stairs. The Bushing building was approximately a 20-minute drive from Jinghua Garden, and with favorable traffic conditions. He arrived home, as expected. Upon opening the door, Zhou Jinxu first bent down to change his shoes in the foyer, neatly placing them in the shoe cabinet. His gaze fell upon a pair of white shoes haphazardly kicked aside, and he frowned slightly before picking them up and placing them properly in the cabinet. Jiang Ni was not on the first floor, so he ascended the stairs and entered the bedroom, where he could hear the sound of water. She was washing up. Zhou Jinxu's eyes swept past the frosted glass door of the bathroom, and when he withdrew his gaze, it inadvertently landed on the floor. A piece of fabric was conspicuously strewn across the polished wooden floor, which was otherwise immaculate and gleaming, making the fabric stand out even more. He walked over and bent down to pick up the soft material. It was light-colored lace. Just as he realized what the fabric was, the bathroom door swung open with a soft click. Jiang Ni cast her eyes downward. He raised his gaze. Their eyes met suddenly, a moment of unexpected connection. Before he could consciously process it, Zhou Jinxu had taken the sight before him. It was unintentional and lacking decorum, yet his eyes instinctively followed her rising form. A fleeting act that was enough to leave a lasting impression. In that brief instant, a vivid image formed. Her slender limbs, a delicate face. Ink-black hair casually tied up with a few strands cascading down. She wore a water-blue silk camisole that reached her calves, revealing her fair, delicate skin, which glowed with a subtle pink hue, reminiscent of a ripe, succulent peach. Perhaps it was the peach-scented shower gel she had used, as the air was saturated with an overly sweet fragrance. The gentleman within Zhou Jinxu urged him to quickly avert his gaze from this scene. However, he forgot that he still held in his hands his wife's most intimate belonging. In that moment, the soft fabric in his palm felt as if it ignited with a spark, igniting a fire within him. His newlywed wife, freshly bathed, had inadvertently left her intimate garments at the bathroom door. All the details coalesced into a tapestry of tantalizing imagination. Jiang and I had never anticipated Zhou Jinxu's return that evening. Having spent several nights alone at home, she had assumed he would once again sleep at the company. The expression of astonishment on Jiang Ni's face instantly turned to stone upon realizing what Zhou Jinxu was holding. After a brief moment of hesitation, she quickly regained her composure, taking a decisive step forward to snatch the piece of fabric away, hurriedly concealing it behind her back. You're back," she stammered, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. The abruptness of her actions stirred the air, thickening it with an almost palpable sweetness that brushed against her senses. Zhou Jinxu, instinctively, ran his hand along the smooth fabric of his tailored trousers. He replied, his voice deep and resonant. The motion of his Adam's apple distinctly visible as he spoke. "I've nearly finished my work." Jiang and I responded with a soft "oh," instinctively taking a half step back. The atmosphere became somewhat stagnant, the small interlude amplifying the unspoken awkwardness between the two, leaving Jiang and I with a prickling sensation at the nape of her neck. They were still strangers to one another, grappling with the sudden presence of another in their lives. Jiang and I forced a smile, desperately attempting to divert the conversation. "I'm not sure which room you want to sleep in. I haven't had anyone touch your luggage. The Zhou family's belongings had been delivered in recent days and were left untouched in a corner of the room, as Zhou Jinxu had not returned to the Jinghua garden since their marriage. Moving someone else's belongings felt too intimate, too intrusive. They shared a closeness that was profound, yet lacked the familiarity of true intimacy." Zhou Jinxu paused, lifting his gaze, his eyes settling above her neck. "What do you mean?" Jiang and I was momentarily puzzled. "What do you mean?" She had not immediately grasped his inquiry. Zhou Jinxu pressed further. "Are you suggesting we should sleep in separate rooms?" Jiang Ni's previous statement could be interpreted in various ways, and she had not given it much thought, simply seeking a topic to bypass the awkwardness. She opened her mouth to respond, but faltered once more. Locking eyes with Zhou Jinxu's calm and inscrutable gaze, she hesitated, realizing that perhaps this was an opportune moment. Their hasty decision to marry had left some matters inadequately addressed. It would be beneficial to clarify things now. "I would like to talk to you," Jiang and I said. Zhou Jinxu did not decline. He raised his wrist to check his watch. "Is 15 minutes sufficient?" "That will do," she replied. He paused for half a second before adding, You can gather your thoughts. I will be in the study waiting for you." The significance of that brief pause felt like sparks igniting in Jiang Ni's hands. Clutching the fabric concealed behind her back, she felt a warmth spreading to her cheeks. This was unbearably awkward. After donning her matching shawl with her nightwear and taking a moment to compose herself, Jiang Ni finally approached the study, her face still flushed. Zhou Jinxu had his back to the door, engaged in a phone call. His suit jacket had been removed, revealing a blue shirt and a dark vest of the same hue, the shirt neatly tucked into his trousers, his tall figure exuding an air of formality. She knocked politely twice. Zhou Jinxu turned, and their gazes met in the air, likely in the midst of a work call. He uttered a few words to the person on the other end before ending the call. Jiang Ni noted that he still wore his tie, his shirt impeccably buttoned, maintaining a composed and formal demeanor even at home. The scene before them could seamlessly transition into any professional setting without appearing out of place. Jiang Ni suddenly recalled the term associated with Zhang Kusi, Little Enchantress. This stern and impeccably serious man seemed worlds apart from such a label. Zhou Jinxu strode forward, gesturing for Jiang Ni to enter. They took their seats opposite each other on the sofa in the study. Zhou Jinxu met her gaze directly, needing to ascertain one crucial matter before their conversation could commence without being overshadowed by irrelevant emotions. "I would like to pose a question to you first," he said. Jiang Ni sat upright. "Please go ahead." Zhou Jinxu inquired. "Are you angry with me?" Jiang Ni, perplexed, responded, "What would I be angry about?" She was bewildered by his sudden question. Chapter 5. An untimely impulse. Zhou Jinxu's demeanor remained composed as he remarked, "The company has been particularly busy these past few days." He was elucidating the circumstances of their lives post-marriage. Jiang Ni nodded in understanding. The scale of blushing was incomparable to ordinary enterprises. Zhou Jinxu had previously indicated that his work was demanding, with frequent business trips and overtime, a fact Jiang Ni was well aware of. In light of this, she was not perturbed. In fact, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Observing her tranquil expression, which belied any anger, Zhou Jinxu inclined his head and initiated the conversation. "What would you like to discuss with me?" After a brief moment of silence, Jiang Ni inhaled deeply, her gaze fixed intently upon his calm eyes. "I have heard that you had a cherished woman before our marriage." A cherished woman? The term was somewhat foreign to Zhou Jinxu, and his astute mind momentarily grappled with its meaning. Jiang Ni, recalling Zhou Jinxu's nature, surmised that he might not grasp the significance of cherished woman. She rephrased, "I mean to say, I have heard you had a woman you were quite fond of prior to our union, even if their marriage lacked emotional depth." Lin Jia's words earlier in the afternoon had indeed made an impression on Jiang Ni. In their social circle, marriages typically fell into two categories: either a respectful partnership akin to her parents' sir, a superficial arrangement where both parties pursued their own interests. Prior to their marriage, Jiang Ni had only heard that Zhou Jinxu was a man of few desires, devoid of any tumultuous romantic entanglements. Since he had not mentioned such a cherished woman, she had assumed their marriage epitomized the former. However, the circumstances had shifted. If Zhou Jinxu truly had a clandestine lover, Jiang Ni felt it essential to clarify certain matters. She was not incapable of acceptance. She merely required transparency. "You did not disclose this matter to me before our marriage." After a pause, she continued, "Our marriage is unique. Any turbulence may affect the collaboration between our families. Therefore, regardless of the situation, I believe I am entitled to be informed." The union of their families represented a confluence of interests, where a single thread could unravel the entire tapestry. As a pivotal figure in this arrangement, Jiang Ni could not extricate herself. She could only opt for a more comfortable approach. "If you do not intend to sever ties with her, I can accept it. I will not cause her trouble or interfere with your relationship, and I can help shield it from view." Though Jiang Ni was not entrenched in the business world, perhaps she had inherited some of Jiang Rinshan's entrepreneurial spirit. She endeavored to approach this marriage as a business transaction. "I simply hope you can manage the situation discreetly, ensuring that no one discovers it." She emphasized, "We both require a stable marriage, even if it is merely for appearances." She wished to reassure her family. while he too needed a harmonious marriage to showcase the solidity of their partnership. Zhou Jinxu regarded Jiang Ni. Her expression was earnest, devoid of any jest. On the fourth day of their marriage, during their first evening alone as a couple, his new wife was earnestly discussing his extramarital affair, assuring him of her indifference and non-interference. Zhou Jinxu, raised as an heir and trained to maintain emotional stability, had been taught to conceal his feelings. Over the years, standing in a position of power, few things had managed to stir his emotions. However, at this moment, he rarely felt a sense of unease, perceiving it as absurd, concealed beneath the calmness of his gaze. Thus, he spoke in a subdued tone. "If I possess such things, do you desire only these? A tranquil coexistence? A reluctant maintenance of a formal marriage? To be merely a tool?" Jiang Ni was momentarily stunned, uncertain of how to respond. In this union, the Jiang family reaped the most benefits. The combination of a super aircraft carrier and a vessel evidently favored the latter. The alliance between the Jiang and Zhou families would expedite the Jiang family's development by 30 years. With the Jiang family's ship bearing the title of Bosheng, there were only advantages to be gained. Even if Jiang Ni lacked understanding of the business world, she could clearly discern this, especially since Jiang Rinshan had previously enumerated the benefits to her. Moreover, Jiang Ni herself stood to gain significantly from this marriage. The Zhou family held this union in high regard. Prior to the wedding, Jiang Ni had briefly perused the list of gifts, which included commercial establishments, skyscrapers, and private islands, all of which would suffice for her to lead a life of leisure, free from worries for this life and the next. Jiang Ni had acquired immense wealth. There had once been a popular internet meme stating that if a husband provided a monthly allowance of 1 million, a wife could manage the postpartum care of a mistress. Jiang Ni received far more than that. Thus, when she articulated her thoughts, a hint of apprehension lingered within her. Given Zhou Jinxu's status, even if he brazenly flaunted his affairs, she would be unable to object. At that point, her father would urge her to endure, suggesting that a moment's tolerance could preserve greater plans, while her mother would shed tears, helpless to intervene. As Jiang Rinshan's second wife, with the previous wife's children still present, Zhang Yan always treaded cautiously. The scales of balance were tipped, and she was perpetually the one to concede. From a young age, Jiang Ni understood that she had to rely on herself for many matters. Thus, she was acutely aware that this negotiation had been inherently unbalanced from the outset, much like how Zhou Jinxu had failed to disclose these matters to her before their marriage. He possessed the leverage to disregard her. Yet now he inquired, "Is this all you wish to attain?" With an attitude that suggested, "This is merely the beginning." Jiang Ni, business is not conducted in such a manner. She raised her eyes to meet his. Opposite her, the man sat upon a black leather sofa, his expensive wristwatch reflecting the cold glow of the incandescent lights within the room. His demeanor was composed, calmly observing her. In that moment, Jiang Ni sensed the formidable aura of authority emanating from Zhou Jinxu, an innate superiority that, despite his unintentional lack of pressure, was palpable. "Let me remind you." Zhou Jinxu's tone remained unwavering. "We have not signed a prenuptial agreement. This implies that everything I possess post-marriage includes your share. If I were to falter in my moral conduct, you should first engage a private investigator to gather evidence. Then, an opportune moment, leverage public opinion to exert pressure upon me. In doing so, you could negotiate for a larger portion of the assets while still maintaining a collaborative relationship between our families, with Bosheng even subsidizing the Jiang family." Jiang Ni gazed in astonishment at the man before her. He was inherently a man shrouded in complexity, and Jiang Ni, unfamiliar with him, found herself utterly bewildered at this moment. Her husband was instructing her on how to safeguard her interests in the wake of his infidelity, strategizing to maximize her gains. It suddenly dawned upon Jiang Ni that engaging in collaboration with Zhou Jinxu was not a sagacious endeavor. She, as innocent as a young rabbit, had recklessly collided with a lion that had long dominated the jungle through years of fierce combat. Zhou Jinxu's calm demeanor misled her into believing she could stand against him. Unconsciously, Jiang Ni bit her lip, a fleeting wave of regret washing over her for her impulsiveness that evening. Perhaps She should indeed heed his advice, taking a more measured approach to accumulate greater leverage. Zhou Jinxu gazed intently at his newlywed wife, noting the look of vexation as she bit her lip. Her full, delicate lips, resplendent like ripe, luscious berries exuding a sweet aroma, were gently caught between her pristine white teeth. Chapter 6. We are a normal married couple. Jiang Ni had just bathed, her complexion untouched by makeup, revealing her naturally beautiful lips. Zhou Jinxu, maintaining a stoic demeanor, remarked, "Although I am unaware of where you acquired such rumors, I assure you they are unfounded." He emphasized, "I do not possess any so-called white moonlight, so you may abandon any thoughts of hiring a private investigator." Caught off guard, Jiang Ni froze momentarily, then composed herself and replied in a relatively natural tone, "I have not thought that way." Zhou Jinxu remained non-committal. He was indifferent. However, considering the harmony of their household, he felt it was essential to clarify certain matters. "My work is demanding. Excluding you, I have only been introduced to prospective partners by my parents twice before our marriage. Beyond that, I have no romantic history, neither before our union, nor will I have any after. I am a rather traditional man. Having married you, I shall take responsibility for you in this marriage." Zhou Jinxu rose and retrieved a velvet box from his suit jacket. In the quiet study, his deep, textured voice mingled with the muted sound of his footsteps. "I have little need for romance, nor do I wish to engage in actions that contradict societal morals." By the time Zhou Jinxu stood before Jiang Ni, he had adopted a posture that compelled her to look up at him. Yet he soon knelt on one knee, achieving eye level with her. With hands as slender and elegant as jade, he opened the velvet box to reveal a wedding ring. He first donned the men's band and then slid the women's ring onto Jiang Ni's ring finger. "In other words, I will remain faithful to my wife, and you can rest assured of this. You will be the sole Mrs. Zhou, and there shall be no other women by my side. I hope for a normal and healthy marital relationship between us." To return to the matter at hand, Zhou Jinxu continued, "Ordinary couples do not sleep apart. We shall partake in everything that a normal couple would, including marital duties." He gazed at his wife, his voice softening. "Given our brief acquaintance and the hastiness of our marriage, I understand that you may require time to adjust. Yet, some matters are inevitable, and you should comprehend that." Jiang Ni instinctively curled her slender fingers, only to release them moments later. She had contemplated such circumstances when deciding to marry. "We are all adults. It is not a monumental issue." Having never been in a relationship, she had focused solely on her studies during school and then on her demanding hospital job, where after hours, rest was her only desire. Romance was far from her thoughts. Tonight marked their first night together as a married couple after obtaining their marriage certificate. The term wedding night aptly describes this occasion, a night shared by newlyweds who had spent less than 24 hours together. Under normal circumstances, this evening would involve fulfilling marital obligations. Though she possessed the requisite certification, she felt an undeniable sense of unfamiliarity that stemmed from psychological unease, rendering her somewhat anxious in undertaking such tasks. As her mind wandered, the sound of water in the bathroom ceased, and shortly thereafter, the door creaked open, allowing a waft of steam to escape. A tall figure emerged. Jiang Ni maintained a composed facade, feigning interest in her phone, yet her ears perked up, attuned to the sounds within the room. A rustling noise surfaced beside her. The soft friction of fabric, followed by the sound of the duvet being pulled back, and the bed sagged slightly. Zhou Jinxu had climbed into bed. "It's 11:30. He inquired, "Are you going to sleep?" Jiang Ni responded with a soft murmur, setting her phone aside. The lights in the room were extinguished, plunging them into a tranquil darkness. In that instant, the world was enveloped in silence. The window curtains fluttered gently, casting subtle shadows and particles dancing in the dim light. The faint, pleasing scent of cedarwood, characteristic of Zhou Jinxu, mingled with her own in the confined space. Jiang Ni lay rigidly, her hands neatly placed on her abdomen, yet betraying a stiffness born of her tumultuous thoughts. Her breathing revealed her inner turmoil. She was indeed tense. It was late. Suddenly, a low voice emerged from beside her. "You should get some rest." A weight lifted from her chest. Jiang Ni remained silent. After a while, the rhythm of his breathing stabilized, and Zhou Jinxu fell asleep. The presence of a woman beside him seemed to have no effect on him. And Jiang Ni noted the time, 11:59. Although her work during the day had been quite demanding, Jiang Ni found herself wide awake, staring at the ceiling. She was accustomed to sleeping alone, and the sudden presence of a man in her bed, regardless of the ample space between them, made her restless. After a night of fitful sleep, she finally drifted off in the early hours. At 7 o'clock, her biological clock and alarm rang simultaneously. It was a day shift, and Jiang Ni felt as though she had scarcely slept before it was time to rise for work. The spot beside her was cold, indicating that its occupant had long since departed. Jiang Ni rolled out of bed, slipped into her slippers, and after freshening up, stepped out of her room, only to encounter Zhou Jinxu emerging from the guest room. Still somewhat dazed from her restless night, Jiang Ni took a moment to recognize him. Zhou Jinxu, having a habit of morning runs, had just finished showering and was dressed smartly. Noticing her expression, he offered an explanation. "I didn't want to disturb your rest, so I used the bathroom in the guest room." Finally recalling the circumstances, Jiang Ni nodded. They descended the stairs one after the other, and Aunt Zhang, hearing the commotion, emerged from the kitchen bearing breakfast. Jiang Ni preferred traditional Chinese cuisine, while Zhou Jinxu was more accommodating to various styles. Aunt Zhang had been briefed on the household preferences prior to her employment, and today's breakfast was distinctly Chinese. Jiang Ni's workday began at 8 o'clock, aligning conveniently with Zhou Jinxu's departure. He inquired, "Would you like a ride?" The Zhou family had provided Jiang Ni with numerous properties, each reflecting diverse architectural styles. She had chosen Jinghua Garden as their marital residence, primarily for its proximity to the hospital, a mere 10-minute drive, sparing her considerable commuting time. However, the hospital and the Basen building are in opposite directions and not on the way. Jiang Ni declined. "No need, I have my own car." Last year, Jiang Ni purchased a vehicle, an economical model priced around 200,000, which performed admirably in all respects. Suitable for her and commensurate with the income of an ordinary doctor, not too ostentatious. She worked at the hospital, and no one was aware of her family background. Zhou Jinxu did not insist further. The two cars departed the garage, one after the other. Upon arriving at the hospital, Jiang Ni immediately immersed herself in her duties. There was much to accomplish in the morning. After exchanging shifts with her colleagues, she had outpatient consultations to attend to. Everyone in the department spun about like tops. And in the blink of an eye, it was noon. After finishing with her last outpatient, Jiang Ni set down her pen, pinched the bridge of her nose, and exhaled a sigh of relief. Zheng Keisai poked her head through the door. "Jiang, our beauty, ready for lunch?" It was a rare occasion to finish on time, just in time for the meal. "Wait for me." Jiang Ni stood, removed her white coat, and hung it neatly before stepping out with Zheng Keisai. "Did you not sleep well last night?" Zheng Keisai remarked, noticing her weary appearance. "A bit of insomnia," Jiang Ni replied. "Fortunately, it's not your surgery day. If it coincided, performing 8 or 9 surgeries in a day, albeit minor ones, would be quite exhausting." "Indeed, that's a silver lining," Jiang Ni smiled. Seeing her in good spirits reassured Zheng Keisai that the issue was not severe. Regardless of the hospital, being a doctor is a profession laden with burdens, and they have grown accustomed to it. Chapter 7. I came to pick you up. As the two conversed and laughed, they arrived at the staff canteen. Renha has 2 canteens, one for patients and another exclusively for hospital staff, which requires a card for entry. The fare in the staff canteen is decent, and today it features the spicy boiled pork slices that Jiang Ni particularly enjoys. With a preference for bold flavors and the demands of her busy work affecting her appetite, she often opts for dishes that are rich in taste. Medical personnel lead hectic lives, leaving little time for dining out. Thus, they frequently eat in the canteen, which is bustling with patrons today. Jiang Ni and Zheng Keisai managed to find a vacant table. Upon sitting down, Zheng Keisai eagerly began sharing the latest news. She is the go-to person at Renha for information, always ahead of the curve. "I heard we will be getting new colleagues soon," she said. "Apparently, they have experience from abroad and are quite impressive." Zheng Keisai wished fervently, "I hope they join our department. We could use some relief from our whirlwind of duties." Jiang Ni, however, shattered her hopes with a cold reality. The emergency department has been understaffed for quite some time. Before they could continue their conversation, a voice interrupted from above. Is this seat taken? Jiang Ni looked up and noticed the newcomer subtly furrowing his brow. Zheng Keisai politely greeted Mr. Gao. Rinha is currently constructing a new inpatient building, and Gao Ziki is the newly appointed representative from the investment side, having taken over midway. Since his arrival, he has been infatuated with Jiang Ni, relentlessly pursuing her for the past 2 months, a fact that has become the talk of the hospital. Many gazes in the canteen subtly shifted in their direction. Gao Ziki, seemingly oblivious to the attention, casually seated himself next to Jiang Ni. You both seem to be enjoying a lively chat. What are you discussing? He fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Ni. Maintaining a polite distance, she replied, nothing much. Unfazed by her aloofness, Gao Ziki pressed on. Did you like the flowers I sent last time? I had the staff select fresh, imported red roses. I heard girls tend to like those. It dawned on Jiang Ni that the bouquet of red roses had indeed been from Gao Ziki. She pursed her lips and replied, Mr. Gao, I do not particularly like flowers. Gao Ziki remained undeterred by her indifference and smiled, asking, Then what does Dr. Jiang enjoy? How about I treat you to dinner tonight, so we can chat more? Jiang Ni declined. I have plans this evening. What plans? She was met with yet another refusal. Gao Ziki chuckled, but his tone grew more insistent. I've invited you several times already. Surely, Dr. Jiang can spare a moment? Gao Ziki was persistent, and being someone from the investment side made him even more challenging to dismiss. Jiang Ni, not wanting to sound too harsh, smiled and said, Mr. Gao, I'm merely a doctor. Generally gentle and approachable, Jiang Ni's classical, graceful visage often gives the impression of being easy to talk to. Yet at that moment, despite her smile, an undeniable chill emanated from her. I believe I am under no obligation to accompany you to dinner. She tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, remarking, Moreover, my husband would be jealous if I dined alone with a man. The cool silver ring on her ring finger glimmered under the light, strikingly apparent. Gao Ziki's expression shifted. You are married? When did this happen? He had only been away on a business trip for a few days, and Jiang Ni had gotten married? Zheng Keisai was equally astonished. She had dismissed Jiang Ni's previous words, but was it truly real? Jiang Ni maintained her composure. It's been only a short while since we registered. She set down her chopsticks, stating, There are matters to attend to in the department. Mr. Gao, please take your time. Without waiting for Gao Ziki's reaction, Jiang Ni rose and left, with Zheng Keisai promptly following. Once they were a distance away, Zheng Keisai confirmed, You really got married? You're not deceiving me, are you? Jiang Ni nodded. Indeed. Zheng Keisai was astounded. So there really is a little enchantress who has stolen you away. As they exited the cafeteria, they soon reached the hospital lobby, where the wail of ambulances filled the air, and both women sensed the urgency surrounding them, falling silent. A series of car accidents had occurred on Xiaodong Road, resulting in numerous casualties being rushed to the nearest Rinna hospital. It was as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples throughout the medical departments, each staff member heightened in their vigilance, moving with purpose to attend to various tasks. Doctors and nurses executed their duties with precision, while the lights in the operating rooms flickered on and off. Time flowed like water amidst the tense atmosphere. At 7:30 p.m., Zhou Jinxu returned to Jinghua Garden. As he bent to change his shoes in the foyer, he noticed Jiang Ni's white sneakers were missing, replaced neatly by a pair of pink slippers on the shoe rack. She and T returned home yet? Entering the living room, he saw Aunt Zhang tidying up to leave for the day, and she called out to him. Zhou Jinxu scanned the room. Has T come back yet? The housekeeper replied. Madam mentioned there were some matters at the hospital. She will be late tonight, and probably one team make it for dinner. Aunt Zhang added, Please eat first. Just leave your dishes in the sink. I'll take care of them tomorrow. Zhou Jinxu nodded in acknowledgement. Once Aunt Zhang departed, he was left alone in the house. After finishing his meal, he ascended the stairs to take a shower. The master bedroom was spacious, connected to a walk-in closet, where all of Zhou Jinxu's belongings were neatly arranged in their designated places. The staff from a main residence had meticulously ensured everything was replicated exactly in familiar spots. The only difference was the addition of a neat row of women's clothing in muted tones. These were Jiang Ni's garments. Unlike his own darker attire, hers were predominantly light-colored, neither too flamboyant nor overly somber, reflecting her personality. Jiang Ni's possessions were few, and surprisingly, she and T even filled one side of the closet. The Zhou family was affluent, with a vast lineage. Zhou Jinxu's mother had one son and one daughter, his sister Zhou Qiwen being of similar age to Jiang Ni. Zhou Jinxu recalled that Zhou Qiwen's collection of clothing and jewelry could easily fill several boutiques. The latest seasonal luxury brand items would arrive even before their official release, flowing in abundance for her selection. In contrast, Jiang Ni, as the daughter of the Jiang family, was excessively modest. Zhou Jinxu's gaze swept across the room, retrieving his loungewear from a nearby cabinet before stepping into the bathroom. The sound of water trickled softly. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Jinxu was engaged in work within his study. At this hour, the foreign financial markets had just begun to stir, necessitating his attention to the affairs of the branch office. On the other side of the screen, his subordinates, clad in tailored suits, reported on their respective tasks. Zhou Jinxu glanced at the time, his thoughts momentarily shifting as his long, well-defined fingers caressed his phone. The screen flickered, revealing no messages. After a brief pause, he unlocked his phone and sent a message to his wife, who had not contacted him. Mr. Zhou, the progress of this project is currently as follows. A voice from the screen relayed his subordinate's updates. Zhou Jinxu set his phone down, his expression neutral as he nodded slightly. Next, at 9:37 p.m., Jiang Ni emerged from the operating room, her neck stiff from the extensive hours of surgery. The influx of patients from the afternoon series of car accidents had overwhelmed the emergency department, necessitating her involvement in 2 surgical procedures. The last operation had been particularly challenging, involving open wounds and rib fractures that had compromised the heart and lungs, resulting in significant blood loss. The surgery stretched on for over 4 hours, and standing for so long had left her legs feeling numb. She took a moment to rest on a bench. The head nurse, noticing Jiang Ni's return from surgery, brought her a bottle of water. "Dr. Jiang, please drink some water. You've been in surgery for so long without eating." Jiang Ni gratefully accepted the water without hesitation. Although the regular shift had long since ended, she could not leave immediately after the surgery. She still needed to hand over her duties to the on-call doctor and ensure all responsibilities were addressed. Upon returning to the duty room, she found her colleague, who was also starting the night shift, thus sparing her the effort of searching for him. After a brief handover of responsibilities, it was already 10 o'clock, and Jiang Ni finally had the opportunity to pick up her phone. Beneath several app notifications, she noticed WeChat messages from Zhou Jinxu from 47 minutes ago. "Still busy?" And 10 minutes ago, ? It dawned on her that she should have informed Zhou Jinxu of her situation. Earlier in the evening, she had remembered to tell Aunt Zhang that she would be working late since Aunt Zhang prepared her meals. However, regarding Zhou Jinxu, she had yet to adjust to her new marital status and had entirely overlooked the matter. Jiang and I replied, "I just finished a surgery and am getting ready to head home." The phone chimed, echoing in the quiet solitude of the study. The project manager, who was detailing the operational status of the first half of the year, paused momentarily as he observed the big boss, whose expression had turned serious while he checked his phone. It seemed there was an important issue at hand. The perceptive project manager promptly ceased his report. Zhou Jinxu received Jiang Ni's response and studied it for a few seconds. Moments later, his long fingers tapped the screen a few times. "I will pick you up." It was already 10 o'clock at night, and leaving his newlywed wife to return home alone would surely draw his mother's disapproval if she caught wind of it, labeling him as irresponsible once more. Chapter 8. We are a couple. Jiang and I had been working at the hospital for 2 years, where overtime was a common occurrence. It was not unusual for her to leave at such a late hour. As one of the foremost metropolises in the country, Jing City boasted stable and commendable public safety, making this hour not particularly late. Upon hearing that Zhou Jinxu intended to pick her up, she instinctively wanted to decline. "I can drive myself. There's no need to trouble yourself." Zhou Jinxu replied, "I'm already on my way." Seeing his insistence, Jiang and I had no choice but to acquiesce. The sultry summer night still bore a hint of heaviness as she exited the hospital. Before she could reach the bench by the roadside, she encountered the family members of a patient she was responsible for, the relatives of the patient who had been in shock that day. Jiang Ni, always diligent and gentle in her demeanor, left a positive impression on them, and they greeted her with warmth, attempting to offer her some snacks, which she politely declined. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they took their leave. Turning around, Jiang Ni spotted a car approaching in the distance. The license plate was too distinctive. She recognized it immediately, Jing 8888. A sleek black Bentley came to a halt before her, and the window rolled down simultaneously. As she entered the vehicle, she noticed that Zhou Jinxu appeared to have just showered, dressed casually in a simple white t-shirt and long trousers. Compared to his usual formal attire, he exuded a youthful charm reminiscent of a college senior. Her gaze drifted to his hand resting on the steering wheel, fingers long and elegant, reminiscent of jade bamboo, beautifully defined with prominent veins evident when taut, perfectly suited for administering injections. Noticing her gaze, Zhou Jinxu's voice was low and inquisitive. "What's wrong?" Jiang Ni snapped back to reality. "Nothing." She fastened her seatbelt. Zhou Jinxu said nothing further and started the car, heading towards Jinghua Garden. The interior of the car was enveloped in silence. Jiang Ni had performed several surgeries that day, leaving her little time to eat. She had only managed a few morsels during brief interludes, and now her stomach felt somewhat uneasy. It was a common plight for doctors to be so occupied that they missed meals, and Jiang Ni often carried snacks with her. She retrieved a piece of biscuit from her bag, just as she noticed Zhou Jinxu's gaze upon her. "I haven't eaten anything tonight," she explained, assuming he might be concerned, as he had a slight inclination towards cleanliness. Though their acquaintance had been brief, she sensed this about him. In the confined space of the car, she considered that the aroma of food might be rather pronounced and decided to put the biscuit away, reasoning that they would soon be home. "That's not what I meant," Zhou Jinxu interjected, halting her movement. "Go ahead and eat." Taken aback, Jiang Ni hesitated, then replied, "Okay." In the quiet atmosphere, the crisp sound of the biscuit being bitten into seemed amplified. After consuming one piece, she felt a twinge of discomfort and refrained from eating further. Her gaze drifted to the window, and she noticed that the streets appeared somewhat different. "Aren't we heading home? Aunt Zhang has finished work, and there's nothing at home." As she pondered his intentions, she realized he was suggesting they go out to eat. "How about Yunjinzai?" she inquired. Yunjinzai was a renowned private dining establishment in Jing City, celebrated for its traditional local cuisine. Jiang and I had dined once, neither particularly fond nor averse, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "It's acceptable." Zhou Jinxu opted for a small private room, adorned in a modern Chinese style, with intricately carved wooden screens obscuring the entrance. Upon entering from either side, a round table of rosewood awaited, perfectly positioned to overlook the street outside. "What would you like to eat?" The menu was presented before Jiang and I. Without hesitation, she selected 2 dishes of her preference, while Zhou Jinxu added another. "Please serve it promptly," he instructed the waiter, who exited the room with the order, leaving the 2 of them alone. Zhou Jinxu calmly lifted the teapot. "Would you care for some? It aids in relaxation and sleep." Jiang and I nodded appreciatively. "Yes, thank you." The man furrowed his brow slightly as he poured her a cup. "Does the doctor often finish work this late?" "Occasionally," Jiang Ni explained. "I usually leave before 6 during regular hours, but the hospital often has irregular circumstances." Zhou Jinxu remained silent for a while, and just as Jiang and I thought the topic had passed, he remarked, "Next time you work late, please inform me. Aunt Zhang knows it is unreasonable for me, as your husband, to be unaware. We are married." This declaration carried an undertone of emphasizing their relationship. Perhaps it was merely her perception. Jiang and I lifted her gaze to meet his. His eyes were deep and serene, akin to an unfathomable sea under the night sky. At that moment, their eyes locked, and just as Jiang and I was about to speak, a knock at the door interrupted them. The waiter entered, bearing the dishes. Once the meal commenced, conversation ceased. Zhou Jinxu displayed impeccable table manners, eating silently in the tranquil room. The dishes from Yunjin Zhai were as delightful as ever. Jiang and I nibbled on a rib, her gaze subtly drifting towards her newlywed husband, who was dining elegantly. Zhou Jinxu's earlier words, "We are married," lingered in her thoughts, causing her mind to wander. This marriage had been chaotic. Jiang and I remained perplexed about Zhou Jinxu's reasons for agreeing to wed her. The absurdity of her sister eloping and her replacing her was overwhelming. In a broader context, the Jiang family had essentially humiliated the Zhou family. Prominent families often prioritize their reputation above all else. Jiang Ling's elopement was met with mere withdrawal of the engagement by the Zhou family, a leniency that could have led to repercussions against the Jiang family. Yet, Zhou Jinxu had consented to Jiang Renshan's proposal for her to take her sister's place. Absurd as it seemed, it had become their reality. Perhaps Jiang Renshan had made some concessions to the Zhou family. Jiang Ni pondered deeply, slowing her eating to merely push the rice around her bowl. Zhou Jinxu, not accustomed to late-night meals and having eaten sparingly, noticed her distracted manner. "Focus on your meal," he said, his serious expression reminiscent of a guardian correcting a child's poor habits. Jiang and I snapped back to the present, okay. After their meal, the couple returned to Jinghua Garden. It was already past 11. Jiang and I ascended the stairs to wash up, while Zhou Jinxu retreated to his study. Given the late hour, Jiang and I opted against a bath. After washing, she dried her face in the bathroom. The master bedroom was adorned with numerous belongings belonging to a gentleman, unmistakably signaling that this was a haven for a newlywed couple. In this fleeting moment, Jiang and I finally grasped the reality of her marriage. She would be sharing this abode with a man. It felt peculiar, a sensation she needed to acclimatize to. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, she patted her face and arranged her belongings neatly. As she emerged from the bathroom, Zhou Jinxu was already seated on the bed, clad in his sleepwear, propped up against the headboard, engrossed in a book. Upon hearing her movements, he lifted his gaze, his eyes locking onto hers. "Are you ready for bed?" Jiang and I nodded and settled down beside him. Chapter 9. My wealthy husband does not love to return home before turning off the lights. Zhou Jinxu suddenly inquired. "Have all your belongings been delivered?" Caught off guard, Jiang and I did not immediately grasp his meaning. Zhou Jinxu clarified, "Your luggage." Indeed, Jiang Ni's possessions were not numerous. Although she relished the thrill of shopping for clothes and bags, her busy schedule often left her with little opportunity to indulge, and the hassle of moving prompted her to simplify. While it seemed she had accumulated many items during the move, once arranged in her new space, they appeared quite sparse. Zhou Jinxu merely acknowledged her with a sound and extinguished the light, leaving the conversation at that. On their second night, sharing the same bed, a vast expanse still separated them, yet the atmosphere remained harmonious. Jiang and I had not rested well the previous night, and after a long day, exhaustion enveloped her as she lay upon the soft mattress, her eyelids gradually succumbing to slumber. Suddenly, a rustling noise broke the stillness, and the space beside her shifted as if someone had settled down. Jiang and I awoke, the faint scent of cedar wrapping around her senses. She felt a warmth drawing near, her heart racing in response. Was he intending to engage in intimacy tonight? Wait a moment. She abruptly opened her eyes, her hand instinctively pressing against his chest. In the darkness, a pair of calm eyes gazed down at her, almost merging with the night. This posture felt like a silent standoff. Jiang and I conceded first, "I'm very tired today." Being adults, Zhou Jinxu, even if slow to comprehend, realized Jiang and I had misconstrued the situation. "I understand," he replied. "I just need to grab the air conditioning remote." The remote was indeed on Jiang Ni's side. Despite it being midsummer, the air conditioning was set to a chilling 16 degrees, a recipe for a cold. He hesitated for a moment, then added, "I'm not that beastly." His wife had worked over 10 hours, her face etched with fatigue. Even if he were unfulfilled, he would not choose such a moment to act. Besides, he did not prioritize such matters over work. For him, love and intimacy paled in comparison to his career. Marriage and parenthood were merely tasks on life's checklist, which he accepted and fulfilled as a matter of course. Jiang and I felt a blush creep across her face, hidden by the darkness, yet she steadied her voice to feign calm. "I will have weekends off." As Zhou Jinxu adjusted the air conditioning to 25 degrees, he pondered her words for a few moments. "Would you prefer to schedule it for the weekends?" Jiang and I was momentarily taken aback, but eventually responded, "Every Saturday, if that is acceptable," rather than perpetually feeling anxious about their nightly encounters. It seemed more prudent to categorize this matter as a task to be accomplished with peace of mind. Zhou Jinxu had no objections. That works. He added, my business trips are not on a fixed schedule, implying that sometimes their timings might overlap. That is fine, Jiang Ni replied nonchalantly. Work is important. The following day, Jiang Ni was assigned the night shift, working from 8 in the evening until 8 in the morning. Rising slightly later, she descended for breakfast, only to find that Zhou Jinxu had already left for work. Aunt Zhang was tidying up as Jiang Ni sipped her porridge, perusing messages on her phone. The wedding was set for 3 months hence, with both families handling the arrangements, leaving Jiang Ni, as the bride, primarily responsible for the final decisions. In recent days, Ms. Qin, the mother of Zhou Jinxu, has been busy selecting a wedding dress photography studio, sharing sample photos in a group chat for Jiang Ni's consideration. The preparations for the wedding are undeniably overwhelming, and as Jiang Ni gazes at the myriad of samples, her eyes begin to blur. Ultimately, under the recommendation of Zhou Jinxu's younger sister, Zhou Chuang, she opts for a studio that specializes in shooting for celebrities. After exhausting days, she finally enjoyed a restful night's sleep and awoke today feeling invigorated. Jiang Ni has arranged to meet Yao Jianhua for lunch. They have chosen a Cantonese restaurant renowned for its authenticity, located in the Bolong building, which Jiang Ni has been longing to try but has never found the time. Today, fortune smiles upon her. Yao Jianhua arrives during her lunch break, immediately gulping down a large sip of water while venting her frustrations. That scoundrel Sheng Zheng. He actually tried to deceive me. Sheng Zheng has grown up alongside them, yet Yao Jianhua and he have never seen eye to eye. Observing her demeanor, it seems the two have clashed yet again. Calm down, Jiang Ni encourages, pouring her another cup of tea. What did Sheng Zheng do to you? It's a long story. Yao Jianhua huffs. Just mentioning him brings bad luck. Let's not dwell on that. It's rare for you to have time for a meal. We should steer clear of such disheartening topics. She then inquires, have you investigated your husband's white moonlight? This matter pertains to Jiang Ni's future, and Yao Jianhua is more concerned than Jiang Ni herself. I've been too busy to look into it these past few days, Jiang Ni admits, taking a sip of water. I asked him, and he said no. Yao Jianhua stares at her in disbelief. You asked him directly? How bold of you. Facing Zhou Jinxu's stoic demeanor, you actually dared to voice the question? Regardless of the truth, wouldn't such a direct inquiry easily provoke him? Did he get angry? Yao Jianhua probes further. Jiang Ni, puzzled, replies, why would he be angry? She finds her friend's apprehension towards Zhou Jinxu to be somewhat exaggerated. Zhou Jinxu has always maintained a good attitude as the heir of the Zhou family. He is composed and courteous. Though his demeanor may seem aloof, he is indeed reasonable. Jiang Ni attempts to clarify. In fact, he is quite easy to talk to. Yao Jianhua raises an eyebrow, skeptical. Do you truly believe that? Zhou Jinxu's ruthless and unsentimental approach is not mere hearsay. When he first took over Baosheng, the elders attempted to suppress him, relying on their age and status, only to be swiftly eliminated. This tale is well known in their circles. Zhou Jinxu's dealings are devoid of sentimentality, focusing solely on capability. Now, Jiang Ni asserts that he is amiable. Yao Jianhua finds this notion utterly absurd. Jiang Ni raises an eyebrow in surprise. You don't think so? Yao Jianhua, rendered speechless, retorts, it's just the two of us here. You need to spin such tales to deceive me. Who would believe such a statement? Jiang Ni pushes the menu towards her. I genuinely believe he is quite nice. Yao Jianhua, with her spirited nature, is aware that Jiang Ni's father favors his eldest daughter, leading her to perceive Jiang Ni as a pitiful soul coerced into heir replacement marriage. However, seeing the earnest expression on Jiang Ni's face, her skepticism wavers slightly. Really? Your husband is wealthy, handsome, and works late, hardly ever returning home. Jiang Ni mischievously winked at her. Not ideal, huh? Yao Jianhua responded with a sense of exasperation. Damn, there's some truth to that. After a meal that lasted over an hour, with Yao Jianhua needing to return to work, the two exited the private room only to encounter a familiar face. Yu Jirue, the young heiress of a Yu family, an old acquaintance. Well, long time no see. Yu Jiruwei approached with an air of superiority. I heard you got married. Congratulations. The news of the marriage alliance between the Zhou and Jiang families was made public yesterday, complete with official documentation, and the wedding was set for 3 months hence. This revelation had caused quite a stir in social circles, igniting a flurry of discussions. Yu Jiruwei had flown back the moment she caught wind of the news. Such a grand event was not one to be missed. I heard you got your marriage certificate. Didn't your husband accompany you for a meal? I thought newlyweds would be all sweetness and light. Jiang and I smiled. Yes, busy with work. Is that so? Yu Jiruwei replied. I heard your husband went on a business trip right after the wedding. They're saying your marriage is in trouble. That can't be true, can it? Although Zhou Jinxu's business trips were discreet, they were not entirely devoid of rumors. With the marriage between the Zhou and Jiang families being the hot topic of the moment, the truth was hard to conceal. Rumors are unreliable, Jiang and I remarked casually. Smart people wouldn't believe them. Work obligations shouldn't mean leaving a newlywed wife alone at home. Yu Jiruwei continued. If he is off on a business trip right after your wedding, one might wonder about the state of your relationship. Not everyone is like you, who doesn't work. Yao Jianhua could no longer tolerate Yu Jiruwei's demeanor. And I has a good relationship with her husband. You needn't worry about it. Since that is the case, tomorrow night is my birthday. Why don't you bring your husband along? Yu Jiruwei suggested with a malicious smile, with your bond being so strong. He'll surely be willing to attend, right? Jiang and I remained unfazed. That depends on his schedule. He may not have the time. Chapter 10. Pocket money in a clash of words. Yu Jiruwei's sarcastic remarks failed to provoke Jiang and I, but they certainly riled up Yao Jianhua. After all these years, Yu Jiruwei remained as insufferable as ever. Yao Jianhua scoffed, remarking that you must have been grinning from ear to ear these past few days. The union of the Jiang and Zhou families had become a topic of much speculation within their circle. The news of Zhou Jinxu and Jiang and I obtaining their marriage license and subsequently going on a business trip for several days spread, and it was not spoken of kindly. Upon hearing rumors of Jiang Ni's troubled marriage and discontented life, Yu Jiruwei must have been utterly delighted. Just look at that final remark. If your relationship with your husband is so splendid, why not invite him? Surely he would come. The implication was clear. Not bringing Zhou Jinxu along indicated a lack of affection. Everyone knew Zhou Jinxu's character. He seldom attended such social gatherings. Yu Jiruwei's words were purposefully provocative, as there was no affection in these arranged unions. She clearly sought to mock Jiang and I. In my opinion, you should insist on bringing your husband along. That would certainly slap her in the face. Jiang and I was not oblivious to Yu Jiruwei's underlying intentions. However, her marriage was anything but ordinary. He likely would not attend. Yao Jianhua interjected. How would you know unless you try? Jiang and I worked the night shift. After dinner, she arrived at the hospital, completed her handover with the day's shift colleagues, and began her duties. The surgical night shift was as hectic as ever, with numerous unexpected issues arising. As the attending physician, Jiang and I had little respite, and time seemed to fly amidst the busyness. As night transitioned into day, it was time for the night shift medical staff to change over. After her handover, Jiang and I returned home around 9 o'clock. Only Aunt Zhang was there. Having snacked on some bread on her way back, Jiang and I felt no hunger. She instructed Aunt Zhang not to prepare dinner for her, opting instead to head upstairs to change and sleep. She awoke past noon, around 12:30 in the afternoon. Aunt Zhang had prepared lunch and placed it on the kitchen island. While eating, Jiang and I perused the messages in the lively group chat of graceful young ladies for. The discussions revolved around Yu Jiruwei's birthday party that evening. All four had received invitations from Yu Jiruwei. In their interconnected circle of second-generation elites, everyone was generally familiar with one another, albeit to varying degrees. On the surface, all seemed amicable. Yu Jiruwei's birthday celebration was organized without the involvement of elders. Given the business ties between the Jiang and Yu families, and with Jiangling absent, the responsibility of attending fell upon Jiang and I. The three others in the group had been discussing the event since early morning. By the time Jiang and I opened the group chat, Yao Jianhua had already shared her indignation regarding Yu Jiruwei's behavior the previous day, and the conversation had swiftly shifted to which studio they would attend for styling before the birthday banquet. all intent on outshining the guest of honor and becoming the most dazzling sight. As Jiang Ni made her presence known in the group chat, she was immediately besieged with inquiries. Yao Jianhua asked, "So, have you asked your husband? Is he coming?" Su Zhao Zhao inquired, "Is Mr. Zhou attending?" Lin Jia added a playful emoji. Jiang Ni replied, "I just woke up. I haven't asked yet." The overnight shift had been exhausting, and even after such a long sleep, she still felt a throbbing headache. Rubbing her throbbing temples, Jiang Ni rested one hand against her head, glancing at the incessant messages in the group chat before opening the dialogue with Zhou Jinxu. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to make a phone call to Zhou Jinxu's assistant to inquire about her husband's schedule. On the day they registered their marriage, Assistant One had kindly provided her with his contact number, which now proved to be quite fortuitous. As Jiang Ni rummaged through her contacts, she finally located the number just as she heard a voice at the door. "Sir," came Jiang Ni's surprised tone. The open-plan design of the living area allowed for unobstructed views throughout the entire first floor, and Jiang Ni turned to see a man standing at the entrance. He wore a tailored suit jacket draped over his elbow, a meticulously buttoned deep blue waistcoat, a neatly arranged tie, and a crisp white shirt tucked into his trousers, exuding an air of tall elegance. Jiang Ni paused, taken aback by Zhou Jinxu's unexpected return at this hour. "Have you had lunch?" Jiang Ni inquired. "I made extra today. Would you like to eat at home?" "Not yet," Zhou Jinxu replied with a nod. "Thank you for your kindness." Jiang Ni smiled warmly. "It's my pleasure." The Zhou family enjoys a comfortable life with minimal responsibilities. Once the day's work is done, they can leave. The couple is pleasant and respectful, which makes my work here enjoyable and fulfilling. As Jiang Ni took his coat, she remarked, "Madam has just finished eating. What a coincidence." Zhou Jinxu lifted his gaze and met Jiang Ni's eyes. "Is work not busy at this hour?" she asked. "The suit got dirty, so I returned to change," he explained, heading to the restroom to wash his hands before striding over to sit down across from Jiang Ni. Jiang Ni had already set the table for lunch. Although she had only prepared a meal for Jiang Ni, she had cooked 3 dishes, modest in quantity, yet visually abundant, sufficient for an additional guest without appearing sparse. Jiang Ni inferred that Zhou Jinxu's return for a meal suggested he was not particularly busy today. "Do you have time this evening?" he inquired, his gaze steady. "Is there something you need? I have a friend's birthday to attend. Would you like to come?" Jiang Ni pondered briefly. "The youngest daughter of the Yu family. Are you close?" "Not really. I have a business dinner this evening." That engagement had been planned long ago, leaving her with no choice but to prioritize one over the other. "It's all right. I can go with my friends," Jiang Ni replied, harboring no great expectations and thus feeling no disappointment, gracefully accepting the outcome. After their meal, Zhou Jinxu ascended the stairs to change, while Jiang Ni laid out a yoga mat on the first floor to practice. The medical profession often leads to considerable physical strain, and she made it a point to stretch whenever she had the opportunity. As Zhou Jinxu descended, Jiang Ni was in the midst of changing poses, her headphones playing soothing music, rendering her unaware of his approach until his sharply tailored trousers appeared before her. Startled, she looked up. "What's the matter?" Zhou Jinxu handed her a bank card. "This is for you." Jiang Ni was perplexed. "Why are you giving me a bank card?" She did not believe that it was a custom in the Zhou family for husbands to hand over their salary cards to their wives. "Is there something you need me to purchase?" "Within this box lies the annual dividends bestowed upon me by Boss Hen. The password is the date of our marriage certificate. The funds within are at your complete discretion. Jiang Nishu, please identify a fitting adjective. Consider it your pocket money." Jiang Ni. Her newlywed husband is indeed truly one of a kind. Chapter 11. Let my husband tell you, personally, Jiang Ni tucked away her bank card, acknowledging that her personal wealth could easily rank among the top 3 in the second-generation elite circles after marriage. However, there is no reason for her to decline the financial support offered by Zhou Jinxu. Setting aside the astronomical dividends from Boss Hen, they were partners in a shared enterprise. And Jiang Ni had no intention of feigning modesty. The Zhou family, indeed a prominent clan accumulated over generations, surprisingly upheld this commendable tradition. In high spirits, Jiang Ni ventured out to style herself with her friends. Unfortunately, Yao Jiano had a sudden work commitment, and could not join them that evening, leaving only Lin Jia and Su Zhao to accompany Jiang and I. Su Zhao expressed her disappointment regarding Zhou Jinxu's absence. Did you not inform him of the situation? Jiang and I replied, he has a business dinner. Su Zhao immediately deflated, aware that Zhou Jinxu's social gatherings held considerable prestige, far surpassing their own. I think it's quite fortunate that Mr. Zhou is not attending, Lin Jia remarked while adjusting her new manicure. It would spare Yu Jiruwei some undue attention. Although Zhou Jinxu was young, he had already ascended to the pinnacle of the power circle. Yu Jiruwei's father had to humble himself in public, let alone Yu Jiruwei herself. Her birthday party was hardly a grand affair, and Zhou Jinxu's presence would have elevated her status excessively. I concur, Jiang Ni thought to herself, realizing that Zhou Jinxu's absence might be for the best. The significance of appearances was minimal. Considering their current marital relationship, attending such events together would inevitably attract unwanted scrutiny. It was better to avoid unnecessary complications. Yu Jiruwei's birthday celebration had taken over an entire restaurant, lavishly adorned with imported flowers, fine wines, and sumptuous dishes. Jiang and I and her friends arrived not too early, yet the venue was already bustling with guests. Upon presenting their invitation at the entrance, the trio stepped inside. As a focal point of conversation in their social circle, Jiang and I garnered numerous gazes upon her arrival. Following the announcement of the alliance between the Jiang and Zhou families, she had become a hot topic, with many eager to engage her in conversation. Despite her preference for avoiding such gatherings, her aristocratic background rendered her unfazed by the attention. She gracefully navigated the pleasantries, expressing gratitude for the congratulatory remarks, and artfully declined several new invitations. Su Zhao lowered her voice. This is the first time I've witnessed such enthusiasm from these people. Lin Jia sipped her red wine. There's profit to be gained. Enthusiasm is universal. Who would want to connect with the Zhou family? Before Jiang Ni could extricate herself from the throng of well-wishers, the guest of honor made her entrance. Yu Jiruwei approached with exuberance. I've been waiting for you. She scanned the venue and, not spotting Zhou Jinxu, raised her voice. Is Mr. Zhou not accompanying you? Jiang and I smiled. Unfortunately, he has social obligations this evening. Zhou Jinxu, as rumored, was indeed passionate about his work, even after their recent marriage. He opted out of joining his wife for a friend's birthday celebration. Yu Jiruwei tightened her embrace around her new boyfriend. Unlike mine, who is quite clingy. He follows me everywhere. Yu Jiruwei's boyfriend was a young model, adept at navigating social situations. The two individuals displayed a wave of affection, nearly verbalizing Zhou Jinxu's disregard for this marriage and Jiang Ni's perceived lack of importance. Su Zhao, unable to tolerate such veiled remarks, was about to interject when Lin Jia held her back, gesturing for her friend to observe Jiang and I, who merely offered a faint smile. Indeed, her ambition was substantial, yet I see nothing amiss in that. After all the earnings are in my hands. She deftly shifted the topic. I have heard that Uncle Yu is currently selecting a suitor for you, so it would be wise to remain discreet during this period. Since the news of a union between the Zhou and Jiang families has emerged, the Yu family has also begun to seek a match for their youngest daughter. This information has circulated quietly, and Jiang and I learned of it by chance. It is said to be the son of the Liu family, someone she has encountered, who is clearly not the one accompanying Yu Jiruwei this evening. She watched Yu Jiruwei with an air of leisure. While it is commendable to be affectionate with one's boyfriend, I wonder if your future husband will mind. Yu Jiruwei, already in conflict with her family over marriage matters, immediately darkened at the remark. Su Zhao let out a laugh, and Lin Jia's lips curled into a smile. Yao Jinao was unable to attend tonight, having earnestly instructed them to protect Jiang and I from any potential bullying. Jiang and I, with her gentle demeanor, often exudes warmth and humility, making it easy for others to perceive her as easy to manipulate. However, in reality, she has never been a soft target for others to exploit. Jiang and I is indeed soft, yet she possesses her own edges. Underestimating her could lead to unforeseen repercussions. Over the years, Yu Jiruwei has persistently competed with Jiang and I, yet has never gained the upper hand, continuously failing to learn from her experiences. Stung by Jiang Ni's subtle jab, Yu Jiruwei felt her composure falter, especially as numerous guests at the table lavished compliments upon Jiang Ni, further fueling her frustration. Previously, these individuals had shown little courtesy towards Jiang Ni. When she attended various events alongside Jiang Ling, hardly anyone paid her any mind. Who in their social circle could be unaware that among the Jiang family's daughters, Jiang Ling is the sole heir, while Jiang Ni, born a stepmother, come from a less affluent background, with no ties to the Jiang family as enterprises? Yet now, having suddenly married into the Zhou family, these individuals were privately seething with envy while publicly fawning over her. This was supposed to be her birthday banquet, yet Jiang Ni had overshadowed her completely. In one swift motion, Yu Jiruwei downed her glass of red wine, lifted her chin, and, amidst the flurry of flattery, delivered a pointed remark. I have heard that the Zhou family initially intended to choose Jiang Ling. Why then has it ended up being you who is marrying them? The excessively sharp inquiry pierced the atmosphere like a blade, rendering the room as silent as a paused film, with the sound of a pin drop echoing. Everyone was suddenly hesitant to speak, wary of getting entangled in such intricate family affairs, yet all ears were perked, eager not to miss any scandalous revelations. Why Jiang Ni and not Jiang Ling? This question had circulated fervently since the official announcement of the marriage. In terms of order and advantage, it should undeniably have been Jiang Ling. Jiang Ni's fingers tightened around the stem of her goblet, the crimson liquid within swirling with agitation. She was uncertain of the veracity of this assertion or whether Yu Jiruwei truly possessed the confidence she outwardly displayed regarding the matter. Yet at this moment, she could not afford to appear weak. Who said that? Yu Jiruwei, intoxicated, glared with malice. You wouldn't have picked up something discarded by your sister, would you? Curiosity piqued as to why it was me. Jiang Ni chuckled lightly, her eyes narrowing with a hint of sharpness, yet her tone remained gentle. Perhaps I should return home tonight and have my husband personally make a call to enlighten you? In that instant, Yu Jiruwei froze. Who would dare summon the head of the Zhou family to clarify such trivial gossip? The warning embedded in her words carried significant weight. Times have changed. Jiang Ni now had Zhou Jinxu backing her, and her words demanded careful consideration from anyone present. The atmosphere became momentarily tense. The Yu family, a prominent household in the capital, quickly prompted someone to break the ice with light-hearted banter, smoothly turning the page on the awkwardness, restoring the lively ambience that felt disconcertingly harmonious. Jiang Ni excused herself to the restroom, and as she prepared to emerge from the stall, she overheard footsteps and a woman's voice. Jiang Ni is truly fortunate, the unwanted daughter of a stepmother. Yet she manages to marry into the Zhou family. It's as if a peasant has risen to become a landlord. What's so great about it? She is merely a tool. Another voice chimed in with laughter. With her cold and rigid demeanor, coupled with being a workaholic, her marriage will surely be a disaster. High society is fraught with rules. When the family doesn't care and the husband doesn't love, she'll be nothing more than a decorative vase, treading on thin ice. If it were such a good match, would her sister have let it go? Would it have fallen to her? Jiang Ni recognized the voices of two women who had previously feigned warmth towards her. It was truly ironic. Chapter 12. The unquestionable choice on the second floor of the Mingsheng building. A private room hosted a gathering of a dozen individuals, all prominent figures in the business world. This dinner, while ostensibly a commercial affair, bore a semi-private nature, rendering it less formal. The host was Wei Zihua, chairman of Jiangming Pharmaceuticals, whose family maintained a long-standing friendship with the Zhou family, the latter being the elderkin of Zhou Jinxu. As the evening progressed, laughter and jovial conversation flowed freely around the round table, while discussions surrounding fiercely contested projects reached their conclusions with a light-hearted air. Zhou Jinxu attended out of respect for Wei Zihua, not as the focal point of the event, and he remained largely reticent throughout the night. However, his presence was undeniably impactful. The Bosheng Group had traversed various leadership changes, flourishing under the current regime, with its diverse ventures more prosperous than ever. Zhou Jinxu's capabilities were indisputable, even surpassing those of his father. In the latter half of the year, the Bosheng Group's newly developed projects, along with collaborations with the government, had garnered significant interest, leading to numerous individuals eager to forge connections with him to partake in these lucrative opportunities. The discourse at the table was laced with veiled inquiries, to which Zhou Jinxu responded with careful avoidance of confrontation. His replies were neither overly assertive nor dismissive, allowing others to glean his stance. Bo Xinyan, somewhat reluctantly, trailed behind Zhou Jinxu, compelled by his father to gain experience from these seasoned industry veterans. He found little interest in the business matters discussed among the group of old foxes, as their attention remained fixed on his friend, leaving him largely unnoticed. Within his social circle, posts circulated regarding the birthday celebration of the Yu family's youngest daughter, Yu Jiarui, a young lady well known to Bo Xinyuan. She was a pampered heiress, known for her tempestuous and capricious nature. Nevertheless, the Yu family was a reputable name in the capital, and many were eager to indulge her. The birthday celebration attracted a significant turnout, with at least half of the second-generation elite in attendance. While Bo Xinyuan was unfazed by the event's prominence, he was intrigued to spot his friend's newlywed wife amidst the photographs shared online. After finishing a cigarette in the corridor, he noticed his friend emerging from the private room and raised an eyebrow. "Have those old foxes finally released you?" Zhou Jinxu's expression remained nonchalant as he cautioned, "Mind your words." Any individual present in that room was a heavyweight in the industry. Offending one could lead to dire consequences for Bo Xinyuan upon returning home. Bo Xinyuan chuckled dismissively. "To these people, encountering you is akin to discovering gold. Thanks to you, I get to witness their sycophantic demeanor. They usually strut around with an air of superiority." He offered Zhou Jinxu a cigarette, to which the latter declined, a response that came as no surprise to Bo Xinyuan. Among their group of childhood friends, Zhou Jinxu was widely regarded as the epitome of discipline, exhibiting an almost unnatural self-control. He shunned the hedonistic pursuits favored by wealthy youths, engaging in smoking and drinking solely as dictated by his professional obligations, always measured, always restrained. As Bo Xinyuan observed the vibrant summer night, illuminated by countless lights, he spotted a family of 3 and was suddenly reminded of Jiang Ni. "I saw your wife," he remarked. Zhou Jinxu turned his gaze towards him. She attended the birthday celebration of the Yu family's youngest daughter, as per her social media posts. Jiang Ni remarked this evening. As Zhou Jinxu withdrew his gaze, "I am aware she is her friend." "Friend?" Bo Xinyuan's expression grew somewhat peculiar. "I had heard that Yu Jiarui's relationship with your wife is not particularly amicable. In this world, secrets seldom remain hidden. The social circle is quite small, and Yu Jiarui is known for her flamboyant demeanor. It was already common knowledge that she and the second Miss Jiang were at odds, despite their outwardly cordial appearances. A slight observation would reveal the truth, yet the husband remained oblivious. The union between the Zhou and Jiang families had never publicly acknowledged the original verbal agreement. However, their close friends are well aware that this long-standing arrangement was initially intended for Jiang Ni's half-sister, Jiang Ling. When the elder Jiang and Zhou patriarchs discussed the match, Jiang Yan had not yet married into the Jiang family. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, Jiang Rinshan proposed that Jiang Ni should wed instead, a rather absurd turn of events. From a business perspective, it would have been far more suitable for Jiang Ling, as the heir of the Jiang family, to enter into this alliance. Yet, Zhou Jinxu consented. Their childhood friends were astonished by this development, believing it to be as improbable as a barren tree blooming in privately placed bets. However, upon Zhou Jinxu's marriage, he was either traveling for work or sleeping at the office, maintaining his workaholic tendencies. It now appeared that the barren tree was not poised to bloom. Rather, he was indifferent to his wife's identity. He had merely taken a wife to appease the elder's marriage urgencies, fulfilling a significant life milestone. Whether the woman bearing the title of wife was Jiang Ling or Jiang Ni held no significance for him. For someone like Zhou Jinxu, work held far more allure than romantic entanglements. Bo Xinyuan glanced at his friend, who was now pulling out his phone. Regardless of the circumstances, he always bore an expression of calm indifference, like still waters in an ancient well. He could easily envision his friend's marital life, respectful and courteous, a true embodiment of Zhou Jinxu's style. Having known him for many years, Bo Xinyuan understood that this was precisely the kind of marital life Zhou Jinxu desired. However, he could not fathom what it would be like for his friend to be ensnared by love. The very thought seemed as monumental as a collision between Mars and Earth. Bo Xinyuan sighed, lamenting that his newly purchased Ferrari had yet to be driven and was soon to be sold. It was entirely his own fault for speaking too soon, wagering on a possibility that was infinitesimal at best. Zhou Jinxu paid no mind to his friend sighs, pulling out his phone to message Jiang Ni. "Are you finished?" When Jiang Ni received the message, she was still in the restroom cubicle, the footsteps outside gradually fading away. After emerging and washing her hands at the sink, she replied, "I am preparing to leave." Jiang and I had never been fond of such gatherings. In the past, most of the attention had been on her sister, leaving her to blend into the background comfortably. Now, married to Zhou Jinxu, she could hardly escape the scrutiny of others. Conversations were initiated, often either in flattery or seeking to probe for business opportunities. In under 20 minutes, the experience proved more exhausting than undergoing surgery. Rubbing her temples, Jiang and I had little desire to re-enter the dining area to contend with the throngs. She sent a message to Su Zhaozhao and Lin Jia, then retreated to a discreet corner to wait. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the city, a bastion of power, pulsated with the flickering of neon lights, intertwining with the bustling traffic to create a dazzling spectacle of opulence. The city's glow delineated the boundary between light and shadow, where Jiang and I stood in obscurity, unassuming yet quietly captivating. As a discreet black Bentley approached the restaurant, this was the scene that unfolded before its occupants. Zhou Jinxu suddenly recalled the first time he encountered Jiang and I on a night much like this, at her sister's birthday celebration. It was merely a month prior, yet the memory remained vivid in his mind. The elders had recently broached the subject of marriage, and the birthday party served merely as a vessel, a means for the two families to introduce their offspring. Thus, he had received the imperative to attend the gathering. The celebration organized by the Jiang family for their daughter was grand and extravagant. In such an environment, Jiang and I appeared as an outsider, a stranger in a world of glamour, contrasting starkly with the array of glamorous guests. Having just returned from work, she could even be described as somewhat disheveled. Her beauty was undeniable. Even without makeup, her delicate features could hardly be concealed. Yet, she exuded a quiet grace and gentleness, existing as unobtrusively as the air around her. It was when her father guided her to greet him that he first heard Jiang Ni's voice as she said, "Hello, Mr. Zhou." In that moment, an unexpected thought flashed through his mind. Compared to Jiang Ling, Jiang and I seemed far more suited to be his wife. She was serene and gentle, the quintessential partner with whom one could share mutual respect and support throughout the years. Chapter 13. Should we try it now? After Jiang and I replied to Zhou Jinxu's message, she switched to another interface to inform Lin Jia and the others of her intention to leave, thus failing to notice Zhou Jinxu's subsequent message. He informed her that his social engagements had concluded. The Mingsheng building was conveniently nearby, just a few minutes' drive away, and he was on his way to pick her up. Jiang and I, oblivious to this message, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the familiar black Bentley. While a Bentley was not an exceedingly rare vehicle, it remained understated among the extravagant cars in affluent circles. However, the license plate reading Jing 8888 was indeed unique. Jiang and I was acutely aware of who this singularity belonged to, and she hesitated as she approached. The next moment, the rear window of the car rolled down, revealing the man's strikingly chiseled features. Jiang and I had considered this possibility, yet seeing Zhou Jinxu before her still left her somewhat astonished. "What brings you here?" Zhou Jinxu's gaze settled on his newlywed wife. He had just momentarily lost his composure, and before he could exit the vehicle, she had already approached him. Standing in the interplay of light and shadow, Jiang and I was now clearly visible. She had applied a subtle touch of makeup and, unusually, donned a dress, a modern cheapao with a stand-up collar and three-quarter sleeves, made of water blue satin that complemented her exquisitely. "I came by to pick you up," he replied. "I just sent you a message." Only then did Jiang and I glance at her phone, discovering it to be true. "I didn't notice." Zhou Jinxu's voice was low and resonant. Get in the car. The driver stepped out, respectfully addressing her. Madam, please. As the car door opened, Jiang and I hesitated. I haven't grabbed my handbag yet. I left it with Lin Jia when I went to the restroom. It had been quite some time, and Lin Jia and Su Zhaozhao had yet to emerge. Without lingering on the street, Jiang and I decided to enter the car upon hearing his words. Wouldn't it be too troublesome for him? Perhaps it's best to let Lin Jia take care of it and retrieve it later. It won't be, Zhou Jinxu replied calmly. Bo Shang's overtime pay is triple. Jiang and I, still in the midst of typing her response, paused for 2 seconds, silently deleted her message, and began anew. Before she received the message, Lin Jia had already reached the entrance, just in time to see Jiang and I settle into the black Bentley. Through the slowly rising window, she caught sight of the man who had been conspicuously absent, yet undeniably present throughout the evening. Lin Jia grabbed the approaching Su Zhaozhao. Let us wait a bit longer. Su Zhaozhao looked bewildered. Huh? Simultaneously, her phone received Jiang Ni's message, stating she had left with Zhou Jinxu. Su Zhaozhao's eyes widened in astonishment as she began searching around, but she could see no sign of him, feeling greatly disappointed. To this day, she had never encountered Zhou Jinxu, having only heard stories about him from a few friends, which left her exceedingly curious. Mr. Zhou actually came. He didn't even show his face. If Zhou Jinxu had made an appearance, he could have effectively silenced those who whispered behind their backs with scornful remarks. Inside the car, the driver drove quietly. Jiang and I discerned a faint scent of alcohol emanating from Zhou Jinxu, whose previously clear and composed eyes she had failed to notice until now. Do you need to buy some hangover medicine? No, I don't. Zhou Jinxu pinched the bridge of his nose. I haven't drunk much. Thinking that the scent of alcohol had wafted to Jiang and I, he opened the car window, allowing the gentle summer night breeze to stir the air within the vehicle. Jiang and I lowered her head to reply to Su Zhaozhao's message, and before long, she heard the man's voice again. Has anything happened tonight? Huh? Jiang and I looked up in confusion. I heard that your relationship with the daughter of the Yu family is not harmonious, Zhou Jinxu said in a calm tone. Have you suffered any losses? Jiang Ni post. No. During the day, Zhou Jinxu seemed unaware of this matter, but now, suddenly bringing it up, Jiang and I speculated that perhaps some news had reached his ears. Unsure of how much Zhou Jinxu knew about the situation tonight, Jiang and I did not elaborate. She and I have a mediocre relationship, but I haven't done anything out of line. Yu Jiarui could be willful and capricious. Sometimes her words were indeed excessive, but there hadn't been anything beyond that. Jiang and I couldn't say she was happy tonight. The excessive social engagements had left her somewhat fatigued. However, she was well aware that Yu Jiarui was undoubtedly feeling worse than she was tonight. There was no question of suffering losses. Zhou Jinxu looked at her. You don't seem like the type to hold grudges. Jiang and I was known for her commendable temperament. When she had met his family before marriage, her gentle and humble demeanor had garnered unanimous praise. Although Mrs. Qin had some dissatisfaction with the Jiang family, her attitude had completely changed after meeting Jiang and I. Zhou Jinxu thought that as long as Jiang and I was willing, she could maintain good relations with everyone. Jiang and I pondered for a moment and could only say, people have many facets. Zhou Jinxu nodded in agreement. He then inquired, so what is the reason for your poor relationship? Jiang and I was surprised that someone like Zhou Jinxu would be curious about such gossip, and she glanced at him with intrigue. He remained as stoic and composed as ever. Jiang and I withdrew her gaze. Her issues with Yu Jiarui were not particularly significant, and there was nothing that needed to be concealed. Since Zhou Jinxu had asked, she did not shy away from explaining. We attended the same university. At that time, she had a crush on a senior and confessed, but was rejected. The senior then turned around and confessed to me. Initially, it was no big deal, but for some reason, it spread, and Yu Jiarui felt utterly humiliated, so she held a grudge against me and has always enjoyed competing subtly with me over the years. Zhou Jinxu frowned, clearly struggling to comprehend Yu Jiarui's perspective, though he refrained from commenting. The car smoothly drove into Jinghua Garden, and the two entered the house one after the other, simultaneously changing their shoes at the entrance. This residence was spacious, and the entrance was larger than that of an average home. Yet at this moment, standing alongside Zhou Jinxu made Jiang Ni feel somewhat confined. His towering stature cast her entirely in his shadow. A voice descended from above. "Would you like to take a shower first?" Jiang Ni. Tonight, she had styled her hair and applied makeup, which added several steps to her bathing routine, prolonging the process. When Jiang Ni emerged from the shower, the room was empty. Zhou Jinxu was in the study. She approached and knocked on the door, reminding him that he could take a shower now before returning to her room to wash her face. Her skincare routine is rather simplified, lacking in variety, and is quickly completed. Due to her night shifts, her schedule has always been somewhat chaotic, resulting in poor sleep quality. Seeking solace, she asked a colleague to prepare a calming tea for her, and now she descends to brew a pot. As Zhou Jinxu steps out of her room post-bath, she finds Jiang Ni leisurely sipping tea by the island counter, exuding an air of contentment. He descends the stairs with his long legs. Upon hearing the commotion, Jiang Ni looks up to see Zhou Jinxu clad in a round-necked, gray plaid nightgown. The attire possesses a distinctly old-fashioned charm, with a small collar and buttons fastened tightly, reminiscent of styles favored by previous generations. Jiang Ni had never anticipated that someone of their youth would don such a nightgown. She was initially taken aback upon first sighting it, yet she has since grown accustomed to it. They are gradually acclimating to the presence of another under the same roof. On the first day of solitude, Jiang Ni felt awkward and stiff, but now they can at least exchange polite remarks without much discomfort. Noticing Zhou Jinxu approaching her direction, she courteously inquires, "Would you like some calming tea? It's good for sleep." Zhou Jinxu nods in agreement, "Sure." Jiang Ni turns to fetch a cup, which is placed in the glass cabinet above the island counter, situated directly behind her. To simplify her task, she stands on the chair's footrest to reach it. As she opens the cabinet door, the chair wobbles, causing her to sway. Alarmed, Jiang Ni is suddenly enveloped in a pair of strong arms. In that fleeting moment of free fall, her elbows find support against the broad shoulders of the man. However, they are too close. Her nose nearly brushes against his. A few strands of delicate hair cascade down, grazing her skin, causing a slight tickle. Zhou Jinxu steadies Jiang Ni, his gaze drifting to her face. Jiang Ni possesses a fair complexion, and in her natural state, the texture of her skin becomes apparent, now tinted with a soft blush from her earlier fright. Having just sipped tea, her lips resemble ripe, succulent peaches. Jiang Ni's previous actions have been perilous. He ought to admonish her for her recklessness, advising her to be more cautious next time. Yet, as he swallows hard, the words that escape him are, "The day after tomorrow is Saturday." After calming herself and regaining her composure, Jiang Ni meets the serious gaze of the man. We're still not very familiar with one another. Should we gradually get to know each other?" He replies calmly, "Let us start with a kiss." Chapter 14. The quivering string, the tranquil surface of the lake was unexpectedly disturbed by a thrown stone, sending ripples across the water. Jiang Ni nearly choked on a mouthful of water, as the calmness she had just regained was abruptly swept away, returning with a vengeance. Her ears gradually grew warm, and without needing to look in a mirror, she could surmise that they were likely flushed. She hadn't anticipated hearing such words from Zhou Jinxu's lips. They were far too ambiguous, akin to flirtation. Yet, his tone was remarkably earnest, his demeanor serious, as if he were discussing a work assignment with her. Indeed, it was an assignment. Such matters would naturally unfold seamlessly between those in love, yet they lacked a foundation of affection. Having only met twice before obtaining their marriage certificate, they had bypassed the process of acquaintance, understanding, and love, leaping directly from strangers to spouses. Strangers transformed into intimate partners. Their mutual understanding of one another was less than 30%. It would be beneficial to adjust to moments of intimacy, considering it a period of adaptation. Compared to an abrupt transition, this gradual process offered a certain degree of comfort. Now that they were married and both adults, Zhou Jinxu had remarked that this constituted a normal marriage. A kiss between spouses was entirely natural, devoid of any need for hesitation. Jiang Ni maintained her composure and nodded in agreement. She had mentally prepared herself, yet when Zhou Jinxu drew near, her hands instinctively curled, her heart pounding like a drum. A substantial shadow, loomed over them, their warm breaths mingling. Zhou Jinxu slightly tilted his head, his soft lips pressing gently against the corner of hers, as if measuring the most suitable and precise angle. Jiang Ni's breath hitched for a brief moment, her long, thick eyelashes fluttering with nervousness. This was their first kiss. Their lips brushed lightly against one another. Zhou Jinxu tasted a sweetness he couldn't identify, uncertain if it stemmed from the calming tea he had yet to drink. Tension gripped his jaw, his throat parched, instinctively yearning for more. Yet due to their inexperience, he merely pressed his lips softly against hers. This was not an in-depth kiss. It resembled a mere recitation of a lesson learned superficially. Books had never taught them the nuances of a kiss. Both had blank pages in their romantic histories. The man, inexperienced and awkward, merely attempted to draw closer, cautiously outlining the shape of her lips until he sensed a slight response. Suddenly, he tensed, as if stretched to the breaking point of a taut string. His body emitted warning signals, the warmth of their contact akin to cotton, seeping through the thin fabric, enveloping them in a burning embrace. It was an overwhelming and unfamiliar sensation, a rare halt in a sophisticated operating system. Though Jiang Ni had never been in love, she had watched enough idol dramas to not shy away from Zhou Jinxu's closeness. She endeavored to relax her taut nerves and reciprocate. She wrapped her arms around his waist, leaning slightly closer, cautiously parted her lips to respond. However, the warmth beneath her fingertips suddenly tightened through the thin layer of clothing. Was it time to pull back? Jiang Ni withdrew slightly, her eyes slowly blinking as they met Zhou Jinxu's inky gaze. Silence enveloped them. The atmosphere fell silent for a few seconds, stretching out like an eternity. In such moments, the absence of sound creates an awkwardness that is palpable. Jiang Ni subconsciously fiddled with her clothing, feeling the weight of the man's intense gaze, which pressed down on her with considerable pressure, prompting her to blurt out, "How do you feel? How do you feel?" What a ridiculous question. What was she even saying? Jiang Ni felt the urge to pull at her hair. Zhou Jinxu's gaze inadvertently drifted downward, landing on her slightly parted, luscious lips, reminiscent of ripe, delectable berries. A dry, parched sensation surged within him once more. He was thirsty, and he swallowed hard. After a long pause, he finally responded with a low, gravelly voice. Jiang Ni nearly exclaimed, "That's good," but managed to suppress it in time, responding instead with a simple "mm." She swiftly changed the subject. "It's getting late." "Mm." Zhou Jinxu continued to gaze at the vivid red of her lips, a troubling sensation washing over him. His thoughts felt ensnared, like intricate machinery caught in a jam. His attention could only fixate on the gentle movement of her lips. He forced himself to look away, pouring a cup of calming tea and taking an exaggerated sip to mask his unease. It did not possess the right flavor. He tightened his jaw, his expression turning somewhat stern. "I still have a bit of work to attend to." Jiang Ni, slightly slow to react, replied, Then you should go ahead." "Mm." He avoided her gaze, saying, "You should get some rest." "Jiang Ni, all right." The atmosphere fell into an unsettling silence, marked by an unspoken understanding of mutual disregard. After tidying up, she ascended the stairs. It was already past midnight. The calming tea had little effect on her, and as she forced herself to sleep, her mind replayed the earlier moments. This was her first experience of such intimate contact with a man, an intriguing yet disconcerting encounter that stirred her thoughts restlessly, robbing her of slumber. She pondered Zhou Jinxu, still working in the study, seemingly unaffected by anything. To him, it was merely an attempt, a simple task, unworthy of concern. In contrast, her emotions were tumultuous, causing her irritation. She realized she needed to learn from Zhou Jinxu. Her mind was still too restless. After considerable tossing and turning, she finally drifted into a hazy slumber, only to awaken to find the other occupant of the bed had not yet returned. By morning, Zhou Jinxu was already downstairs, having breakfast. Jiang and I descended and took a seat across from him as Aunt Zhang brought in their meal. The morning sunlight streamed gently into the room, creating a serene and peaceful ambience. Breakfast consisted of sandwiches and milk, and after finishing her sandwich, Jiang and I lifted her glass of milk. Zhou Jinxu finished his meal and stood up, suddenly recalling something, pausing mid-step. Later, the assistant will bring your car over. He turned back, his gaze landing on the milk stain at the corner of Jiang Ni's lips, halting his words. The image from the previous night intertwined with the present moment. Jiang and I looked up at him, bewildered him. Later, the assistant will deliver your car. He paused again, swallowing hard. Wipe your mouth, you got a bit on it. Oh, Jiang and I, without any doubt, took a tissue and said, thank you. Zhou Jinxu exited first, while Jiang and I fetched the car keys after finishing her breakfast before stepping out. As soon as the mistress left, Aunt Zhang commenced her cleaning duties. The employer harbors a penchant for cleanliness, and Aunt Zhang is exceedingly meticulous and stringent in her housekeeping, ensuring that the home is spotless each day. After tidying the first floor, she ascended to the study on the second floor. Zhou Jinxu is a person of order, and the study is invariably neat, requiring little time for cleaning. Upon concluding the dusting, Aunt Zhang emptied the rubbish bin, which today contained several crumpled pieces of rice paper inscribed with brushstrokes. It seemed that in the act of disposal, one had inadvertently dropped a sheet in the corner, filled with characters. The crumpled paper bore the marks of its folds, and Aunt Zhang, who is not well-versed in culture, adhered to the principle of not inspecting what should not be seen. She simply collected the paper balls and placed them into the bin. Chapter 15. My wife's gentle nature, Jiang, and I nearly found herself tardy today, her feet bustling about as if she were donning a whirlwind. It was not until midday that she found a moment to pick up her phone. Last night, the conversation had been fervent. Jiang and I clicked to view the earlier messages and was greeted by a chorus of laughter. Su Zhao Zhao Zima? Old baby did a good deed. To which Yao Jianuo responded with confusion. Su Zhao Zhao continued. You should have seen the expression on Yu Jiarui's face when Assistant Zhou came to retrieve the bag. It was priceless. I couldn't stop laughing. At the height of her excitement, Su Zhao Zhao sent a voice message, mimicking the scene. The assistant had said, President Zhou asked me to extend his gratitude for your care of his wife last night, and Yu Jiarui's face turned a vivid shade of green in that instant. It was hysterical. Yao Jianuo lamented, how did I miss that moment? She sent a flurry of shocked and disheartened emojis. Su Zhao Zhao Gui. The Chinese language is profoundly intricate. Yu Jiarui turned pale upon hearing those words. In a typical relationship, one might dismiss such remarks as mere formalities. But given Yu Jiarui's numerous concerns for Jiang and I over the years, it was only natural for her to feel anxious and suspicious upon hearing such a statement. Yao Jianuo, grasping the situation, responded with a long string of laughter. She must be laying low for a while now. Meanwhile, at the top floor of the Bushing building, a call was connected to the president of the Yu Corporation. Yu Yonghua, indulging in the attentions of a beautiful secretary, still exuded charm despite his middle age. Upon hearing who was calling, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he requested the caller be put through. His tone became somewhat obsequious. President Zhou, what a surprise to receive your call. Though there were some business dealings between the Yu Corporation and Bushing, they were limited. Yu Yonghua had long sought to strengthen this connection, but had seen little progress. Thus, he was pleasantly surprised by Zhou Jinxu's initiative to reach out. Is there something specific you wish to discuss? Zhou Jinxu, glancing at the documents in hand, replied calmly, It's nothing significant, merely a small matter I've recently heard. What matter? It concerns your daughter and my wife. Yu Yonghua's nerves instantly tensed. What had his foolish daughter done this time? I've heard there seems to be some friction between them. Have you, President Yu, been made aware of this? A bead of sweat broke on Yu Yonghua's forehead. I have not heard of this. Realizing his slip, he quickly corrected himself. My daughter has been rather spoiled. She tends to act recklessly without consideration. Perhaps there has been some misunderstanding. Zhou Jinxu, though appearing courteous and gentle, was known for his ruthless pragmatism. Yu Yonghua did not believe this call was merely an inquiry. He was well aware of his daughter's unruly nature and suspected she had indeed offended someone. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yu Yonghua said, President Zhou, you are magnanimous. Please do not hold the actions of a child against me. Yu Jiarui was merely 5 or 6 years younger than Zhou Jinxu, so calling him an elder was not entirely inappropriate. Yu Yonghua aimed to downplay the situation, skillfully choosing his words. Children can be mischievous. Taking things too seriously would only seem petty. Indeed, Zhou Jinxu was well aware of the implications behind these words, yet he chose not to address them directly. However, the reputation of your daughter is quite well known, and my wife possesses a gentle disposition, which leaves me somewhat concerned. Yu Yonghua reassured him repeatedly, rest assured. I will certainly take good care of her. Zhou Jinxu responded with a sigh. On Saturday, Jiang Ni visited the Zhou Garden, a residence distinct from the lavish European-style mansions favored by other affluent families. The Zhou family resided at the end of a bustling alley in a sprawling garden estate covering nearly 1,000 acres. This estate exuded a historical aura. The once vibrant red walls, weathered by time, stood modestly amidst the urban chaos. It was hard to fathom that a prominent family, pivotal to the nation's economic lifeline, had lived here for generations. Yet, upon reflection, the garden's understated elegance harmonized perfectly with the Zhou family's low-key demeanor. Jiang and I had visited twice before, and upon seeing the garden this time, she was no longer surprised by the preservation of its ancient architecture. The Zhou family possessed a profound cultural heritage, evident in the very essence of this residence. The household staff, aware of the young mistress's return, had made preparations in advance. To reach the main residence, one had to traverse the front lake, a journey of several minutes on foot, so Jiang and I boarded a small white vehicle. The estate's vastness rendered traditional vehicles impractical. Hence, a lightweight, sightseeing-style car had been procured for convenience. As the small white vehicle glided along the long corridor and around the expansive front lake, it soon arrived at the main house, where it halted beside the arched entrance. Jiang and I alighted with familiarity. Despite the passage of time, the architecture of Zhou Garden largely retained its original character, albeit with several renovations to enhance its livability. Upon entering, Jiang and I spotted her mother-in-law, Qin Yun, engrossed in reading a newspaper in the living room. Qin Yun, a university professor, was enjoying her Saturday at home, free of classes. Hearing the commotion, she turned her gaze. "You're here?" Her eyes drifted to the empty space behind her daughter-in-law. "Did Asu not accompany you?" "He'll arrive later. There are matters at the company," Jiang and I replied. Qin Yun nodded, inviting her to sit. "Your timing is perfect. I had someone prepare some sweet pear soup for you to try." She gestured for a servant to bring over a bowl of the sweet soup. With the recent heat, it was beneficial to drink more pear soup to cool down. Jiang and I expressed her gratitude and took a sip. "Delicious." Qin Yun smiled warmly. "I'm glad you like it." Although Jiang and I was not well acquainted with her mother-in-law, her friend Zhang Yun had shared numerous insights about the Zhou family to help her navigate potential conflicts after marriage. Coming from a political family, Qin Yun had once practiced law before retreating into academia, which perhaps contributed to her gentle demeanor rather than an imposing presence. As they exchanged pleasantries, the sound of footsteps echoed down the staircase. A girl in her early 20s, clad in pajamas and sporting a disheveled hairstyle, yawned as she descended from the second floor, mumbling indistinctly. Jiang and I, intrigued by the noise, turned her attention toward her. She immediately recognized that it was her husband's younger sister, Zhou Qiwen, who had been studying abroad. However, Jiang and I had seen her photographs, and, after marriage, this sister-in-law had added her on WeChat, where they had exchanged messages. The studio for their wedding photos was also recommended by Zhou Qiwen, a truly enthusiastic younger sister. Zhou Qiwen had just landed in the capital city last night, still struggling with jet lag, having stayed up all night and only managed to sleep until this hour. Leaving her somewhat disoriented, rubbing her sleepy eyes, she suddenly glimpsed a beautiful face, her eyes widening in surprise. "Sister-in-law." Jiang and I smiled and replied, "Hi." Zhou Qiwen exclaimed dramatically, "You're even more beautiful than in the photos. My brother hit the jackpot." She bounced down the steps in a hurry. Jiang and I replied with a gentle smile, "You are beautiful as well." Zhou Qiwen grinned and said, "I think so too." Chapter 16. Not presentable, yet still charming. Qin Yun frowned at the sight of her youngest daughter bouncing about. Her hair was in disarray. She reached out to help her daughter tidy up her tousled locks. Zhou Qiwen sheepishly scratched her head. "I overslept. I forgot that Jiang and I was coming today. I had intended to say, I'd grab a drink and continue sleeping." I'll go change my clothes. Zhou Jinxu exclaimed with a radiant smile. I'll come find you all later. Jiang Ni authoritative. Qin Yun sighed softly. Little one has been spoiled by me, rather haphazard, so please don't mind her. Jiang Ni chuckled. She is quite endearing. She is the kind of little girl nurtured with great care by her parents. The two women chatted for a few more moments before Butler Chui arrived. Butler Chui was responsible for purchasing and managing clothing for the Zhou family. Almost all of the Zhou family's garments, shoes, and accessories were custom-made, as they had their own tailor and collaborated with specialized studios abroad for their wardrobe needs. One of Jiang Ni's reasons for visiting Zhou Yuan was to have her measurements taken, not only to back up data for seasonal new clothes, but also to create her wedding attire. Although 3 months was a tight schedule with additional manpower, it could be accomplished. As they arrived in the side hall, Jiang Ni was led away to be measured, while Qin Yun sat on the sofa, perusing the 3D design renderings of the wedding dress provided by the designer. Once Jiang Ni's measurements were taken, Qin Yun handed the design sketches to her. Take a look and see if any catch your fancy. Select a few sets. Jiang Ni settled onto the sofa, her eyes dazzled by the array of options. There were over a dozen wedding dress styles, both Chinese and Western. Choose several to try on later, Qin Yun suggested. Zhou Jinxu, now dressed, rushed over to join in. They looked so beautiful. Jiang Ni was quite lovely herself, and every dress seemed perfectly suited to her. However, with such a plethora of styles available, Jiang Ni, who usually did not struggle with choices, found herself overwhelmed. In the end, she selected 2 styles she particularly liked from both the Chinese and Western collections, along with ceremonial garments, reception attire, shoes, and fans. No woman can resist beautiful clothing. Yet by the time Jiang Ni finished her selections, she felt that acquiring garments and accessories was quite a laborious task. Zhou Jinxu, however, was bubbling with excitement, even more so than the bride herself. Fortunately, her enthusiasm alleviated some of Jiang Ni's stress during the selection process. Many aspects of the wedding were determined by the elders from both families, but the intricate details concerning the bride still required her personal touch. Jiang Ni, typically pressed for time due to work, had accumulated many tasks, and with this day off, she aimed to resolve everything in one go. Time slipped away in the blink of an eye. As dusk settled, more guests arrived at the main residence. Jiang Ni and Zhou Jinxu, lagging a step behind, heard a cheerful voice before they could see anyone. Elder sister-in-law, I've come to bother you. Zhou Jinxu recognized the voice of her second aunt, scratching her head and mumbling, I can't believe my second aunt is here too. Zhou Jinxu had landed late the previous night and, upon awakening, saw Jiang Ni. Having not heard her mother mention that her uncle's family would be coming for dinner that evening, she felt a tad surprised. The Zhou family gathers for a family feast on the 15th of every month, a tradition established by their matriarch. She believed that, due to her husband and children often being preoccupied with business and rarely returning home, it was essential to designate this day for family unity. Except for exceptional circumstances, all family members were expected to be present. However, following the passing of the matriarch and patriarch, it became increasingly challenging to assemble everyone. Each brother has since established his own household, transforming the grand family feast into smaller, private gatherings. In recent years, most families have opted for their own intimate meals, making today's gathering quite rare. As Jiang Ni overheard the murmurs, they turned the corner to behold the main hall scene. A middle-aged woman, resplendent in elegant attire, was chatting amiably with Qin Yun. Jiang Ni, accompanying Zhou Jinxu, greeted her with a cheerful second aunt. It was only then that Gu Rong noticed the 2 women approaching from the side hall, her little niece and her newly acquired niece-in-law. Jiang Ni keenly observed a flicker of an unusual gaze from her second aunt, but it vanished almost instantaneously, as if it were merely an illusion. Gu Rong warmly approached with a beaming smile. Ah, so this must be Asu's new bride? She took Jiang Ni's hand, scrutinizing her from head to toe. No wonder Asu is fond of you. You are truly beautiful. Gu Rong's enthusiasm was palpable, and Jiang Ni seldom encountered someone so effusive upon their first meeting. Unlike Zhou Jinxu, Gu Rong's warmth felt somewhat distant. Jiang Ni maintained a poised smile, expertly navigating the conversation, her demeanor revealing no signs of unease. It's our first meeting, and second aunt hasn't prepared anything extravagant, so please don't feel burdened. Gurong produced an exquisite set of sapphire headpieces from her bag and placed it in Jiang Ni's hands. This set, procured at a considerable expense, could rival the value of a modest apartment in the heart of the capital. Although dismissed as trivial, any discerning eye could recognize its worth. Gurong had indeed spared no expense this evening. Coming from a humble background, Jiang Ni had learned about her stepmother's youngest daughter, who was relatively unappreciated and had little exposure to the world. Receiving such a lavish gift would undoubtedly bring her immense joy. Gurong watched Jiang Ni with a smile, but the latter did not exhibit the overt glee Gurong anticipated. Instead, she first sought her mother-in-law's approval. Upon receiving a nod, she graciously accepted the gift. Thank you. Second aunt. Navigating the complexities of high society can be convoluted. The Zhou family is prosperous and numerous. Yet Zhou Jinxu had not divulged much about the other family members. Exercising caution in her dealings seemed prudent. Gurong, with a warm demeanor, insisted that they were family and expressed her sentiments with several flattering remarks. She then scanned the room, inquiring, "Is Asu not joining us for dinner this evening?" Jiang and I replied, "He will be here. He just needs to finish some work." Gurong's demeanor was affectionate, almost maternal, yet Jiang and I remained composed, neither overly proud nor anxious, maintaining an impeccably appropriate attitude. Qin Yun, well aware of her sister-in-law's somewhat elitist tendencies and her knack for seeking attention, felt increasingly satisfied with Jiang Ni's adept handling of the situation. The Zhou family had gained significant momentum in recent years, with Bo Sheng at the forefront of attention. Thus, the matters concerning her son's marriage were under vigilant scrutiny and could not afford any missteps. After much deliberation, she recalled the old friendship shared with the Jiang family. The Jiang family, a venerable name in the food industry, has not made significant waves within the circle but maintains a pristine background, untouched by the intrigues of various factions. During the elder's lifetime, there existed an informal marriage agreement between the Jiang family and another prominent family, making the revival of this union a natural progression. According to the hierarchy of age and reason, the marriage was initially intended for the elder daughter, Jiang Ling. However, the Jiang family later proposed that the younger daughter, Jiang and I, be wed instead. This decision initially angered Qin Yun until she met Jiang and I as the intended bride. Qin Yun had naturally conducted her research on the two daughters of the Jiang family. The information available on Jiang and I was scant. It merely stated that she was the daughter of Jiang Tsongshan's second marriage and worked at a hospital. Unable to secure a position in her family's enterprise, she took a role at a modest private hospital as a physician. Given the Jiang family's circumstances, one could easily surmise that there were complexities beneath the surface. Qin Yun harbored concerns that Jiang and I might have been coddled by her parents, but her perspective shifted upon their meeting. As a university professor, Qin Yun has encountered an innumerable array of young individuals, including many scions of affluent families. In comparison to her peers, Jiang Ni's demeanor and conduct were certainly commendable. Most crucially, her son expressed his willingness to marry her. Chapter 17. She adored him. In recent years, Zhou Jinxu had been preoccupied with her career, paying little heed to matters of marriage. As a mother, she naturally felt concerned and had introduced several suitable candidates, but none progressed further. When he finally showed interest and seemed compatible in all aspects, she would not stand in his way. Her thoughts wandered momentarily as Qin Yun inquired, "Haven't the second and Xiao Hao arrived yet?" Gurong, half-jokingly, expressed her annoyance. "Those two are always dawdling. You know my impatient nature, so I came ahead." Qin Yun chuckled. "The kitchen is nearly ready. We can urge them to join us. No rush. Let's chat for a while. It has been ages since I sat down with my sister-in-law." The two elders engaged in conversation, while Jiang and I was soon drawn away by Zhou Qiwen. As a new bride, Jiang and I felt it inappropriate to slip away with the elders present. But Zhou Qiwen had no such reservations and insisted on taking Jiang and I with her. Qin Yun waved them off. Once they reached a spot out of sight from the elders, Zhou Qiwen let out a sigh of relief. "I absolutely detest listening to all that family gossip." Being younger and indulged by her family, Zhou Qiwen spoke candidly, finding no interest in the discussions of the elders. Jiang Ni smiled and asked, "What do you find interesting then?" As dusk fell, lights illuminated the Zhou garden, and Zhou Qiwen led her along the long corridor by the back lake. This artificial lake featured a four-cornered stage at its center, with clear waters revealing vibrant koi gracefully swimming, gathering and dispersing in a mesmerizing dance. This spot served as a quaint venue for the Zhou family to enjoy performances and tea. Suddenly, Zhou Qiwen recalled something intriguing. "Would you like to see my brother? Zhou Jinxu has returned?" With a mysterious air, Zhou Qiwen pulled Jiang Ni towards the study. However, it resembled more of a library, a two-story structure with an open layout, its walls adorned with books. It resembled a small library. Jiang Ni had never explored the Zhou garden before and had only seen the main residence, making this her first visit to such an astonishing sight. As she perused the extensive collection, meticulously categorized by genre, history, law, medicine, economics, she even spotted several rare original editions. This place was undeniably a haven for bibliophiles. Jiang Ni noticed a calligraphic piece on the wall, featuring an excerpt from the Doctrine of the Mean. It appeared aged, yet well-preserved, prominently displayed. As she examined the elegant script, she assumed it belonged to a renowned scholar, given the Zhou family's profound heritage. Zhou Qiwen, noticing Jiang Ni's interest, explained, "That was written by my brother when he was 5 years old." Jiang Ni was taken aback. She had not anticipated that this was a piece from Zhou Jinxu's childhood. At 5, could he even recognize all the characters? Remarkable that he could replicate such writing. Without looking up, Zhou Qiwen replied, "My brother's quite extraordinary. He has adored calligraphy since childhood. He learned from my grandfather, who said it helps cultivate the mind and spirit." At such a tender age, one might wonder what could possibly warrant such tranquility. Zhou Qiwen mused quietly, yet her hands were ever busy, finally unearthing a thick photo album. "Found it!" she exclaimed with a hint of excitement. "Sister-in-law, come here." Jiang Ni approached at her call, and Zhou Qiwen, like a child presenting a treasure, presented the album to her. "Tada! Look!" This album chronicled the childhood of Zhou Qiwen and Zhou Jinxu, filled with numerous photographs. Zhou Qiwen joyfully opened it, revealing the first page adorned with their birth photographs. The album was evidently crafted with great care. Despite the 9-year age difference between Zhou Qiwen and Zhou Jinxu, images from the same period were placed on the same page, with meticulous annotations in small text. In their infancy, they bore a striking resemblance to one another. Although the photographic techniques varied slightly due to the era, their likeness was undeniable. However, as they reached the ages of 3 and 4, their appearances began to diverge. Zhou Qiwen grew increasingly akin to their mother, while Zhou Jinxu appeared to be a harmonious blend of both parents, inheriting all their virtues. By the age of 4 or 5, his future handsome features were already evident. A vivid image of 5 or 6-year-old Zhou Jinxu, solemnly practicing calligraphy with a brush, suddenly flashed in Jiang Ni's mind, eliciting a faint smile as she flipped through the pages of the album. She couldn't help but remark, "Your brother is just the same as he is now." Up until the age of 7, the photos were somewhat varied. However, every photograph taken after that displayed an expressionless demeanor or an elderly frown. Except for a rounder, chubbier face in his younger years, he had grown in a 1-to-1 proportion, even mirroring the same expressions. Jiang Ni had previously pondered whether Zhou Jinxu had always possessed such a rigid character, and now she had found her answer. Zhou Qiwen laughed heartily. "Isn't it outrageous?" Jiang Ni commented, "You and your brother are truly dissimilar." The contrast was even more pronounced with the photographic evidence. Zhou Qiwen's vivacious and candid personality stood in stark contrast to Zhou Jinxu's solemn and composed demeanor, making it hard to believe they had been raised in the same household. "My mother said it was because they were too busy when they were young, so they sent my brother to live with my grandfather," Zhou Qiwen explained. Old Master Qin, having a military background, was characterized by a stern and rigid disposition, conducting himself with unwavering integrity. It was no surprise that Zhou Jinxu inherited at least 50% of that demeanor. The remaining 50% was attributed to Zhou's grandfather. As the eldest grandson, Zhou Jinxu, being the most gifted of his generation, was naturally groomed as the heir. The remarkable development of Boisheng Group to its current stature is a testament to Zhou's grandfather's capabilities as a pioneer. Two formidable figures had raised an extraordinary successor. Zhou Jinxu surpassed expectations. My mother feels quite guilty, Zhou Qiwen continued. I heard that my grandfather was also a workaholic in his youth, which made him very strict with my brother. After I was born, my mother opted for a more relaxed job. This shift in focus elucidated the stark differences in personality between the siblings. Qin Yun channeled the affection she had been unable to bestow upon her son towards her daughter. Consequently, Zhou Qiwen enjoyed an unequivocally joyous childhood, nurturing her lively disposition. Zhou Qiwen gazed at the photograph of her elder brother, pouting slightly. I believe it isn't solely the fault of my grandfather and great-grandfather. My brother's disposition has always been rather reserved. She flipped through the album, continuing, you see, there are hardly any pictures of him smiling, unlike me with my radiant grin. Though my brother is quite admirable in character, I can't help but feel a modicum of curiosity. Lowering her voice, she added, what could have compelled my sister-in-law to marry him? Given his temperament, even I, as his sister, find him daunting. Jiang and I raised an eyebrow, amused by Zhou Qiwen's conspiratorial demeanor. Well, I find him rather agreeable. His personality is quite pleasant. Looking at his childhood photographs, he appears rather endearing. Zhou Qiwen gasped, realization dawning upon her. Sister-in-law, you must truly love my brother. Before Jiang and I could respond, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Both women turned their gazes toward the sound. They had left the door ajar upon entering. And now a tall figure stood at the threshold, Zhou Jinxu. Uncertain if he had overheard their conversation, Zhou Qiwen felt a wave of guilt wash over her for having spoken ill of him. She chuckled awkwardly, brother. Zhou Jinxu, observing the embarrassment in his sister's eyes, spoke in a steady tone, dinner is ready. Jiang and I closed the album, replying, all right. Chapter 18. Overnight stay. After Zhou Jinxu arrived, Zhou Qiwen visibly quieted down, resembling a schoolchild caught by a stern teacher. Just moments ago, she had been lively and exuberant, yet now she dared not even breathe audibly. Jiang and I found it peculiar. How could siblings, born of the same parents, be so intimidated? Little did she know that Zhou Qiwen had just spoken ill of her elder brother, leaving her feeling quite guilty and thus more timid than usual. There was a 9-year age gap between Zhou Qiwen and her elder brother, making their relationship almost generational. Her brother possessed a demeanor that surpassed that of their parents, instilling a deeper sense of apprehension in her. Dinner that evening was a gathering of both families. But Zhou Jinxu's third uncle did not attend. Only his second uncle's family was present. The second branch had a son and a daughter as well. Their eldest daughter, Zhou Mengzhu, was already married and absent that night, while the younger son, Zhou Zhonghao, was present and greeted Jiang and I with a warm smile. At the head of the table sat the patriarch, Zhou Yansheng, a man nearing 60 who still appeared youthful, composed, and dignified. The Zhou family was blessed with good genes. Each member was pleasing to the eye. Jiang and I noticed Zhou Jinxu's second uncle, Zhou Yuanjun, whose demeanor contrasted sharply with Gurong's fiery enthusiasm, appearing rather reserved. Jiang and I exchanged pleasantries and took a seat beside Zhou Jinxu, with Zhou Qiwen sitting next to her, while the second uncle's family occupied the opposite side of the table. Gurong ensured that the atmosphere remained lively, while Zhou Zhonghao, with his cheerful disposition, engaged in light banter with Zhou Qiwen. As the new bride, Jiang and I observantly absorbed the dynamics around her, choosing her words carefully. However, she could not evade being drawn into the conversation and handled the situation with poise. Listening attentively to familial anecdotes, she remained compliant. The topic eventually shifted to the company. After a few preliminary remarks, Gurong seemingly brought up the matter casually. The Guangli group has been without a leader for some time. Has Axiu considered who to appoint? Zhou Jinxu leisurely set down his spoon, replying, I have yet to decide. Frankly, I see no suitable candidates at the moment. Gurong quickly redirected her focus. Xiaohao has gained sufficient experience at the grassroots level over the past few years. Perhaps we could arrange for him to take over? The Boisheng Group was a family enterprise with a core industry chain comprising over a dozen subsidiaries, not to mention other peripheral ventures. Managing such a vast conglomerate, Zhou Jinxu could not oversee every detail personally. The management of subsidiaries was entrusted to other members of the Zhou family, leaving him to make crucial decisions and maintain the equilibrium of this great vessel. Gu Rong had come with intentions tonight. Guangli was a star-making factory under Bushing, boasting an annual budget of 1 billion. Previously managed by the third branch, their track record was lackluster, leading to several key positions being eliminated, including Guangli. Elder brother and sister-in-law. As you know, Yuan Zhen and I have only one son, Xiao Hao, and we hope for success. Noticing Zhou Jinxu's silence, she shifted her focus to Zhou Yinsheng and Qin Yan. This is a prime opportunity, and I wish to advocate for him. She tugged at her husband's sleeve, signaling him to speak. Zhou Yuanjin lacked assertiveness and merely echoed his wife's sentiments. Xiao Hao is indeed not a child anymore. Zhou Yinsheng refrained from making a definitive statement. I am not currently involved with Bushing. These matters ultimately rest with Jinxu. He turned to his son. Do you believe Xiao Hao is capable of handling this? The conversation circled back to Zhou Jinxu. Unperturbed, he gazed at his cousin. Are you confident in taking over Guangli? This was a lucrative opportunity, one that Zhou Zhonghao was acutely aware of without needing any persuasion. Naturally, he was eager to agree, yet he faltered under Zhou Jinxu's composed gaze. It was an instinctive reaction. None of the younger generation dared to challenge this elder brother. Zhou Zhonghao steadied his expression. Certainly, I am now capable of managing on my own. Very well, Zhou Jinxu nodded. Before Gu Rong could share in Zhou Zhonghao's excitement, he shifted the conversation. However, we must adhere to the proper procedures. Tomorrow, I will have someone compile Yunqing's operational data from the past few years to present at the board meeting. If there are no objections, I will proceed with the reassignment. Zhou Zhonghao's expression stiffened. Yunsheng was the company he currently managed, and for the younger generation of the Zhou family, honing their skills in smaller enterprises under the Bushing umbrella was the norm, Zhou Jinxu included. Gu Rong was competent and driven, and although Yunsheng had performed adequately under Zhou Zhonghao's management, it had not excelled, nor had it faltered. However, such matters could not simply be compiled. With the cautionary tale of his third uncle in mind, Zhou Zhonghao's face paled at the implication. I suddenly feel that I need more experience. A true gentleman knows when to be flexible. Guangli represents an entirely new domain for me. I must continue to learn. What nonsense are you speaking? Seeing her son hesitate, Gu Rong nearly succumbed to frustration. Yet she could not voice her displeasure openly, and could only attempt to salvage the situation. Zhou Zhonghao remained resolute, insisting his capabilities were insufficient. It was likely that his mother's grip on his leg beneath the table had turned his skin blue. By the end of the meeting, Gu Rong could no longer maintain her enthusiasm. After Qin Yin bid farewell to the family of the second branch, she sighed. Xiao Hao is short-sighted, far less capable than his sister. Under Qin Yun's guidance, Jiang and I began to understand why Zhou Zhonghao's reactions had varied so greatly. On the surface, Yinxing appeared to be performing adequately, yet behind the scenes, Zhou Zhonghao had siphoned off quite a bit of profit from the budget, which explained the company's stagnation. Zhou Jinxu was fully aware of these circumstances, and thus his mention of compiling made Zhou Zhonghao apprehensive about being exposed for any irregularities, prompting him to retreat. Hearing this, Jiang and I gained a clearer perspective of the second branch of the Zhou family. As night fell, Jiang and I and Zhou Jinxu chose to stay at Zhou Garden. Zhou Jinxu had his own independent courtyard, situated a few minutes' walk behind the main residence. It was slightly smaller than his parents' house, but the layout was similar. This was Jiang Ni's first time entering this quaint courtyard, which had reportedly been Zhou Jinxu's home since childhood. Even after moving out post-marriage, the place remained well kept, with regular cleaning. Passing through the living room led to Zhou Jinxu's room, styled similarly to the main house with a traditional Chinese garden aesthetic, exuding an antique charm. After changing his shoes, Zhou Jinxu looked up at Jiang and I. Would you like to wash up first, or shall I? You go ahead. Jiang and I had not anticipated spending the night at Zhou Yuan and had not brought a change of clothes. Zhou Qiwen offered to lend her some, though they had yet to arrive. Zhou Jinxu nodded in acknowledgement. He had left some clothes at Zhou Yuan, so he retrieved them from the cloakroom and proceeded to the bathroom. After about 10 minutes, Zhou Qiwen arrived, brimming with excitement. She seemed to have shed the earlier restraint she exhibited before dinner, her expression now lively. "Sister-in-law, I brought you some clothes." "Thank you," Jiang Ni replied as she accepted the garments. Zhou Jinxu beamed. "They're all brand new. I've never worn them." "They're yours now." The deep blue satin nightgown was something she had purchased but deemed unsuitable. Thus it remained untouched. Late in the evening, Zhou Jinxu, with keen perception, did not linger too long. She mischievously winked at Jiang Ni. "Though it's a bit late, I still want to wish you both a happy marriage." Chapter 19. The KPI of childbearing before the elder brother emerged. Zhou Jinxu swiftly made her exit. Jiang Ni, holding Herculotis, turned around only to discover that Zhou Jinxu had finished a shower. Their eyes met, and her gaze quickly darted away from the meticulously buttoned nightwear of the man. "I'm going to take a shower," she said. The bathroom was well equipped, and Qin Yun had thoughtfully arranged for the housekeeper to prepare skincare products. After her bath, Jiang Ni realized that the nightgown Zhou Jinxu had given her was of a more mature style. It was somewhat short, while the front was rather unremarkable. The back was a daring, open design that nearly reached her lower back, held precariously by a single strap. It was somewhat provocative. Jiang Ni owned similar slip dresses, yet she had never purchased one as alluring as this. No wonder Zhou Jinxu's expressions had been so vivid earlier. However, with no better options at hand, she decided to don a nightgown, knowing she likely wouldn't wear it for long. It was Saturday, a day designated for obligations. Jiang Ni didn't forget that, and after meticulously applying her skincare in front of the mirror, she contemplated letting her long hair down. For the sake of convenience, her hair was not particularly long, just past her shoulders, providing minimal coverage. After completing these preparations, she stepped out. Zhou Jinxu was propped against the headboard, presumably still attending to some work, his tablet in hand. At the sound of her movement, he lifted his pale eyelids, his gaze settling on his newlywed wife. The mature, deep blue nightgown accentuated her snow-white skin, her lips a vivid red, teeth pearly white, limbs long and straight, and her black hair cascading like satin. The stark contrast of black and white created a striking visual impact. A faint fragrance lingered in the air. His eyes darkened slightly. The atmosphere grew quiet. It was already past 10 o'clock, and Jiang Ni endeavored to appear composed as she approached. "Are you going to sleep?" she inquired. Zhou Jinxu set down the tablet. Jiang Ni pulled back the covers and lay down. The room was plunged into darkness as the lights were turned off, and her vision was instantly obscured. In the darkness, her senses heightened. She could distinctly hear her own breath, along with the voice of the man beside her. "Shall we begin?" he asked in a calm, steady tone, reminiscent of the opening remark in a business meeting. Given the numerous meanings of this moment, in such an entirely unfamiliar setting, Jiang Ni felt a twinge of nervousness, her body instinctively tensing. She attempted to adjust her demeanor, wanting to nod, but realizing that Zhou Jinxu wouldn't see it from this angle, she softly replied with a slight A rustling sound ensued. The man beside her sat up, and as his eyes adjusted to the darkness, she could vaguely discern him unbuttoning his garment. Their gazes met in the obscurity, and he leaned closer. "Wait," Jiang Ni suddenly called out. Zhou Jinxu, puzzled, asked, "What is it?" "You should have condoms, right?" She suddenly posed the question, her tone tinged with uncertainty. Zhou Jinxu paused. If all goes as expected, there should be none. He had not engaged in romantic relationships prior to marriage and had never brought a woman home. Jiang Ni was the first to share his bedroom. His work consumed most of his energy. He held little interest in such matters, and naturally, these items could not be found in their home. After marriage, these thoughts did not cross his mind. Jiang Ni pressed her lips together. "I do not intend to have children so soon." Zhou Jinxu frowned. This was not part of his plans. The bedside lamp illuminated the small space, casting a gentle and tranquil glow. "Why?" he inquired. "I wish to focus on my career first. The demands of being a doctor are stringent. One must accrue experience and devote substantial energy to it. I have now reached a stage where I can advance and do not wish to let pregnancy and childbirth hinder my progress." Prior to their marriage, Zhou Jinxu had assured her that he would not interfere with her career. "As a doctor, the toll of pregnancy and childbirth on me is considerable. At this stage, I lack the energy for that." A perfectly reasonable justification. Zhou Jinxu remained silent for a moment, then nodded. All right. Jiang and I felt a wave of relief. What about now? It was expected that there were no supplies in the bedside drawer, and Zhou Jinxu shut it. Let us sleep first. He buttoned up, appearing disinclined to continue. Jiang and I was not surprised by Zhou Jinxu's response. His demeanor was indeed one of simplicity and restraint, deeply rooted in tradition. Venturing out at night to procure such items or having them delivered was not his style. Were it not for the KPI of having children, he likely would not entertain such notions at all. Embracing this thought, Jiang and I peacefully drifted into sleep, enjoying a restful night. Zhou Jinxu turned off the light and lay back down. It was neither early nor late. He closed his eyes but found no inclination to sleep. At 6 in the morning, Zhou Jinxu awoke punctually from a disordered dream. Sensing something amiss, he lifted the covers for a glance, then furrowed his brow slightly. Such instances occasionally occurred, a normal physiological response. As he prepared to rise, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the figure beside the bed. His breath caught. The contrast between her scattered dark hair and her fair skin was striking. Jiang and I lay on her side, facing away from him, and the shared blanket had shifted to reveal the hidden allure beneath. Last night, he had not realized the extent of her attire, merely noting that it was somewhat short. Only now did he discern the style. To be fair, Jiang Ni's sleeping posture was quite decent. Yet, such a light garment as Jiang and I emerged from her room after freshening up, she found Zhou Jinxu already dressed and seated in the living room, perusing the newspaper. The two proceeded together to the main residence for breakfast. Once the meal was finished, Zhou Jinxu departed for work, while Jiang and I made her way back to Jinghua Garden. Thus began another week of labor. The hospital buzzes with activity throughout the year, and the general surgery department is particularly inundated with a plethora of tasks, both grand and trivial. Within the monotony of daily duties, snippets of novelty often become the subject of lively discussion. Recently, the talk of the town was the arrival of a doctor, recruited from abroad by the director, who is set to officially commence work. Rumor has it that he is a tall and handsome young physician, whose mere appearance at the hospital had already sparked fervent conversations among the nurses. In stark contrast to Zheng Keisai's eager anticipation, this new young doctor holds the position of chief of neurosurgery. It was only after Jiang and I concluded her rounds that she first heard the name of this colleague, who had become the center of enthusiastic chatter. Pei Zhaolin. Jiang and I paused momentarily, her gaze drifting toward the still chattering Zheng Keisai. Chapter 20. Whining. It is no wonder that the director has been in such high spirits lately, having managed to recruit someone so talented while keeping it so discreet. The medical profession knows no borders. Information flows freely both domestically and internationally. Pei Zhaolin, a rising star in neurosurgery, has gained considerable acclaim in the medical field over the past 2 years, and many are familiar with him. Zheng Keisai had seen his interview photos in a magazine, youthful and handsome, with an elegant demeanor. The young nurses have been chattering about him lately, their hearts fluttering with excitement. It is a pity he is in cardiothoracic surgery. The general surgery department is swamped, yet has not found the opportunity to approach him as Zheng Keisai rambled on. Jiang and I, momentarily lost in her thoughts, was pulled back into the present by a sudden tug on her arm, accompanied by a low exclamation. The voice, deliberately hushed, exclaimed, "New colleague, even more handsome than in the photos." Before she could grasp Zheng Keisai's hand, Jiang and I instinctively turned to see the source of the remark. At the far end of the corridor stood the very man who had become the talk of the hospital, tall and poised. Their gazes met in the air. The man smiled warmly, just as she remembered. "Long time no see, Xiao and I." "Xiao and I? Long time no see?" A flurry of questions erupted in Zheng Keisai's mind. "Jiang and I knows this Dr. Pei." The curious eyes of the onlookers darted between the two. Jiang Ni hesitative. She had anticipated their meeting ever since she heard Pei Zhaolin's name from Zheng Keisai's lips, but she hadn't expected it to happen so swiftly. In the next moment, she recalled that the Pei and Jiang families were neighbors and had a cordial relationship. Pei Zhaolin was 4 years her senior and had always looked after Jiang and I when they were children. However, they had lost contact after Pei Zhaolin went abroad 4 years ago. "Zhaolin Ge," Jiang and I greeted him. "Long time no see." Pei Zhaolin, seeing Jiang and I in her white lab coat from Rinha, showed no surprise. His smile was gentle. Xiao and I has grown up. Years had passed. Yet Pei Zhaolin seemed hardly changed, maintaining the same amiable older brother persona. Even his tone of voice had not altered, effectively dispelling the sense of estrangement born from their years apart. Jiang and I inquired, "When did you return?" "Yesterday." His return was a sudden decision, and the transition of affairs abroad had taken some time. Pei Zhaolin suggested, "It has been so long. Shall we have dinner together after work tonight?" Jiang and I did not refuse and agreed, but the unexpected arrival of her grandparents disrupted this invitation. Her grandparents, hailing from Yun City, seldom visited Beijing due to the distance, and Jiang and I had planned to take Zhou Jinxu to Yun City to visit them. She was taken aback when they suddenly arrived in Beijing. In light of the urgency, Jiang and I contacted Zhou Jinxu to inquire about his schedule and ultimately arrange for their dinner. While at work, her grandparents had mentioned they would stroll around the city center until she could pick them up after a shift, but Jiang and I felt uneasy. In the end, it was Zhou Jinxu who made arrangements for someone to attend to her grandparents. By evening, Zhou Jinxu came to pick her up, and together they headed to the restaurant where they had made reservations. When the two were alone, Jiang and I made a request of him. "My grandparents are getting on in years, and I do not wish to cause them any worry. Could we perhaps appear a bit more intimate during our time together?" The Jiang family had concealed numerous details regarding this marriage, including the true nature of the engagement and the initial candidates. Jiang and I, as grandparents, were unaware of the full story. Both Zhang Yun and Jiang and I had conspired to present it merely as a blind date, claiming that mutual affection had developed. The elders harbored some reservations, particularly since Jiang Ling, Jiang Ni's elder sister, had yet to marry, making Jiang and I's swift engagement seem rather suspect. The sudden visit from the grandparents likely stemmed from a desire to investigate further, as their arrival had been rather silent and unexpected. In contrast to Jiang Ni's anxiety, Zhou Jinxu maintained a demeanor of calm composure. He had always been a person of such tranquility. Acknowledging his wife's reasonable request, he nodded in agreement. "All right." Jiang and I exhaled in relief, for her greatest fear was that Zhou Jinxu's aloofness might raise suspicions. As long as he was willing to play along, she felt assured that there would be no significant issues. Zhou Jinxu had reserved a private room, and upon their arrival, they found the grandparents already seated at the table, engaged in quiet conversation. Their discussion ceased as they turned to see the newcomers at the sound of the door. Jiang and I greeted them with a smile and embraced her grandparents warmly. Having spent considerable time at their home during her childhood, she shared a strong bond with them and often visited during summer vacations in Yun City. Even after beginning her career, she made it a point to visit them annually. Her grandmother reached out to gently touch Jiang Ni's face, expressing concern. "Have you not been eating well? You seem to have lost weight." Her grandfather gazed at her with tender affection, affirming, "Yes, you look thinner." Jiang and I chuckled. Not all. She found it difficult to gain or lose weight, maintaining a steady figure. However, her grandparents, having endured hardships in their youth, often fear that their grandchildren might suffer similar fates. Rather than dispute the matter, she introduced her husband, "Grandma, Grandpa, this is my husband, Zhou Jinxu." She stepped beside Zhou Jinxu and facilitated the introductions. Zhou Jinxu responded courteously, addressing the elders with respect. Their gaze turned toward him, and although the atmosphere was somewhat tense due to their unfamiliarity, Jiang and I adeptly mediated the situation. Her grandfather, reserved by nature, nodded with subtle approval, finding Zhou Jinxu's tall and handsome stature to be a fitting match for their beloved granddaughter. Her grandmother, as the elder, warmly invited them to take their seats. "You must be hungry after your workday. Please sit down and order something to eat." Once seated, Zhou Jinxu was uncertain of the grandparents' culinary preferences, so Jiang and I took charge of ordering the meal. As they awaited their food, Jiang and I conversed with her grandparents while Zhou Jinxu quietly prepared tea. Given their unfamiliarity with one another, the grandparents occasionally stole glances at Zhou Jinxu, whose demeanor and refinement clearly distinguished him from the ordinary. He exuded a calm confidence and impeccable manners, leaving no room for criticism. While seated with the elders, he spoke sparingly, embodying the role of a listener, interjecting with appropriately timed remarks that were both polite and gentle. Long before I had heard my daughter, Zhang Yun, Speak of Jiang Ni's husband, who seemed to possess commendable qualities. Now it appears she was not misled. He does, however, exhibit a somewhat aloof demeanor. His character and work ethics seem to be beyond reproach, which greatly reassured the elderly couple. With only Jiang Ni as their cherished granddaughter, they naturally yearned for her to lead a fulfilling and joyous life. It had been quite some time since the 3 generations had gathered, and after the initial awkwardness faded, the atmosphere gradually transformed into one of ease. The elders reminisced about amusing anecdotes from Jiang Ni's childhood. How mischievous she used to be, akin to a little boy, always climbing the tree by their doorstep, claiming the view from above was splendid, and how she delighted in teasing the neighbor's dog. Zhou Jinxu, upon hearing this, cast a surprised glance at Jiang Ni, unable to reconcile this playful side with her current demeanor, which he had assumed to be calm and serene. Jiang Ni, feeling embarrassed, exclaimed, "Oh, Grandma, that was all in the past, rather embarrassing. Let us not dwell on it." Her grandfather interjected, "Embarrassing? Not at all. How delightful." In the eyes of the elderly couple, their granddaughter was the epitome of charm. "Little Zhou, do you not agree?" he inquired. Zhou Jinxu, observing the flush on Jiang Ni's face, chuckled softly, "Indeed, very charming." This was the first time he had witnessed such a vivid and endearing side of Jiang Ni. With those close to her, she unconsciously displayed a playful affection. Chapter 21. Invitation. As the dishes were served, the group began their meal. Jiang Ni watched with a smile as her grandfather served food to her grandmother. Both elders were ordinary people from humble backgrounds, yet their love had endured a lifetime, remaining strong and affectionate. When Jiang Ni used to live with her grandmother, she often witnessed her grandfather riding his electric scooter to the market early in the morning, bringing back the vegetables her grandmother adored. Their daily life was simple, yet it embodied a certain happiness. Zhou Jinxu's gaze drifted from the elderly man peeling shrimp for his wife to Jiang Ni, who was observing her grandfather. He hesitated for a moment, then picked up his chopsticks and peeled a shrimp for Jiang Ni, placing it in her bowl. He recalled Jiang Ni mentioning that she wanted to appear closer to the elders. However, upon seeing the shrimp in her bowl, Jiang Ni's heart sank. She was allergic to shrimp. How had she forgotten to remind Zhou Jinxu about this? Raising her eyes, she noticed, as expected, that the 2 elders had already shifted their attention to the pair of them. The atmosphere subtly shifted. Jiang Ni, maintaining her composure, returned the shrimp to Zhou Jinxu and whispered in his ear, "I'm allergic to shrimp. I can't eat it. That dish was intended for grandmother." Zhou Jinxu sensed the change in the ambience and apologized. Though this little episode was swiftly brushed aside, it had sown seeds of doubt. After the meal concluded, Zhou Jinxu went to settle the bill, leaving only the 3 of them in the private room. Jiang Ni's grandmother adopted a serious expression, inquiring, "Did you and Zhou truly marry out of mutual affection? How could you not know Jiang Ni is allergic to shrimp? This sounds like something out of a drama. As if your own father sold you to a wealthy man." Having lived long lives, the elders had seen much and prided themselves on their discernment. They had opposed their daughter Zhang Yin marrying into the Jiang family, fearing the challenges of being a stepmother in a wealthy household. Now, their greatest concern had materialized. Their granddaughter must have endured considerable hardship. Jiang Ni's tendency to share only good news further fueled their reasonable suspicion that this marriage was forced. With her sister yet to marry and her younger sibling already engaged, there was undoubtedly something amiss. The elders wore grave expressions, almost as if Jiang Ni could nod and they would immediately confront the Jiang family. However, Jiang Ni grasped her grandmother's hand firmly, asserting, "Of course I like him, which is why I agreed to marry him." She explained, "It's just that I haven't spent much time with him yet. And there are still many things I haven't fully understood. This is perfectly normal. After all, we met through an arranged introduction, which is quite different from a typical romance that requires time to develop." During the meal, Zhou Jinxu's demeanor was commendable. Jiang Ni's explanations seemed to ease the elders' concerns just as Zhou Jinxu returned after paying the bill. Jiang Ni reached out to entwine her hand with his, adopting an intimate posture, and smiled brightly. "You can rest assured." Zhou Jinxu was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Ni's sudden display of closeness, his heart skipping a beat. Realizing what had just transpired, he awkwardly took her hand, their fingers interlocking tightly. "Don't worry, I will treat her well," he assured. Although he hadn't heard the exchange among the three, it did not hinder his understanding of the current situation. Upon hearing this, the two elderly individuals fell silent. After escorting their elders to the hotel, Jiang Ni and Zhou Jinxu turned back towards Jinghua Garden. The atmosphere within the car was tranquil. Jiang Ni exhaled softly. Despite the minor mishap, they managed to navigate through it. Zhou Jinxu cast a glance at Jiang Ni, a hint of contrition in his demeanor. "I realize I do not know you as well as I ought to." He referred to her allergy to shrimp. Jiang Ni did not hold it against him. "It is my oversight. I should have informed you beforehand. Had I done so, the situation at the dining table would not have arisen." It was her failure to consider the matter thoroughly. This was not a discussion of blame. Zhou Jinxu spoke up. "To prevent such occurrences in the future, I believe we should expedite our mutual acquaintance." Jiang Ni nodded in agreement. Indeed, the complexities surrounding the wedding necessitate interactions with both families, and should a similar situation arise, it would be quite troublesome. As they drove, the setting was not conducive for a deep conversation. Jiang Ni contemplated sitting down with Zhou Jinxu at home for a more thorough discussion. When she heard his voice, "I will have assistant when prepare a form for you. Please fill it out and send it back to me." Such a succinct and efficient approach is truly commendable. Jiang Ni replied, "That works." As one topic concluded, the vehicle halted at a red light at an intersection. The conversation shifted to other matters. "I have a business trip to Shanghai tomorrow." The agreement was mutual. Previously, Zhou Jinxu had expressed to Jiang Ni that she should inform him of any matters in advance, which likewise applied to him. As a husband, he was apprising his wife of his itinerary. It was an impromptu schedule, lasting anywhere from 5 days to a week. Originally planned for today, the trip was postponed by a day due to the visit of the Zhang elders. The two elderly guests would remain in the capital for a few days, but this trip could not be delayed any further. Today, Zhou Jinxu had fulfilled his duties as a grandson-in-law, arranging schedules, booking hotels, and dining with them. Jiang Ni nadie, expressing no objections. The man's gaze roamed over her face, and after a while, he noticed the absence of further conversation. He furrowed his brows. The primary purpose of the elders' visit to the capital was not only to see their granddaughter, but also to attend a relative's wedding. After a 2-day stay, they would depart. Jiang Ni's mother, Zhang Yun, accompanied them to the high-speed railway station. On the return journey, Zhang Yun brought up the topic of wedding dress photography, which had already been arranged by both families, pending the newlywed scheduling. Jiang Ni acknowledged that she would coordinate the timing with Zhou Jinxu before hastily returning to the hospital. The news of Pei Zhaolin's return to the country and his position at Rinhe reached Lin Jia and her friends, igniting their curiosity. With Zhou Jinxu away on business, they considered a gathering at Jiang Ni's new home. They had long been intrigued by her new abode, yet had refrained from visiting out of respect for Zhou Jinxu's presence at home. Had Jiang Ni married anyone else, her friends would have long since arranged a celebratory meal. However, since it was Zhou Jinxu she had wed, they had never broached the subject. Primarily, they lacked the audacity to do so. Secondly, whether one is dining or enduring hardship in the presence of Zhou Jinxu's indifferent visage remains a matter of uncertainty. However, fortune smiles upon us. Zhou Jinxu is currently away on a business trip, providing the perfect opportunity for Jiang Ni to host a gathering. The summer season is indeed ideal for indulging in barbecued delicacies, savoring crawfish, and engaging in heartfelt conversations with friends. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ni acquiesced to the idea. Given Zhou Jinxu's obsessive cleanliness and penchant for tranquility, it is likely he would disapprove of any raucousness in his abode. Yet, with him absent, it should pose no issue. Out of an abundance of caution, Jiang Ni decided to place a call to assistant one to inquire about Zhou Jinxu's itinerary. Previously, Zhou Jinxu had mentioned his absence would span anywhere from 5 days to a week. Calculating the time, it is now precisely the 4th day. Chapter 22. Mrs. Yu on the other side, in the Shanghai market, assistant one had just returned his boss to the hotel when he received a call from his newlywed wife. This evening's gathering was rather intimate, as Bo Sheng needed to navigate some connections for recent projects, with several elders from the Qin family in attendance. The boss, who seldom drank, had indulged in a few glasses tonight. While assistant Wen was tending to the aftermath, he was taken aback by Jiang Ni's call. His boss's new wife rarely reached out to him, which was quite understandable. After all, any issues between the couple were typically addressed between themselves, making his involvement as a third party unnecessary. It seemed improbable that she was seeking information about her husband's personal preferences or temperament. If that were the case, she wouldn't have waited until now, especially since the boss had recently tasked him with compiling information to send to Jiang Ni, accompanied by a feasible personal profile template. Their interaction style resembled that of Zhou Jinxu, but their relationship appeared to be quite harmonious. Was there perhaps something she needed to inquire about indirectly? Was she checking up on him? With such thoughts, assistant Wen answered the call, only to be confronted with unexpected questions. Upon connection, Jiang Ni did not inquire directly, but instead took a roundabout approach. Had he been busy these past few days? Assistant Wen speculated that perhaps Mrs. Zhou felt her husband's workaholic tendencies had led to neglecting her. Weighing his words carefully, he replied, President Zhou is currently advancing several projects here in Shanghai. This area is a key development zone for Bosheng in the latter half of the year, so he has been relatively occupied. After years of working alongside Zhou Jinxu, assistant Wen's words were meticulously measured. Jiang Ni continued the conversation. Does that mean he won't be returning anytime soon? Assistant Wen responded. It is anticipated that he will be away for a few more days. I understand, Jiang Ni replied. Bosheng had 3 subsidiaries operating in the Shanghai market. One in the wine brewing industry, another in the hotel chain sector, and the last, a talent agency that Gurong aimed to negotiate with, known as Guangli Media. President Zhou's visit to Shanghai involved discussions of collaboration as well as inspections of the subsidiaries. After the meeting, Zhu Xiaoxi exited the conference room and approached Zhou Jinxu's side. President Zhou, she called. Zhou Jinxu glanced at her. Is there something else? I would like to discuss the recent situation of Guangli with you, she said, pressing her lips together. Do you have time this evening? Zhu Xiaoxi was the niece of Gurong, who had recently overseen the restructuring of Guangli, resulting in the dismissal of several key figures. As the new leadership had yet to be determined, she was temporarily stepping in to manage operations. The operational issues of Guangli had remained relatively stable, and without a fixed leader, it continued to function normally. Based on the reports submitted during the meeting, there appear to be no major problems, though some ancillary details might need addressing. Zhou Jinxu replied, simply compile a report for me. Zhu Xiaoxi hesitated for a moment before hastily responding. It would be better to discuss it over dinner tonight. My aunt insisted that I properly entertain you. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Jinxu replied, I appreciate the sentiment, but I have other matters to attend to. Please submit a report regarding Guangli directly to me. The dinner invitation did not materialize, yet a work report was unexpectedly bestowed upon me. Zhu Xiaoxi, with a weary smile, conceded, very well then. Meanwhile, Rong Jiai observed the entire exchange from a distance, his heart as clear as a mirror, recognizing that Zhu Xiaoxi's true intentions lay far beyond mere libations. Regrettably, Zhou Jinxu was not one to grasp such subtleties. He was oblivious to the underlying implications. Rong Jiai silently shook his head and, once the woman departed, approached Zhou Jinxu with purposeful strides. Elder brother, he called out. As the husband of Zhou Mengzhu, the daughter of Zhou Jinxu's uncle, he referred to Zhou Jinxu as elder brother. Currently, he was in charge of the Intercontinental Hotel brand under Boss Hen in the Shanghai market. Just as Zhou Jinxu concluded his meeting, he was on his way to inspect the Intercontinental, and, as the responsible party, it was only natural for him to accompany him. The Intercontinental, a 5-star hotel chain under Boss Hen, encompassed more than just accommodations. It had developed a diverse industrial ecosystem in conjunction with nearby department stores. With the impending union between the Zhou and Jiang families, collaborative ventures have been placed firmly on the agenda. The Jiang family, involved in the food industry, was poised for direct partnerships with Boss Hen's hospitality sector. In recent days, steady progress had been made in establishing presences in both hotels and department stores. The proximity of the hotel to the department store warranted Zhou Jinxu's visit. Rong Jiai excelled in his role, and the projects he managed were running smoothly. Zhou Jinxu, with other obligations awaiting him, did not linger for long. As Rong Jiai escorted him out, they passed a jewelry store that had recently opened. A staff member, noticing Rong Jiai, approached with enthusiasm. "Mr. Rong, the ocean star you ordered has arrived. Would you prefer to collect it yourself or have it delivered to your previous address?" "I'll come by later to pick it up," he replied. "Very well." As he turned, he caught Zhou Jinxu's gaze, which bore an inscrutable calm that made him uneasy. He hastily clarified, "It's a surprise for Mengzhu." Both of them primarily manage projects in Shanghai. Yet due to the nature of her work, Zhou Mengzhu frequently traveled for business. Having spent a week on a trip to Xiangshan port, she was soon to return. And this gift was a token of his affection. Zhou Jinxu pondered for a moment. "I recall that Mengzhu is indifferent to such superficial possessions. Unlike his astute and avaricious second aunt, Zhou Mengzhu possessed a character marked by integrity and inner depth. While her peers were often captivated by the allure of clothing and jewelry, she seemed solely devoted to her studies and work." Rong Jiai chuckled. "Her indifference does not equate to a lack of appreciation for gifts. In truth, throughout our courtship and marriage, I have bestowed upon her countless presents, though not always extravagant. They are imbued with sincerity, and she always receives them with joy. Elder brother has just married, and this union is of a strategic nature, devoid of deep feelings." Rong Jiai noted, recalling Zhou Jinxu's lack of romantic understanding. A small gift can indeed foster harmony in a marital relationship. "Indeed," Zhou Jinxu nodded, acknowledging the truth of the observation without further comment. Assistant 1, trailing behind and having overheard their conversation, hesitated before seizing an opportunity to broach the subject of his wife. "Last night, my wife called to inquire about your recent work developments." Zhou Jinxu was currently reviewing the reports submitted by his subordinates when he lifted his gaze upon hearing the words. A flicker of confusion crossed the depths of his eyes. A seasoned assistant, in addition to being adept at extracting the essence of a conversation, must also cultivate the skill of discerning subtle cues. After careful consideration, the assistant chose his words with precision. "Madam inquired about your return home." He judiciously added, "From her tone, it seems she might be missing you a bit." Zhou Jinxu. Chapter 23. Sisters' Tea Party. The sisters' gathering was scheduled for Friday. Jiang Ni adjusted her work schedule with her colleagues, and the following day coincidentally marked the weekend, allowing them to indulge in a late night. Ever since graduating and entering the workforce, the group had not had the opportunity to come together for a midnight feast. The demands of their hospital jobs had left Jiang Ni feeling considerable mental strain, and recently, she had developed a strong craving for bold flavors. Yet at home, she refrained from indulging. The intense taste could disturb Zhou Jinxu, and she hardly had the time to dine out. With Zhou Jinxu away for a few days and a companion by her side, she planned to feast on barbecued delicacies and crayfish that evening. Jiang Ni finished work at 10 o'clock and had earlier asked Aunt Zhang to leave her shift. Upon returning home, she found the place impeccably clean and blissfully quiet. After setting her belongings down and washing her hands, it wasn't too long before Yao, Jianuo, and the others arrived, burdened with large bags. Even before unwrapping their contents, the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Yao Jianuo's eyes sparkled as she surveyed the apartment. Not bad at all. The soft furnishings might be a touch too cool in tone, but overall, it's quite lovely and spacious. She remarked, "The residences in Jinghua Garden are indeed impressive. I'll save up and buy a unit myself." "Do you really think you can save that much?" "You spend all your salary every month." With hands on her hips, Yao Jianuo retorted with mock bravado. "I'll just ask you for sponsorship then. I have no money." Su Zhaozhao pulled Lin Jia into the fray. "You should ask Jia Jia." Lin Jia scoffed. "That's feasible. Come work for me, and you can toil away for 70 or 80 years with no days off like a 007. By then, I'll have enough to buy a place, and each of you can have your own room." Yao Jianuo and Su Zhaozhao simultaneously scoffed. "You wicked capitalist." Jiang and I had long since become immune to the playful banter among the three, calmly placing the takeout on the table before hastily joining them. The moment the box of crayfish was opened, an irresistible fragrance filled the air. Su Zhaozhao, drawn by the scent, exclaimed, "I saw a long line at this place when I passed by. I heard it's absolutely delicious." Initially, she had intended to buy from another vendor. But upon witnessing the bustling scene, she immediately decided to purchase from here, spending a little extra to have someone wait in line for an hour. With such popularity, I simply must have a taste. Xingxiang Lu? Lin Jia noticed the logo on the lid. And Yao Jianhua instantly connected the dots. That is a business owned by the Liu family. The Liu family was the same one that had previously discussed marriage with the Yu family. Jiang and I recalled mentioning this during Yu Jirui's birthday party, and it struck her how long it had been since she last heard anything about it. It was unusual for Miss Yu, who was typically so flamboyant, to be so quiet for an extended period. Lin Jia had heard a whisper or two. I think after her birthday party, her father sent her abroad. Su Zhao Do, munching on food, mumbled though. What about the marriage with the Liu family? That seems to have fizzled out, Lin Jia replied uncertainly. What a coincidence. Was she sent away right after the debacle at the birthday party? Surely it couldn't have been your husband's doing? Yao Jianhua shifted the conversation toward Jiang and I. Jiang and I peeled a crayfish and looked up. What do you all think? The three paused for half a second before shaking their heads in unison. Zhou Jinxu is not one to meddle in trivial matters. He hardly has the time for such frivolities. The four of them sat around the tea table, a lavish midnight feast laid out before them, brimming with indulgent delights. Yao Jianhua, burdened by a sense of guilt, found herself torn between enjoyment and discomfort, her mouth aflame from the spicy crayfish, recalling the gossip with a muffled voice. What about your relationship with Brother Pei? Due to Jiang Ni's influence, Yao Jianhua and her friends were acquainted with Pei Zhaolin, though only superficially. Their last dining engagement had fallen through without a reschedule. Jiang and I shook her head no. Pei Zhaolin, being from another department, was exceedingly busy with extensive surgeries. They had crossed paths occasionally at work, but their interactions were limited to mere nods of acknowledgement. Yao Jianhua gasped in disbelief. So you haven't spoken since? Jiang and I picked up a skewer of lamb. He is quite occupied. Yao Jianhua sighed. I thought he might have returned specifically to seek you out. Su Zhao chimed in. We all believed you two would end up together. After a tumultuous incident orchestrated by Jiang Ling, Jiang and I had redirected her aspirations towards medicine, with Pei Zhaolin providing her substantial support. It was during that time that they had first become acquainted. A childhood friend, a tender and considerate neighbor, he seemed to possess all the elements for a romantic culmination. Initially, it appeared they might indeed achieve a happy ending, but Pei Zhaolin later went abroad, and now Jiang and I was married. Lin Jia interjected with piercing clarity. If there were any feelings, how could they have lingered until now? Yao Jianhua, the foremost fan of Jiang and I and Pei Zhaolin as a couple, remained obstinate. Brother Pei might just be shy. Perhaps it is typical of his zodiac. Lin Jia replied, Listen to yourself. They were clearly a match made in heaven. It never materialized. There is nothing more disheartening than supporting the wrong pairing. You're drunk, Jiang and I chuckled, seizing the beer from her friend's grasp. With your alcohol tolerance, you should drink less. I'm not drunk, Yao Jianhua declared, feeling rather pleased with herself. Dare you deny you've ever had feelings for Brother Pei? Jiang and I paused, memories flooding back, and, after a brief moment replied, it could never be between us. It was a light yet weighty statement. Yao Jianhua's eyes widened. You've wounded me. Woe is me. The dreams of a devoted fan shattered. Lin Jia facepalmed. All right, she is truly intoxicated. Jiang and I frowned. Why is she getting tipsy so quickly today? Su Zhao remarked, clutching a beer bottle. The crayfish were excessively spicy. Yao Jianhua treated the beer as if it were water. When intoxicated, Yao Jianhua tended to babble, but thankfully, she rarely became rowdy and usually succumbed to sleep. They chose to ignore her, allowing the conversation to drift towards amusing anecdotes from their university days. Filling the air with laughter and joy, Zhou Jinxu returned home, weary from the day, only to be greeted by a cacophony of laughter upon opening the door. The entryway was spacious, offering an unobstructed view of the lively scene in the living room. The aromas of various delicacies assaulted his senses, and the tea table was in disarray. The sounds of merriment and the presence of unfamiliar women momentarily led him to question if he had entered the wrong abode. That was until he locked eyes with his wife, whose face radiated joy and ease. It was said she had missed him dearly, and her cheerful demeanor suggested she was in splendid spirits. Zhou Jinxu had never seen Jiang Ni smile so freely and joyfully before. Is she thinking of him? It seemed that his absence had brought her genuine happiness. For reasons unknown, this thought suddenly crossed Zhou Jinxu's mind. Chapter 24. Quickly divorce that fish-faced man. The man, who was said to be returning from the Shanghai market in 2 days, unexpectedly appeared before her. The living room lay in disarray, with friends laughing uproariously, completely separated from the stern figure of the man standing within it, 2 worlds apart. Jiang Ni had not indulged in alcohol that evening, thus hallucinations were out of the question. Upon realizing this sudden turn of events, her smile vanished in an instant, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing. "You're back," she spoke, her tone tinged with a hint of guilt. Zhou Jinxu swept his gaze over the scene, offering a nonchalant acknowledgement. "My friends are here to visit," Jiang Ni quickly explained, noticing his scrutiny. "I didn't expect you to return so soon. Assistant when mentioned it would be 2 more days." Zhou Jinxu immediately grasped the implication of Jiang Ni's earlier call. Not that she missed him, but rather that she found his presence at home burdensome. He unconsciously pressed his lips together. "I finished my work." Lin Jia and Su Zhaozhao, hearing the commotion, turned around, equally taken aback, to find Zhou Jinxu standing there. In unison, they sprang to their feet. Su Zhaozhao had longed to meet Zhou Jinxu, to ascertain whether he truly embodied the rumored persona of a rigid, work-obsessed individual. Yet this was certainly not the context she had envisioned. Goodness, no wonder Yao Jianhua always finds Zhou Jinxu intimidating. His entire demeanor exudes an overwhelming presence. She forced a tight smile. "Hi." Lin Jia, having encountered Zhou Jinxu in a professional capacity, maintained a more composed demeanor. "Mr. Zhou." Zhou Jinxu was unfamiliar with Jiang Ni's circle of friends and had never navigated such a scenario. It appeared that these individuals shared a close bond with her. He nodded politely, "Hello." An awkward atmosphere enveloped the room. Zhou Jinxu's demeanor starkly contrasted with that of the others. Lin Jia and Su Zhaozhao swiftly began to tidy up, nervously chuckling, "It's getting late. We should be heading back." Jiang Ni hurriedly cleared the remnants of their gathering, while Su Zhaozhao grabbed the trash bag and Lin Jia went to assist the drunken Yao Jianhua. Like oil on their feet, they made a hasty exit. Indeed, time was not on their side. Zhou Jinxu glanced at his watch, exhibiting courtesy and gentlemanly manners. "It's rather late. May I arrange for someone to take you home?" Yao Jianhua, being hoisted by Lin Jia, stirred awake, and upon hearing the man's voice, squinted to see Zhou Jinxu. Instantly, she raised her voice. "Ni Bao, I've seen your fish-faced husband. You must divorce him quickly. Brother Pei is so much better." Zhou Jinxu. "Su Jiao de Lin Jia. Jiang Ni." The sudden outburst from Yao Jianhua echoed through the silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Su Zhaozhao and Lin Jia felt a jolt of panic, their speech quickening. "No need to arrange for us. I've called for a ride." With little regard for anything else, one of them carried the trash while the other dragged the still drowsy Yao Jianhua, fearful that she might utter another nonsensical remark. They swiftly exited as if propelled by the very winds of fate. Before departing, they cast a sympathetic glance at Jiang Ni, conveying the unspoken message, "Sister, the mess is yours to handle." Jiang Ni sighed, feeling a mix of headache and guilt. She awkwardly explained, "My friend is drunk." Zhou Jinxu nodded in understanding. "I can see that." He activated the air purifier in the room. Jiang Ni, unsure whether he was angry, felt a peculiar sense of unease but could find no words to express it. She chose instead to grab a cloth from the kitchen and began wiping the table. Zhou Jinxu picked up a discarded beer bottle from the floor and suddenly inquired, "Are they all close friends of yours?" Jiang Ni, perplexed by his question, nodded obediently, "Yes. Friends for many years." Zhou Jinxu disposed of the bottle in the trash, remarking, "Divorce is not a trivial matter for us." He had clearly taken Yao Jianhua's ramblings to heart. Jiang Ni pressed her lips together, "I understand. The challenges of ordinary marriage are already formidable. How much more so for a union forged for mutual benefit? The interests of both families are intertwined, and unless a significant, irreconcilable issue arises, their marriage remains unassailable." She did not wish to tarnish Zhou Jinxu's impression of her friend, so she offered an explanation for Yao Jianua's behavior. She tends to speak nonsense when drunk. Please don't take it to heart. The following day, upon awakening from her drunken stupor, Yao Jianhua was struck by the magnitude of her indiscretion, feeling as if she had been struck by lightning. The atmosphere buzzed with lively discussion about her outburst, accompanied by unrelenting ridicule. Su Zhaozhao and Lin Jia's amusement was built upon Yao Jianhua's sorrow. The latter cautiously inquired of Jiang Ni about the events that transpired after their departure. The key point was Zhou Jinxu's emotional state. Was he angry? Yao Jianhua sent multiple voice messages. That morning, Jiang Ni had dealt with a patient issue at the hospital and was now on her way home, reflecting on the previous night as she heard the question in the parking lot. Jiang Ni replied, no. Apart from reminding her of their marital situation, Zhou Jinxu had said little else, appearing quite composed. The reason Jiang Ni was so certain of his lack of anger was that he had gifted her a set of jewelry. Although she could not fathom why he had given her a present without cause, she reasoned that someone in a bad mood would hardly be inclined to offer gifts. Jiang Ni refrained from mentioning their conversation about marriage, and Yao Jianhua, unaware of the details, felt relieved by this outcome. Yao Jianhua exclaimed, thank goodness. She feared offending Zhou Jinxu and incurring his resentment, for advising someone to divorce in his presence was no trifling matter. As Jiang Ni prepared to drive home, she had just reversed out of the parking space when a Porsche suddenly sped into her path. With a loud crash, she was jolted forward, nearly slumping over the steering wheel. It was all so sudden that my mind momentarily went blank. Only after exiting the vehicle did I realize that the rear had been severely dented and the tail light was shattered. In comparison to Jiang Ni's car, which is worth around 200,000, the Porsche sustained only a minor scrape, its front relatively intact. This was truly an unforeseen calamity. Jiang and I had been driving for several years, maintaining a steady hand behind the wheel. Her recent maneuvers had been flawless. She never anticipated such a predicament, and even after regaining her composure, she remained shaken. The owner of the Porsche appeared quite youthful, resembling a college student with an attractive countenance. Perhaps startled by the incident, he looked somewhat pale and immediately began to apologize profusely. I'm so sorry. Are you all right? I just received my driver's license not long ago, and I got so nervous. Jiang Ni, initially feeling a bit upset, softened her stance upon witnessing his sincere demeanor and youthfulness. I am fine. Hearing her words, he visibly relaxed, yet still inquired, this is a hospital. Do you want to go inside for a checkup? No need, Jiang Ni replied, shaking her head. The speed in the parking garage had not been swift, and the collision was not severe. The dent appeared worse than it was, and she had not sustained any injuries. The vehicle was insured, so they needed to wait for the insurance company's representative to arrive for an assessment. While waiting, another car began to exit the garage. Jiang and I stepped slightly aside to allow it to pass, but unexpectedly, the white vehicle halted beside her. Chapter 25. Is he good to you? Pei Xiaolin, having completed his work, prepared to return home, only to unexpectedly encounter Jiang and I in the underground parking lot. The scene suggested a minor collision had occurred, and he stepped out of his vehicle, concern etched on his face. Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? I'm fine, Jiang and I replied, shaking her head. Just a slight issue with the car. Have you reported it to the insurance? He inquired. Yes, Jiang and I nodded, then asked, did you just finish your night shift? No, I didn't return home after finishing yesterday, he responded. Jiang and I understood. The hospital operated on 2 shifts, day and night, with fixed start times but variable end times. Occasionally, nearing the end of shift, a major surgery could extend into the early hours, necessitating an overnight stay at the hospital. The owner of the Porsche, witnessing the familiarity in their exchange, mistakenly assumed they were a couple and began to apologize. I'm really sorry. It was my fault, and I take full responsibility. Jiang and I bore him no ill will. Although startled, she had not been injured, and given his courteous demeanor, there was no need for confrontation. It's all right, she assured him. Pei Xiaolin assessed the damage to the rear of the vehicle. Have you arranged for a tow? Yes, the rear light is damaged, and the body is dented. It appears unstable. For safety's sake, it would be prudent not to drive it further. Jiang and I concurred, acknowledging that the insurance company would manage it. How will you get home? Pei Zhaolin offered. I can give you a ride. I can manage on my own, she insisted. Despite this being her first experience with such a situation, it was not overly concerning. The insurance staff would arrive soon to handle everything, and she saw no need to inconvenience anyone else. Zhaolin, you should return and rest. I'll be fine, she reiterated. The hospital's on-call room was cramped and uncomfortable, and Jiang Ni, having experienced it, felt quite fatigued. She did not wish to delay Pei Zhaolin's rest. It's all right. We haven't had the chance to sit down and have a proper conversation. It's about time we do, and afterward, let us go out for a meal. With his invitation laid out, Jiang Ni felt compelled to accept. Fortunately, the insurance company was nearby, and their arrival was swift. Once matters were resolved, Jiang Ni settled into Pei Zhaolin's car. Having spent several years abroad, Pei Zhaolin found the ever-evolving city of Beijing increasingly unfamiliar. He had intended to take Jiang Ni to a restaurant he used to frequent, a place they had enjoyed together, but upon hearing her mention it, he learned that the establishment had closed down. Ultimately, at Jiang Ni's suggestion, they opted for Yunjin, a restaurant renowned for its authentic local cuisine, which she believed Pei Zhaolin would appreciate. The restaurant was bustling during peak dining hours, with all private rooms occupied, so they found a table in the main hall. Perusing the menu, Pei Zhaolin remarked, "After all these years abroad, I have missed the culinary delights of home. Then let us indulge a bit today," Jiang Ni encouraged. This restaurant has a splendid reputation for its flavors. As it was peak dining time, the service was somewhat delayed. Pei Zhaolin broached the subject of Jiang Ni's marriage. "I haven't had the chance to sit down with you and chat. I heard you recently got married." Jiang Ni nodded. Yes, it's been a short while. Given the proximity of their families, Pei Zhaolin was well aware of Jiang Ni's new husband. "Is he good to you?" he inquired. "Quite well," she replied. Jiang Ni smiled, enjoying the moment. Pei Zhaolin lowered his gaze, expressing his surprise. "I never imagined you would marry so suddenly." It was evident to him that, prior to this, she had never been seen in close proximity to any man. Jiang Ni, however, remained composed, lifting her teacup for a sip. "With age comes maturity." I found it fitting and decided to proceed. In their circle, everyone understood that the suitability of a marriage was paramount. Professing love was merely a facade. If it were not Zhou Jinxu, it would be someone else equally matched, someone beneficial to the family. Jiang Ni viewed marriage with a sense of detachment, making the best choice within her capabilities. Pei Zhaolin, aware of the underlying sentiments, refrained from inquiring about love. After a brief silence, he gently remarked, "Had I accepted your confession back then, perhaps things would be different now." The mention of old memories brought Jiang Ni back to that year. Before Pei Zhaolin left for abroad, she had asked him if they should be together. He had only ruffled her hair and replied tenderly, "You are still young." Shortly thereafter, he left for his studies, and she embarked on her university journey. For the first year, they maintained contact, with Pei Zhaolin sending her various gifts through acquaintances. However, as time passed, both became engrossed in their respective lives, she with her studies and he with work, and the time difference of several hours gradually diminished their communication. Jiang Ni traced the rim of her ceramic cup, the steam from the tea swirling before her, reminiscent of the past's ebb and flow. The past was merely that, past. She had never dwelled on what-ifs. Rather than lamenting the irreversible past, she preferred to seize the present. The past could not be relived, but the now was within her grasp. Gazing into Pei Zhaolin's eyes, she contemplated before declaring, "I am quite content with my marriage." In her youth, she had indeed harbored feelings for this caring neighbor, Pei Zhaolin. The rejection had stung momentarily, but that pain had swiftly faded. Now, as she looked at him, tranquility enveloped her. A flicker of melancholy crossed Pei Zhaolin's eyes as he smiled softly. "You remain just as you were." After finishing their meal, they exited Yunjin, where people bustled about at the entrance. Jiang Ni was nearly jostled to the ground. "Be careful," Pei Zhaolin steadied her. Not far from Yunjin, a white car caught the attention of Zhu Xiaoxi, who, upon turning, recognized the slender figure at the door. It was a familiar sight. Having seen photographs, she instantly identified Jiang Ni, Zhou Jinxu's newlywed wife. "Xiaoxi, it's rare for you to return to the capital. You must find time to accompany me shopping." Beside her, Bo Xian Lu chattered incessantly, attempting to draw Zhu Xiaoxi's attention. Not receiving a response, she leaned in closer. What are you looking at? Noticing her friend's distraction, she followed her gaze to Jiang Ni at the entrance, precisely in the position of a man supporting a woman. Furrowing her brow, she questioned, what is going on with Jiang Ni? Married to Zhou Jinxu, yet she's out here entangled with another man. This is utterly disgraceful. Bo Xian Lu was the sister of Bo Xian Yuan, and through her brother, she had become quite familiar with Zhou Jinxu and his circle. Unlike others, Bo Xinlu has always held a deep admiration for her elder brother Zhou Jinxu. Ever since she learned about the marriage between the Zhou and Jiang families, she has regarded Jiang Ni with disdain. She looks down upon Jiang Ni, who hails from a modest family and is merely the illegitimate child of a doctor. In her eyes, aside from possessing a modicum of beauty, Jiang Ni is utterly unworthy of Zhou Jinxu. The very notion that someone like her could marry her esteemed brother and engage in flirtations with others fills Bo Xinlu with indignation. How could she, being married, lack any sense of propriety? Do not be so harsh, Zhu Xiaoxi interjected. Miss Jiang may simply not have given it much thought. Perhaps she is just accustomed to her previous way of life and has not yet recognized the boundaries. Xiaoxi, you are still foolishly defending her, Bo Xinlu exclaimed, radiating an air of exasperation. If it weren't for her meddling, you would be Mrs. Zhou by now. Chapter 26. Deception. Bo Xinlu has always firmly believed that Zhu Xiaoxi would marry Zhou Jinxu. Initially, the Zhou family shared this sentiment, which is why they brought her to live in Zhou Garden. If it were not for the cunning schemes of the Jiang family and Jiang Ni's formidable tactics, Zhou Ge would never have consented to this union. Sister Xiaoxi and Zhou Ge complement each other perfectly. One is gentle as water, the other tall and handsome. And they have been childhood sweethearts, truly a match made in heaven. It is utterly despicable that Jiang Ni has stolen another's man and is entangled with others. Zhu Xiaoxi's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her expression bore a hint of bitterness. It is simply fate that I am not meant to be with Zhou Ge. Bo Yinlu, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Zhou Ge has been deceived. Once he sees through this woman's true nature, he will undoubtedly divorce her. Do not say such things. I seek nothing more than Jinxu's happiness, even if I am not the one by his side, Zhu Xiaoxi gently admonished, grasping Bo Xinlu's hand with heartfelt sincerity. Do not share what you have just witnessed with Jinxu. I fear he may worry over such matters. She paused momentarily. They have just married. It is best to avoid misunderstandings at this early stage. Zhu Xiaoxi's words were soft yet profound, contrasting sharply with Jiang Ni's ungratefulness in her actions. How could she, still unaccustomed to married life, engage in ambiguous relations with other men? Bo Xinlu, incensed, retorted, Sister Xiaoxi, you are far too kind. If it were not for your gentle and unassertive nature, how could Zhou Ge have been taken by a woman like Jiang Ni? Bo Xinlu glared at Jiang Ni as she entered a man's car, her anger boiling over. She should face the consequences of her actions. Zhou Ge deserves to see his wife's true colors. Who? What is happening? Bo Xian approached from a distance, overhearing the conversation, and noticed the excitement on his sister's face. Prompting his inquiry, what is the matter? Zhu Xiaoxi quickly intervened to prevent Bo Xinlu from speaking, smiling as she said, it is nothing, just a minor issue. Bo Xian scratched his head, dismissing it as trivial. I am heading to Bushing, he informed Zhu Xiaoxi. How about you? I still have some family matters to attend to. So I will head home first, Zhu Xiaoxi replied. It is not on your way. I will just take a taxi. Bo Xingyuan nodded and then turned to his sister. What about you? Initially intending to return home, upon hearing that her brother was going to Bushing, Bo Xinlu reconsidered. I will accompany you to Bushing. Thinking that after visiting Bushing, he would also return home, Bo Xingyuan gladly agreed to take his sister along. The Bo family is involved in the development of new energy and chip technology, maintaining a long-term partnership with Bushing. As a partner and a recognized friend of Zhou Jinxu, Bo Xingyuan naturally received smooth passage to the Bushing building. In a top-floor office, Zhou Jinxu was engaged in an online meeting. It was impractical for all heads of subsidiaries from various regions to convene in the capital, so regular meetings were typically conducted online. Assistant when informed the Bo siblings of the situation, and the two waited outside for a while before being allowed in. Upon entering, Bo Xun boldly settled onto the leather sofa, while Bo Xinlu obediently followed behind, calling out to the people inside. Zhou Jinxu looked up from his work, acknowledged them, and then inquired, "What brings you here?" In person, he extended an invitation. "We haven't gathered in quite some time." Bo Yinuan, recognizing Zhou Jinxu as the acknowledged workaholic among their circle, had previously made half-hearted attempts to coax him into attending their gatherings. However, since the talk of marriage, Zhou had been elusive, leading Bo to personally invite him. "You simply must come. Unless you have plans with your wife, you must grant me this favor." It was Saturday, and Zhou Jinxu replied decisively, "I won't be going. I need to return home for dinner." Bo Xinyuan raised an eyebrow. "Is it a cozy evening with your wife?" Zhou remained silent. Bo Xinlu scoffed, "Miss Jiang may not even be available tonight." Bo Xinyuan looked puzzled. Zhou Jinxu lifted his gaze, and both pairs of eyes fell upon Bo Xinlu, who finally seized the opportunity to speak up, clearing her throat and lifting her chin. "I saw her dining with another man today." Disdain for Jiang and I was evident in Bo Xinlu. She wished for the two to divorce, and naturally, she could not shield Jiang and I from Zhou Jinxu's scrutiny, especially since she hoped for Zhou to find happiness with Zhu Xiaoxi. From the outset, her intention in coming to Boshang was to unveil Jiang Ni's true nature to Zhou Jinxu, and she was eager to share her revelations. They were laughing and chatting, and their relationship appeared quite intimate. Even though they're married, one would think they should maintain a certain distance from the opposite sex. Unlike Sister Xiaoxi, who has only ever held affection for Brother Zhou, with a kind and gentle heart. "Wait," Bo Xinyan interjected, bewildered. "When did you see this?" He had been late and missed the scene outside Yunjin's eye. After explaining, Bo Xinlu huffed, "I saw it clearly with my own eyes. They were very close." Zhou Jinxu capped his pen, and how exactly was that closeness manifested? Bo Xinlu paused, taken aback. You said they were intimate." Zhou Jinxu reiterated his inquiry. "What did you observe that indicated intimacy?" Zhou Jinxu did not express anger. Instead, he pressed for details, leaving Bo Xinlu momentarily flustered. Where was the intimacy? Was it in dining together? In their laughter? Was it the moment when the man assisted Jiang and I after a minor collision? Or was it simply riding in the same vehicle? Reflecting on those fleeting moments, none seemed to truly encapsulate intimacy. She bit her lip, pondering for a long while before finally muttering. "It just felt off." Bo Xinyuan responded with a silent pause. Zhou Jinxu, observing her expression, understood her unspoken thoughts. Firstly, Jiang and I was a woman of great propriety, and he trusted her. Secondly, it was entirely normal for an individual to have friends and engage in social activities without excessive scrutiny. Lastly, he slowly stated, "Jiang and I is my wife. You ought to refer to her as sister-in-law." Meanwhile, Jiang and I returned home in Pei Xiaoling's car. The hour was still early, prompting her to retreat to the study for a brief reading session. The summer days stretched long, and as the clock approached 6, the sky outside was just beginning to darken. Jiang and I rubbed her temples and gazed out the window, where the city's neon lights flickered to life. Residing on a high floor, she enjoyed a panoramic view of the bustling traffic below through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Jiang and I descended the stairs, and the enticing aroma of food wafted from a kitchen. Aunt Zhang, who was preparing dinner, turned upon hearing the commotion and smiled as she said, "Madam, dinner is not yet ready. You will have to wait a little longer." The occasions on which Zhou Jinxu and Jiang and I could share dinner together were rare, as he had specifically instructed in the morning to return promptly for the evening meal with his wife. Upon hearing this, Aunt Zhang's heart fluttered with delight, and she devoted extra care to the dinner preparations, taking a bit longer than usual. Jiang and I, however, thought little of it and merely nodded, saying, "It's all right. Take your time." Chapter 27. What aspect is beneficial? Zhou Jinxu arrived home a little later than usual. Upon changing his shoes at the entrance, he first noticed Aunt Zhang and then scanned the living room. As if anticipating his thoughts, Aunt Zhang spoke. "Madam is upstairs. I was just about to call her." Dinner was prepared, and the master of the house had returned. After summoning Jiang Ni down for dinner, Aunt Zhang concluded her shift. Descending from the second floor, Jiang Ni beheld Zhou Jinxu's silhouette as he hung his suit jacket on the coat rack, his slim shirt stretched across his broad shoulders. Their eyes met as he turned. Zhou Jinxu remarked, "I'll wash my hands. You may sit down and eat first." Jiang Ni nodded in agreement. Aunt Zhang, having successfully passed the interview, was undoubtedly adept in the culinary arts. Though she predominantly prepared Chinese dishes, her skills in Western cuisine were equally commendable. The dinner was exquisitely presented, embodying a symphony of color, aroma, and taste. The spread rivaled that of fine dining establishments. Zhou Jinxu dried his hands and approached the dining table. Noticing Jiang and I had not yet begun to eat, so he took a seat. He explained that he had to attend to some matters before leaving work, clarifying that arriving home just before 8 was not particularly late. Jiang and I replied, "I had a rather late lunch, so I am not very hungry." Their wedding photos had yet to be taken, and Jiang and I casually mentioned during dinner that her mother-in-law had been inquiring about their specific timeline. Zhou Jinxu nodded in acknowledgement, assuring, "I will have assistant when clear the schedule when the time comes." Aunt Zhang's meticulous preparation for dinner created an atmosphere reminiscent of a candlelit meal. Yet the diners seemed unable to appreciate her heartfelt efforts. Zhou Jinxu exhibited impeccable table manners, speaking little during the meal, while Jiang and I was not one to force conversation. They completed their dinner in serene silence. After finishing, they each went upstairs to freshen up and found themselves seated on the bed just after 10:30, a moment neither early nor late. Zhou Jinxu inquired, "Shall we begin now? If we finish in half an hour, we can sleep by 11:30. Feeling a hint of nervousness, Jiang and I feigned calmness and nodded, contemplating whether to turn off the lights. However, she soon felt a handsome visage drawing nearer. The gradual approach melded their warm breaths, the soft sensation pressing down upon them. Jiang and I sensed the tips of her fingers resting on the mattress being lightly brushed by a distinctly defined hand. The cool touch drew closer, igniting a tingling sensation coursing through her fingertips. Unconsciously, Jiang and I curled her fingers, the deep blue fabric of her attire gathering in bashful waves. The man's lips brushed against hers, fleetingly, as his gaze fell upon her tightly closed eyes, her thick lashes fluttering delicately. Jiang and I was gently cradled against the soft pillow. Simultaneously, the bright lights of the room dimmed, leaving only a soft, glowing lamp to illuminate their intimate space. The subdued lighting eased Jiang Ni's taut nerves, diminishing her anxiety. Fulfilling marital duties was an inevitable aspect of their conjugal life, and despite her apprehension, she endeavored to relax and reciprocate. In such matters, excessive tension was counterproductive. Another kiss descended upon her. A week had passed, and once again, Zhou Jinxu savored that exquisite sweetness. The first thought that emerged was that it was indeed not the calming tea. Yet, at this moment, he could not contemplate anything else, instinctively pursuing that delightful sensation. Unlike the previous instance of hesitant and superficial engagement, Jiang and I distinctly sensed the newfound proficiency in Zhou Jinxu's kiss. Each caress fell delicately, inch by inch, creating an entirely novel sensory experience akin to intoxication. As she felt herself becoming increasingly dazed, the sound of a drawer being pulled caught her attention, followed by the rustling of plastic film being torn. She slowly opened her eyes, and in the warm, dim light, caught a glimpse of the man kneeling in silhouette. His head bowed, dark hair obscuring his brow and eyes, presenting an air of mystery. His broad shoulders and narrow waist were outlined by the soft light, revealing a perfectly sculpted physique. This was the first time Jiang and I beheld Zhou Jinxu in such a cool state. Typically, he fastened his pajamas to the highest button, concealing even his collarbone. Thus, upon unexpectedly encountering the sight of his well-defined body beneath the shirt, she felt a mixture of surprise and anticipation. With no time to ponder further, her gaze inadvertently drifted towards the perilous zone in response to his movements. Realizing the implications, she swiftly closed her eyes. Fortunately, the dim light shielded her from his notice. Otherwise, it would have been exceedingly embarrassing. In truth, there was little to feel embarrassed about. As a doctor, She understood that the human body's normal functions were nothing to make a fuss over. Yet, despite this reasoning, her cheeks flushed crimson, grateful for the subdued lighting. "I lack experience. If anything feels uncomfortable, please tell me." His voice descended from above, deeper than usual, as if it had rolled around in his throat before escaping. Jiang Ni responded with a soft, affirmative sound. Her breath was gently and insistently claimed. Following this, her thoughts became fragmented. Jiang Ni had once observed the myriad awards and trophies Zhou Jinxu had amassed throughout his life in the Zhou Garden. They were so numerous that a dedicated display room was required, showcasing his undeniably high intelligence. It was evident from his achievements, without the need for others to articulate it. His capacity for learning was remarkable, and even in uncharted territories, Zhou Jinxu's exploratory prowess was formidable, transforming from naive inexperience to adept proficiency. He resembled an eager student. His learning abilities exceptional, making it easy for him to submit an acceptable examination paper. Outside, the rain began to fall heavily, its droplets cascading intermittently, while delicate flower buds swayed in the storm. As the tempest subsided, Zhou Jinxu reluctantly withdrew, his gaze nearly merging with the darkness of the night. It was 11:21, surpassing his anticipated time frame. He closed his eyes briefly, the sensual prominence of his Adam's apple moving subtly. "Are you all right?" His voice pierced the silence, resonating as if it had traversed light years to reach her ears. His tone was stark yet infused with an inexplicable, low, and alluring warmth. In that moment of blankness at the pinnacle of sensation, Jiang Ni gradually found her composure, her thoughts slowly coalescing. In what way? She unconsciously pondered the man's question. Last week, upon encountering the gaze of Zhou Jinxu, she pressed her parched lips together and replied cautiously, "It's all right." Her voice trembled slightly, an involuntary quiver laced with a hint of lingering affection. Feeling somewhat dehydrated, Zhou Jinxu averted her gaze and said, "I will go fetch some fresh sheets." Jiang Ni nodded in acknowledgement. Although the air conditioning in the room was pleasantly cool, she found herself covered in a thin sheen of sweat, feeling quite sticky. "I will take a shower," she declared. After maintaining one position for too long, her muscles ached slightly, compelling her to pause before rising from the bed. In a quiet room, each occupied with their own tasks, the only sound was the rustling of movements as conversation ceased. After completing her personal hygiene, it was nearly midnight. Upon emerging, Jiang and I discovered that Zhou Jinxu had already replaced the bed linens, yet she was nowhere to be found. As she settled into bed, Zhou Jinxu returned from the guest room, presumably after a shower. Clad in his rather antiquated pajamas, each button meticulously fastened, Zhou Jinxu slipped beneath the covers, and Jiang and I sensed a chill emanating from him. She did not dwell on it. After nearly an hour of activity, fatigue began to set in, and as the hour grew late, she quickly drifted into a deep sleep, untouched by dreams, enjoying a restful night. Chapter 28. Early marriage and youth. Zhou Jinxu had a restless night, the small space filled with the sweet aroma of peaches that lingered from Jiang and I. As dawn broke, his biological clock roused him precisely on time. Rising from bed, he was unsurprised to encounter the vibrant energy of the morning. He rubbed his temples and rolled out of bed to change his clothes and head out for a morning jog. After a couple of minutes of laziness in bed, Jiang and I finally got up, feeling a slight ache in her body. She rubbed her muscles and turned to get out of bed, just as her feet touched the floor. The door swung open, revealing Zhou Jinxu, who had just returned from his jog, his tousled black hair damp with sweat, clearly on his way to shower. Their eyes met in the air, despite having shared the most intimate moments the previous night. Jiang and I now felt inexplicably awkward and self-conscious as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Are you going to shower?" she asked. Zhou Jinxu's gaze fell upon her, immediately noticing her slightly swollen lips. Jiang and I, just awakened and devoid of makeup, had an unadorned, fair face, with a hint of blush on her lips glaringly apparent. The vivid memories of the previous evening flashed unexpectedly before his eyes. He lowered his gaze, averting his eyes. Aware that Jiang and I was clearly preparing to freshen up, he replied, "I came to get some clothes. I'll shower in the guest room." As he spoke, He stepped into the wardrobe to retrieve his garments. Jiang Ni said nothing and entered the bathroom. She exhaled softly, gazing at her reflection in the mirror. Her hair was a tousle mess, and she could hardly claim to look presentable. She brushed her hair back and noticed her lips. They were indeed somewhat swollen. Jiang Ni touched them gently, the fragments of last night as events flitting through her mind. Feeling a tad embarrassed, she had bitten her lip to stifle her sounds, perhaps not controlling the pressure well enough, resulting in the swelling. But fortunately, it wasn't too pronounced. After freshening up, Jiang Ni made her way downstairs. Zhou Jinxu was already at the table, enjoying breakfast, while Aunt Zhang washed the dishes in the kitchen. Upon seeing Jiang Ni, she served the breakfast. Jiang Ni took her seat across from Zhou Jinxu and glanced at the time, hastening her meal. Noticing that Jiang Ni had risen earlier than usual, Zhou Jinxu inquired, "Why not sleep a little longer?" He recalled that she did not have to work today. Jiang Ni sipped her soy milk and replied, "I'd be late for work." She had swapped shifts with a colleague to carve out time for her wedding photo shoot, hence her need to go to work today. Zhou Jinxu, unfamiliar with the hospital's work schedule, observed Jiang Ni eating hurriedly and checked the time. Isn't it still early? Based on her previous departure times, she need not rush. Her car was at the 4S shop for repairs, so she planned to take the subway today. Zhou Jinxu focused on the key point. "It's broken?" Jiang Ni did not conceal the truth and recounted the events of the previous day in detail, adding, "Just a minor scrape. It should be fixed soon." Zhou Jinxu frowned. "Were you hurt?" Jiang Ni shook her head. "No, I'm fine." He paused for a moment. "You didn't mention it yesterday." Jiang Ni dismissed it lightly. "It's just a small matter." This trivial matter, devoid of any injuries, was not beyond her capacity to handle. Hence, there was no necessity to communicate it to him. Jiang Ni's actions were entirely justifiable, leaving no room for criticism. Zhou Jinxu pressed his lips together. "If the car is broken, simply replace it. Choose any vehicle from the garage." Jiang Ni shook her head. "No, those cars are too conspicuous." She was reluctant to let others know about her family circumstances. Driving one of those several million yuan vehicles to the hospital would inevitably place her in the spotlight. Zhou Jinxu suggested, "I will have assistant when procure a less expensive car." Jiang Ni declined once more. "Really, it's unnecessary. My car is still operational. There is no need for replacement." The damage was not severe. A mere replacement of the headlights would suffice, which would take only a few days. Acquiring a new vehicle would be excessive. As the time approached, Jiang Ni hastily consumed a few bites before preparing to rise, only to be restrained. "Eat slowly. I shall drive you," he said. "Let's stop at the street corner behind the hospital." Such a thoughtful gesture. Jiang Ni regarded Zhou Jinxu's face for a brief moment before ultimately acquiescing. For several consecutive days, Jiang Ni drove to work in her family's car, opting for a discreet Land Rover instead of the ostentatious black Bentley. Zhou Jinxu flew to Melbourne the following day, and shortly thereafter, the new inpatient building at Rinha Hospital was completed, with a ceremony planned for its inauguration, indicative of its significance. The hospital staff engaged in lively discussions during the midday break, as rumors circulated about the attendance of several high-ranking officials. Rinha is a private hospital, funded by corporate investments, with Jiangming Pharmaceuticals being the largest investor, a leading pharmaceutical company in the country. It was not surprising for their executives to appear, as they had done so before. However, the focus this time revolved around the promising young talents who would attend the banquet following the ceremony. The single young women in the hospital fervently discussed the prospect of finding a partner at the event, suggesting that it was not impossible to leap into a higher social stratum. The head nurse, who was married, remarked that seeking a suitable partner was not a disgrace. Zhang Keisai joked, "Perhaps I found my partner too early. Otherwise, I would join them in dressing up." The head nurse laughed. "In my opinion, it is futile. Once Dr. Jiang appears, who could possibly notice anyone else?" "Wow, Yang Jia, your words are quite," Zhang Keisai exclaimed, acknowledging the truth in her statement. Caught off guard by the unexpected mention, Jiang Ni chuckled. "Please do not always elevate me so highly." Yang Jia lamented. "It is such a pity that Dr. Jiang married young. She truly stands out as the most eligible candidate for a wealthy marriage in this hospital." The news of Jiang Ni's marital status could not be concealed. She neither highlighted nor concealed it, as her prominence within the hospital made it a matter of public knowledge. Curiosity led some to inquire, and she confirmed it, an undeniable fact that shattered the hearts of many single men. No one in the hospital had ever met Jiang Ni's husband. They only heard that he was an introduced suitor several years her senior, whom she married in a flash. Another young nurse, following the conversation, asked, "Dr. Jiang, what does your husband do?" This had been a topic of private speculation among them. Everyone is curious about the background of Renhe's Hua. Jiang Ni pondered the wording. It refers to helping the family with small business ventures. It is not entirely deceptive. Sister Young Market, I initially thought you would become a couple with General Gao. At that time, Gao Ziki was fervently pursuing Jiang Ni, and the two seemed to be a suitable match. At the very least, Gao Ziki was a talented young man with a promising future. In terms of various aspects, one could say he was far superior to Jiang Ni's current choice. Speaking of Gao Ziki, the young nurse had some fresh gossip that General Gao is currently involved in a passionate affair with someone from the publicity department. Chapter 29. The ironclad masculinity. The hospital mandated the attendance of all non-on-call medical personnel at the evening banquet. Jiang Ni, delayed by an emergency patient transferred just before her shift ended, took longer than anticipated to leave work. Upon changing into a fresh outfit in the duty room, she found the hall already bustling with guests. Such occasions primarily showcased the hospital's esteemed figures, where junior doctors and nurses like her merely served as embellishments, a mere formality to highlight the institution's regard for its prominent members. After greeting the higher-ups, Jiang Ni approached a round table to indulge in some refreshments. The department had been exceptionally busy that day, and she had only managed a hasty bite of bread at noon, her blood sugar precariously low. Selecting a blueberry-flavored cake from the table, she observed small clusters of people animatedly engaged in conversation. A familiar colleague joined her, grinning as he remarked, "Tonight, a number of young talents have arrived, one particularly striking. Everyone is talking about it. They all seem eager to find a golden son-in-law, but I reckon that's no easy feat. They say marrying is like swallowing a needle." The two colleagues were engrossed in their discussion, while Jiang Ni merely smiled, choosing not to engage. She held no interest in such matters, nor did she wish to pass judgment on others' choices. To those without specific intentions, such gatherings held little allure and were rather tedious. Were it not for her department head's insistence, Jiang Ni would have preferred to avoid the event altogether. Having eaten a little, she felt she had fulfilled her obligation and was seeking an opportunity to leave when she was intercepted. "Dr. Jiang, are you leaving?" "Hi, Ziki." With a sardonic smile that barely masked his true feelings, blocked her path. Jiang Ni was compelled to halt. Accompanying Hai Ziki was Zhun Mingyan from the hospital's publicity department, their demeanor suggesting an intimate rapport. Given the hospital's gossip mill, this was hardly surprising. Zhun Mingyan cheerfully inquired, "Why are you in such a hurry to leave? The banquet has just begun." The publicity department was responsible for producing promotional videos for the hospital and educational content on various common ailments, necessitating interactions with different departments. Jiang Ni had interacted with Zhun Mingyan on a few occasions, but their relationship was not particularly warm. Thus, the sudden enthusiasm was unexpected. Maintaining her composure, Jiang Ni deflected. "I have some matters to attend to at home." "What's this?" Hai Ziki scoffed. "Is your older man worried about you flaunting yourself out here, urging you to return and warm his bed?" Zhun Mingyan interjected disapprovingly. "Mr. Gao, please. That must be a misunderstanding." "Doctor, Jiang Wun Ti seek out an older man for financial gain. What misunderstanding?" Hai Ziki retorted dismissively. "We've seen her with an older man. What could possibly be misunderstood?" He sneered. "No wonder her husband hasn't been seen for so long. Dr. Zhang's marriage is a fade. She's truly entangled with an old and unattractive benefactor. What nonsense is this? A beauty like Renha is with an old man? Didn't they say she was married? The marriage is fake. Impossible. This is sensational news." Zhun Mingyan's voice, neither too loud nor too soft, was sufficient for those nearby to overhear, and soon, whispers and intrigued exchanges filled the air. Jiang Ni's expression turned cold as she addressed Mr. Gao, stating, "Mr. Gao, one may indulge in food indiscriminately, but one must not speak recklessly. All matters must be substantiated by evidence. Evidence? Gao Ziki declared emphatically, producing a photograph. Here it is. For several consecutive days, this old man has been driving you to work in his luxury car. If you weren't guilty, why would you not dare to alight at the hospital entrance? Are you afraid that people will discover you are involved with an older man for financial gain? Jiang Ni's gaze fell upon the photo, which captured Uncle Li driving her to work. For the past few days, without her own vehicle, Uncle Li had been her chauffeur, dropping her off on the road behind the hospital, a distance from the entrance. She had not anticipated that Gao Ziki would witness and photograph the scene. It's a luxury car. No wonder you were so quick to refuse me, Gao Ziki scoffed. Being a mistress indeed brings in substantial rewards. One can laugh in utter disbelief when faced with such absurdity. You claim I am a mistress based on a mere photograph? Tonight, our hospital's esteemed neurosurgeon is also present. Shall I assist you in making an appointment? It is wise to seek treatment early if one is unwell. Laughter erupted from those nearby, muffled yet unmistakable. Gao Ziki, enraged, retorted, "You have been entangled in a murky relationship with that older man. I have witnessed it firsthand. The evidence is irrefutable, and your attempts at denial are futile." Zhang Mingyan interjected softly, "In truth, there is nothing scandalous about this. It is only natural for a woman as beautiful as Dr. Jiang to seek shortcuts." Gao Ziki sneered, "You feign innocence while being nothing more than a woman of negotiable virtue." Before he could finish, someone splashed water in his face. "Who dares to douse me?" he shouted furiously. "Your auntie, that who?" came a defiantly familiar female voice. "I watched you crawl out from the gutter, spewing filth, and I thought it prudent to cleanse your mouth. No need for thanks." Jiang and I instinctively turned towards the source, her eyes widening in surprise. "Xiaowen, what brings you here?" Zhou Jinxu approached Jiang Ni's side. Lowering her voice, "I had no plans today, so I accompanied my brother for a bit of fun. I never expected to overhear such outrageous claims." Before Jiang and I could process the implications of Zhou Jinxu's words, Gao Ziki's furious voice erupted again. "You wretched girl! Who the hell are you to throw water at me? Do you know who I am?" The surrounding gazes and his own humiliation filled Gao Ziki with indignation, prompting him to charge forward. Jiang and I frowned and instinctively positioned herself in front of Zhou Jinxu. However, before Gao Ziki could advance, a tall man, friendly yet firm, intervened, Zhou Jinxu's bodyguard. Gao Ziki found himself restrained, his fury intensifying. "Who are you? Where did this little wretch come from?" Zhou Jinxu, having kept a low profile while studying abroad, was largely unknown to Gao Ziki, who dismissed her presence. "I am an executive at Jiangming Pharmaceutical. The general manager is my brother-in-law. Jiang and I, how dare you offend me? Do you wish to jeopardize your standing at Rinha?" Zhou Jinxu laughed in disbelief. "You dare to bully my sister-in-law? Even if the general manager of Jiangming Pharmaceutical were your father, it would be of no consequence." She instructed her bodyguard to teach this foolish man a lesson. Jiang and I immediately discerned Zhou Jinxu's intentions and promptly intervened, deeming it unnecessary to sully her hands for such a person. "Mr. Gao, the slander, insults, defamation, and threats you've directed at me this evening have all been recorded," Jiang and I stated calmly. "Given the presence of numerous senior executives from Jiangming Pharmaceutical at this gathering, why not let them arbitrate the matter? I am quite eager to see who will falter first in this venue." Gao Ziki was taken aback by Jiang Ni's strategic maneuver, his expression shifting dramatically. "You are threatening me," he exclaimed. Jiang and I simply smiled. "You may interpret it as you wish." The commotion had drawn the attention of several onlookers, many of whom were peering curiously in their direction. Jiang Ni's composed demeanor instilled a sense of trepidation in Gao Ziki. Encountering a woman who could afford a bodyguard at such a banquet left him uncertain about her true identity. Realizing the situation was not in his favor, he could only mutter a bitter threat. "You wait and see." Jiang and I smiled, raising her phone slightly. Zhou Jinxu rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "What a world we live in!" Observing Zhou Jinxu's protective demeanor, Jiang and I felt a surge of warmth and affectionately ruffled her hair. "Do not let these individuals provoke you," she advised. Zhou Jinxu, with a hint of curiosity, asked sister-in-law, "Did you really record it?" Jiang and I whispered, No, I was merely trying to intimidate Gao Ziki. She then inquired, is your brother here as well? She had not had the chance to ask earlier how Zhou Jinxu had come to be at Renhe. Zhou Qiwa nodded, yes. He's upstairs with the executives. She added, elder brother noticed that things seemed off on your end and was concerned for your safety. So he sent me to check on you. He's such a typical man. Jiang and I mused. To play the hero in such matters by relying on someone else. If it weren't for arranged matchmaking, he would surely struggle to find a wife. As Zhou Qiwen finished her thought, Jiang Ni's gaze drifted towards the second floor, colliding with a pair of inscrutable eyes. Chapter 30. How flirtatious you are in the conference room on the second floor. A tall and elegant man stood by the window, his gaze fixed on the first floor. Director Zhang followed the man's line of sight. All the doctors not on duty tonight have arrived. Among them is Dr. Jiang from our hospital's general surgery department. Wei Fangzhou glanced over, unable to discern the features from afar, but he sensed that it was a remarkably young woman. So young? Do not be deceived by Dr. Zhang's youth. Her capabilities rival those of seasoned physicians. Director Zhang hurriedly explained, Dr. Jiang graduated first in her class from one of the best medical universities in the country and received numerous offers from prestigious hospitals during her internship. Since joining our hospital, the department head has consistently praised her. General surgery is one of Renhe's flagship departments, and Director Shi Liang, with his years of experience and esteemed reputation, is known for his strict temperament. Yet, Dr. Jiang frequently earns his commendation, which speaks volumes about her medical prowess. Director Zhang had also interacted with Jiang and I during consultations. She remained composed and calm in the face of challenging surgical dilemmas, demonstrating a wealth of knowledge, truly an exceptional talent. Dr. Jiang is the most outstanding among her peers, and given time, she will undoubtedly achieve great things. Wei Fangzhou nodded. I indeed underestimated her. The previously silent Zhou Jinxu also nodded in agreement. Indeed. What is going on? What does Zhou Jinxu's proud demeanor signify? Wei Fangzhou raised an eyebrow and inquired of the director. What is Dr. Jiang's full name? Jiang Ni. Jiang Ni? Is she the Jiang and I know? Wei Fangzhou squinted and quietly confirmed. Your wife? Zhou Jinxu maintained his composure and replied affirmatively. The case is solved. Is he basking in the compliments about his wife? Wei Fangzhou clicked his tongue. Brother, how flirtatious you are. Zhou Jinxu frowned, prompting Wei Fangzhou to immediately signal for silence. Director Zhang, oblivious to their exchange, continued extolling Jiang Ni's virtues before shifting the discussion to the hospital's medical team and addressing the current situation. With the completion of the new inpatient building, the number of beds has increased, but the shortage of medical equipment has become even more pronounced. Bosheng has recently shown interest in the medical sector, and now, through the connections of Jiangming Pharmaceuticals, we have the opportunity to invite a representative from Bosheng. Naturally, Director Zhang is eager to seize this chance. Many medical devices in the country are still not sufficiently advanced. If we can introduce newer technologies, I believe we can make an even greater contribution to our patients in the medical field. Zhou Jinxu nodded. Director Zhang's dedication to medicine is widely recognized, and I hold great admiration for it. He extended his hand. I will have the project team assess it, and if all is well, Bosheng will continue to provide support for Renhe. Director Zhang excitedly grasped the man's hand. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Thank you so much. Declining Director Zhang's suggestion to introduce the attending physicians present at the hospital, Zhou Jinxu exited the director's office. Wei Fangzhou followed closely behind. Brother Zhou, you give me the impression of a capricious ruler tonight. Zhou Jinxu glanced sideways. Wei Fangzhou stroked his chin. You nodded to fun because of your wife, right? Bosheng indeed seeks to venture into the medical field. However, Renhe may not be the most prudent choice. Simply put, it is not particularly advantageous. For a businessman, profit is paramount, and cooperation hinges on returns. Bosheng's ambitions in the medical sector are numerous, with far more suitable options than Renhe. Zhou Jinxu's visit decisively settled matters, with funds dispersed quite liberally. What was purported to be a reconnaissance trip revealed little investigation. Rather, it was merely a chorus of praise for Jiang and I, after which the money was promptly handed over. Such obvious personal interest. You're overthinking it. Zhou Jinxu maintained a serious demeanor. The medical sector does not necessitate profit. Excess leads to loss. Having stood firm in the financial realm for many years, with countless eyes upon him, Bosheng's foray into healthcare is of a quasi-public nature, not driven by profit, but rather by stability. Once a certain level of wealth is attained, it is imperative to allocate it wisely. Zhou Jinxu, having occupied his position for so long, possesses a broader perspective. Wei Fangzhou could not counter this assertion and shifted the conversation. What a coincidence tonight. Will you take me to meet your wife? Among their circle of childhood friends, none had formally met this newly minted sister-in-law. They had only heard her name, yet had not truly encountered her. Given that they were all attending the same event tonight, it was only reasonable for them to become acquainted. Zhou Jinxu outright refused. Tonight is not convenient. Wei Fangzhou, heir to Jiang Pharmaceuticals, noted that many would recognize him tonight, and Jiang Ni preferred to keep her family background discreet. Greeting her could lead to unwanted complications. Perhaps another time. The timing was also opportune, and he texted Jiang Ni, "Are you ready to leave?" "All right," Wei Fangzhou shrugged. "Then I'll hitch a ride with you tonight." A ping sounded as Zhou Jinxu received Jiang Ni's reply. "I'm prepared." "Not convenient," he replied without looking up, sending another message. "Let us go together." Wei Fangzhou, Jiang Ni, upon receiving the message, responded affirmatively. She turned to Zhou Qiwen, who was nearby enjoying refreshments, and said, "Your brother said he would take me back with him. You should join us." Zhou Qiwen's cheeks were stuffed like a little hamster, her hands moving busily. No, I'll drive myself. I wouldn't want to interrupt your little world." "Jiang Ni." "Then be careful on your way home," she advised. "Rest assured." Zhou Qiwen laughed. "My brother's friend isn't driving. He'll probably want to hitch a ride with me later." Jiang Ni nodded, preparing to leave, and sent Zhou Jinxu another message. "I'll wait for you at the intersection west of the hospital's exit." After receiving Zhou Jinxu's reply, Jiang Ni excused herself from the director and departed. Today, aside from the on-duty colleagues, everyone else was in the lobby, and the new inpatient building had yet to open officially, leaving the path deserted. However, upon exiting through the western gate, she unexpectedly encountered Pei Zhaolin. "Zhaolin!" she exclaimed in surprise. "What are you doing here?" "The underground parking lot was full, so I parked over here," Pei Zhaolin explained. He had attended to an emergency patient and performed surgery, missing the banquet, and was just finishing up to head home, surprised to see Jiang Ni here. "Are you on your way back?" He was aware that Jiang Ni was likely attending a soiree that evening, though she was not particularly fond of such gatherings. Observing her demeanor, it appeared she was preparing to leave. "Allow me to escort you," he offered. The western exit of the hospital was somewhat secluded, and at this hour, the streets were nearly deserted, making it unsafe for a young woman to traverse alone. Jiang Ni smiled and politely declined. "No need. Someone is coming to pick me up." Pei Zhaolin was momentarily taken aback. "Is it President Zhou?" "Jiang Ni, nadie de afirmatively." "You, too." Suddenly, a piercing sound shattered the tranquil night, interrupting whatever Pei Zhaolin was about to say. Both their gazes shifted toward the source of the noise. Towering trees lining the road cast mottled and profound shadows, and a black Bentley parked beneath the foliage seemed to meld seamlessly with the night. It was Zhou Jinxu's car. Jiang Ni recognized the license plate. He had arrived. She waved goodbye to Pei Zhaolin. "Zhaolin, I'm off now. Please take care on your way." Pei Zhaolin forced a smile. "All right." He stood in silence, watching her retreating figure. Chapter 31. The beginning at frame 0. Jiang Ni approached the car. An assistant went open the door for her. The man in the back seat appeared to be resting with his eyes closed, but as she bent down to enter the vehicle, he opened his eyes and gazed at her. The dim light obscured much of his features, rendering his expression indistinct. Jiang Ni closed the door and took a tissue to wipe the mud off her shoes, saying, "You didn't mention you would come to Renhe." She was aware that Zhou Jinxu had returned to the country today, but he hadn't mentioned his trip to Renhe in his earlier messages. "It was a sudden decision for work," he replied. Jiang Ni turned her head slightly. "Does Boss Hen have a project with Renhe?" Zhou Jinxu took the tissue from her hand and tossed it into a nearby trash bin. "Not yet." His tone suggested that there would be one soon. Jiang Ni held little interest in business matters, and the project planning of Boss Hen was beyond her realm of influence. She merely nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. The vehicle glided smoothly towards Jinghuayuan. Suddenly, Zhou Jinxu spoke up. Today, your director introduced me to your hospital's medical team, and he spoke highly of you. Jiang Ni's eyes sparkled. Really? Zhou Jinxu, fond of her gleaming eyes, smiled. Yes, indeed. He said you remain calm in challenging situations and that you are very professional in your work. Hearing Zhou Jinxu recount Director Zhang's praises made Jiang and I feel somewhat bashful, yet immensely pleased. One of the reasons Renhe, as a private hospital, holds a significant position in the medical community of the capital is due to Director Zhang, a renowned figure in cardiology and an esteemed academician. Gaining recognition from such a figure is indeed a source of joy. Director Zhang introduced me to several people. It seems your hospital's doctors are quite impressive, Jiang and I noted. Of course, she affirmed. A hospital's reputation in the industry is undoubtedly tied to its medical standards. Renhe is a rare hexagonal warrior hospital, where each doctor possesses commendable capabilities. Was the person you spoke to at the entrance also from your hospital? She inquired. Yes, Jiang and I confirmed. Brother Zhaolin was invited back from abroad as the head of cardiothoracic surgery. He is quite renowned and exceptionally skilled. Brother Zhaolin? Zhou Jinxu lowered his gaze, adjusting his watch. You seem to have a good relationship with him. Well, we were neighbors when we were young, but he has been abroad for several years and just returned recently, she replied. Childhood sweethearts. The term flashed into Zhou Jinxu's mind. Jiang and I shifted the topic. Did you come straight to Renhe after landing, without returning home? Zhou Jinxu responded succinctly with a nod. He leaned forward and retrieved a gift bag from the storage compartment of the car. This is a gift for you. For me? Jiang and I opened the velvet box to reveal a stunning pink diamond brooch, uniquely designed in the shape of a starry sky. Why are you suddenly giving me a present? She asked, somewhat perplexed. Observing others bringing gifts to their spouses while on business trips, I felt compelled to do the same for you. He retorted, do you not care for the style? I remain unaware of who this other might be, yet this brooch is undeniably exquisite. She replied candidly, it is quite lovely. However, it caught her off guard. The last time Zhou Jinxu returned from a trip, he also brought her a gift, which she found rather unexpected. Not realizing it was for this reason, Zhou Jinxu, with utmost seriousness, stated, I am not well versed in these matters. The shopkeeper informed me that this is the latest trend. Jiang and I, extracting the essence of the conversation, felt a flicker of astonishment. Did you purchase this yourself? Assistant when interjected. All gifts from Madame are personally selected by President Zhou. This revelation was beyond Jiang Ni's expectations, prompting her to ponder for a moment. Is Boshin currently engaged in projects with the Jiang family? Zhou Jinxu, puzzled by her sudden shift in topic, nonetheless answered truthfully. There is a department store project underway in the Shanghai market, and collaboration with the hotel has also been scheduled, anticipated to materialize within a month. These are substantial projects, alongside some smaller ones that our subordinates are managing. Following the announcement of their alliance, all collaborative projects were promptly set in motion. The fates of the Jiang and Zhou families have become intricately intertwined, inseparable now. Ah, I see, Jiang and I comprehended. You need not go out of your way to procure such gifts. It was not a matter of financial constraints. Zhou Jinxu, with his demanding schedule, should not have to expend effort on these trivialities. Jiang and I surmised Zhou Jinxu's perspective. I believe gifts need not be frequent. When given, they should make a statement. She considered Zhou Jinxu's approach too straightforward, lacking an understanding of the surface efforts in relationships. Such small tokens often go unnoticed. To convey the strength of their marital bond and the close ties between their families, as well as the smooth progress of their projects, they must first cater to public perception. She suggested, you might consider presenting something of considerable value, perhaps something from an auction that holds no fixed price. Zhou Jinxu appeared puzzled. You have an affinity for such items? The Zhou family's vault holds a myriad of treasures. He recalled Mrs. Qin had contributed many to the betrothal gifts, enough to fill an entire exhibition case. Jiang and I, with utmost seriousness, replied, my personal preferences are inconsequential. What matters is the impression it leaves on the media. Articles frequently depict how some extravagant figure acquired lavish gifts for their wives. Jiang and I occasionally peruse these reports. noting the overwhelmingly positive comments. The public's high recognition inevitably cultivates a perception of unbreakable bonds, rather than opting for inconspicuous tokens. Presenting grand gestures that require little thought, yet convey magnificence, proves far more advantageous. While Zhou Jinxu excels in his professional dealings, his calculations in this instance appear rather mundane. Suddenly, he recalled their conversation on the fourth day of their marriage, where he instructed Jiang Ni on the principles of self-interest and maximizing benefits. At this moment, Jiang Ni was imparting the same lesson to him. This union is fundamentally a partnership of interests, thus maximizing benefits remains paramount. Everything else pales in comparison. He pressed his lips together, stating that the items were casually purchased during his passing, not with any special intent. Jiang Ni nodded, assuring him that he could directly communicate any requests for her cooperation. Zhou Jinxu remained silent. The car smoothly arrived at the entrance of Jinghua Garden. Assistant Wen sensed an unusual atmosphere, but could not articulate why. The boss and his wife appeared unchanged. Stealthily, Assistant Wen glanced through the rearview mirror, observing the wife in a pleasant mood, contrasting with the boss's usual aloof demeanor. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Jinghua Garden comprised single-unit residences, totaling just over 30 households. At this late hour, the lobby was only occupied by security personnel. Jiang Ni and Zhou Jinxu entered the elevator one after the other, swiping their cards to ascend to their home. Jiang Ni bent down to retrieve her slippers from a shoe cabinet, preparing to change her shoes. A soft thud signaled the door closing. Zhou Jinxu inquired, "May I kiss you?" Jiang Ni responded, "Ah? So suddenly?" Chapter 32. Normalcy between couples caught off guard. Jiang Ni maintained her previous posture, merely turning her face to meet the man's gaze. "Now," he retorted, "is that not permissible?" Jiang Ni, bewildered, replied, "Today is Thursday." Zhou Jinxu nodded calmly. "I am aware." The entrance hall of the apartment was not particularly small, yet with both of them standing there, Zhou Jinxu's tall stature rendered the space inexplicably constricting. He stepped closer, instantly diminishing the distance between them until their toes nearly touched. "Just a kiss," he stated. "It is quite natural between spouses." "Well, it is not entirely out of the question," she mused, pondering the suddenness of his inquiry, which felt somewhat peculiar. Looking into his tranquil eyes, she slowly nodded, "All right." The final note of her response was swallowed before it could fully escape her lips. Her soft waist grazed against the edge of the cabinet, only to be pulled closer by a large hand. Compared to their previous innocent encounters, Zhou Jinxu's kissing technique had undergone a remarkable transformation. It was no longer a mere peck, nor could it be described as gentle or tender. It was an overwhelming assault on her defenses. Zhou Jinxu kissed deeply and fiercely, almost depriving her of breath, his towering figure enveloping her entirely. His hand cradled the nape of her neck, akin to a predator clutching its prey, leaving no possibility for escape. Jiang Ni, perhaps lacking in natural aptitude in this regard, struggled to keep pace with his rhythm. She passively endured the kiss, nearly losing her balance, relying on him for support. The torrential downpour gradually softened into a gentle rain. Before Jiang Ni could steady her breath, she unexpectedly sensed an unusual intimacy. They were too close, their bodies nearly touching, his strong arms encircling her waist with barely a breath of space between them. It was all too evident. Today was not Saturday, but in this moment, should they continue, or should they refrain? Holding back for too long could prove detrimental. The gentle rain ceased. Jiang Ni opened her eyes to meet the man's dark gaze. In his normally cold and composed eyes, she rarely glimpsed a surge of desire. "You." Zhou Jinxu closed his eyes briefly, suppressing the rising yearning. And when he reopened them, his usual calmness had returned. "It is getting late. Let's wash up and rest." All right." Jiang Ni felt her legs weaken, leaning against the cabinet as she observed Zhou Jinxu's retreating figure, her respect for his self-control deepening. It is entirely normal for humans to experience emotions and desires. It is not an unusual phenomenon to maintain such control over oneself day after day, especially for someone of Zhou Jinxu's stature amidst numerous temptations, is indeed a testament to remarkable self-discipline. While Jiang Ni slept, Zhou Jinxu remained in the study, and by the time she awoke the next morning, he was already enjoying breakfast. Regardless of when he retired for the night, he consistently rose on time, brimming with vitality. Jiang Ni seated herself before him. "I have a night shift tonight." "All right," he replied. Zhou Jinxu nodded. "Will you return home first, after work tomorrow, or head straight out?" They were scheduled to take wedding photos this weekend. The elders had arranged for 8 sets of attire, including traditional, neo-traditional, and wedding gowns. The bridal shoot would take place on an island, prompting Jiang Ni to take a leave of absence. "I will return home first. Shall we gather there?" "Certainly." In the afternoon, Jiang Ni went to the dealership to pick up her car, but as she prepared to leave, someone called out to her, "Dr. Jiang." It was a voice laced with surprise. Jiang Ni turned around to see a woman in a light, sleeveless dress, her expression revealing a hint of astonishment. "Miss Zhu." The woman, initially uncertain, soon broke into a smile. "It really is you. I can't thank you enough for what you did the other day. If it weren't for you, I truly wouldn't have known what to do." It was indeed a coincidence. Due to her car being in disrepair, Jiang Ni had been commuting in her family's vehicle, careful to avoid being seen, and would alight a short distance from the hospital. A couple of days prior, Zhu Xiaoxi had suffered an asthma attack and collapsed on the street. Bystanders, aware of the situation, refrained from intervening, but Jiang Ni happened to pass by and, adhering to her professional ethics as a doctor, came to her aid. It was merely a chance encounter, and neither had anticipated meeting again today. "My asthma is quite severe. Had it not been for Dr. Jiang, I shudder to think what could have happened," Zhu Xiaoxi said earnestly. "Since we fortuitously met, allow me to treat you to a meal." Jiang and I replied modestly, "It was merely a small effort. You need not be so courteous, Miss Zhu. Your small effort saved my life. If it weren't for you, I can't even imagine what might have transpired. I must insist on treating you to a meal. Let us consider it a chance to forge a friendship, shall we?" Zhu Xiaoxi continued, "I have few friends in the capital, and upon meeting you, Dr. Jiang, I felt an immediate connection. I genuinely wish to befriend you." Initially, Jiang and I had planned to eat before heading to work, but given Zhu Xiaoxi's heartfelt plea, it seemed unkind to refuse. She nodded in agreement. "Very well then." Zhu Xiaoxi beamed, "Let's go." They casually found a bistro and settled down inside. At this hour, the establishment was relatively quiet. They placed their orders, and a server came by to refill their water. "Hian, have you experienced any further asthma attacks since that day?" Zhu Xiaoxi smiled. "I've improved significantly." Jiang and I recalled how severe her condition had been during their last encounter and suggested, "The Central Hospital specializes in asthma treatment. You might consider visiting them." "My condition has been stable for quite some time. That day was merely due to a surge of emotions," Zhu Xiaoxi replied with a bitter smile. "I have a beloved who reciprocates my feelings, yet he is married, and the bride is not me." Jiang and I paused in her drinking, taken aback. Zhu Xiaoxi continued, "It's amusing to share this with you. We grew up together, deeply in love, but his parents disapprove of me and have coerced him into marrying another. I heard that his newlywed wife works at Renha, so I intended to visit that day to see what kind of person she is. To my surprise, upon arriving there, I felt a wave of trepidation and even fell ill. This personal matter was difficult for Jiang and I to address, so she merely offered words of comfort. Regardless, one must look forward. I understand." Zhu Xiaoxi's eyes brimmed with tears. "But I can't let go of him. We clearly share mutual affection and deeply love one another." Jiang and I handed her a tissue. "You will encounter someone even better." Zhu Xiaoxi wiped the corners of her eyes and managed to smile again. "I truly apologize. I have no one to confide in. This period has been incredibly painful for me, and I momentarily lost my composure." Jiang and I poured her a glass of water. "I understand, but you must also find the strength to move on. Since he is now married and has his own life, you two must live well." "Yes." Zhu Xiaoxi's hand, resting beneath the table, gradually tightened, yet her expression remained unchanged. "Thank you, Dr. Jiang." Chapter 33. Wedding dress photo shoot. The night shift was not particularly busy. After 10 o'clock, no new patients arrived. Aside from the routine tasks, it was a rare, tranquil evening. By morning, after handing over duties to the colleagues, starting the day's shift, and completing the medical orders, Jiang and I returned home at 10 o'clock. After taking a shower, she had dinner just as Zhou Jinxu arrived. The two of them headed directly to Zhou Garden, where the flight path for their private jet had long been arranged. Zhou Garden featured a helipad, making it more convenient than heading to the airport. The interior of the Zhou family's private jet was designed like a small suite, complete with a bedroom and a living area. Jiang Ni, exhausted from her night shift, immediately retreated to the bedroom to sleep as soon as they boarded the plane. Zhou Jinxu, meanwhile, occupied himself with work in the small living room. The location for the wedding dress shoot was an island in the Pacific, approximately a 5-hour flight away. The photography crew was on another plane and had set off earlier. Aside from the flight crew, everyone else was in the front cabin. The small suite in the rear was blissfully quiet, housing only the two of them. After a long night shift, Jiang Ni was indeed fatigued. She fell into a deep slumber as soon as she touched the bed. By the time Zhou Jinxu finished his work, they were already halfway through their journey. He rose to pour himself a glass of water. The slightly ajar door to the room was silent, and as he placed his cup down and stepped inside, he immediately noticed the bulging blanket on the bed. Jiang Ni was fast asleep, her thick eyelashes casting delicate shadows across her cheeks. For the first time, Zhou Jinxu observed his wife with such earnestness and realized how small her face was, as if he could cover it with a single hand. He extended his hand to compare, but upon touching her face, he found himself unable to withdraw, gently caressing her smooth, porcelain-like skin and finely crafted features. He marveled at Jiang Ni's beauty, which appeared particularly gentle while she slept. In a moment of reverie, he gazed at her until she seemed to sense an itch in her sleep and nuzzled her face slightly, a small movement that snapped him back to reality. Jiang Ni remained undisturbed, and after covering her with the blanket, he quietly exited the room. Time passed swiftly. Jiang Ni awakened from her deep slumber just as they were about to land. As she emerged from the room, Zhou Jinxu was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book. Hearing her stir, he looked up and asked, "Awake? Would you like something to eat?" "I'm a bit hungry," Jiang Ni replied, rubbing her stomach. Just waking up, she felt a hollow sensation inside. The plane had prepared light meals, which would come in handy. After a simple meal, the plane soon landed at their destination. The small island, surrounded by the sea, was rich in local charm, having previously served as a filming location for a movie crew. Here, daylight lingered longer than nightfall. When they landed, the sky was still bright, painted with a vast expanse of rosy twilight. Upon disembarking, they were met by a welcoming party and directed to a prearranged vehicle heading towards their hotel. Looking out the window, Jiang and I noticed that most of the pedestrians were Caucasian. The buildings were relatively low, adorned with vibrant colors, and surrounded by clusters of blooming flowers. The air was infused with a faint, salty scent. The island was not large, and the vehicle soon arrived at the hotel. A doorman greeted them, and a hotel staff member escorted them to their room. They checked into the largest hotel in the area, perched atop a mountain, with their room featuring a spacious terrace that offered a breathtaking view of the entire island. Gazing down from the terrace, the vibrant rooftops appeared artfully scattered, reminiscent of a fairy tale realm. Jiang and I inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of the sea, feeling as though her spirit had been rejuvenated. Zhou Jinxu, however, remained indifferent to the surroundings and handed Jiang and I a bottle of mineral water from the table, saying, "You Haven tea had much to drink today. You should have a bit." Jiang and I turned to accept it, replying, "Thank you." With time still on their side, the filming crew inquired if they would like to begin shooting today. Zhou Jinxu posed a question to her. Having taken a long nap in the afternoon, Jiang and I felt invigorated and responded, "Sure." They needed to shoot several outfits over the next few days. It was imperative to make the most of their time, as they might later find an opportunity to explore the island. "I'll arrange that," Zhou Jinxu said before making a phone call. Meanwhile, Jiang and I settled onto the terrace, enjoying the scenery, and soon finished the water. The filming crew arrived much earlier than them. After confirming that they would shoot today, preparations commenced swiftly, with each group fulfilling their respective duties. Due to the tight schedule, the indoor shoot was set for the adjacent room of the same type. The men's styling was completed quickly, and Zhou Jinxu soon donned his attire, seated on the sofa, waiting. However, the women's styling took considerably longer. Jiang and I spent 2 hours in front of the mirror, perfecting her makeup and hairstyle before preparing to change outfits. The chosen style for the wedding photos leaned towards a cinematic and artistic direction, with the simplest design being a floor-length black mermaid gown featuring a plunging neckline in the front and an open back that dipped to the waist. Once Jiang Ni emerged after changing, the staff handed her a pair of long gloves in the same color scheme and adorned her with an exquisite headpiece, completing her look with high heels. By then, night had fallen, and the venue was nearly set. As Jiang Ni pushed open the room door, the man sitting on the sofa lifted his gaze from his book, momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. Due to her work, Jiang Ni seldom wore makeup, and even when she did, it was typically very light, giving her a fresh and gentle beauty devoid of aggression. Tonight, however, her makeup was more refined, and paired with the satin black gown, she exuded an additional radiance. The makeup artist marveled. Miss Jiang is naturally beautiful. Even without makeup, she looks stunning, but with it, she is truly captivating. Having styled numerous stars and beauties, she noted that Jiang Ni's looks, temperament, and skin texture were on par with those of the biggest celebrities. Miss Jiang has such strong versatility. She is simply exquisite. After receiving numerous compliments, Jiang Ni felt a touch embarrassed as the praise continued, despite her attempts to remain composed. It's a bit too exaggerated, she thought. Zhou Jinxu approached with a serious expression, affirming, "It is indeed beautiful." Hearing his words, Jiang Ni's cheeks flushed slightly, and she replied, "Thank you." Just then, there was a knock at the door. "Mr. Zhou, Mrs. Zhou, you may prepare for the shoot." This studio possessed a remarkably distinct personal style, focusing on narrative storytelling with backgrounds that were not overly cluttered and incorporated elements of logging. This evening, a candlelit dinner backdrop was arranged, and after the photographer communicated with the couple, preparations for the shoot commenced. Jiang Ni took her seat as instructed by the staff. Facing Zhou Jinxu, "Give a meaningful glance, make it a little more intimate," the photographer suggested while capturing moments. The couple, pleasing to the eye, somehow seemed to lack a certain spark in the photographs, though it was difficult to articulate why. The shots taken were acceptable, yet the photographer chose not to dwell on this scene and moved on to the next. Waltzing. Jiang Ni gently placed her hand over Zhou Jinxu's, and his voice reached her ear. "Can you dance?" "Yes," Jiang Ni nodded. While she preferred to avoid such gatherings, she had attended various training sessions since childhood, and was well-versed in the customs of other prominent young ladies. Zhou Jinxu placed his other hand on her waist, maintaining a gentlemanly distance between them. Though the dance steps were familiar, their movements carried a hint of stiffness. After capturing a couple of images, the photographer finally discerned the source of the awkwardness. "Newlyweds, come a little closer. Be more natural. Embrace a bit tighter. It's perfectly fine. Be intimate. A touch more intimacy. You are not strangers." Yet this couple radiates an air of unfamiliarity. Chapter 34. The man with good intentions, but lacking strength. Jiang Ni seldom found herself in front of camera, let alone surrounded by a throng of onlookers, their gazes piercing through her. The more she endeavored to relax, the clumsier she appeared. Unlike celebrities, ordinary individuals lack the innate expressiveness. Even a seasoned photographer excels at directing poses. "We're not truly dancing. Move a little closer, wrap your arms around his waist, groom, lean down towards the bride," the photographer instructed. Zhou Jinxu, who rarely took photos, let alone engaged in such intimate sessions, followed the photographer's guidance. Although his movements bore a hint of awkwardness, they were far superior to Jiang Ni's. He leaned down, inching closer to her. "Perfect. Closer still. Tilt your faces as if about to kiss, but do not actually kiss. Maintain a slight distance." The bride embraced the groom, drawing nearer. At the photographer's insistence, Zhou Jinxu's posture became rigid. He struggled to exhibit such closeness in front of others. "Do not be tense. Relax. Just imagine us as transparent. Pretend you are alone together. Naturally intimate. Do not be shy. Alone, intimate." Jiang Ni reflected on her interactions with Zhou Jinxu, which were far from intimate. Their cohabitation resembled that of mere roommates rather than a married couple. Time was slipping away, and with such an arduous atmosphere, it was uncertain when the session would conclude. She resolved to treat it as a fleeting experience of stardom, envisioning the surrounding staff as mere props, aiming for efficiency. Suppressing her shyness, Jiang Ni placed her hands upon Zhou Jinxu's shoulders. After all, they had engaged in the most intimate acts as partners. Once she mentally filtered out the crew, executing the affectionate pose became less daunting. Zhou Jinxu towered above her. Despite wearing 8-centimeter heels, she still had to rise on her toes to reach his lips. Yet, there remained a slight distance. Not enough. Jiang Ni took a small step forward but stumbled over her lengthy gown, landing in Zhou Jinxu's embrace. Their soft lips grazed against each other, an instantaneous brush. The suddenness left both startled. Excellent, excellent. Maintain that. The camera shutter clicked incessantly. The warmth of his embrace enveloped her, the delicate fabric of their clothing barely separating them, leaving a lingering softness on her lips. Zhou Jinxu's gaze deepened unconsciously, his throat tightening. Wonderful, wonderful. Their eyes are locked. The photographer encouraged. Bride, give more motion. Groom caressed the bride's face. Yes, just like that. As the shoot progressed, the two gradually found their rhythm, swiftly completing the session. Afterward, Jiang Ni finally partook of her dinner, a standard meal delivered by the hotel, typical Western cuisine, its flavor mediocre at best. Early the following morning, Jiang Ni arose to prepare for her makeup and styling, as 3 outfits were scheduled to be photographed at 3 different locations. The styling was exquisite, and gazing at her reflection, she felt a fleeting sense of joy in her beauty. Yet, that happiness was ephemeral. Although she had garnered some experience from the previous day's shoot, today proved to be less than seamless. After completing 2 outdoor scenes and 1 indoor shoot, exhaustion had taken its toll. The final scene featured a wedding dress in an ancient castle, where Jiang Ni, adorned in a lavish gown, could barely lift her head. Upon returning to the hotel that evening, she removed her makeup and refreshed herself, only to find herself dozing off on the sofa. Zhou Jinxu emerged from the bathroom, his damp hair glistening, and discovered Jiang Ni asleep, sprawled across the couch. Just then, dinner arrived, prompting him to gently rouse her. It's time to eat. Jiang Ni was not in a deep slumber. Upon hearing his voice, she sleepily opened her eyes, responding with a soft, cat-like sound. Zhou Jinxu found her endearing and smiled. He placed the meal on the table, stating, "I noticed you weren't fond of the local cuisine, so I had someone prepare a few simple dishes in the hotel kitchen." The aroma wafting from the food was enticing, though not as visually appealing as that from a restaurant. It stirred Jiang Ni's appetite, momentarily distracting her from her weariness. Zhou Jinxu was indeed attentive. Though Jiang Ni had never mentioned her preferences, he had picked up on them. "I truly find it hard to adapt to the food here," she admitted, savoring a bite of the homemade dish, which was far more delectable than the local fare. Zhou Jinxu served her a bowl of soup, urging, "You must eat more. You seem quite frail, and the fatigue is evident. Tomorrow, we have 2 more sets to shoot. Due to time constraints, they would have to leave right after tomorrow's shoot. Given the pace of the previous sessions, it seemed unlikely they would have time to explore the island." Jiang Ni felt a pang of regret at the thought of such a fleeting opportunity. "If you're too tired, we can skip those last 2 sets, Zhou Jinxu suggested. "This trip has indeed been rather rushed." Jiang Ni hesitated. "That wouldn't be right. Our mothers took such care in selecting the outfits, and I fear they might be upset." Her mother had eagerly chosen over a dozen dresses, but Jiang Ni, feeling overwhelmed, had ultimately settled on 8. Not completing the shoot for all 8 would be difficult to explain. "Just place the responsibility on me. I will handle it," Zhou Jinxu offered, handing her a tissue. "You only need to decide if you wish to shoot." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ni resolved to follow her heart. "Let us forego the last 2 sets. I want to explore the island. It's a rare chance for me to unwind." Zhou Jinxu nodded in agreement. This meal marked the most satisfying dining experience Jiang Ni had during her stay. After dinner, while Zhou Jinxu cleaned up, Jiang Ni prepared for bed. It was time to sleep, and although fatigue enveloped her, she sat up and gazed at him, asking, "Shall we begin now?" "It's Saturday." Zhou Jinxu paused, his gaze lingering on her somewhat weary face. "All right, let's proceed." Jiang Ni stifled a yawn, having risen early and endured a long day. She was eager to complete their agreed tasks swiftly and retire for the night. For reasons unknown, Zhou Jinxu sensed a fleeting, subtle emotion, barely perceptible, and soon vanished. Today has been exhausting. Let us remember that for now, he remarked. Jiang and I did not ponder much. Indeed, today was exhausting. She was not the only one fatigued. Zhou Jinxu was equally weary. Facing the camera all day long entails not merely a depletion of physical energy. Data suggests that when men are exceedingly tired, even the most earnest intentions are rendered powerless. Chapter 35. The date the following day, Jiang and I rose a tad later, the sky already brightening with the dawn. A slight crack in the hotel suite's window allowed a gentle breeze to waft in, softly stirring the pristine white curtains. Zhou Jinxu was no longer in the room. Jiang and I stretched lazily, having enjoyed a restful slumber the previous night, and felt invigorated today. She rolled out of bed and exited the room. Finding Zhou Jinxu seated on the sofa, a laptop resting on his lap, a Bluetooth headset adorning his ears, it seemed he was engaged in a video conference. Jiang and I treaded lightly, yet he still noticed her presence and gestured towards the breakfast laid out on the table. She nodded in acknowledgement. Zhou Jinxu resumed his work. Jiang and I quietly completed her morning routine and sat down to eat. Breakfast was rather simple, consisting of a sandwich, her only preferred choice, and a glass of orange juice. One was dining, while the other was working. The room was enveloped in tranquility, with only the occasional snippets of Zhou Jinxu's work-related dialogue breaking the silence. Due to the demands of work, Jiang and I typically ate swiftly. After a few bites, she finished her breakfast and went to change. The primary purpose of their visit to the island was to capture wedding photos, and she had packed only a limited selection of casual attire. From her suitcase, she retrieved a dress and, after a brief tidying up, prepared to head out. Once ready, she informed Zhou Jinxu in their group chat that they would not be shooting the 2 outfits planned for the day, reassuring them that the fees would remain the same, and today would be a day of leisure. The team from a photography studio intended to explore the island, and over the past couple of days, Jiang and I had grown quite familiar with 2 of the young ladies, making plans to venture out together. As she responded to their messages, she stepped out of the room to slip on her shoes. Zhou Jinxu, standing by the bar, inquired upon noticing her. "Are you heading out?" Jiang and I paused, replying yes. "Just going for a stroll." She politely extended the invitation. "Would you like to join?" Considering her unfamiliarity with the area, Zhou Jinxu felt uneasy about her wandering alone. He glanced at the time. "All right, give me half an hour." He returned to his computer, clutching a water cup. Jiang and I took a moment to process, slightly taken aback by his agreement. Noticing that his conference was still ongoing, she felt hesitant to change her words, but ultimately sent a quick apology to her companions. With nothing much to occupy her while awaiting Zhou Jinxu, Jiang and I decided to watch a surgical video, using the time to learn. True to his punctual nature, Zhou Jinxu concluded the meeting precisely after 30 minutes, never a second late. "We can go now," he announced as he donned his jacket. Jiang and I tucked her phone away and slipped into her sandals. Together, they exited the hotel. Situated at the highest point of the island, the hotel offered a shuttle service. They boarded the vehicle and disembarked halfway down the mountain. Upon reaching the hillside, the street bustled with pedestrians, adorned with vibrant buildings and clusters of blooming flowers. At a corner, Jiang and I spotted a bubble tea shop and asked Zhou Jinxu, "Would you like something to drink?" He shook his head. "No, I don't drink that." He was not fond of such beverages, deeming them unhealthy due to the excessive cream and sugar. "If you enjoy it, make it at home. Let Aunt Lee brew it fresh for you." Jiang and I, feeling fortunate to be out, yearned for a cup of milk tea, only to be met with a lecture instead. She defended herself, stating, "I seldom indulge in such treats." After all, her time was consumed by her duties at the hospital, where she often found herself too busy to even sip a glass of water, let alone enjoy milk tea. Zhou Jinxu lowered his gaze, realizing he might have dampened her spirits, and paused momentarily to apologize. "I did not mean to dissuade you from drinking." He approached the entrance of the shop and inquired, "What would you like to have?" Jiang and I chose not to hold a grudge against him. Although Zhou Jinxu could be somewhat rigid at times, he harbored no ill intentions. She selected the shop's signature drink and waited a few minutes for it to be prepared. The island was not large, and the liveliest spots congregated along the main avenue. Lined with various shops, and an array of vibrant stalls selling local specialties. Jiang Ni paused in front of a stall featuring dream catchers, captivated by one with a unique design. Seizing the rare opportunity to be out, she wished to bring back a token for Lin Jia and the others. Noticing her interest, Zhou Jinxu offered, "I shall purchase it for you. It is a gift for my friends." Jiang Ni declined, insisting, "I can buy it myself." She picked out 4 attractive pieces. Zhou Jinxu, however, paid swiftly, stating, "In a marriage, finances are shared." While it was indeed a valid point, Jiang Ni graciously accepted his gesture. After receiving the neatly packaged bag from the vendor, they continued down the cobblestone path. Several stalls were particularly lively, surrounded by a crowd. They soon encountered a few individuals from a photography studio who were also enjoying the atmosphere. "Miss Jiang, Mr. Zhou." One of the 2 young women Jiang and I had originally planned to join spotted them first. "Are you here to participate in this?" Xiao Lu raised a hand, showcasing a half-finished, everlasting flower. There is a church nearby, and it is said that if you place a self-made, everlasting flower there and make a sincere wish, the deity will grant your heart's desires. You can wish for peace, a harmonious relationship, or to find true love. The locals swear by its efficacy. You should give a try. Learning of this custom, Jiang and I understood why there were multiple stalls selling everlasting flowers in the vicinity. It seemed to have evolved into a well-established local industry. Xiao Lu continued, "Since you're already here, and the omen appears auspicious, it wouldn't hurt to try. Who knows, it might actually come true. Let's make one." Jiang and I, feeling it was a local tradition worth experiencing, nodded in agreement. She then asked Zhou Jinxu, "Would you like to make one too?" Xiao Lu enthusiastically added, "Mr. Zhou, you should join us." Meeting Jiang Ni's gaze, Zhou Jinxu, not wanting to dampen her enthusiasm, replied, "All right." After paying for 2 sets of materials, they took their supplies to a nearby, small table. Each received a set of materials, albeit with different designs. To accommodate the tourist crafting skills, the designs were not overly complex. The materials were all semi-finished, requiring only assembly to complete their creations. Jiang and I possessed a clear understanding of her manual dexterity and chose a simple task: assembling flowers and adorning the base with seashells, patiently awaiting the glue to dry. She then fetched a pen. Among the materials was a small card inscribed with wishes. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang and I penned a few words, placed the card inside, and covered it with a glass dome, completing her work. Turning her gaze to Zhou Jinxu, she observed him seated on a low stool, clad in a suit. His tall and lanky frame rendering him somewhat awkward as his legs had nowhere to rest. His serious expression added a touch of absurdity to the scene. "Your everlasting flower arrangement is quite beautiful," Jiang and I complimented him. "You have such skilled hands." Zhou Jinxu's creation was not overly complex, yet came together impressively in no time. Jiang and I handed him a pen, inquiring, "Have you decided what wish to write?" "What about you?" He retorted, "What wish did you write?" Jiang and I openly revealed, "I hope for the safety and health of my family." "Is it really that simple?" Zhou Jinxu questioned. "Where's the simplicity in that?" Jiang and I replied, gently touching the glass dome. "Health and safety are the rarest of blessings." As a doctor, she witnessed daily the calamities and sufferings that life could bring in the hospital, which deepened her understanding of the significance of peace and health. The warm afternoon sunlight bathed Jiang and I, casting a soft halo around her. Her delicate face radiated joy, warm and gentle, infectious enough to draw a smile from Zhou Jinxu. He reached out and affectionately ruffled her hair. "Indeed, that makes sense." Jiang and I was taken aback by Zhou Jinxu's sudden gesture, a tender act reminiscent of intimacy between lovers. She met his gaze, which held a softness that spoke volumes. Chapter 36. Normalcy between couples. "Ah, Miss Jiang, you finished so quickly. It's beautiful," little Lu exclaimed with enthusiasm as she approached, having just completed her craft. "Wow, President Zhou's creation is rather impressive too." Her cheerful tone shattered the almost imperceptible ambience of flirtation. Jiang and I averted her gaze, feeling a slight flush on her cheeks, suddenly a bit anxious. And she mumbled a non-committal sound. "Shall we go together?" Little Lu raised the flower in her hand, saying, "I'm done with mine too." "All right, Jiang Ni nodded. picking up her crafted eternal flower and rising to follow the young girl ahead. Zhou Jinxu also stood up, glancing at his hand, bewildered about why he had suddenly touched Jiang Ni's head moments before. However, between spouses, such gestures are quite ordinary. The chapel was situated by the sea, approximately 300 to 400 meters away, with signposts marking the path. Tourists who had completed their crafts gradually made their way toward the chapel, and following the crowd, they soon beheld the structure. The pure white European-style building was surrounded by a riot of blooming flowers. The chapel bore the marks of time, with its exterior weathered by wind and rain, exuding an air of antiquity and sanctity. The moist sea breeze caressed them, set against a backdrop of blue skies and white clouds, as a path of stone slabs led through the soft, pristine sands of the beach. The sounds of waves and seagulls filled the air, creating a refreshing atmosphere. This island was relatively obscure, with few visitors, but perhaps due to its legendary reputation, many came to make wishes. The interior of the chapel was styled in an exceedingly minimalist and pure white design, which rendered the neatly arranged eternal flowers astonishingly striking. Such beauty could not be captured in photographs, but could only be truly appreciated by the naked eye. A myriad of vibrant flowers bloomed passionately here, representing everlasting hope. Little Lou exclaimed, "The online guide said we must check in at the chapel, and that we would not be disappointed. Indeed, it has lived up to its promise." She eagerly sought a spot to place her flower and make a wish. Jiang and I glanced back at Zhou Jinxu, saying, "I will go and place my flower." "Go ahead." He nodded in response. After circling the chapel, Jiang and I finally found an available space. After a sincere prayer, she placed her crafted flower upon it. Completing this ritual, she surveyed the chapel, but did not spot Zhou Jinxu. As she stepped out, she finally saw him at the steps of the entrance. "Have you finished?" Jiang and I asked, only then noticing that the eternal flower Zhou Jinxu held remained in his hand. "Did you not find a spot?" "Not exactly," Zhou Jinxu replied honestly. "I don't believe in such things, nor did I have a wish to make." He was a resolute atheist. To him, faith in deities was merely a form of spiritual solace, something he found unnecessary. Anything he desired, he would strive to attain through his own efforts. Creating the flower was simply to avoid dampening Jiang Ni's spirits. "What about other wishes?" He extended the flower toward Jiang and I. "You can still make a wish." Jiang and I paused, her gaze falling upon the blank wish card nestled within the eternal flower. Zhou Jinxu observed her intently. "This time, make a wish for yourself." The island was not large. Meandering and pausing, they managed to explore several attractions by mid-afternoon. As time drew near, the two boarded their return flight. The private jet landed on the helipad of the Zhou estate shortly after 8 in the evening, where Butler Shui was already awaiting their arrival. Zhou Jinxu stepped out of the cabin, extending a hand to assist Jiang and I. "Young master, young mistress," Butler Shui greeted them. "Dinner has been prepared. Would you prefer it served in your courtyard or in the main residence?" As Jiang and I descended the stairs, she inquired, "On my parents' home?" Butler Shui replied, "Sir has accompanied Madam to a seminar in another province and has yet to return to the capital. Young Miss is out dining with friends and has not yet come back." It appeared that the house was empty. Zhou Jinxu decided, "Then have it sent directly to my courtyard." Butler Shui respectfully acknowledged, understood. As autumn approached in the capital, the wind picked up on the helipad. Jiang Ni, dressed in a spaghetti-strap dress, felt a sudden chill upon exiting the aircraft, rubbing her arms for warmth. In the next moment, a comforting weight settled on her shoulders, enveloping her in a faint scent of cedar. Zhou Jinxu had draped his suit jacket over her. "Let us go." He gestured for her to enter the car. The journey from the helipad to his courtyard would take some time, and with the evening winds blowing so fiercely, Jiang and I did not wish to catch a cold. Thus she accepted his jacket without hesitation. The Zhou estate comprised numerous courtyards, each spaced at a comfortable distance, allowing for independence while maintaining a sense of connection. After a short drive, they arrived at the courtyard where Zhou Jinxu resided. Jiang and I had not noticed during her last visit, but this time she observed that the courtyard was named Songbai Ju. Noticing Jiang Ni's gaze on the plaque, Zhou Jinxu explained, "The characters were inscribed by my grandfather. Originally, this courtyard was called Inju Yuan, but it was later renamed." Jiang Ni remarked. It is evident that he held you in high regard. A gentleman like a pine, evergreen through the seasons, steadfast and unyielding. As the eldest grandson, Zhou Jinxu had always been the center of attention from the moment of his birth. One could perceive the expectations held by the elder Zhou when he inscribed those words. Zhou Jinxu nodded in affirmation. The two walked side by side into the courtyard. As the chief steward of the Zhou estate, Butler Shui was efficient in his duties, and dinner was already ready. Young master, young mistress, dinner is served, he announced. Zhou Jinxu nodded. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. Yes, sir, Butler Shui replied, leading the servants out. Having spent considerable time on the plane, Jiang and I lacked an appetite and merely nibbled on a few items before heading off for a shower. Tomorrow, they were scheduled to take 2 sets of traditional wedding photos at the Zhou estate, allowing them to stay overnight and avoid any rush. The Zhou estate was a classic example of Huizhou-style architecture, a residence that had once belonged to a dignitary from a century ago. Its antiquity and simplicity unmatched by few in the capital. When selecting a location for the traditional photos, the Zhou family decisively chose to shoot at home, relishing the spacious and tranquil environment. After her shower, the hour was still early, just past 9, and sleep felt premature. Jiang and I decided to watch a surgical documentary, propping her tablet on the bar. After finishing his shower, Zhou Jinxu emerged from his room, only to find Jiang and I absorbed in her food and the screen, occasionally gesturing with her hand in the air. It was a rather unique scene. Pouring himself a glass of water, he approached her, intrigued, and asked, "Were you watching?" Jiang and I only noticed him upon hearing the sound. "Oh, I was watching a video of a pancreatic audionectomy." Before Zhou Jinxu could fully comprehend her words, his eyes had already caught a glimpse of the video content, albeit for just a fleeting moment. His gaze then settled on Jiang and I, who was savoring her snacks with great delight, instilling within him a newfound admiration for his wife. "Why are you watching this?" he inquired. The procedure of pancreatic audionectomy is intricate and demands a high level of skill. It is imperative for doctors to be accountable to their patients. Hence the necessity for continuous learning and revisiting foundational knowledge. This surgery is primarily employed in the treatment of pancreatic head cancer, mid to lower bile duct cancer, parapapillary cancer, duodenal cancer, as well as malignant tumors and chronic pancreatitis involving masses in the pancreatic head, along with benign tumors. As she spoke of her field, Jiang Ni's eyes sparkled, radiating enthusiasm. Although Zhou Jinxu was not well versed in these matters, he nonetheless sat down to listen attentively. In conclusion, Jiang and I expressed a hint of regret. "I am not yet in a position to perform this surgery. I mostly watch videos or assist the chief. I still need to strive for a higher professional title." Zhou Jinxu poured her a glass of water. "I believe you will achieve that very soon." Jiang and I accepted it and took a sip. "I think so too." She smiled with her eyes, soft and sweet. Zhou Jinxu gazed at her for a while. "Jiang Ni, there is still one matter we have yet to address." "What matter?" Zhou Jinxu replied. "The duties of a married couple." Chapter 37. Where else does it hurt? The designated day for marital obligations was not fulfilled due to exhaustion. Zhou Jinxu had previously mentioned remembering. Yet, Jiang and I did not anticipate it would occur so swiftly, merely a day later. She believed that, given his temperament, he might forego altogether this week, as there had been instances when cancellations were warranted due to special circumstances. Now, Jiang and I glanced at the clock. It was still early, just past 9. The sooner they concluded, the sooner they could rest. Zhou Jinxu's voice remained steady, which made sense. Having just finished watching the video, Jiang and I rose, asking, "Shall we return to the room?" Zhou Jinxu leaned in, effortlessly lifting her into his arms. The sudden elevation startled Jiang and I, prompting her to wrap her arms around his neck. The sensation of weightlessness sent her heart racing, yet when she gazed into Zhou Jinxu's calm demeanor, it felt as though they were merely preparing to sit down and address work matters. It seemed there was little distinction. Jiang and I pondered as they traversed the few steps from the living room to the bedroom, where she found herself gently placed upon the soft bed. Their eyes met, and a slight tension lingered. She had yet to fully perceive this as merely a task, and thus felt a flicker of nervousness. Her almond-shaped eyes blinked slowly, like delicate feathers brushing against the softest of places. Zhou Jinxu leaned down, planting a tender kiss upon her eyelids. He had longed to do so. The brilliance in her eyes captivated him. Jiang Ni's heart skipped a beat, and the lingering kiss cascaded downwards, lingering and gentle. Jiang Ni watched as he pulled off his loungewear, the bedroom lights still illuminated, casting a more vivid scene than that fateful night. His broad shoulders and narrow waist, complemented by perfectly defined muscles, conjured alluring visions, tantalizingly concealed by fabric. He leaned down once more, his lips softly descending. Jiang Ni instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Once the most intimate of actions had transpired between a man and a woman, subsequent gestures became almost second nature. The body language was undeniable. Each kiss unfurled slowly, awakening delightful sensations. He seemed to have refined his technique. Jiang Ni struggled to keep pace, biting her lip in an effort to suppress any sounds. Yet soon, a pair of large, knuckled hands halted her. "Don't bite," she struggled to prop herself up, her gaze swiftly landing on the bite mark on Zhou Jinxu's shoulder. Noticing the deep indent that drew blood. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to," she murmured, guilt washing over her as she reached out to touch it gently, eliciting a muffled groan from a man. "Does it hurt badly?" I'll go get some medicine to apply on it." Jiang Ni wrapped herself in the blanket, attempting to rise from the bed, only to have Zhou Jinxu grasp her wrist. "It's not there that hurts." The skin beneath his palm was delicate and slightly damp, exuding a heat akin to a smoldering ember. A subtle crack in her willpower allowed suppressed, unspeakable thoughts to stir restlessly. Where else did she bite you?" Before she could inquire further, Zhou Qiwen's voice floated in from the courtyard. Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law." Zhou Qiwen cheerfully entered Songbai's residence, only to find the courtyard enveloped in silence. "What is going on?" The housekeeper Cui mentioned that her older brother and sister-in-law had returned tonight. "Have they gone to sleep so early?" "It's not even 11 yet." Based on her understanding of her brother, having left work to take wedding photos these past couple of days, he would surely be engrossed in handling work upon his return. It seemed unlikely for him to rest at this hour. Zhou Qiwen scratched her head, a hint of confusion surfacing. "Sister-in-law, have you rested?" Inside the room, Jiang Ni heard Zhou Qiwen's voice and, disregarding Zhou Jinxu's injury, quickly donned her clothes. "I'll go check outside." Zhou Jinxu closed his eyes, feeling the lingering warmth in his palm gradually dissipate into coolness. It was hard to discern whether he felt anger or relief, or perhaps a mixture of both. He dressed and, with an inscrutable expression, followed Jiang Ni outside. Zhou Qiwen, initially ready to leave without a response, was taken aback when she saw Jiang Ni emerge from the room. "Sister-in-law." Zhou Qiwen's radiant smile faltered as she caught sight of her brother's impassive face looming behind her lovely sister-in-law. The latter half of her affectionate words caught in her throat. "What is the matter? Why does my brother look a bit displeased? Had they quarreled?" That seemed unlikely. Her brother was renowned for his emotional stability, rarely displaying any signs of anger. Throughout her life, she had never witnessed him lose his temper. He was the type to remain unfazed even in the face of calamity. How could her gentle sister-in-law possibly provoke him? Jiang Ni, oblivious to Zhou Qiwen's tangled thoughts, stepped forward. "What is going on?" Zhou Qiwen spoke cautiously. "Mother said she wouldn't make it back in time these days and asked me to hand over the storeroom keys to you. Tomorrow." Jiang Ni was to take traditional wedding photos, and there were numerous antiques in the storeroom. "Thank you." Jiang Ni accepted the keys without hesitation. "I brought you a little gift. Just wait a moment." She had a number of souvenirs, including a beautiful music box shaped like a seashell for Zhou Qiwen. Zhou Qiwen beamed as she accepted it. "Thank you, sister-in-law. It's so beautiful. I'm glad you like it. I love it." Zhou Qiwen nodded and noticed another matter. "Sister-in-law, are there perhaps a few too many mosquitoes around here?" She pointed her neck. "I see your neck has turned red from bites." In a moment of clarity, Jiang Ni suddenly realized something, her ears burning with embarrassment. She composed her expression. "It seems there are indeed quite a few tonight. Perhaps their mosquito-repellent efforts have not been sufficient. As for me..." Before Zhou Qiwen could say more, Zhou Jinxu interrupted. "It's getting late. You should head back." With the eldest brother's words, Zhou Jinxu dared not linger any longer and promptly departed. Jiang Ni then let out a sigh of relief, awkwardly touching her neck. How could this be merely from mosquito bites? It was obviously. Though Zhou Garden boasted an abundance of trees, the mosquito situation was well managed, and there were none to be found inside the house. If it weren't for Zhou Jinxu's youth and her momentary lack of association, she would have truly wished to find a hole to hide in. Zhou Jinxu's gaze fell upon Jiang Ni's neck. I apologize. That was left during my moment of loss of control. Jiang Ni's fair skin made even the slightest mark conspicuous, easily noticeable at a glance. I will be more careful next time. Jiang and I felt it was difficult to say much, as such matters were sometimes indeed hard to manage. In contrast, she had bitten Zhou Jinxu as well, and she wondered if it had drawn blood. With this thought, Jiang and I expressed her concern. Let me take a look at your shoulder. It's fine, Zhou Jinxu replied. It doesn't hurt. Yet, Jiang and I insisted. What if you get tetanus? After your shower, I will help you apply some medicine. Such matters could be grave or trivial. As a doctor, she felt compelled to address the situation. After both had finished their showers, Jiang and I brought over a medical kit. Please sit down. Zhou Jinxu complied, taking a seat on the edge of the bed and loosening a few buttons of his collar. With a slight tug, the wound became visible, a small abrasion. Jiang and I retrieved some iodine. This may sting a bit. She held a cotton swab and diligently applied the medication. Zhou Jinxu silently observed her serious profile for a long while, until she lifted her gaze to meet his. You mentioned other areas that hurt. Where are they? Jiang and I inquired earnestly. Let me check as well. Chapter 38. Fate. The following day, Jiang and I awoke at 7 o'clock. After enjoying breakfast, the photography team arrived. As Jiang and I was getting her look ready, Zhou Jinxu remained by her side, creating an uplifting atmosphere. Having already completed several sets of photos, this particular shoot progressed rather smoothly, likely due to the familiar surroundings and the radiant presence of Zhou Jinxu. Jiang and I quickly found her rhythm, and they finished the 2 sets more swiftly than anticipated. The next day, Jiang and I returned to work, facing another night shift. Due to a schedule change, she was required to work 2 consecutive night shifts. The hospital was quite busy over those 2 days, leaving Jiang and I little time to focus on anything else. Later, she heard Zhou Jinxu mention that because they had skipped 2 sets of wedding photos, Zhou Jinxu had received a few words of reprimand from Qinyan. The gist of it was that Zhou Jinxu seemed uninterested in taking wedding photos, implying a lack of seriousness. However, that was simply his nature. Zhou Jinxu took a bite of cake and remarked, he values efficiency above all. Spending several days on wedding photos would undoubtedly displease him. Jiang and I was well aware of the situation, but chose to gloss over it, and their conversation shifted to other topics. Jiang and I stepped out during her lunch break, noting the time was approaching, and bid farewell to Zhou Jinxu before returning to the on-call room. In the past couple of days, the general surgery department had received numerous emergency patients, keeping her exceptionally busy. After attending to a patient who had just come out of surgery and was in the observation phase, Jiang and I exited the ward and was met with a youthful face. Hey, it's you, sister, exclaimed an exuberant young man. Jiang and I found him somewhat familiar, but couldn't immediately place him. It's me, the one who accidentally bumped into your car last time. Tan Jia, the owner of the Porsche. Recognition dawned on Jiang and I. Oh, it's you. What happened? Did you get into a fight? She inquired, noticing the bruises adorning his face, a typical sign of youthful recklessness. Tan Jia chuckled sheepishly. I saw injustice on the road and intervened. Unfortunately, my fighting skills were lacking, hence the bruises, but I managed to win. Turns out you're a doctor as well. He added with a smile. I just spotted the older gentleman you were with last time and thought I might see you here. Then, as I turned the corner, there you were. He had initially assumed that man was Jiang Ni's partner, but after subtly inquiring with a nurse, he discovered that the man was single. What a coincidence. I truly felt bad about bumping your car last time. No worries, it's all sorted out. I wasn't hurt, and you needn't keep apologizing, Jiang and I replied, glancing at his injuries. Just have a nurse tend to your head. I have other matters to attend to. No sooner had she spoken than a nurse approached. Dr. Jiang, the emergency department is calling for your consultation. Understood, Jiang and I replied, handing her case notes to the nurse. Please place this in the on-call room for me. With hurried steps, she departed. Tanjia felt a twinge of disappointment at not obtaining her WeChat contact, but refrained from pressing her at that moment. Watching her retreating figure instead, Jiang Ni worked diligently until evening before finally concluding her shift. Upon arriving home, Zhou Jinxu had yet to return. In the kitchen, Aunt Zhang had prepared dinner, but having returned home a bit late from work, the dishes had cooled somewhat, prompting her to reheat them. While waiting, Jiang Ni opened her phone. The group chat titled Graceful Maiden was abuzz with conversation, discussing Sheng Zhang's birthday. It was then that Jiang Ni realized Sheng Zhang had sent her a message earlier that afternoon, inviting her to his birthday celebration. At that time, she had been preoccupied and had overlooked his message. Only now did she take notice. Sheng Zhang's birthday was set for the following evening. Having known him for many years and enjoying a good rapport, she found no reason to decline his invitation. Jiang Ni opened the chat to reply and then switched to her sister's group chat. Just told Sheng Zhang that I'll be attending. Yao Jianhua, you finally resurfaced. I thought you had disappeared while shooting wedding photos. Su Zhao, off to a sweet island getaway with your darling husband, leaving your sisters behind. Su Zhao, it turns out it's my fault for always thinking about my sister and bothering her. Su Zhao, image of Lin Daiyu wiping tears. Lin Jia, one only hears the laughter of newcomers, who listens to the weeping of the old. Jiang Ni, Jiang Ni, let us be normal. I brought you gifts. Yao Jianhua, wow. Su Zhao, wow. Lin Jiao, wow. Jiang Ni placed the reheated dishes on the dining table and served herself a bowl of rice. The messages in the group chat continued to flood in, causing her phone to vibrate incessantly on the table. Just then, she heard the sound of the entrance door. It was Zhou Jinxu returning home. Have you eaten? Do you want something to eat? Zhou Jinxu removed his suit jacket, noticing Jiang Ni standing by the table, and nodded sure. He draped his jacket over the sofa, walked into the kitchen to wash his hands, and then fetched himself a bowl and chopsticks, taking a seat across from Jiang Ni. Just got off work? He asked, glancing at the untouched dishes on the table. Jiang Ni, engaged in replying to Yao Jianhua's message, looked up at his question. Yes, I was a bit busy this afternoon. She put down her phone. I have a friend's birthday party to attend tomorrow night, so I will be home late. Do you need me to send someone to pick you up? Zhou Jinxu offered. Jiang Ni shook her head. It's a friend I'm quite familiar with. Zhou Jinxu nodded. After finishing dinner and taking a shower, Jiang Ni settled down in the living room with her laptop, preparing to research some information. Today, doctors must not only excel in clinical practice, but also engage in research. To advance in their careers, they need to achieve excellence in both clinical performance and research accomplishments. Jiang Ni had already authored 2 award-winning papers, yet that was far from sufficient. With her current workload, finding time for research was a challenge. The time spent researching flew by, and feeling thirsty, Jiang Ni stood up to pour herself a glass of water. As she did so, Zhou Jinxu, having just finished a shower, came downstairs and approached the bar. Jiang Ni noticed that the typically well-buttoned collar of his shirt was loosened by 2 buttons, revealing a slightly open neckline, which reminded her of his injury. Has your shoulder healed from the last injury? She inquired. It should be fine, he replied, seemingly indifferent. Let me have a look, Jiang Ni offered, setting her glass down and naturally moving closer to him. Zhou Jinxu settled into her seat and instinctively lifted her hand to unfasten a button, revealing one shoulder. Jiang Ni cast a glance downward, noting that the wound had nearly healed. The scab had fallen away, leaving only a faint mark that would likely fade with time. Jiang Ni gently tugged Zhou Jinxu's garment up, assuring her, "It's quite all right, there is nothing to worry about." As she turned her head, her gaze met the deep, dark eyes of Zhou Jinxu, which had remained fixed upon her. "What's the matter?" Jiang Ni inquired, puzzled. "It's nothing," he replied. The intimacy of their proximity caused their warm breaths to intertwine, enveloped in the delicate, sweet fragrance reminiscent of ripe peaches that Jiang Ni exuded. Zhou Jinxu's gaze drifted down to the soft crimson hue before him, his Adam's apple bobbing slowly. The atmosphere was undeniably enchanting. Before Jiang Ni could fully absorb the moment, her phone on the table suddenly rang. It must be the information she had requested from someone, and she swiftly turned to answer the call. The comforting sweetness of her fragrance dissipated, leaving behind the lingering warmth of summer that stirred an unsettling restlessness. Zhou Jinxu poured himself a glass of water and drank it in one swift motion. Chapter 39. Introducing my husband to you, the birthday celebration for Shangzheng was scheduled to take place at Mi Palace, a favored locale among the second-generation elites, where every corner exuded an atmosphere of opulence and indulgence. Jiang and I had visited once before, but was not particularly familiar with the place. Following the navigation, she parked her car at the entrance of Mi Palace, securing a vacant spot. Shangzheng had booked a lavish suite. He was known for his carefree spirit and love for revelry, surrounded by numerous friends, and the private room had already come alive with excitement. Messages continued to ping in a group chat, predominantly from Su Zhao. Shangzheng seems to have summoned an abundance of handsome men. It's simply incredible. Accompanied by videos, the excitement was palpable. Lin Jia tapped Jiang and I, and then Yao Jian urging them, "When are you coming? I must not let this infatuated fool slip away." Yao Jian, having known Shangzheng for a considerable time and being close to the group, opted out, not going. I refused to be the one to hype up the show-off. Jiang and I had finished work late, so Lin Jia and Su Zhao had arrived earlier. As she stepped into the club, she was instantly enveloped by the intoxicating ambience, the lights shimmering as if she had entered a realm of indulgence. While the term realm of indulgence may be debatable, Mi Palace was undoubtedly a veritable den of luxury, where a minimum expenditure of hundreds of thousands for a night was relished by the affluent youths. Jiang and I provided the room number, and a server escorted her to the designated suite. The soundproofing at Mi Palace was exceptional. As she traversed the corridor, not a whisper from within the rooms escaped. However, upon cautiously opening the door, she was immediately overwhelmed by the deafening music and quickly shut it again. Glancing up at the room number confirmed that she was in the right place. Remaining in such a high-decibel environment for even a few minutes would likely risk permanent hearing damage. Once more, Jiang and I pushed the door open, and the revelers inside were already in high spirits. Su Zhao spotted her entrance and excitedly rushed over, and I bow. "You finally arrived. Come, take a seat." "Wait a moment," Jiang and I called out, raising her voice to cut through the cacophony. She lifted the gift in her hand, eager to present it to the birthday celebrant first. Although Su Zhao could not decipher her words, she quickly grasped the intention and gave an approving gesture. Without further ado, she darted off to engage with the man who was singing. Jiang and I took a moment to observe. The singer seemed somewhat familiar, a recent rising star in the rock music scene. No wonder he was capable of delivering such a performance, even without professional equipment. Scanning the crowd, she soon located the birthday boy and approached him with the gift in hand. "Happy birthday," Jiang and I greeted as she handed the present to Shangzheng. "Just your presence is a gift in itself. What did you bring?" Shangzheng replied, his demeanor warm and familiar. "I'm so delighted you could come." He cast several glances behind Jiang and I, feigning nonchalance as he inquired, "What about her?" The her he referred to was clearly Yao Jian. Jiang and I understood fully. She was uncertain if Yao would attend. With a knowing smile, she subtly remarked, "You did upset her last time. She is probably still miffed." This pair of playful adversaries always found themselves at odds upon meeting, and giving each other space was not a simple matter. Shangzheng let out a dismissive hum. "If they don't come, so be it. Who cares?" Jiang and I, having a fair understanding of Shangzheng, refrained from commenting on his words. He gestured for her to find a place to sit and enjoy some food. The venue was quite crowded that evening. He was well liked in his social circle, generous with his spending, and friends brought friends, creating a lively atmosphere in the private room filled with both men and women reveling in merriment. The microphone had changed hands, and Su Zhao was now engaged in a playful fist bump with the singer while Lin Jia had stepped out to the restroom. As Jiang and I made her way towards Su Zhao's spot, she caught sight of a familiar young face before reaching her seat. "Hello, sister." The strobe lights of the room flickered, casting intermittent beams on the youthful visage, and Jiang and I immediately recognized Tanjia. "Oh, it's you. I didn't realize you and Shangzheng were part of the same circle." However, upon reflection, it made sense. That Porsche was quite a luxury, indicating that Tanjia likely came from a well-off family. "I can't believe we meet again so soon." Tan Jia exclaimed with genuine surprise. What a coincidence. Initially, he had only come along to accompany a friend, unaware that such a delightful surprise awaited him. He had noticed Jiang Ni the moment she entered. Indeed, quite a stroke of luck. Jiang Ni nodded. Su Zhao, who had been engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors, noticed the commotion near Jiang Ni and leaned in. Do you know each other? Her gaze flitted between Jiang Ni and Tan Jia. Such a cute little puppy. Su Zhao teased. He looks quite young. Jiang Ni playfully nudged her away. Don't tease him. Tan Jia, maintaining a serious demeanor, chimed in. I'm not that young. I turned 20 this year. Su Zhao let out a small gasp, mischievously winking at Jiang Ni, who shot her a disapproving glance. Jiang Ni then took a seat beside Su Zhao. Tan Jia had intended to join her, but was soon pulled away by someone else. Leaning in, Su Zhao whispered to Jiang Ni, it seems this little brother has a crush on you. What? Jiang Ni couldn't hear her clearly over the cacophony. Su Zhao was then whisked away by others for more games, and the deafening noise gave Jiang Ni a headache. The air in the private room felt stifling, prompting her to step outside for a breath of fresh air. Once outside, the world felt tranquil. She rubbed her temples and walked out to the balcony in the corridor to enjoy the breeze. Perhaps it was the exhaustion from years of work, but she felt older, her energy nowhere near what it once was. In her youth, she had frequented places like this, staying up all night with Su Zhao and the others, brimming with vitality. Now, she found herself unable to keep pace with the youthful crowd for even a short while. The gentle evening breeze was refreshing, soothing her senses. Glancing at the time, she noted that Lin Jia had been in the restroom for quite a while without returning, so she decided to send her a message. Just as she finished composing the text and sent it off, she spotted Tan Jia approaching her direction. Why are you out here alone? He asked as he reached her. They're about to cut the cake inside, he added. It's a bit stuffy in there, Jiang Ni replied. I just came out for some fresh air. Tan Jia nodded, expressing his agreement. His peripheral vision caught several glances at Jiang Ni, who looked particularly lovely today. Unlike the flamboyantly dressed women in the private room, she wore a simple light green shirt paired with jeans, adorned with a pair of pearls that exuded a refreshing elegance. Her beauty was undeniably comfortable, and he had noticed several individuals in the room paying her attention, himself included. Tan Jia had specifically followed Jiang Ni, initially thinking she was about to leave. As fate would have it, this unexpected opportunity for solitude made him feel a bit bashful. Sister, this marks our third meeting, he ventured. Jiang Ni nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, having met 3 times, we might as well consider ourselves friends. Gathering his courage, Tan Jia proposed. Shall we add each other on WeChat? We could hang out together in the future. Jiang Ni's gaze lingered on his youthful face, the exuberance of his 20 years evident in his demeanor. Sure, she replied with a warm smile. I'll bring my husband along to introduce you. In an instant, Tan Jia's expression froze, disbelief washing over him as he asked, You're married? Before Jiang Ni could respond, a familiar tall figure appeared in the corridor. Wife. The voice echoed, unmistakably belonging to Zhou Jinxu. Jiang Ni turned to face the source of the sound. Chapter 40, she found the dimly lit corridor unappealing. A tall figure approached, his steady strides bringing him to stand beside Jiang Ni. His gaze swept over the youthful boy before them, likely in his early 20s, exuding an aura of innocence. His youth rendered his expressions clumsy and superficial, easily penetrable at a glance. Zhou Jinxu took hold of Jiang Ni's hand and inquired, Why are you here alone? Jiang Ni was taken aback by Zhou Jinxu's presence. The atmosphere of the Mi Palace seemed utterly mismatched with his persona. She was even more surprised when he suddenly referred to her as wife. It was a first, and she took a few moments to respond. It's too stuffy in the private room, so I came out to get some air. Zhou Jinxu nodded, then asked, and this is? His gaze returned to the young boy, steady and profound, exuding the weight of authority. Tan Jia, unfamiliar with Zhou Jinxu and unaware of his status, felt the palpable pressure emanating from the unfamiliar man, rendering him momentarily speechless. A friend I just met, Jiang and I introduced, this is my husband. Zhou Jinxu acknowledged with a slight nod. Hello. In that instant, Tan Jia's expression dimmed. His emotions were tumultuous. He had been smitten with Jiang Ni at first sight. mistakenly believing the man in the underground garage was her partner. Just as he had come to terms with that misconception, he now discovered that Jiang Ni was already married. Unconsciously, Tan Jie found himself comparing the two men, and any inclination to vie for her affection dissipated entirely. His youthful infatuation was extinguished like a budding flower drowned in a torrential downpour. With a countenance full of disappointment, he managed a brief greeting before departing, head hung low. Once he was out of sight, Jiang Ni asked, "What brings you here?" She had not heard Zhou Jinxu mention he would be at the Mi Palace. Zhou Jinxu explained, "A friend arranged a small gathering here." He had not anticipated encountering the Na'vi youth seeking Jiang Ni's WeChat, his eyes seemingly adorned with hearts. The intentions were all too evident, yet regrettably, the boy was too young. Jiang and I would not be drawn to such a type. Zhou Jinxu inquired, "Is it your friend's birthday celebration?" Jiang and I nodded, "Yes, in the private room up ahead." They were at the same venue, quite convenient. "If you finish up over there, would you like to meet my friends?" He had intended to discuss this with Jiang and I yesterday, but she had mentioned attending a friend's birthday, causing a scheduling conflict, so he had refrained from bringing it up. Unexpectedly, the locations coincided, making it easy to drop by. There are no outsiders, just a few childhood friends you haven't met yet. Now, wouldn't that be too sudden? I haven't even dressed up. Jiang and I had come straight from work, and as it was a gathering of friends, she and put much effort into her appearance. Now, the prospect of suddenly meeting his friends felt a bit daunting. Although her marriage to Zhou Jinxu was purely contractual, devoid of romantic feelings, she still wished to avoid embarrassing him. Conversely, if she were to introduce Zhou Jinxu to Lin Jia and the others, she would hope he would treat the occasion with the seriousness it deserved. Zhou Jinxu cast a brief glance at Jiang Ni's attire for the evening and thought, "This is quite lovely as it is." There was no need for further embellishment. Although Zhou Jinxu's compliment was rather formal and lacked conviction, Jiang and I pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "All right, I'll just grab a bag. Shall I accompany you?" "No need, just wait here for a moment." As Jiang and I turned to leave, she realized their hands were still intertwined. She lifted her gaze, and Zhou Jinxu, becoming aware of this, released her hand. Watching Jiang Ni's retreating figure, he felt a lingering warmth in his palm and instinctively clenched his fist in the air. Upon returning to the private room, Jiang and I retrieved her bag and exchanged a few words with Su Zhaozhao before stepping out. Zhou Jinxu remained in his original spot, waiting. Jiang and I hastened towards him. The welcoming banquet for Zhou Jinxu's friends was being held in a suite on the opposite side of the same floor. At the entrance stood a doorman who respectfully opened the door for the two as they approached. What greeted them was not the cacophony of noise from Sheng Zhang's side, but rather a billiard table surrounded by 4 or 5 people. Someone was bent over the table, aiming at the 8-ball. With a sharp crack, the ball sank into the pocket. Bo Xinyan, holding a cue stick with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, immediately noticed Zhou Jinxu as the door swung open. "Brother Zhou, you finally made it." As soon as he spoke, the others in the room paused their activities and turned to the entrance. It was no simple task to summon Brother San for a gathering. It required much coaxing. Wei Fangzhou jested lightly, but his expression faltered upon seeing the woman emerging from behind Zhou Jinxu. "Oh, Brother San brought a lady. She looks familiar." Bo Xinyuan also noticed, surprised that Zhou Jinxu had brought Jiang and I along, letting out a small exclamation. "Sister-in-law." Zhou Jinxu extinguished Bo Xinyuan's cigarette and introduced them. "This is Jiang and I, my wife." He continued, "This is Bo Xinyuan, Wei Fangzhou, Su Zihua, Su Hao, and Hang Tao." Unlike the individuals in Sheng Zhang's room, those present here were well-known figures within their circle, encompassing various sectors such as business and politics. Jiang and I recognized them all. "Hello, I am Jiang and I," she greeted, maintaining a composed demeanor. The expressions of the men varied upon hearing Zhou Jinxu's introduction, but it was merely a fleeting moment before Hang Tao spoke up. "Brother San, really? Bringing your family without a word. We were completely unprepared." Zhou Jinxu held a position of respect among this group. Hence Jiang and I, despite her youth, received multiple acknowledgments as sister-in-law. This circle was filled with acquaintances of varying depths. Zhou Jinxu preferred to avoid superficial social gatherings. maintaining close ties only with a few childhood friends from the courtyard, each with distinct personalities yet deep bonds. Wei Fangzhou approached Jiang Ni with a smile, sister-in-law. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Last time at Rinhe, I mentioned wanting to greet you, but he wouldn't allow it, insisting on a more formal introduction. Hang Tao chimed in, is that so? Jiang Ni, puzzled, looked toward Zhou Jinxu, who succinctly explained it was during the inauguration ceremony of the new building at Rinhe. Ah, I see, Jiang Ni responded. Brother San values his wife. Gongshan playfully pinched Hang Tao's arm. Unlike you, who was so casual when introducing me. Gongshan is the wife of Hang Tao, the only married couple among these individuals. I have long desired to meet you, but have yet to find the opportunity. Gongshan enthusiastically pulled Jiang Ni closer, exclaiming, I never imagined that the third one, so wooden in demeanor, could find such a beautiful wife. Bo Xin Yuan, with keen perception, fetched a drink for Jiang Ni from a bar, saying, sister-in-law, have something to drink. Receiving a glance from Zhou Jinxu, he emphasized, it's merely a non-alcoholic strawberry-flavored concoction, a taste generally favored by most girls. Yet, she did not share this fondness. Zhou Jinxu intervened on Jiang Ni's behalf, suggesting, let us change it to lychee flavor. This couple, bound by marriage, is already so familiar with one another. The others in the private room exchanged glances, their thoughts swirling, yet their expressions remained inscrutable. Bo Xin downed his drink in one go, declaring, I'll have someone prepare a new one right away. Jiang Ni, somewhat taken aback, whispered to Zhou Jinxu, how did you know my preference? Zhou Jinxu, perplexed by her inquiry, replied, it was in the personal report you provided. He referenced the previous incident where he nearly revealed her shrimp allergy before her grandmother, which led to their exchange of personal information. Jiang Ni had noted in the food preferences section that she relished lychees and all lychee-flavored delicacies, enjoyed strawberries, but abhorred anything flavored with strawberries. Jiang Ni recalled the meticulous nature of this document. Assistant one had compiled an exhaustive array of details that encompassed everything conceivable and inconceivable by an ordinary person. Completing it had been quite a task, and she had not anticipated that Zhou Jinxu would remember such specifics. You can recall all that? Zhou Jinxu replied with precision. At least 90%. As the conversation progressed, he casually inquired, how much do you remember? Chapter 41. Zhou Jinxu had submitted her personal report to Jiang Ni quite early, even before Jiang Ni had handed hers to him. However, she had only glanced at it briefly in the first minute after receiving it, and with a flurry of subsequent events, it had slipped her mind. Jiang Ni felt a twinge of guilt. She must remember to revisit it later. Gongshan, observing the two engaged in hushed conversation, teased them playfully. Newlyweds, how sweet. Zhou Jinxu, who had been leaning in to listen, straightened up at that moment. Jiang Ni felt a slight flush on her cheeks. The interruption caused their discussion to drift away. Bo Xingyuan approached with freshly prepared drinks, saying, here, sister-in-law, give it a try. Jiang Ni accepted it with a grateful thank you. Zhou Jinxu, who rarely joined this group, was pulled away by a few friends, leaving Jiang Ni to be guided to the sofa by Gongshan. 3 years older than Jiang Ni, Gongshan was an art curator, gregarious and amiable. Through her, Jiang Ni garnered some understanding of the people in the room, friends from well-connected families having grown up together with deep-rooted bonds over the years. We're quite surprised by your swift marriage. We thought he would dedicate his life solely to work, they remarked. He is always working, traveling for business, seemingly incapable of taking a break. One could think he practically lives at the office. In truth, Jiang Ni found Zhou Jinxu to be far less of a workaholic than Gongshan suggested. Zhou Jinxu was not the fervent workaholic she had anticipated. She had expected that, based on the rumors surrounding him, he would hardly be home, spending at least 8 out of 10 days away due to work commitments. However, apart from the initial period after their marriage certificate was issued, Zhou Jinxu returned home nearly every day, only traveling for business twice. Sometimes, he even sat down to chat with her, a stark contrast to her expectations. She lamented the inaccuracy of the rumors. Meanwhile, Zhou Jinxu, aware that Jiang Ni had not eaten much that evening, arranged for a fruit platter and 2 servings of snacks to be sent over. Wei Fangzhou, holding a cue stick, remarked with curiosity, you seem to have a good relationship with your wife. It was somewhat surprising for them to see Zhou Jinxu introduce Jiang Ni to his close friends in such a formal manner. The implications of bringing a woman into his inner circle were unmistakable. Zhou Jinxu took the cue stick handed to him by Wei Fang Zhou, considering his comment trivial. "She is my wife. If our relationship were poor, why would we be married?" Bo Xinyuan waved his finger in the air, exclaiming, "No, no, no. What Lao Wei means is that you seem quite fond of your wife." Before the marriage, the group had speculated about Zhou Jinxu's feelings toward Jiang Ni, even placing bets. Bo Xinyuan was the only one who had wagered that Zhou Jinxu genuinely liked Jiang Ni, thus supporting the Jiang family's decision. Initially, based on Zhou Jinxu's demeanor, they thought he would lose the bet. However, now it was uncertain. Bo Xinyuan added, "I've never seen you be so considerate toward any woman." Zhou Jinxu possessed a courteous demeanor, though his politeness was a product of upbringing, always measured and to the point. Such meticulous and thoughtful care is indeed a rare sight. Zhou Jinxu rolled his cuffs up to his elbows. "I do like it. Wow, we have a winner. The biggest victor this round." Bo Xinyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I told you." Zhou Jinxu added, "One might say, I am quite content with my current marital status. It is unremarkable, yet we treat each other with respect." Bo Xinyuan responded, "Well, that was a letdown." Su Hao teased Bo Xinyuan. "Didn't I tell you not to be skeptical?" Old San's nickname as the robot is not unfounded. How could a robot possibly have feelings? He remains a traditional, work-loving automaton. Given Zhou Jinxu's character, marriage to him signifies a lifelong commitment. Introducing his wife to friends is quite normal, requiring no excessive understanding. Zhou Jinxu leaned down and aimed for the ball, producing a crisp sound as it sank into the pocket. One followed another. 2, 3, for balls fell effortlessly. Su Zihua exclaimed, "Third brother, are you going to clear the table while we play support?" The commotion caught the attention of those on the sofa. Jiang Ni, witnessing Zhou Jinxu engage with these recreational activities for the first time, noted his transformation. He was no longer clad in the stiff, impeccably tailored three-piece suit devoid of a single wrinkle. He had removed his jacket, rolling the sleeves of his black shirt casually to his elbows. The matching vest perfectly embraced his robust physique, illuminated under the dim lights of the private room, adding an air of refined abandon to his presence. He leaned down to strike the ball, executing the move with fluidity and grace. His gaze met hers, and Jiang and I was taken aback by this different facet of him. "I didn't realize you could play billiards and quite well at that." Su Hao chimed in, "Oldson doesn't just play billiards. He is proficient in equestrianism, shooting, and golf as well. These are all part of the curriculum for privileged youths." Zhou Jinxu humbly remarked, "I studied for a while back in the day." Jiang and I generously complimented, "That is quite impressive." It was evident that Zhou Jinxu had undergone an elite educational upbringing, leading one to imagine the extent to which his childhood was meticulously scheduled. It is no wonder that he is so stringent with time management. Without such rigor, one could hardly accomplish everything. Zhou Jinxu extended the cue to Jiang and I. "Would you like to get a try?" He noticed Jiang and I seemed inclined to play. Jiang and I, feeling a bit nostalgic as it had been ages since she last played billiards, replied, "I only know how to play 9-ball. The revelation that Jiang and I could play billiards surprised Zhou Jinxu. "You could do that too?" She explained, "I secretly learned a bit when I was younger." This reminded Zhou Jinxu of the tales shared by Jiang and I's grandmother about her childhood exploits of climbing trees, and he suddenly found it perfectly reasonable for her to have picked up any skill in secret. He smiled. "Then let us have a game." Bo Xinyuan exclaimed in astonishment, "Sister-in-law can play too. That's wonderful. Let us have a match." "Don't be shy." Jiang and I took the cue. "All right, I'll give a shot." Bo Xinyuan suggested, "I'll be your opponent." Jiang and I nodded. "Sounds good." As the game commenced anew, Bo Xinyuan arranged the balls and graciously offered Jiang and I the first shot. "Ladies first," he declared. Jiang and I accepted without hesitation, confidently stating, "Then I shall not hold back." She leaned forward, aiming at the first ball, and with a precise stroke, struck it cleanly. A resounding thud echoed as the 9 balls scattered, and amidst their rolling, one sank into a pocket. Jiang and I continued her play. According to the rules of 9-ball, one must strike the balls on the table in ascending order, beginning with the lowest numbered ball until the 9 ball is pocketed, which signifies victory. After successfully potting the 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6 balls, only the 7, 8, and 9 remained on the table. The positioning was not ideal. Jiang Ni needed to pocket the 7 ball first, but its ideal pocket was obstructed by the 8 ball. The 7 and 8 balls were aligned, one in front of the other. To strike the 7 ball, it was inevitable to leap over the 8. Jiang Ni picked up the chalk, rubbed it on the cue tip, contemplating how to navigate this predicament. At that moment, Bo Xinlu entered from outside and noticed everyone gathered around the pool table. Curiously approaching, she observed an unfortunate woman wielding the cue, surrounded by onlookers. Bo Xinlu's already mediocre mood soured further. What is she doing here? Gong Shan, spotting Bo Xinlu's return, inquired, "Didn't you go to find Jiayu? I couldn't find him. I have no idea where he has gone." Bo Xinlu replied, feeling increasingly vexed, especially at the sight of Jiang Ni, who stood there posturing. Can she even play? Why is she just standing there pretending? If she can't do it, she should quickly let someone else take her place. Chapter 42. Practice makes perfect. Jiang Ni lifted her gaze to glance at the girl who had spoken, remaining unfazed by her presence. Typically, during this stage of the competition, the atmosphere becomes intensely charged. Everyone's attention was riveted on how she would execute this pivotal shot. All eyes were fixed on Jiang Ni, who positioned herself to one side, bending slightly to aim at the cue ball, not at the number 7 ball as one might expect. Su Zihuan murmured, "This is quite a bold move. This new sister-in-law seems to possess some skill. Can she pull this off?" It was evident to all that Jiang Ni intended to pocket the ball using the cushion. The spectators held their breath in anticipation. With unwavering determination in her eyes, Jiang Ni calculated the angle before executing a decisive stroke. The cue ball rebounded off the cushion, successfully striking the 7 ball, which rolled smoothly into the pocket. Wei Fangzhou exclaimed, "Impressive. Sister-in-law, you have remarkable skills to make that shot." Now, only 2 balls remain on the table, both in advantageous positions, sealing the victory. Bo Xinyuan remarked, "You two truly are taking advantage of the situation. Both of you claim to have not played in ages, yet your first stroke leaves others without a chance." Jiang Ni struck the final ball, lowering her cue with humility. It was merely good fortune. Zhou Jinxu accepted Jiang Ni's cue, stating, "If your technique is lacking, then practice more." Bo Xinyuan retorted, "Is this truly a matter of technique? He hasn't even taken his turn." Bo Xinlu huffed, "It's just luck, nothing to boast about." "And what about the crowd that is gathered around?" Bo Xinyuan tapped his sister's forehead playfully. "You, a child, have the audacity to critique. Look at your abilities." Bo Xinlu protested, "Brother, don't tap my head." It became clear that Bo Xinlu was Bo Xinyuan's sister. Jiang Ni maintained her smile. "Indeed, it was luck. Perhaps due to my steady hand from wielding a scalpel frequently. Fortune tends to favor those with skill." Zhou Jinxu complimented her. "You are truly impressive. There is no need for such modesty." Jiang Ni beamed, appreciating the praise. Hang Tao and Gong Shan exchanged knowing glances, finding their friend's expression quite intriguing, a curious smile gracing their faces. Su Zihua glanced around, inquiring, "Xinlu, did not go to find Lao Si? Why have you returned alone?" At this, Bo Xinlu appeared somewhat aggrieved. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. "I couldn't find him," Gong Shan remarked. "Lao Si certainly is quite carefree." The others shrugged. "You've known him long enough to expect this." This outing allowed Jiang Ni to become acquainted with Zhou Jinxu's childhood friends. Save for the elusive Lao Si, she did not linger at the Mi Palace for long and soon took her leave. Hang Tao and his friends were accustomed to Zhou Jinxu's character. To willingly spend half an hour of their precious time with them was already a generous gesture. Bringing his wife along this time only added to the time spent. Yet no one hindered their departure. The following day, Jiang Ni had a half-day clinic. Having seen over 10 patients by noon when she finally noticed a message from Zhou Qiwen. Next month is Mother Qinyan's birthday, and Zhou Qiwen has invited her to go shopping for gifts. Jiang Ni agreed, but with her busy daytime schedule, she could only go out in the evening after work. Coming from an illustrious family, Mother Qin possesses both profound cultural heritage and considerable wealth, leaving Jiang Ni at a loss for an appropriate gift. Thus, she decided to seek advice from Zhou Jinxu. Zhou Jinxu was in his study, and as Jiang Ni approached the door, she politely knocked twice. noting that the door was ajar. Engrossed in reviewing documents submitted by Guangli, Zhou Jinxu did not look up and called out, "Come in." Jiang Ni seldom entered Zhou Jinxu's study. She believed it harbored many confidential work-related matters, making her feel it was inappropriate to intrude. Additionally, the spacious house allowed for her own study, and she felt that couples should maintain independent spaces. This marked her second visit to Zhou Jinxu's study since their previous conversation. The study retained its cold and desolate aesthetic, devoid of even a single potted plant. "Is there something you need?" His voice was as stark as the room's decor. "I came to inquire about Mother's birthday," Jiang Ni replied. It was only upon hearing her voice that Zhou Jinxu realized they were not at the office. He looked up to see her standing before him, unconsciously softening his tone. "Apologies." Jiang Ni was caught off guard by a sudden apology, her attention drawn to his glasses for the first time. The rimless, simple pair softened the sharpness of his gaze, giving him a more mature and refined demeanor. "Quite handsome," she thought. Zhou Jinxu set down his pen and looked at her intently. "What do you wish to know?" Returning to the matter at hand, Jiang Ni stated, "Mother's birthday is approaching, and I need to prepare a gift. However, I am unsure of her preferences. Do you have any recommendations?" When it came to what Madame Qin liked, the first thought that sprang to Zhou Jinxu's mind was, "She must adore you." For years, Madame Qin had been preoccupied with helping him navigate life's significant affairs, particularly in finding a suitable wife. In this regard, it would not be an exaggeration to say she cherished Jiang Ni. Zhou Jinxu maintained a serious demeanor, but Jiang Ni discerned his teasing tone. With a wry smile, she replied, "I cannot simply present myself as a gift to Mother." Indeed, after a moment of contemplation, Zhou Jinxu said, "Mother enjoys calligraphy and painting." This presented a challenge, as time was short, and locating works from renowned artists was no simple task. "Never mind," Zhou Jinxu continued. "I'll take care of Mother's birthday gift." "That won't do." As the daughter-in-law, I must prepare a separate gift. My intentions must be clear. This marriage was in essence a union where the Jiang family had elevated themselves by marrying into the Zhou family. Although Jiang Ni was the daughter-in-law, her mother-in-law had never put on airs or made things difficult for her. On the contrary, she had always treated her with great kindness and consideration. Feeling grateful, Jiang Ni wished to express her sentiments in a meaningful way. After some thought, Jiang Ni remembered Lin Jia, who had connections in this realm. Without hesitation, she dialed Lin Jia's number. However, the phone rang for quite a while, and just as Jiang Ni contemplated calling back later, someone finally answered. "Jia, are you busy?" Jiang Ni inquired. "I was just exercising." "What's up?" The voice on the other end did indeed sound slightly breathless, but Jiang Ni did not dwell on it and got straight to the point. "My mother-in-law's birthday is in a couple of days, and she has a fondness for calligraphy and paintings. I would like to find a piece of considerable collectible value to gift her. Can you help me inquire about any leads? Such items are priceless and not readily available in the market. They require specific channels to access. The Lin family has connections in this area, which is why Jiang Ni sought her assistance." Lin Jia kicked away the man who clung to her like a stubborn adhesive, steadying her voice. "Sure, I will look into it for you." Jiang Ni sensed something off in Lin Jia's tone. "Jia, what's wrong?" Lin Jia squeezed a few words through clenched teeth. "Nothing. I was bitten by Mount Wan was a stray cat Lin Jia had rescued, known for its gentle nature. Yet it had recently become rather irritable. On Sheng Zheng's birthday, Lin Jia had also disappeared for a while, claiming that Mount Wan had suddenly bitten someone and needed to be attended to. It had not been long, and here it was again. Jiang Ni expressed her concern. "Did it break the skin? If it did, you must go to the hospital for a vaccine." "I'm fine. I will manage it," Lin Jia reassured her. Chapter 43. Being taken advantage of. Although Turinja was in search of exquisite calligraphic and artistic works, the masterpieces of renowned artists are seldom encountered. Jiang Ni prepared herself for both possibilities, remaining vigilant for a suitable gift while accompanying Zhou Qiwen. With little direction on what to purchase, Zhou Qiwen eventually wandered into a jewelry store. She was captivated by a set of emerald jewelry and called Jiang Ni over, saying, "Sister-in-law, what do you think of this?" The necklace was composed of over 30 round emeralds interspersed with countless diamonds, adorned with a nearly 20-carat teardrop emerald, which was the shop's prized possession. Its overall design was grand and elegant, perfectly suited for Qin Yun to wear. Though it's still a notch below those my mother possesses, my budget is limited. This necklace, at just under a few million, fits within my means. Being a birthday gift, she felt it inappropriate to use family funds for the purchase. This was her own pocket money, supplemented by savings from her previous entrepreneurial endeavors abroad. Jiang and I nodded in agreement. It truly is splendid. Mother will surely be delighted upon receiving it. Gaining Jiang Ni's approval, Zhou Jinxu happily instructed the shop assistant to wrap it up. For her mother's birthday, she had spent considerable time selecting the perfect gift, and now she felt a significant matter had been resolved. And what about you, sister-in-law? Have you found a suitable gift? Zhou Jinxu inquired. Jiang and I shook her head. Not yet. I have not come across anything fitting. Having already gifted the necklace, she felt it inappropriate to offer something similar. After perusing the store without finding anything to her liking, she decided to hold off, reassured that there were still days left to explore. As the two women returned home, Zhou Jinxu had arrived by chauffeur, and Jiang and I waited with her at the entrance for a moment. Beijing was nearing autumn, the evening air already tinged with the season's coolness, a gentle breeze mingling with light, almost imperceptible rain. Autumn is approaching in Beijing, Zhou Jinxu remarked. The city's autumn scenery is unparalleled, with vibrant maple leaves adorning the streets, creating a picturesque view that epitomizes the beauty of the human experience. Jiang and I noticed the rain droplets, particularly visible in the light. Typically, the first autumn rain in Beijing heralds the official arrival of the season. Jiang and I pulled Zhou Jinxu under the eaves, saying, "Step in a little. With the change of seasons, flu is rampant, so it's essential to be cautious." Zhou Jinxu chuckled. "Sister-in-law, you and elder brother are truly a perfect match, both utterly lacking in romantic sensibility. I mentioned the autumn leaves, and you respond with concerns about the flu. You possess not a shred of an artistic soul." Jiang and I smiled wryly. It's a professional reflex. Just as Zhou Jinxu was about to say something more, her leg was suddenly brushed against by something furry, startling her and causing her to gasp in alarm. What was that? She jumped back 2 meters in surprise. The furry creature she had inadvertently knocked over let out pitiful whimpers. Jiang and I bent down to discover it was a stray dog, small and appearing somewhat malnourished. Oh my goodness, it's a dog. Once Zhou Jinxu's initial fright subsided, she recognized it was merely a puppy. Having been bitten by a dog in her mischievous youth, she held a natural apprehension towards such animals. Assessing that the puppy was still quite young and posed no threat, she cautiously approached, asking, "What is wrong with it?" Jiang and I took a moment to assess the situation. It appeared that the little dog had sustained an injury. Being so small, it likely suffered a harsh kick when Zhou Jinxu was startled. Now it lay on the ground, whimpering softly. What should be done? It was imperative to take it to a veterinary clinic for examination. Such a tiny creature, if that kick caused any internal damage, would scarcely survive for long. All right, let me see if there's a veterinary clinic nearby. Zhou Jinxu, with resolute determination, opened her phone to search for one. Just then, the driver arrived, and Jiang and I instructed someone to fetch a blanket to wrap the dog in. Fortunately, there was a veterinary clinic nearby, and they soon transported the little dog there. After a thorough examination, it was determined that aside from being malnourished and frightened, the injuries were not severe. Nonetheless, Zhou Jinxu felt a pang of guilt. Could it truly be that the injuries were minor? The dog's cries sounded so pitiful. The doctor smiled reassuringly, explaining that the dog was only 4 months old, the age when they tend to be quite vocal. However, proper care was indeed necessary. They provided the dog with some nourishment and gave it a bath, transforming its appearance and revealing its original golden hue. The dog then joyfully circled around, affectionately nuzzling the humans. This time, it seemed to have learned its lesson, recognizing Jiang and I as the one who had brought it, wagging its tail and circling around her. This little creature was a Chinese rural dog, known for its affectionate nature, likely abandoned, as it was common in this area for people to discard small dogs. A dog so young left to wander would not survive long. These rural dogs are often overlooked compared to purebred pets, making abandonment a frequent occurrence. Jiang and I squatted down and reached out to pet it, and the dog responded by affectionately rubbing against her, playfully whining. Zhou Qiwen felt a surge of compassion. What should be done now? Though this was an accidental encounter, it felt akin to being scammed. Yet she couldn't bear to turn it loose. Torn between her fear of dogs and her soft heart, she found herself at an impasse. Jiang Ni, is there a possibility for fostering around here? There was indeed such an option, charged by the day until adoption, but currently, there were no available spots. Moreover, considering the breed, it was unlikely anyone would want it. Most preferred the more aesthetically pleasing purebreds. In truth, rural dogs are quite intelligent and charming, and perhaps they could consider adopting it themselves or see if any friends might be willing to take it in. Zhou Qiwen suggested, sister-in-law, why don't we keep it with you for now? I'll check with friends to see if anyone is interested in adopting it. What do you think? After all, it was her kick that caused this predicament, and she felt a sense of responsibility. Yet, her fear of dogs left her with no other recourse. The soft, furry creature nuzzled her palm again, and the doctor reiterated that at this age, the little dog was indeed at the stage of being quite vocal. How accurate that was. Jiang Ni gazed into the dog's damp, pleading eyes and ultimately could not resist. She nodded in agreement. It was late, and finding a place to shelter the dog was impossible. Having encountered it, she could not bring herself to abandon it. In the end, she purchased some dog food and various supplies from the clinic, bringing them all home together. As Jiang Ni returned home, cradling a small dog, she found Zhou Jinxu unusually absent from his study, instead occupying the living room. Upon hearing the sound at the entrance, he turned to observe Jiang Ni, noting the numerous items she was carrying. Why didn't you call me to help? He inquired, rising from his seat. However, there was not much to carry. The dog food amounted to little more than a single bag, easily manageable for her alone. As Zhou Jinxu took the items from Jiang Ni's hands, he realized that the bundle she held was a dog. He paused momentarily. Did you buy a pet? I found it. Jiang Ni recounted the evening's events candidly. Xiaowen was indeed afraid of dogs, leaving them with no choice but to temporarily house the creature. As Zhou Jinxu remained silent for a while, Jiang Ni pondered a possibility. Are you also afraid of dogs? Xiaowen's fears stemmed from a childhood incident involving a dog bite, yet Zhou Jinxu had never experienced such a thing. Moreover, Xiaowen had not mentioned that her brother shared this fear. It seemed improbable. But then again, Xiaowen had said nothing at all. Chapter 44. Special Circumstances. Fear not. Zhou Jinxu furrowed his brow, expressing his discontent. However, I am not particularly fond of these furry creatures. Given the special circumstances, Jiang Ni pressed her lips together and replied, I will send it away as soon as I find someone to adopt it. It won't take long. She negotiated with him in a conciliatory tone. For the time being, I will keep it confined to my study. It won't disturb you, will it? After a moment of silence, Zhou Jinxu finally nodded. Very well. Jiang Ni's face brightened with a smile. Thank you. She took the little dog in her arms and reclaimed the bag from Zhou Jinxu's grasp. I can manage on my own. Zhou Jinxu intended to say something further, but she had already scampered upstairs. Jiang Ni purchased a considerable number of items at the pet hospital, including food and various daily necessities. Finding a suitable spot, she arranged the dog bed and placed food for the little puppy. Soon, she found herself entangled in play with the dog for a while. Listening to its soft whimpers of affection, she was suddenly reminded of her childhood. Back then, Jiang Ni had longed for a pet, but her father had refused. Shortly thereafter, a stray dog appeared at their home, and Jiang Ni secretly fed it behind her father's back. For a considerable time, the puppy would come regularly. However, when she attended boarding school, it vanished by the time she returned home for the holidays. Eventually, she learned that her father had sent the dog away. Jiang Renshan disapproved of children becoming overly attached to pets, and thus Jiang Ni had not engaged with them since. Perhaps it was fate. The two little dogs bore a striking resemblance. It was as if the long passage of time had not moved at all, and it had come to find her once more. A knock echoed twice at the study door. It's getting late. Aren't you going to wash up and rest? Zhou Jinxu inquired. Jiang Ni suddenly realized that it was nearly 11 o'clock, and she needed to rise early the next day. Coming, she called, setting the puppy down and softly reminding it to behave before stepping out under Zhou Jinxu's watchful gaze. Uncertain if her clothes were adorned with dog fur, and knowing Zhou Jinxu's aversion to such things, Jiang Ni deliberately avoided him. He noticed and slightly furrowed his brow. A restful night passed. After breakfast, Jiang Ni briefed Aunt Lee about the little dog before heading out. The hospital was not particularly busy that day, and the morning proceeded smoothly. At noon, Jiang and I lunched in the cafeteria with Zheng Keisai when someone sat down beside them. It was Zhang Lily, a nurse from their department. Dr. Jiang, have you heard? That actress from the publicity department is in trouble. The actress in question was Zhen Mingyan, who reportedly had gained entry into Renhe through dubious means, often displaying an arrogant demeanor, earning her the nickname the Diva. It sounded like quite the scandal. Zheng Keisai, intrigued, asked what happened. The publicity department usually had little interaction with the medical side. Since the last banquet, Jiang and I had been preoccupied, and she hadn't even heard this name mentioned. She inquired, "Is she ill? Wasn't she quite involved with that CEO Gao?" Zhang Lily lowered her voice conspiratorially. His wife confronted her directly. They approached the publicity department, but the matter was suppressed. However, there are no walls that do not allow the wind to pass through in this world. Many within the propaganda department harbored a disdain for Zhen Mingyan, and thus the news spread. "I'm astounded," Zheng Keisai exclaimed in shock, covering her mouth. "That Gao has a wife? Rumor has it that there was a scandal at Jiangming Pharmaceuticals with allegations of multiple infidelities during marriage, resulting in Gao's suspension. This is utterly gratifying." Zheng Keisai was on the verge of applauding. Last time, they conspired to tarnish your reputation, and now they are receiving their just desserts. They truly deserve it. On the night of the banquet, she also heard about that incident and felt a surge of anger for Jiang and I. Jiang and I herself was taken aback by the aftermath involving those two, a bit surprised. Indeed, Zhang Lily interjected, "Is poetic justice. They sought to defame our Dr. Jiang. Who would believe them? No one trusts their words." Jiang and I was well liked in the hospital. After years of diligent work, she treated the nurses kindly, never deliberately making things difficult for them, speaking softly. They all enjoyed working alongside her. The previous incident clearly stemmed from Gao Ziqi's frustrated advances. If Jiang and I had intended to seek out a wealthy patron, she wouldn't be laboring tirelessly at the hospital for meager wages. With her looks, she could thrive anywhere. "Dr. Jiang, we all firmly believe in your character." Jiang and I smiled appreciatively. "Thank you." Zheng Keisai expressed her relief for Jiang and I. "Fortunately, you had the foresight not to accept his advances." She had once defended Gao Ziqi, never suspecting his true nature. What a vile character. He pretended to be a golden bachelor, only to react with shame and anger when rumors surfaced. How despicable. Zheng Keisai was filled with righteous indignation. Speaking of which, it was quite peculiar. It was said that Gao's wife resided in their hometown, and somehow there was evidence that led to a confrontation. Zhang Lily glanced at Jiang and I. "Do you have any insider information, Dr. Jiang? I heard that on the night of the banquet, a woman defended you and was accompanied by bodyguards, suggesting she is not of ordinary status." Upon hearing this, a pair of dark, intense eyes flashed in Jiang Ni's mind, and she shook her head. "I'm not certain." Later that evening, she finished her shift as the sun began to set, and while driving away from the hospital, she noticed a flower vendor and decided to purchase some blooms to brighten her home. Upon her return, Aunt Zhang was cooking, and Zhou Jinxu had yet to arrive. She found a vase to arrange the flowers and went upstairs to let her little dog, Mauchio, out for some fresh air. Mauchio was the name she had just given her puppy. As soon as the door opened, Mauchio rushed over, wagging its tail, circling around her in joyous excitement. This moment is perhaps what many pet owners cherish most. The end of a long, exhausting day at work, returning home to the sight of their furry companion's exuberant face, capable of dispelling all worries. With Zhou Jinxu still absent, Jiang and I decided to take Mauchio downstairs for a stroll. Having spent a whole day and night in the study, Mauchio had become familiar with the room, but there remained unexplored territories outside. Cautiously, it began to sniff around. Aunt Lee remarked, "Mauchio is very well behaved, not noisy at all, and quite obedient." Jiang and I gently patted the head of the little fur ball and rewarded it with a small treat. This evening, Zhou Jinxu had not returned home for dinner. After Jiang and I finished her meal, she took the little fur ball for a stroll before coming back. After a refreshing bath, She retreated to her study to work on her thesis. The fur ball, observing her busyness, quietly settled beside her. At this tender age, the puppy's energy was not overly exuberant. Having played outside, it now lay down drowsy and content. Jiang Ni found it amusing to watch its head bobbing as it fought off sleep. But she remained focused on her research. When Zhou Jinxu returned home, the house was enveloped in a serene silence. A glance at the shoe rack revealed the presence of the white sneakers. On the coffee table in the living room rested a fresh bouquet of sunflowers. Jiang Ni had a penchant for purchasing such flowers and greenery. The house was adorned with verdant touches, all her handiwork. Zhou Jinxu noted the flowers, fresh and newly acquired, confirming that Jiang Ni had indeed been home. Thus, upon arriving, Mr. Zhou began his search for his beloved wife. Chapter 45. On cultivating marital affection, Zhou Jinxu removed his suit jacket and ascended the stairs. The room was empty, and he placed the jacket in the laundry basket. Upon stepping out, he noticed Jiang Ni emerging from the study. She greeted him and proceeded downstairs to pour herself a glass of water, preparing to return to her work. Zhou Jinxu inquired, "Do you have a great deal of work to attend to?" "Not particularly, just some materials I'm reviewing," Jiang Ni replied, opening the study door. Just then, Mao Qiu suddenly bounded out, panting and clinging to her. Fearing it might escape, Jiang Ni quickly bent down to scoop it up and swiftly closed the door behind her. The moment the study door shut, a gentle breeze stirred. Zhou Jinxu gazed at the closed door, feeling a peculiar sensation. This subtle feeling lingered for 2 days. In truth, Jiang Ni seldom utilized the study. She preferred the living room. Apart from composing articles related to her medical research, her after-work hours were relatively unoccupied. Occasionally, she would watch surgical videos, indulge in some television, or practice yoga. However, since adopting a dog, she spent each evening in the study, leaving Zhou Jinxu to catch glimpses of his wife only before bedtime. Observing the emptiness of their home, Zhou Jinxu resolved to have a conversation with Jiang Ni. As he ascended the stairs, halfway up, the tightly closed study door unexpectedly swung open. Just a crack, and a furry bundle darted out. "Mao Qiu, don't go out." Jiang Ni's voice floated from behind the door, which then swung wide. The dog had even acquired a name. Zhou Jinxu looked down, his gaze landing on the small dog that had suddenly bolted from the study. Only 2 or 3 meters separated them. Upon seeing him, the dog abruptly halted, its previously wagging tail drooping, eyes alert and wary. Jiang Ni had intended to retrieve a newly purchased book from downstairs, but upon opening the door, Mao Qiu had dashed out. During the day, when they were away, Aunt Zhang would let it play on the first floor. Initially, it had been cautious, sniffing around timidly. But now, having become familiar, it would dart outside at the slightest opportunity, akin to a child. Jiang Ni, caught off guard, rushed out to prevent it from disturbing Zhou Jinxu, only to encounter him instead. Worrying about something only brings it to fruition, she thought. She swiftly scooped up Mao Qiu, which tensed in her arms, yet became considerably docile once held, emitting soft whines. Mao Qiu seemed somewhat intimidated by Zhou Jinxu, which was peculiar. During their first meeting, it had been quite affectionate, eager to nuzzle and win her favor, yet since its initial encounter with Zhou Jinxu, it had exhibited signs of fear. Perhaps small creatures possess an innate instinct to discern which humans harbor aversion towards them. Noticing Mao Qiu trembling slightly, Jiang Ni gently stroked its head to soothe it before returning the dog to the study. Zhou Jinxu observed Jiang Ni's attentive demeanor towards the dog, and an unnoticeable frown creased his brow. As she closed the study door and turned around, she found Zhou Jinxu with a displeased expression fixed upon her. Zhou Jinxu straightforwardly asked, "Haven't you found an adopter yet?" Jiang Ni pressed her lips together. "I still haven't found it." The veterinarian at the pet hospital was not wrong. Although the fluffy ball was quite beautiful, finding a suitable adopter for a pet dog proved to be quite challenging. Zhou Qiwen inquired among her friends, but only a sporadic couple expressed interest, and upon learning about the breed, they lost their enthusiasm. In the past few days, Jiang and I also asked a few acquaintances, but most of them had no inclination to adopt a pet. Thus, she had yet to find a new home, and it seemed it would take several more days. She asked, "Did the fluffy ball bump into you?" Jiang Ni was uncertain about the extent of Zhou Jinxu's dislike. After all, there were indeed things one could not even bear to glance at. She assumed that the fluffy ball's sudden appearance had made him uncomfortable and explained. The fluffy ball is usually very well behaved. It rarely runs out. What happened just now was an accident. Zhou Jinxu remained non-committal, merely stating, I fear that if you raise it for too long, you will grow attached. When the time comes to find it a new home, you may find it hard to part with it. Jiang Ni understood this logic. Even after just a few days, she was already feeling a twinge of reluctance. Zhou Jinxu's gaze swept over Jiang Ni's clothing, and he raised his hand to remove a stray hair. I dislike having dog hair everywhere. Moreover, I believe that your recent focus on it has encroached upon the time we should be nurturing our relationship as a couple. It is unreasonable that the only times we see each other are during breakfast and right before lights out at night. Jiang Ni furrowed her brows, processing each word he said, attempting to comprehend. Are you suggesting that we need to be more intimate? She felt that their current marital situation was quite perfect. Intimacy with distance. They respected each other's work, fulfilled their spousal duties in an orderly manner, and occasionally engaged in light conversation, coexisting harmoniously. She saw no issues. I believe you've been spending too much time with. He paused to recall the fluffy ball's name, the fluffy ball, which is detrimental to eventually letting it go. That is the crux of the issue. Animals also have feelings. The more they depend on you, the more painful it will be for them when they leave, and humans are no different. Jiang and I pondered this and found it reasonable. I understand. I have indeed been playing with the fluffy ball constantly these past few days. On one hand, I worry about it adjusting to a new environment, and on the other, I am somewhat influenced by my childhood. The pets I couldn't have in my youth have manifested in another form. Zhou Jinxu quietly acknowledged. So what about now? I still have some work to finish up, she replied. Zhou Jinxu invited. Would you like to work on my study? This would be beneficial. Otherwise, the fluffy ball would keep bothering her, inevitably distracting her. Jiang and I nodded. All right, I'll bring my computer over. Before settling into Zhou Jinxu's study, Jiang and I first returned to her room to take a shower. The fluffy ball, due to malnutrition, had sparse fur. Yet there was bound to be some of its hair in the space, and she noticed that he seemed quite particular about it. Zhou Jinxu's study was larger than Jiang Ni's modified room, with a more spacious desk. Finding the sofa uncomfortable, Jiang and I placed her computer on his desk, while he fetched her a chair. The two individuals were positioned face to face, each absorbed in their own tasks. Jiang and I was diligently composing medical records, having been previously distracted by the persistent antics of a playful cat, leaving her with little accomplished. At this moment, she finally found her focus, her hands moving steadily in a display of utmost seriousness. The study was enveloped in a profound silence, broken only by the rhythmic tapping of keys. The tranquil ambience fostered a sense of calm contemplation. Zhou Jinxu had already completed his work for the evening at the office, yet he had now opened a project document slated for 6 months hence. The assistant had received a message from his superior, the demanding boss, requesting the transmission of the document, which left him somewhat taken aback. He mused over the relentless nature of his boss, already delving into a project that was still half a year away. Quite daunting indeed. As he awaited the assistant's delivery of the materials, Zhou Jinxu caught a glimpse of Jiang Ni's earnest profile, finding himself irresistibly drawn to her concentration. Chapter 46 Foot Inappropriateness. Beneath the fluorescent lights of the room, her gaze was cast downwards, her thick eyelashes fluttering gently like a row of tiny fans. Her casually tied hair allowed a few rebellious strands to cascade onto her cheeks. Oblivious to her surroundings as she intently focused on her computer, her fingers dancing skillfully across the keyboard. Sensing something, Jiang and I felt his gaze upon her and looked up in confusion. What is wrong? Zhou Jinxu, startled as his eyes met hers, cleared his throat before speaking. Have you purchased the gift you mentioned for Mom? The suddenness of the question caught Jiang and I off guard, and she replied without much thought. Not yet. I asked Lin Jia to inquire for me. Zhou Jinxu responded with a nonchalant his attention shifting from her to the computer. The assistant had already sent over the document, and he opened it, noticing that he had no further comments. Jiang and I returned to her tasks. Time passed swiftly. Engaged in work she was well acquainted with, Jiang Ni completed her writing without distraction. She stretched her neck and closed her laptop. Zhou Jinxu, now attentive, looked towards her. I'm done, Jiang Ni announced as she stood, cradling her laptop. Have you finished your work? Zhou Jinxu glanced at the progress bar, which had yet to reach 10, yet maintained his composure. It's done. It's getting late. I am preparing to sleep. Tomorrow is another early day. Zhou Jinxu powered down his computer and rose. Together, the following day, as Jiang Ni was leaving work, she received a call from Lin Jia, who had found a renowned painting for her. Although it was rather pricey, Jiang Ni decided to purchase it, as money was not a concern for her at the moment. During the call, Lin Jia also mentioned finding an adopter for the rescued kitten, noting that not only had Zhou Qiwing sought an adopter, but Jiang Ni had also inquired. Lin Jia recalled that a friend had previously expressed interest in adopting a pet, but now that friend had already acquired one. If my family didn't already have a fluffy companion, I would have adopted it myself, Lin Jia said, then added, why don't you keep it? You do have a fondness for these furry creatures. Finding a suitable adopter was no easy task. It would be more reassuring to keep it herself. And Jiang and I did indeed enjoy small animals. No, I simply don't have the time. Owning a pet requires responsibility and commitment. Once I become busy, I can hardly take care of myself, let alone a pet. Besides, he doesn't like furry animals. Jiang and I briefly recounted Zhou Jinxu's insistence on finding an adopter. Mr. Zhou dislikes pets that much. Lin Jia was surprised, though it was understandable. After all, only money could garner universal affection. There is nothing to be done then, Lin Jia concluded. I'll continue to look for you. After hanging up, Jiang and I drove home. By the time she arrived, it was quite late, and Zhou Jinxu had not yet returned. Today, Aunt Zhang had taken half a day off, leaving no one to take the kitten out for a stroll during the day. Jiang and I intended to take Mao Qiu out for a walk, so she changed into a different outfit and fastened the dog leash. Just as she was switching her shoes at the entrance, Zhou Jinxu returned home. As the door swung open, Mao Qiu swiftly darted to Jiang Ni's feet. Zhou Jinxu cast a glance downward, noticing Jiang Ni's current attire. Are you going out? He inquired. Jiang and I tied her shoelaces and candidly replied, I'm taking Mao Qiu for a stroll. I'll be back shortly. Zhou Jinxu glanced at the time, his brow furrowing. So late? It was not yet 10 o'clock. She had returned from work a bit later than usual, but it was hardly too late. The capital city is a bustling metropolis, where the nightlife of the youth typically does not commence until after 9. Jiang and I suspected that he was deliberately creating an issue due to his disdain for Mao Qiu. She also wanted to finish the walk and perhaps buy some late-night snacks. It's too late. It's not safe for a woman to be out alone. Why don't you join me? Jiang and I suggested as a compromise, a stroll together, and we can take the dog along. Zhou Jinxu looked down at Mao Qiu, who was anxiously watching him from Jiang Ni's feet, before finally nodding. All right. At this hour, the garden of Jinghua Garden was nearly deserted, and beyond the community lay a commercial street. Jinghua Garden is situated in one of the most prosperous districts of the capital, equipped with comprehensive facilities. Although this area near the mall was relatively quiet at this time, another street was quite lively. The shops lining the street were still open, and pedestrians flowed continuously. With the chance to play outside, Mao Qiu was too preoccupied to remain vigilant towards Zhou Jinxu, frolicking joyfully, if not for the leash. He might have dashed away completely. Jiang and I and Zhou Jinxu walked side by side, and she recalled the events from the hospital over the past few days, prompting her to ask, Did you witness the trouble I had with Gao Ziki last time? She added, at the banquet held by Renhe. Zhou Jinxu, unable to hear due to the distance, had not caught the details, but Xiaowen had mentioned the specifics to him. Zhou Qiwen had expressed considerable anger about it at the time. Those two spoke quite outrageously. I heard he has encountered some trouble lately. Is it related to you? Zhou Jinxu did not deny it. I had someone look into it. The outcome revealed that he was involved in multiple extramarital affairs, displaying questionable character. He had all the evidence sent to his wife, and Gao Ziki's downfall today is purely of his own making. Zhou Jinxu looked at her. Are you upset? Jiang and I shook her head. Not at all. In truth, she had her suspicions when she heard Zhang Lily's words that day. Gao Ziki's wife had been living in their hometown, allowing him to maintain a single status externally while having affairs with several women for years, all meticulously concealed. The sudden revelation to his wife could only mean that someone had leaked the information. "Thank you," Jiang and I said with a bright smile, "for standing up for me." Zhou Jinxu smiled back. "No need for thanks between us." He believed that mutual support between spouses was a natural expectation and hoped Jiang and I would feel the same. "Make way! Make way!" A bicycle suddenly sped towards Jiang and I, and before she could react, Zhou Jinxu swiftly wrapped his arms around her. The light fabric of her skirt billowed in the air, forming a half circle. A sudden gust of wind howled past, and Jiang and I was nearly propelled into Zhou Jinxu's embrace by sheer inertia. The latter furrowed his brow as he gazed in the direction the bicycle had sped away. But the vehicle had long since vanished, disappearing around the corner. He lowered his gaze and inquired, "Are you all right? Did it graze you?" The abrupt fright had caused Jiang Ni's heart to race. All she could discern was the sharp line of Zhou Jinxu's jaw. After a moment's pause, she looked up and reassured him, "I am fine." Zhou Jinxu reacted swiftly. She had not been hit. Jiang and I patted Zhou Jinxu's arm, signaling him to release her. Only then did he realize he was still holding Jiang and I, an act that seemed rather inappropriate in such a public setting. He withdrew his hands behind his back, feeling inexplicably awkward. Jiang and I, however, paid him no mind. She had been holding onto a dog leash, which had fallen to the ground when Zhou Jinxu had pulled her close. Fortunately, the little fur ball had not strayed far and had turned back, prompting her to hurriedly retrieve it. Following this brief interlude, Jiang and I did not linger outdoors for long, purchasing a few snacks from a roadside vendor before heading home. Chapter 47. A reunion at the banquet in the blink of an eye. August has come to an end, ushering in September. The birthday of my mother-in-law, Qin Yun, falls in mid-September, and just in time, Jiang and I has finally acquired the gift. During this period, Jiang and I returned to the Jiang family. The capital city has recently experienced a seasonal change, and influenza has taken a severe toll. Her mother, Jiang Yun, has fallen ill, prompting Jiang and I to visit her alongside Zhou Jinxu. This bout of influenza has been particularly aggressive, and as a doctor, Jiang and I has been acutely aware of its impact within the hospital. Jiang Yun's condition is not severe, merely exhibiting symptoms akin to a common cold, which she dismisses lightly. "I'm fine. Both of you are so busy, yet you came all this way." Jiang and I presents her mother with medicine, asserting, "Many illnesses escalate precisely because they're initially taken lightly." Jiang Yun retorts, "It's not that exaggerated. My immune system isn't what it used to be. It's just a minor cold, and our family doctor has already seen me." Jiang and I insists, "Illness is never trivial." Jiang Yun replies, "You both are so busy. I don't want to trouble you over such a small issue." Zhou Jinxu interjects, "It's no trouble at all. This is only right." Jiang Rinshan, unable to tolerate the conversation any longer, remarks, "The children are simply being filial. You should say less." With that, he shifts the topic to work matters, taking Zhou Jinxu to the study. Despite her words decrying the fuss made by her children, Jiang Yun feels a sense of warmth in her heart, reassured by the harmonious interactions between them during this period. Although Zhou Jinxu's demeanor may seem somewhat aloof, his character is solid, exhibiting a commendable sense of responsibility. Even if he does not display the tenderness often expected of a loving husband, it is evident that he is committed, willingly accompanying his wife to visit her mother, thereby showing respect for their daughter. Jiang Yun gently pats Jiang Ni's hand, reflecting, "Time flies. In the blink of an eye, you are married." Jiang Ni smiles. "Being married doesn't change the fact that I'm still your daughter." It is a rare occasion to return to her family home. And after a meal at the Jiang residence, they prepare to leave. As Zhou Jinxu goes to fetch the car, Jiang and I waits under the eaves at the entrance. Her father, Jiang Rinshan, by her side. The villas in this neighborhood are all standalone, and the streetlights illuminate the roads in orderly rows, while the distance remains enveloped in darkness. The hot summer has yet to fade, with the cicadas' evening chorus adding a lively note to the tranquil night. Jiang Rinshan observes as the car emerges from the garage, remarking, "You truly made the right choice marrying into the Zhou family." Jiang Ni sideways, knowing well the implications of her father's words without needing to ponder deeply. The alliance between the Jiang and Zhou families has forged a profound partnership. With several significant projects, at least 4 or 5 known even to an outsider like Jiang Ni, currently in progress, alongside others awaiting formal initiation. Riding the wave of this collaboration, the Jiang family has recently soared to new heights, drawing envy from all who witness their success. Jiang Ni, buoyed by recent joyful events, radiates vitality. Compared to that scion of the Liu family, Zhou Jinxu indeed surpasses him by leaps and bounds. With earnest sincerity, Jiang Ni advises, be sure to conduct yourself well in the Zhou household and live life to the fullest. Now that you're married, do not emulate your sister's impulsiveness. Approach challenges with composure, avoiding rash decisions. Jiang Ni witnessed Zhou Jinxu alight from the vehicle as the summer night breeze gently tousled his hair at the temples, casting a tall shadow beneath the glow of the lights. Within the realm of affluent families, familial ties undoubtedly exist. Jiang Ni never doubted this. However, the nature of commerce, often intertwined with profit, inevitably mingles with self-interest. She smiled softly, acknowledging, I understand, father. The celebration of Qin Yun's birthday was conducted with remarkable discretion, devoid of ostentatious feasts or grand gatherings, merely inviting close relatives and friends to dine at Zhou Garden. A circular table was adorned with a dozen settings, placed along the edge of the rear lake. A renowned Peking opera troupe was invited that day to perform on the stage situated in the center of the lake. As Jiang Ni had recently entered the Zhou family, she was accompanied by Qin Yun, who introduced her to various relatives and friends. Qin Yun's demeanor reflected the Zhou family's regard, unmistakably signifying their esteem for the new daughter-in-law. It was on this day that Jiang Ni met Qin Yun's maternal family for the first time, including the current head of the Qin family, Qin Haiping, along with his wife, Li Pizzi. Jiang Ni followed Qin Yun's lead as she introduced her to Qin Haiping and Li Pizzi. Having navigated the turbulent waters of the political arena for many years, Qin Haiping held a significant position. Yet, had Jiang Ni not already been aware of his identity, she might not have recognized him as such upon meeting. He and his wife were simply attired, exuding the warmth and approachability typical of ordinary elders, save for a few strands of silver in their hair that distinguished them from their peers. As the birthday celebrant, Qin Yun quickly exchanged pleasantries with her family before ushering Jiang Ni downstairs. Upon reaching the staircase, she instructed the servants to restrict access to the second floor. The Qin family held a unique status, particularly Qin Haiping, whose position attracted many seeking to forge connections, despite his usual preference for a low profile and avoidance of private banquets. Before the meal commenced, guests were escorted to a pavilion by the lakeside, where they could enjoy the theatrical performance as well as the picturesque surroundings of Zhou Garden. The pavilion was thoughtfully arranged with comfortable couches, and the small kitchen had been diligently preparing an array of pastries and peach crisps which flowed in like a stream. The graceful performers on stage displayed their elegance, their light-footed movements accompanied by melodious and clear singing that resonated through the air. The peach crisps made by the kitchen here are far superior to those anywhere else, remarked a distant cousin of the Zhou family, all from the same generation, yet bound by a diluted kinship. Indeed, the chefs at Zhou Garden are renowned. One must visit to savor their creations. The conversation turned to Jiang Ni, who was engaged in brewing tea, surrounded by elders in the pavilion. It was only natural for her, as a younger member, to take on the responsibility of tea preparation. Though her experience had waned with her professional pursuits, she still managed to brew the tea with a semblance of her former skill, guided by memory. Your daughter-in-law is truly exceptional. Not only beautiful and patient, but also willing to engage with us older folk, one elder remarked. Unlike our own, who vanish at the first opportunity. Someone praised. This tea is brewed wonderfully. Jiang Ni humbly replied, it has been a while since I last brewed tea. I hope the ants do not mind. Then, someone mentioned Jiang Ni's profession, saying, being a doctor is so exhausting. It would be better for you to return home and embrace the role of a young mistress. Perhaps even start a family soon. How delightful that would be. Jiang Ni silently sighed, feeling the pressure of such swift encouragement for motherhood. Qin Yun chuckled and took over the conversation, stating, In our family, there is no rule against daughters-in-law working. With the matriarch expressing such sentiments, others casually shifted the topic. After a few exchanges, more guests arrived. It was someone from the Zhou family's second branch, Gurong, accompanied by a young woman. Jiang Ni lifted her gaze, surprisingly. It was Zhu Xiaoxi. Chapter 48. Weep a little. Let him feel the pain. Jiang Ni had never anticipated encountering Zhu Xiaoxi in this place. To be precise, she had not foreseen any connection between Zhu Xiaoxi and the residents of Zhouyuan. Upon catching sight of Jiang Ni, Zhu Xiaoxi exhibited a moment of astonishment before swiftly averting her gaze, lowering her eyes in modesty. Following Gurong's lead, Zhu Xiaoxi greeted Qin Yun, and it was then that Jiang Ni learned that the former was actually Gurong's niece, having resided in Zhouyuan for a few years during her adolescence. The Zhou family upheld a tradition of division without separation. Zhouyuan was divided among the three brothers, with the eldest, Zhou Jinxu, claiming the largest ancestral home, while the remaining two brothers occupied separate corners of the estate. Typically, they entered and exited through different doors, maintaining a respectful distance from one another. Perhaps due to Zhu Xiaoxi's childhood residence in Zhouyuan, it was evident that Qin Yun's demeanor towards her was notably warm. The servant took over the task of brewing tea from Jiang Ni, while Qin Yun led her to introduce Zhu Xiaoxi. This is your brother Jinxu's wife, Jiang Ni. Qin Yun remarked to Zhu Xiaoxi. You've been in the city and haven't had the chance to meet. By seniority, you should address her as sister-in-law. It was apparent to all that the rapport between the two women was exceedingly cordial. Zhu Xiaoxi's eyelashes fluttered as she struggled to utter the term sister-in-law, feigning the demeanor of a first-time acquaintance. Jiang Ni arched her brows in response, gracefully acknowledging the introduction. After introducing Jiang Ni to her relatives and friends, Qin Yun ceased to hover around her. Many guests had brought their families along today, resulting in a lively gathering of young people engaged in conversation. Zhou Jinxu sent Jiang Ni a message, inviting her to join her. Jiang Ni accepted, noting that the younger crowd had congregated in the flower room, either playing cards or mahjong. To reach that area, she had to pass through a side hall, but as fate would have it, she overheard her name, causing her to pause and peer through the intricately carved screen. It was Gurong conversing with Zhu Xiaoxi. Jiang Ni had caught just the beginning of their discussion. Just then, someone arrived, leaving her momentarily stranded in her position, and she chose to remain and listen. It was your inadequacy that led to this. Even after reaching such a juncture, you could not secure a marriage. Gurong lamented. Look at what happened. You let someone else take the opportunity. The Jiang family's conditions pale in comparison to the Zhu family's. It was your overly gentle nature that proved to be your downfall. If only you had cried and made a scene before Su, he would have felt pity for you, and you could have married in. At this point, Gurong's heart ached with regret. After years of groundwork, her sole desire was for her niece to wed Zhou Jinxu, strengthening familial ties. Yet in the end, it had all come to naught. What does that child born of a stepmother have to offer against you? Aside from her looks, in terms of intelligence and family background, you allowed her to seize the chance, and I feel an uncontainable anger. This revelation clarified Jiang Ni's earlier impression of Gurong. It was no wonder she had perceived an oddity in the latter's gaze upon their first meeting. The chatter in the hall continued, Zhu Xiaoxi lamenting. Perhaps this is fate. My connection with brother Jinxu is destined to be unfulfilled. No matter how much I cherish him, it seems impossible to reach a conclusion. Upon arriving at the flower room, Jiang Ni found Zhou Jinxu already having lost several rounds. Spotting Jiang Ni, she pitifully exclaimed, Sister-in-law, I've lost everything. Having spent a considerable sum on gifts, she had hoped to turn her fortunes around with a game of mahjong, only to find herself losing everything. The others in the flower room lifted their heads in unison upon seeing Jiang Ni, addressing her as sister-in-law, regardless of age or familial ties. This was inevitable, as Zhou Jinxu was the eldest of the Zhou family's current generation. Zhou Jinxu urged Jiang Ni to join the game and relieve this group of their funds. But Jiang Ni shook her head, stating, I truly lack skill in mahjong. I only play occasionally during holidays, and I invariably lose. I cannot afford to play casually. Zhou Jinxu reassured her, It's all right. Just put on my brother's tab. The others echoed, "Sister-in-law, play a few rounds. We're merely playing for fun. Nothing serious." Unable to decline their warm invitation, Jiang Ni participated in a few rounds, the outcome as predictable as ever. Even Zhou Jinxu was astonished, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law, your luck is abysmal." She felt a twinge of inadequacy herself. How could anyone lose round after round, struggling to even assemble a hand? In comparison, Jiang Ni's performance made Zhou Jinxu's wins appear impressive. Jiang Ni sighed, "I did warn you that I'm truly terrible at this." In just a few rounds, she had lost an entire month as salary. Although her purse was currently full, the loss still stung. Before she could dwell on her misfortune, the servants announced that dinner was ready. The group hastily wrapped up their game, too lethargic to walk, opting for the small white car to return. With numerous matters to attend to at the company, Zhou Jinxu returned to Zhou Garden after completing urgent tasks, arriving just before dinner was set to commence. He first ascended to the elegant hall on the second floor to greet his uncle and aunt, then made his way downstairs to acknowledge the visiting elders who were engaged in conversation. The younger generation of the Zhou family had produced many remarkable talents, with several capable individuals from collateral branches, yet none could rival Zhou Jinxu, who was often the subject of admiration from the elders, all eyes fixed upon him. The womenfolk gathered in a nearby pavilion, while the men conversed in the hall. In contrast to the light-hearted discussions of family matters and beauty among the women, the men predominantly focused on work-related topics. Zhou Jinxu remained his usual reticent self, occasionally interjecting, and the elders had grown accustomed to his demeanor, finding nothing amiss. Shortly thereafter, a servant announced that dinner was served, prompting everyone to rise. At that moment, the sound of small white cars approaching caught their attention. From the hall, they could see 3 small white cars arriving in succession. Among the group disembarking, Zhou Jinxu's gaze was immediately drawn to Jiang Ni. Today, she appeared to have made a special effort. Her hair was elegantly styled in a low side bun, with a few strands cascading down to accentuate her slender neck. She wore a soft pink long dress that perfectly highlighted her delicate silhouette, complemented by a pair of light-hued lace-up high heels. As she walked, the hem of her dress swayed gently, each step reminiscent of blooming lotus flowers. When she turned to speak with Zhou Jinxu, it was only upon hearing Zhou Jinxu call out "eldest brother" that she noticed Zhou Jinxu approaching. The air was filled with greetings from the crowd. Acknowledging Zhou Jinxu as he entered, the man nodded thoughtfully, lowering his gaze. "Did you just spend time with them?" Upon his return, he did not see her at Mrs. Chen's. Jiang Ni affirmed, "Yes, my mother told me I need not accompany them, so I went to find Xiao Wen and played a few rounds of mahjong with them." Zhou Jinxu naturally took her hand. "Did you win?" Upon the contact of his warm, dry palm with hers, Jiang Ni hesitated for a moment, recalling the events of the evening, and then willingly returned the gesture. "I lost," she murmured, "over a month's salary gone." The sentiment carried a hint of sorrow. Zhou Jinxu smiled gently. Chapter 49. Stolen Love. The dining hall had been beautifully arranged, with an array of dishes prepared, and many had already taken their seats, while others engaged in lively conversation. As Zhou Jinxu entered with Jiang Ni, an elder jested, "I thought I was just speaking with a Su," and suddenly he vanished. Turns out he went to fetch his wife. Indeed, marriage changes everything. Who would have thought a Su, once deemed indifferent, would be so caring now? Jiang Ni's cheeks flushed at the playful teasing, while Zhou Jinxu remained composed. Tonight's seating arrangement was carefully curated. Elders gathered at one table, friends at another, and the youth at yet another. According to seniority, Jiang Ni should have sat at Zhou Jinxu's table, but due to Zhou Jinxu's distinguished status at the main table, she naturally accompanied him there. As it was a private banquet attended by close friends and family, the atmosphere was relaxed. The guest of honor this evening was Qin Yun, yet Jiang Ni found herself receiving considerable attention due to Zhou Jinxu. Fortunately, no one pressed her too hard, and should she struggle to navigate the social nuances, Zhou Jinxu would step in to assist, ensuring a delightful meal for all. In contrast to the conviviality at the main table, other tables were rife with undercurrents. Zhou Jinxu, midway through her meal, noticed that Zhu Xiaoxi appeared somewhat troubled. Concerned, she inquired, "Sister Xiaoxi, what troubles you?" Zhu Xiaoxi hastily averted her gaze. Her hands beneath the table clenched so tightly that they turned pale, though she concealed her distress well. "I'm fine, just feeling a bit unwell. Perhaps due to the long journey from whose city," she replied. Zhou Jinxu, not suspecting any ulterior motives, responded, "You really needn't have gone to such lengths. It's the thought that counts." Zhu Xiaoxi, 6 years older than Zhou Jinxu, had previously spent some time living at Zhou Yuan, though she had always stayed with her second aunt. Given the vastness of Zhou Yuan and their significant age difference, they had not played together as children and were not particularly close. However, Zhu Xiaoxi had always been attentive to her mother, frequently visiting before her work commitments took her to whose city, making such visits less convenient. Her return this time, specifically to celebrate her mother's birthday, indeed demonstrated her thoughtfulness. Bo Xinlu accompanied her father to the gathering and sat at the same table. Observing Zhu Xiaoxi's forced smile filled her with sympathy. "Sister Cece," Bo Xinlu whispered, "you are far too foolish. You've traveled such a distance to celebrate, only to watch the man you love with another woman." Zhu Xiaoxi, her face pale, gently shook her head. "Xiao Lu, I truly am fine. As long as he is happy, that is enough for me." Laughter and merriment emanated from the main table, where some people's joy was built upon the pain of others. Bo Xinlu gazed at Jiang Ni's smiling face, her heart aching for Zhu Xiaoxi. Unable to restrain herself any longer upon seeing Jiang Ni alone, she finally spoke, "You've stolen someone else's man. Yet you seem so happy all day." As the meal concluded, guests began to depart, leaving only a few elders in the elegant room, chatting and enjoying the music. The autumn evening had turned a bit chilly, and as Jiang and I planned to return to Songhai residence for a shawl, she unexpectedly encountered Bo Xinlu along the way. To her surprise, Bo Xinlu made such a remark, leaving Jiang and I bewildered. "I do not comprehend your meaning," she replied. Last time, she had sensed an inexplicable animosity from Bo Xinlu. Initially, she thought it to be a mere illusion, yet tonight, witnessing the other's expression, she could not dismiss her interpretation. Jiang and I observed her and commented, "If you have something to say, feel free to express it directly." Bo Xinlu, unable to tolerate Jiang Ni's nonchalant demeanor, retorted, "If you resorted to underhanded tactics to snatch someone else's husband, don't feign innocence." Jiang and I frowned. "Are you referring to Jinxu? Indeed. Are you aware that Sister Cece and Brother Zhou were meant to be together? Had you not interfered, they would have been married by now." Bo Xinlu declared vehemently, "You have torn apart a couple in love. Doesn't to your conscience ache?" Jiang and I fell silent, processing the barrage of accusations. "So, are you implying that Jinxu and Miss Zhu were once in love?" Bo Xinlu asserted with conviction. They were deeply in love. Had it not been for the Jiang family's meddling, Sister Cece would surely have married Brother Zhou. It is Jiang Ni's manipulations that have separated these two lovers. Do you even realize how heartbroken Sister Cece is because of you? Just then, Zhu Xiaoxi abruptly interrupted their conversation, her expression flustered as she anxiously grasped Bo Xinlu's arm. "Please, refrain from speaking carelessly." Clearly, she had overheard Bo Xinlu's fervent declarations, and her gaze betrayed some evasiveness. "Sister-in-law, you mustn't pay attention to Xiao Lu's wild claims. They are utterly unfounded. There is nothing between Brother Zhou and me, truly." Bo Xinlu, perplexed, countered, "What do you mean wild claims? It is evident that you, Xiao Lu." Zhu Xiaoxi interjected sharply, cutting off Bo Xinlu's impending remark. She turned to Jiang and I, apologizing on Bo Xinlu's behalf. "Xiao Lu speaks her mind without a filter. Please do not hold it against her." The opera troupe invited by the Zhou family had been performing splendidly since day, captivating the audience with each act. At that moment, the drums resounded, heralding the commencement of yet another enthralling performance, the sounds wafting from afar. Jiang and I smiled softly. I harbor no grievances against her. "Sister Cece, you infuriate me." Bo Xinlu stomped her foot in frustration and dashed away. Zhu Xiaoxi cast a worried glance in the direction Bo Xinlu had fled. Feeling uneasy but still remembered to address Jiang and I, "Sister-in-law, please do not take to heart what was said earlier. I was unaware of your marriage to Brother Zhou at the time. Consider my words as mere folly." Referring to their previous conversation during dinner, Jiang Ni, upon learning Zhu Xiaoxi's true identity tonight, had begun to piece together the identity of the male figure in those discussions. Bo Xinlu's so-called righteous indignation had entirely confirmed her suspicions. Just dismiss it as mere folly? Jiang Ni fixed her gaze on Zhu Xiaoxi for 2 seconds before smirking. I understand, rest assured. Zhu Xiaoxi, unable to decipher her expression, tightened her grip at her side, bidding farewell to Jiang Ni as she hurried after Bo Xinlu. Jiang Ni withdrew her gaze. She had not stayed at Zhou Yuan that evening. With the little fur ball at home, she felt uneasy and decided to return. Zhou Jinxu was still occupied with unfinished work in the study. After completing her tasks and taking a bath, Jiang Ni sat on the bed, applying body lotion. As the temperature in the capital city plummeted, the air became exceedingly arid. Not long ago, one could afford to be a tad lazy, but now, a single day without applying body lotion left the skin unbearably parched. The atmosphere was imbued with a subtle fragrance. Upon entering the room, Zhou Jinxu immediately detected it, and his gaze fell upon Jiang Ni, who was seated on the bed, applying something to her skin. She was slightly turned, her back facing him, with her hair swept to one side, revealing the elegant curve of her neck. As she leaned forward, her dark tresses cascaded down, while her delicate fingers glided over her smooth, fair legs. The pale yellow nightgown had been hiked up, exposing her slender, straight legs. With her perfectly rounded toes lightly touching the dark bedspread, her complexion tinged with a soft blush. It was a scene vibrant with life. Zhou Jinxu paused in his steps. Hearing the sound of his approach, Jiang Ni lifted her gaze to the man standing at the door. She casually smoothed her skirt, which had been slightly raised, bringing it back down. Are you finished? Zhou Jinxu replied with a slight hum, his Adam's apple visibly moving. After placing her items away, Jiang Ni recalled the evening's events and inquired, I noticed that Miss Zhu, whom your second aunt brought tonight, seems to have a good relationship with Mother. Zhou Jinxu took half a second to respond. Are you referring to Zhu Xiaoxi? Jiang Ni nodded. I heard she used to live in Zhou Garden. Chapter 50. Difficult to speak. Zhou Jinxu was perplexed as to why Jiang Ni suddenly brought up Zhu Xiaoxi. He nodded and succinctly explained a few things to her. His second aunt shared a close relationship with her niece, having invited her to stay for a period in the past. His mother's rapport with Zhu Xiaoxi seemed adequate, although he was not entirely certain, as he had been preoccupied with company matters during that time and spent little time at home. When he did return, he often encountered Zhu Xiaoxi, but their interactions were minimal, limited to exchanging nods and perhaps a couple of words. He had not paid attention to the relationship between Zhu Xiaoxi and Ms. Qin. It was likely that her flying back from the market to celebrate Ms. Qin's birthday indicated a decent connection. What is the matter? Why the sudden inquiry about her? Jiang Ni shook her head. It's nothing, just curiosity. She put away her body lotion. Let us sleep. Zhou Jinxu turned off the light and approached the bed, lifting the covers to lie down. Initially, when they shared a bed, the space between them felt like an insurmountable boundary, each respecting the other's space. However, unbeknownst to him, this boundary had gradually diminished over time. The closer he lay to Jiang Ni, the more pronounced the sweet fragrance in the air became. She always carried this scent, subtle and ethereal, reminiscent of ripe peaches or flowers in full bloom, delicately sweet, enticing one to partake. In the darkness, Zhou Jinxu suddenly spoke. Do you always use this body lotion? This sent him? Yes. The body lotion was a brand she had casually purchased before, somewhat niche with a light aroma. Yet it was highly effective in moisturizing, so she had continued using it without switching brands. Jiang Ni inquired, what is wrong? Nothing. Zhou Jinxu found her behavior somewhat peculiar today. Jiang Ni had spent the day accompanying guests with Qin Yun and quickly succumbed to sleep after a tiring day. Conversely, Zhou Jinxu found himself restless, unable to shake off the image of Jiang Ni bending over to apply the body lotion moments earlier. The faint, sweet fragrance wafted through his mind like a gentle breeze. Desire surged within him like a parched sponge absorbing water. This was decidedly inappropriate. After all, they had been intimate just the night before. Merely an unintentional image had stirred his heart into unrest. Zhou Jinxu furrowed his brow, realizing he seemed to be becoming overly fixated on this matter. a troubling sign indeed. Beside him, the steady, deep breaths of Jiang Ni signaled that she had fallen asleep. Zhou Jinxu closed his eyes, forcing himself to find tranquility and drift off. Though he typically enjoyed restful sleep, tonight was surreal, filled with peculiar dreams, a dream that was difficult to articulate. A vast expanse of white, silken, rounded toes lightly tread upon Jiang, and I awoke early the next morning to find Zhou Jinxu had already left for work, unusually early for him. She had slept well the previous night, rising before her alarm, and with time to spare before heading to the hospital for breakfast. The morning meeting at the hospital was set to discuss the production of a basic medical science video for general and thoracic surgery. Jiang and I was called upon first, representing the general surgery department. Surely, they could not expect Director Shi to take the spotlight. The associate dean remarked, "You are well aware of Director Shi's disposition. He seldom expresses himself, and he harbors a strong aversion to such matters. Yet, given his formidable capabilities, the hospital cannot impose any demands upon him. Thus, they have turned to Jiang and I." The associate dean continued, "You are Director Shi's favored disciple. It will merely take an hour or two of your time, and it will serve as a valuable contribution to the hospital." Jiang and I found it difficult to decline and could only nod in agreement. After the morning meeting concluded, she walked alongside Pei Zhaolin, who had also been conscripted as a representative physician for the thoracic surgery department. He possessed a pleasant demeanor, an appealing appearance, and an impressive professional history, making his selection unsurprising. He jested, "It feels like we haven't seen each other in ages. Although we work in the same hospital, the distance from thoracic to general surgery seems as if we are in different cities. Thoracic surgery often involves extensive procedures, with entire days spent in the operating room being commonplace. In contrast, general surgery tends to comprise smaller operations." Jiang and I frequently darted in and out of the operating room, barely pausing for a sip of water. Their infrequent encounters were therefore entirely reasonable. Jiang and I chuckled at his words, saying, "Had I known being a doctor was this demanding, I might have chosen a different specialty." Pei Zhaolin laughed in return. "If not a doctor, what would you wish to become?" Jiang and I had never contemplated such a scenario. After exchanging a few idle remarks, they swiftly returned to their respective departments. Zheng Keisai expressed no surprise at Jiang Ni's conscription, stating, "The publicity department has had their eye on you. You previously appeared in a segment that garnered the highest number of likes and views, and they have been eager for your return ever since. Your previous popularity drew much praise in the comments, which is precisely why Zhen Mingyan has always held a grudge against you. You overshadowed her, and she has been rather snide in your presence ever since." The publicity department had considered establishing a dedicated column for Jiang and I, but the plan ultimately fell through, largely due to Zhen Mingyan's influence. Reflecting on this, Jiang and I felt a sense of gratitude toward Zhen Mingyan. Had it not been for her, managing her current responsibilities would be considerably less burdensome. If a column were to be created, general surgery would involve a plethora of additional tasks, and with her ongoing research commitments, she would scarcely be able to manage. Zheng Keisai nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you are on the verge of becoming an attending physician." Jiang and I was among the fastest in her cohort to advance, as the hierarchical structure within the medical profession in the country is exceedingly stringent, and the journey is long. Medical students from the 5-3 or 8-year programs must traverse a significant path before achieving promotion, progressing from resident to attending, and ultimately to associate director and director, a formidable challenge. Jiang Ni's impressive academic credentials and outstanding clinical performance position her as the most qualified among her peers for promotion. However, it is worth noting that participating in promotional videos would also factor into her evaluations, potentially benefiting her future career, thus rendering the endeavor somewhat acceptable. Jiang and I was not particularly averse to these opportunities. Educating the public about medical knowledge and enhancing societal awareness of healthcare matters was undoubtedly commendable. The primary challenge lay in the overwhelming demands on a physician's time, with standard working hours becoming increasingly rare. Finding the time to engage in such activities was arduous. While 1 or 2 segments might be manageable, the prospect of a long-term commitment was indeed daunting. Due to the demands of a busy workday, the lunch break proved insufficient. and the schedule for the shoot was repeatedly postponed, ultimately settling on Thursday, coinciding perfectly with Pei Zhaolin and Jiang Ni's night shifts. Arriving at the hospital a few hours early for preparations, they concluded the filming just in time to switch shifts. In her haste to leave, Jiang and I realized too late that she ought to take the dog, Mao Qiao, for a walk. With Aunt Zhang preoccupied today, there was no one to tend to Mao Qiao. After some contemplation, Jiang and I decided to call Assistant One, requesting him to feed the dog at her home and take it for a stroll. Upon hanging up, Assistant One was left somewhat bewildered. Did Mr. Zhou and his wife acquire a dog? He distinctly recalled Mr. Zhou's aversion to such furry companions. Pet ownership seemed a frivolous expenditure of time, and Mr. Zhou had little tolerance for anything deemed a waste. Zhou Jinxu, noticing his assistant's hesitance, raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Is something amiss?" A competent assistant would not conceal such matters. "That was Madam's call," Assistant One replied. Zhou Jinxu paused momentarily. What did she want? Madam mentioned she had pressing matters today and asked me to assist by feeding the dog later and taking it out for a walk, Assistant One responded. Zhou Jinxu remained silent. Chapter 51. Conduct unbecoming of a gentleman due to the requirements of the shoot. Jiang and I took some time to adorn herself before stepping out today. Although she donned a white lab coat for the filming, her face was lightly made up, presenting her as both elegant and spirited. Pei Zhaolin walked beside her, also clad in a white coat, occasionally leaning down to whisper something to Jiang and I. Colleagues from the publicity department observed this scene and began recording with their phones. Dr. Pei and Dr. Jiang are quite the sight, a voice exclaimed. With such handsome men and beautiful women standing together, they make a perfect pair. I almost want to ship them right here. Another chimed in. Don't be reckless. Lu Qian lightly tapped a few colleagues with her script. Dr. Jiang is married. It wouldn't be good if she hears you. Upon hearing this, several shook their heads with sighs. What a pity Dr. Pei arrived too late. Dr. Jiang's husband is said to be rather ordinary, certainly not as remarkable as Dr. Pei. A young talent, handsome and capable, he is a rising star in cardiothoracic surgery. So well suited for Dr. Jiang. Such a shame that Dr. Jiang is already taken. Jiang and I noticed Lu Qian, a stranger to her, and initially thought little of it. She seldom interacted with the publicity department and was unfamiliar with its members. However, she soon learned that Zhen Mingyan had taken leave, and Lu Qian was the host for today's segment. The publicity department had provided an outline early on, detailing the questions to be addressed, allowing them to prepare in advance. The content was straightforward, covering common ailments and preventive measures for cardiovascular diseases. The filming did not take long. Pei Zhaolin had experience with interviews from his time abroad and approached the task with ease. With familiar faces around and the comfort of discussing a known specialty, Jiang and I felt less restrained. The outcome exceeded expectations, eliminating the need for repeated takes. After the shoot, with some time before their shifts resumed, Pei Zhaolin suggested they dine at the nearby self-service fast food restaurant, to which Jiang and I readily agreed. Options near the hospital were limited, and this establishment was akin to a cafeteria for the staff. Tired of the employee dining hall, Jiang and I occasionally visited the restaurant with Zheng Keisai for a meal. Upon entering, they spotted many familiar faces from the hospital. After exchanging greetings, they settled into an available table. Pei Zhaolin inquired about Jiang and I as grandparents. Have you returned to Yin City this year? He was aware of her close relationship with the two elders, as she made it a point to visit them for several days each year. Not yet, Jiang and I replied, picking up a piece of ribs. I've been quite busy this year, with no time to go back. Pei Zhaolin pushed the ribs toward her. I'd also like to find some time to visit the elders. Prior to his departure abroad, their relationship had been strong. He occasionally visited her while she stayed at her grandmother's house, where the elders had grown fond of him. I've been back for quite some time and haven't seen them yet. If the opportunity arises, do so. My grandmother mentioned you last time, Jiang and I said. Pei Zhaolin had always been favored by the older generation, and the two elders often spoke of him fondly even after he left for his studies abroad. After a simple meal, they noticed it was nearly time to return to work, and the two made their way back to the hospital. Meanwhile, at Jinghuayuan, Zhou Jinxu finished work around 6 o'clock and opened the door to Jiang Ni's study. Inside, the little ball of fur, engrossed in its mischief, mistook the sound for Jiang Ni's arrival. It joyfully wagged its tail and trotted over, only to pause in hesitation upon realizing it was Zhou Jinxu. Having accompanied Jiang Ni on several walks with the little creature, Zhou Jinxu had gradually become familiar with it. The ball of fur was no longer as fearful of him as it had been initially, yet it still did not exhibit any affection. The little one seemed eager to venture out in search of Jiang Ni, but with Zhou Jinxu standing at the doorway, it hesitated, gazing up at him. Zhou Jinxu returned the gaze, and after a few moments, he straightened his lips and said, "What are you looking at?" "She hasn't returned. She's working the night shift tonight and won't be back. I will take you out." The little creature seemed to comprehend parts of his words. Its ears drooped as it emitted a few soft whimpers, distinctly less endearing than its usual calls to Jiang Ni, revealing its lingering apprehension towards him. Zhou Jinxu crouched down, his expression stern, so frightened of people, and yet she expects others to walk you. It was evident he could have called Jiang Ni, but instead chose to contact Assistant Wen. What on earth is she thinking? As the words slipped from his lips, he paused, realizing he was conversing with a dog, and rose to his feet. The night shift had been uneventful, with nothing particularly noteworthy occurring, merely writing case studies and papers. Jiang and I even managed to steal a few moments of sleep in the early hours. After completing the morning handover, she returned home by 11, sleeping for another 3 hours before rising for lunch. With the afternoon relatively free, Jiang and I took the little creature for a stroll before returning to watch a leisurely travel variety show that had recently become quite the topic of discussion. On the coffee table lay an assortment of snacks and fruits, and she wrapped herself in a blanket, with a little ball of fur nestled beside her as they watched television together. Messages occasionally pinged in their group chat, with Su Zhaozhao lamenting the woes of corporate life. Work is truly agonizing. No wonder the celestial beings in dramas are condemned to suffer on Earth. Lin Jia shared a photo of a Maldives beach, enjoying my paid time off. Yao Jiano posted a picture filled with shopping bags, accompanying my esteemed mother on a shopping spree. Jiang and I snapped a photo of her snacks. "Just finished my night shift and am watching TV." Su Zhaozhao replied, "No compassion." She sent a crying emoji, indicating her desire for comfort after work. "Zhou is probably not home, right?" Jiang and I responded, "He hasn't been on a business trip lately." Su Zhaozhao shot back goodbye. Jiang and I set her phone down and focused on the television. Time slipped away swiftly in the comfort of her home, and as the light outside gradually dimmed, she feared she might struggle to sleep later, so she refrained from dozing off for too long. Yet, as she continued to watch TV, her eyelids began to droop. The little creature circled around her, but chose not to disturb her, settling down to sleep at her feet. When Zhou Jinxu arrived home, he was greeted by the sight of the pair, one human and one dog, peacefully napping on the sofa. The little ball of fur, having spent considerable time in the wilderness, remained alert. Any slight noise would rouse it, prompting it to stand and survey the source of the sound with vigilance. Zhou Jinxu extended his finger, making a shushing gesture. Mao Qiu discovered him, and thus sat down once more. Zhou Jinxu, while walking, removed his suit jacket with a gentle grace, approaching Jiang and I with soft steps. She lay on the armrest of the sofa, her dark tresses cascading freely, lost in a sweet slumber. Her profile rested against her delicate arm, and the softness of her cheeks had taken on a gentle curve, truly endearing. Zhou Jinxu's gaze softened unconsciously. As he noticed the weariness etched between her brows, a fleeting pang of tenderness washed over him. He brushed aside a few unruly strands of hair, tucking them behind her ear, and as he beheld her serene, sleeping visage, an impulse stirred within him. A fleeting, delicate kiss alighted upon Jiang Ni's brow, an entirely spontaneous gesture. It was not particularly honorable, a lapse in the conduct of a gentleman. Chapter 52. Intimacy with distance. Jiang Ni felt a gentle tug on her pant leg. Although she was not in a deep slumber, her eyelids felt heavy. With great effort, she opened her eyes and beheld Zhou Jinxu. She was utterly oblivious to the recent events. Their gazes met, and Zhou Jinxu spoke first. "You fell asleep. I intended to carry you back to your room." Jiang Ni rubbed her drowsy eyes and replied, "I dozed off while watching television." She had not realized that she merely intended to rest her eyes, only to succumb to sleep. Indeed, staying up late took its toll. As she sat upright, she discovered that the one pulling at her pant leg was the little fur ball. She gently tapped the creature's head and softly asked, "Why are you tugging at my pants?" The fur ball whimpered softly, appearing somewhat aggrieved. Jiang Ni assumed it was still intimidated by Zhou Jinxu. Earlier that evening, when she took the fur ball for a stroll, they seemed to have grown quite familiar with each other. Yet the creature remained fearful of Zhou Jinxu. She affectionately stroked its head to provide some comfort. Zhou Jinxu glanced at the fur ball and straightened himself. Just then, Aunt Zhang arrived with groceries. Zhou Jinxu went upstairs to freshen up, while Jiang Ni cradled the fur ball and took it to the study, closing the door behind them. Aunt Zhang commenced preparing dinner in the kitchen. As darkness enveloped the sky, Aunt Zhang's meal was freshly served. At the dining table, Zhou Jinxu mentioned the wedding dress they had ordered. Mom said it will arrive in a few days. She wants you to find time to try it on. Jiang Ni nodded in acknowledgement. After finishing dinner and tending to work, it was soon time for bed. As the temperature began to drop, Jiang Ni donned her long-sleeve pajamas, lightweight for spring and autumn, crafted from a comfortable fabric. She leaned back against the bed and, before sleep, shared a public post from the hospital. A staff member from the publicity department messaged her, requesting to record a few additional clips the following day. After replying, she noticed Zhou Jinxu entering the room. She set her phone aside and lay down. Zhou Jinxu, observing her, switched off the light and joined her under the covers. Perhaps it was the closeness that caused his arm to brush against hers, a mere half-inch distance, where even the slightest movement could lead to contact. Zhou Jinxu closed his eyes, trying to summon sleep. Time passed, inducing a slight irritability, until the sound of gentle breathing nearby finally lulled him into a state of drowsiness. The following day, Jiang Ni had a busy morning shift, scarcely finding time to eat lunch, hastily consuming a few bites before resuming her tasks. The additional video recording was a solo endeavor. After completing her handover, she headed to the publicity department for the reshoot, not leaving until 8 p.m. She received a message from Zhou Jinxu, informing her of his business trip to Xiangshan port, with his return expected the following week. Jiang Ni replied with a simple acknowledgement. With Zhou Jinxu away, she felt an inexplicable sense of freedom akin to that of a child when their elders are absent. She arranged to dine out with Su Zhaozhao and the others. Lin Jiao was still in the Maldives, leaving only Jiang Ni, Su Zhaozhao, and Yao Jianhua at the table. During their meal, they reminisced about Shang Zheng's birthday. Jiang Ni explained that she had left early, while Su Zhaozhao had been preoccupied with drinking and had not inquired further at the time. Now, out of curiosity, Su Zhaozhao asked about it. Jiang Ni candidly shared. Zhou Jinxu was also at Mi Palace that day with his friends. He took me to meet them. Yao Jianhua expressed her astonishment, remarking, "It seems your relationship has progressed remarkably." Su Zhaozhao, surprised yet finding it quite normal, replied, "Our Ni Bao is indeed beloved by all. Even a robot programmed solely for work, or a stoic old-fashioned person, cannot escape the stirrings of the heart." Jiang Ni smiled, thinking they were overanalyzing the situation. He and I are merely partner-like spouses. Given Zhou Jinxu's character, this marriage is established and signifies a long-lasting, stable relationship. It is entirely natural for him to introduce his other half to friends. There is no hidden significance. We are simply close roommates under the same roof. Su Zhaozhao seized upon the essence, playfully winking. How intimate is that? He doesn't have any hidden ailments, does he? This was indeed a matter of significant gossip, prompting Yao Jianhua to lean in. Is the health report accurate? These two are insatiably curious. Jiang and I felt a bit embarrassed. His health is perfectly fine. He is just an ordinary person. In fact, he even exceeds the medically defined normal range in duration and size. Although it can be somewhat strenuous for me, it remains within an acceptable limit, and we maintain harmony in that regard. Zhou Jinxu is not particularly enthusiastic about such matters, completing the task in a single attempt, which Jiang and I found ideal. Otherwise, it would be exhausting. Not wishing to let the gossip continue, Jiang and I swiftly redirected the conversation towards Yao Jianhua. Weren't you saying you wouldn't attend Shang Zheng's birthday party? Why did you go in the end? It was only through Su Zhao's video that she learned Yao Jiano had indeed attended. Jiang and I had a grasp on the dynamics of their relationship and was not overly surprised. Upon hearing Sheng Zheng's name, Yao Jiano instantly displayed an unnatural demeanor. He called me for help, so I gave him a bit of face. Su Zhao clicked her tongue. With the way you two are behaving, won't you end up as a couple? Yao Jiano reacted explosively, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Nonsense. How could I ever be with a little brat who followed me around as a child, snot-nosed, calling me sister? I have completely cut ties with him. Her tone was resolute. Su Zhao, puzzled, remarked, it was just a joke. Why such a strong reaction? Jiang and I also felt Yao Jiano's response was somewhat excessive. It was typical of her interactions with Sheng Zheng, so it wasn't entirely surprising. Meanwhile, at Xiangshan port, Zhou Jinxu, upon landing, attended a dinner gathering among acquaintances, where the information was a mix of truths and falsehoods. Bo Sheng expressed intentions to collaborate with the Greater Bay Area in the latter half of the year. This aligns with the overarching policies that have emerged as the development of the Greater Bay Area has reached a bottleneck, having hit its local ceiling. As a premier economic zone in the country, further growth necessitates expansion beyond local confines, and there is intent from higher authorities to provide support. Naturally, enterprises must adapt to market changes, yet Bo Sheng has never adopted a greedy or reckless approach despite years of operation. This is a pivotal opportunity, and how to seize it remains a subject for further deliberation. After the banquet concluded, Zhou Mengzhu walked alongside her elder brother. Just now, the chief executive and the mayor of the state government inquired about your visit to Xiangshan port and called to ask about your availability. They wished to extend an invitation for a meal together. Zhou Jinxu's trip to Xiangshan port was entirely spontaneous and decidedly low-key. She had been responsible for the projects in the Greater Bay Area, and this visit was merely a preliminary assessment, engaging with several promising projects that had garnered positive reputations. Her flight from the Shanghai market was motivated by her interest in a potential partner, intending to conduct a final on-site confirmation. However, her brother had unexpectedly decided to come as well, which took Zhou Mengzhu by surprise. She was aware that the news had only circulated a few hours prior. Remarkably, even before she had landed, the information had already reached these individuals. Checking the time, Zhou Jinxu cast a sidelong glance. An assistant would immediately grasp the situation. Chapter 53. How to Seek. Upon returning to the hotel, I encountered a group of individuals, led by a young man clad in a suit over a flamboyant floral shirt, his collar casually unbuttoned, exuding the essence of a dandy. As he spotted Zhou Mengzhu approaching, he greeted her with a charming familiarity. Once again, Miss Zhou. Those from the harbor city often infuse their Mandarin with a hint of Cantonese accent, and although Shang Xiaoqi's pronunciation was relatively standard, it still carried a rich undertone, resonating with an ineffable allure. Meng Lang appeared rather frivolous, while Zhou Jinxu knitted his brows. Zhou Mengzhu introduced the man to her elder brother. This is Shang Xiaoqi from the Xiangshan Harbor Merchants. He monopolizes the hotel industry in Xiangshan Harbor, and the young heir is known for his reckless demeanor. Zhou Jinxu was aware of this individual, but it was the first time he matched a face to the name. He nodded and, adhering to local customs, addressed him. Shang Xiao. Mr. Shang, you seem rather fatigued, remarked Shang Xiaoqi, ever the familiar conversationalist. I heard you recently tied the knot. Is it unfulfilled desires or excessive toil? Zhou Jinxu narrowed his eyes, responding, Mr. Shang, you appear overly concerned with my private affairs. Shang Xiaoqi raised his hands in mock surrender. Sorry, I haven't quite mastered the art of discretion. Though an apology, it lacked any semblance of sincerity. Mr. Zhou, I wish you an enjoyable stay in Xiangshan, he concluded with a grin, leading his entourage away with grandiosity. Zhou Mengzhu understood her brother's aversion to such reckless personalities and pursed her lips. Shang Xiaoqi is notoriously eccentric, yet undeniably competent. We had initially considered collaborating with them, though for reasons unbeknownst to me, they seem disinclined to partner with Bossen. They do wish to cooperate, but their conditions are rather harsh, less favorable than those offered by other enterprises. The negotiations revealed a firm stance from the merchant's side. They maintain a lofty demeanor. Yet when assessing the overall conditions and project compatibility, They stand as a premier choice in Xiangshan Harbor. Zhou Jinxu nodded. Proceed with your endeavors. Their hotel rooms were on the same floor, and as they reached the door, Zhou Mingzhu finally relinquished her formal demeanor. Elder brother, she called out. I had the hotel send soothing aromatherapy. Light it before bed. It aids in sleep. Perhaps due to the long journey, she noticed her brother seemed somewhat weary. It struck her as peculiar. He had long been accustomed to a high-intensity work routine, and she had never witnessed him in such a fatigued state before. Zhou Jinxu hesitated momentarily. Thank you. He turned and entered his room. After a day of relentless travel, he first retreated to the bathroom to wash up, and his reflection in the mirror revealed faint bloodshot veins beneath his eyes. Indeed, he had not rested well in several days. The dry climate of the capital during the change of seasons, coupled with the presence of another in his bed, stirred a sense of restlessness within him. The allure of unattainable pleasures lingered like a shadow. Nevertheless, he would not allow such physiological instincts to govern his reason. Every matter must maintain its appropriate measure. One must neither be greedy nor linger in nostalgia. To succumb to addiction is to seek desensitization. His grandfather had taught him in childhood that one must control their instincts, never to be controlled by them. Self-discipline is an intrinsic quality that he possesses deeply within. On the weekend, Jiang and I visited the Zhou garden to try on wedding dresses. With over a month remaining until the divorce, she had ample time to make adjustments if the gown did not fit properly. Qin Yun expressed her dissatisfaction with Zhou Jinxu's frequent absences. He was always on business trips, whether it was due to work commitments or travel. He seemed indifferent to the gravity of their impending nuptials. Jiang and I reassured her mother-in-law, saying, It's all right. He simply doesn't understand these matters. And I don't mind. Qin Yun sighed softly. I feel sorry for you. With a son like this, it's fortunate that you, as his daughter-in-law, have a good temperament and a sense of propriety, preventing any domestic turmoil. She patted Jiang Ni's hand, growing increasingly pleased with her. Jiang Ni, however, felt no discontent. Mom, truly, I don't mind at all. Although this marriage deviated slightly from her pre-wedding expectations, it largely aligned with what she had anticipated. Zhou Jinxu's absence was of little consequence to her. After trying on several dresses, which were tailored specifically to Jiang Ni's measurements, only a few details required adjustment, which Butler Chui meticulously noted. Zhou Qiwen's departure for school had been long overdue, and finally, the next day, she reluctantly boarded her flight. With Jiang and I there to see her off. Next time you return, you and my brother will be married, Zhou Qiwen exclaimed, enveloping Jiang and I in a warm embrace. I will definitely prepare a surprise gift for you. Jiang and I reassured her, I will hold you to that. I'll be waiting. After Zhou Qiwen returned to school, Jiang and I also had a business trip, attending a seminar with her director. During this time, a video featuring her and Pei Zhaolin was released on the hospital's official account, garnering a decent amount of views. The group chat was buzzing with a call to share the video to increase its reach. Jiang and I effortlessly reposted the informative video to her social media. Zhou Qiwen was the first to comment. Sister-in-law is amazing. What merits does that old fossil have to marry you? Having just finished her shower and drying her face, Jiang and I raised an eyebrow at the comment. How bold of Zhou Qiwen. Just as she was about to respond, she noticed Zhou Jinxu's reply to Zhou Qiwen. Zhou Qiwen's comment was promptly deleted, followed by a private message to Jiang and I. Wrong account. Sister-in-law, help me. Is my brother scolding me? You must speak well of me to him. Jiang and I replied. He is still at Xiangshan port and hasn't returned. Zhou Jinxu had been away on this trip for 4 or 5 days and appeared quite busy. Jiang and I reassured her, don't worry, your brother isn't that petty. Zhou Qiwen countered, no, when he is petty, he is extremely petty. Sister-in-law, you must assist me. Just as Jiang and I was about to inquire about what had led her to this conclusion, Zhou Jinxu's call came through. During his days away on business, their communication had been limited, primarily revolving around wedding-related matters. He was never particularly loquacious, and their emotional bond was not strong enough to warrant casual conversations during work. Jiang and I was also concerned about disturbing him and typically refrained from sending him messages. She swiped to answer the call. A deep voice resonated from the other end. Hello, Jiang and I replied. Are you done with your work? I just finished my tasks and am currently in the car heading back to the hotel. I see. I noticed your moments on social media. The video was beautifully shot. Jiang Ni was surprised that he had taken the time to view it. Thank you. Memories of Zhou Jinxu's pleas surfaced in her mind. Xiaowen asked me to intercede on her behalf, requesting that you not be upset with her. She said, she was only joking. Please don't hold it against her. When Zhou Jinxu uttered a knowing understood, his tone had already shifted. So how do you intend to plead? Jiang Ni responded. Chapter 54. Is it like this? The tablet played a looped interview video, showcasing Jiang Ni's self-introduction. Dressed in a white coat, her gentle smile radiated warmth. Zhou Jinxu's gaze lingered on the screen, and after a brief pause, he was taken aback by his own words, which could easily be interpreted as flirtatious. Furrowing his brows, he was about to speak when Jiang Ni's voice came through the phone. Please. Her tone was uncertain, adding an air of ambiguity due to its softness. Jiang Ni, however, failed to detect any flirtation in Zhou Jinxu's serious demeanor. His integrity was so pronounced in her mind that she perceived nothing unusual, instead contemplating his words earnestly. Like this? Zhou Jinxu's gaze fell somewhere, where the rolling neon lights outside the car flickered, casting slanted shadows within. He responded with a heavy his throat involuntarily tightening. Closing his eyes briefly to dispel any inappropriate thoughts, he spoke again, his voice steady. I won't mind. Jiang and I acknowledged with a soft demo. A silence enveloped the conversation, reminiscent of a signal interruption. After some thought, she proceeded to ask, when will you be back? Zhou Jinxu's eyes remained on the smiling face on the screen. The day after tomorrow. Only 2 days of leisurely freedom remained. Jiang and I nodded in agreement. After ending the call, Zhou Jinxu took a moment to compose himself as the car smoothly returned to the hotel. The following day, after the conference, Zhou Mengzhu and Zhou Jinxu shared a ride home. She noticed her elder brother engrossed in a popular science video and, out of curiosity, glanced over to find it featured a promotional clip from Rinna Hospital. Is this your sister-in-law? She stole a look at the screen. Zhou Jinxu nodded. Yes. Zhou Mengzhu chuckled. Your sister-in-law is quite photogenic. Having been busy throughout the latter half of the year, she was aware of her brother's marriage, but had yet to meet the rumored sister-in-law in person. She missed the chance to return home for her aunt's birthday, so all she had seen were Jiang Ni's photographs. Zhou Mengzhu knew that her brother's marriage was an arranged union, devoid of romantic feelings. Zhou Jinxu remarked, she looks better in person than in the video. This statement surprised Zhou Mengzhu, as she had never heard her brother praise anyone before. Though women had appeared in his life over the years, they seemed to him like mere abstractions, never eliciting his gaze or admiration. It was no wonder that their aunt had been so eager to find him a wife. Now, it seemed that their relationship appeared to be quite pleasant. Zhou Mengzhu noticed the latest video on Rinha's official account and recognized another figure in it. He is actually in the same hospital as my sister-in-law. Zhou Jinxu turned his head. Do you know him? The video featured 2 doctors, including Jiang Ni, with the host seated in the middle. But he had not paid attention to the others. Zhou Mengzhu nodded. Not well, just a friend of Jiai. I believe his name is Pei Xiaolin. During her university years, she had only met him a few times. Given his impressive credentials, she thought that they might collaborate on medical projects in the future, so she remembered him well. To her surprise, he ultimately chose a clinical career. Zhou Mengzhu recalled hearing that Pei Xiaolin excelled in research. There are 2 paths for medical students. One leads to the laboratory, and the other to clinical practice. Neither is inherently superior to the other, and choosing either path was entirely reasonable. At that time, he had a neighbor's younger sister who was preparing for medical school, and he often tutored her. Zhou Mengzhu remarked. Interestingly, during a meal together, he mentioned that the sister also shares the surname Jiang, and they are said to have a close relationship. Pei Xiaolin, the neighbor's younger sister, and Jiang Ni's childhood companion, all connected the dots. They were indeed the same person. Jiang Ni and Pei Xiaolin's popular science videos surged in viewership, garnering positive feedback. The handsome doctor with an exceptional background presented engaging and enjoyable scientific content, and the comment section of these medical videos was abuzz with enthusiasm. Various trending clips featuring them emerged on short video platforms, catapulting Jiang Ni and Pei Xiaolin to internet fame. accompanied by a wave of organic promotion. The publicity department proposed to capitalize on this momentum by filming another episode, with plans to establish a recurring series featuring the duo. Meanwhile, a film and television production company approached Renha to create a medical documentary. During the morning meeting, the publicity department raised these two matters. Medical documentaries have gained popularity in recent years and can be considered educational programming. Despite the advancements in internet connectivity, many individuals still hesitate to seek medical help, leading to irretrievable tragedies due to ignorance. For the average person, medicine remains a mysterious and intricate concept. Documentaries serve as a means to unravel these complexities for public understanding. Provided that hospital operations would not be disrupted, Renha agreed to the documentary filming. The proposal from the publicity department for Jiang Ni and Pei Zhaolin to record another video while the iron was hot was also confirmed. The online response was indeed positive, and the hospital did not wish to miss out on this wave of enthusiasm. The production of educational videos had been ongoing, albeit with different departments featured. It was only natural for the publicity department to seize this opportunity. As a practicing physician at Renha, Jiang Ni felt obliged to cooperate, although the filming schedule had yet to be finalized. On one hand, the proposal from the publicity department was not fully developed, and on the other, the schedules of both parties needed to be coordinated. By the time she arrived home, it was nearly 9 in the evening. She had been delayed by an emergency surgery close to the end of her shift. After a refreshing shower, Jiang Ni settled in the living room with her pet, enjoying some television while savoring a bowl of pear soup. The weather in the capital had been dismal lately, with intermittent rain. The significant temperature fluctuations between morning and evening left her with a dry, scratchy throat, reminiscent of the onset of a cold. Aunt Zhang had prepared a pot of small pear soup, which she particularly enjoyed. As she watched television, she heard a commotion at the entrance. Turning her gaze, she saw Zhou Jinxu. He had mentioned earlier that he would be arriving home around this time after his evening flight. Jiang Ni casually inquired, "Is work going smoothly?" Zhou Jinxu changed his shoes, removed his suit jacket, and hung it on the hook before stepping inside, replying, "Yes, quite smoothly." Jiang Ni continued, "I asked Aunt Zhang to prepare a bowl of stewed pear soup for you. Would you like some?" He agreed, then added, "I'll take a shower first." Jiang Ni nodded and settled back into the sofa. When Zhou Jinxu descended again, Jiang Ni remained in the same position, engrossed in the television. A light-hearted historical comedy was unfolding on screen, captivating her attention entirely. Zhou Jinxu emerged from the kitchen with a warmed pear soup, making his way to the living room. Yet Jiang Ni didn't spare him a glance. He seated himself at one side of the sofa. Meanwhile, the little fur ball concealed beneath the blanket sensed an unfamiliar scent and abruptly awoke from slumber. Spotting him, it let out a soft sound before hastily burrowing into Jiang Ni's embrace. Chapter 55. A gentle touch. Jiang Ni was startled back to reality by the commotion, realizing that she had been so engrossed in the television that she had forgotten to return the fluffy ball to the study. Zhou Jinxu furrowed his brow at the sudden sight of the fluff ball diving into Jiang Ni's embrace. "I forgot to bring it back to the study," Jiang Ni admitted, lifting the fluff ball, which had been well fed and had gained several pounds over the past few days, making it somewhat cumbersome to hold. "Put it down," Zhou Jinxu said, pursing his lips. "What?" Jiang Ni responded, puzzled. "Let's stay here if it wishes," he clarified. "Is that to say the fluff ball need not be confined to the study? As long as it doesn't enter the room, everything is fine." He had made a concession in this matter. Jiang Ni quietly set the fluff ball down, and noticing Zhou Jinxu's gaze still lingering on it, she ventured to ask, "Would you like to pet it?" The fluff ball had been well nourished lately, its fur now looking remarkably lustrous and smooth to the touch. Zhou Jinxu met Jiang Ni's round, almond-shaped eyes, and the refusal that had been on the tip of his tongue suddenly dissipated. After a brief pause, he raised his hand. His long, defined fingers descended gently. The fluff ball hesitated, but with Jiang Ni's soothing assurance, it allowed itself to be stroked, ultimately feeling Zhou Jinxu's hand atop its head. "Go ahead and stroke it downwards." "Jiang Ni and Kitty, like this?" Zhou Jinxu inquired, somewhat clumsily following her guidance as he caressed the fluff. The ball relished the attention, initially cautious, but soon its eyes began to narrow in bliss. Jiang and I found its expression utterly amusing and couldn't help but smile, her eyes sparkling with joy. Their gazes locked, and Zhou Jinxu's heart skipped a beat. The placement of his hand had shifted, and he now felt a different warmth beneath his fingertips. Jiang Ni's delicate, jade-like touch. The brief contact sent a jolt through him, igniting a subtle spark that spread through his senses. An unspoken tension lingered in the air, enveloping them in a romantic haze. The fluff ball, contentedly being petted, suddenly halted, blinking its moist eyes and letting out a couple of soft whines that shattered the tranquil atmosphere. As if scalded, Zhou Jinxu quickly withdrew his hand. The fluff ball, emboldened, craned its neck to nuzzle for more, only to find emptiness. Jiang and I felt her ears flush, acutely aware of the lingering, intimate tension that she could hardly ignore. She had thought Zhou Jinxu might lean in to kiss her, given their proximity and the charged atmosphere that seemed to beckon such an act. However, it appeared she had overestimated the moment. He evidently lacked that physical desire. Settling back, she cradled the fluff ball, gently stroking its head to both soothe it and calm her own fluttering heart. Zhou Jinxu turned to retrieve a bowl of pear soup, finishing it in a few swift sips to alleviate his parched throat before clearing his voice to speak. "I brought you a gift," he announced. Jiang and I turned her gaze, only to see Zhou Jinxu extending a long, rectangular gift box. Upon opening it, she discovered a sleek black fountain pen, an exceedingly practical item, particularly for a doctor. "Thank you," she said appreciatively. "You're welcome," he replied, the atmosphere feeling somewhat constrained. After that episode, Jiang and I lost our inclination to watch television and prepare to rest early. A couple of days later, a filming crew arrived at the hospital to install equipment. The collaboration between the hospital and the film production company had been officially confirmed, and dedicated personnel would be following up in the coming days. During the lunch break, the topic of discussion was rampant, and Jiang and I overheard snippets of conversation. It was mentioned that the original plan was to record the emergency and cardiothoracic departments, but due to Dr. Zhang's recent popularity online, the general surgery department was added as well. A few prominent doctors would have individual interviews. It seemed that good looks could indeed open more opportunities for appearances on the show. "Isn't it quite normal to focus on these departments?" Someone remarked. "Doctor, Pei from cardiothoracic is exceptionally skilled, and the emergency department has many intriguing stories. General surgery is one of our hospital's premier departments, so recording them makes perfect sense." Jiang and I found a vacant seat with her meal, sitting across from Zheng Keisai. "Have you heard? The media company filming the documentary is Guangli Media," Zheng Keisai said. "I looked it up. They have produced several documentaries before, and the response has been quite positive. Although none became a sensational hit, their reputation is commendable." "Guangli Media? That name sounds familiar," Jiang and I pondered. "Isn't it under Boss Hen? You actually know that?" Zheng Keisai exclaimed in disbelief. "I thought you wouldn't pay attention to such things. There are numerous subsidiaries under Boss Hen, spanning various industries. Aside from a few core sectors, most of these subsidiaries did not carry the Boss Hen name and operated independently. Unless one made a concerted effort to research, few would be aware of such details. Jiang and I, indeed, did not keep track of these matters. But she had heard the name at a family gathering at the Zhou residence. At the dinner table, Gurong had mentioned that the company vying for Zhou Zhonghao support was Guangli. Qinyan had briefly mentioned it, and Jiang and I remembered. Zheng Keisai continued. Boss Hen previously invested in Renha. Now that Guangli has chosen to film a documentary at Renha, it seems our hospital has a promising future. Doctor, Zhang from the emergency department pulled out a chair and sat down. A promising future indeed, but our hard work feels endless. She took out 2 bottles of Wangzai milk from her bag. "Here, have some." Jiang and I and Zheng Keisai promptly declined. "Thank you, but no. How about some mangoes?" "Doctor," Zhang inquired. Jiang and I chuckled. "Why do you bring these?" Dr. Zhang replied, "My rival is on night duty, and I plan to send him a token of goodwill." Zheng Keisai gave her a thumbs up. Impressive. Quite bold. These are definitely a taboo for duty. One shouldn't be overly superstitious, but there are certain beliefs one must heed. Otherwise, if it turns out to be true, things could get too busy and too prosperous. After a long day of work, Jiang and I stopped by a roadside stall and purchased a bouquet of flowers. The stall was run by a young girl, and all the flowers were neatly wrapped in bunches. Jiang Ni chose a vibrant bouquet of sunflowers. Upon arriving at the underground garage of Jinghua Garden, she parked her car and prepared to head upstairs, only to encounter Pei Zhaolin. She was somewhat surprised. "Zhaolin, what brings you here?" "I moved over to this area," Pei Zhaolin replied, equally taken aback to see Jiang Ni. "You live here?" "Yes, I just moved in." Jiang Ni had never disclosed her family background while at the hospital, nor had she mentioned her residence in Jinghua Garden. After all, even if the properties here were for rent, they were far beyond the financial means of a mere junior doctor. Pei Zhaolin chuckled. What a coincidence. Jiang Ni recalled that after returning to the country, Pei Zhaolin had lived at home, and she inquired about his sudden decision to move out. He responded with a wry smile, "It's simply that with age, my family has been pressuring me to marry, so I decided to move out. Fortunately, I have a flat in Jinghua Garden, which is conveniently close to the hospital, making independent living more manageable while sparing me from their incessant nagging." Pei Zhaolin added, "I've just moved in. You should come over for dinner sometime." Jiang and I nodded in agreement. "That sounds great." Just as she finished speaking, another vehicle entered the garage, its headlights flashing. Jiang and I stepped back slightly to see that it was Zhou Jinxu's black Bentley. The car parked in an available space. And as the man opened the door and stepped out, his tall figure approached Jiang and I with a steady gait. Chapter 56. The makeup check-in. Zhou Jinxu approached Jiang Ni's side and naturally took her hand. "What are you doing standing here?" Jiang and I replied, "I happened to run into Zhaolin. He just moved in, so we chatted for a bit." She had anticipated Zhou Jinxu's return today. He had spent the last 2 nights at the office after his business trip. Recently, Bosheng seemed quite busy, his work never ceasing. Pei Zhaolin extended his hand. "Hello, I am Jiang Ni's friend, Pei Zhaolin." "Greetings." Zhou Jinxu nodded as he shook hands. "I am Zhou Jinxu, Jiang Ni's husband." He discreetly assessed the man before him. Zhaolin's appearance was not dissimilar to what he had seen in the videos. He exuded a refined and warm demeanor, a quality that appeared to align with the current mainstream aesthetic trends. Zhou Jinxu lowered his gaze. Just as he scrutinized Zhaolin, the latter was also observing him. Coming from a family of physicians, Pei Zhaolin was not deeply immersed in the business world. Yet he had heard of Zhou Jinxu and was somewhat familiar with his character and conduct. His gaze flickered from their clasped hands to Jiang Ni's serene face. He smiled courteously, extending an invitation. "Do come over to my home sometime." Zhou Jinxu replied with equal composure, "Certainly, if time permits." As they were about to part, Pei Zhaolin suddenly recalled something and called out to Jiang Ni, "Remember the shoot the day after tomorrow." Ni? Zhou Jinxu furrowed his brow. Jiang Ni hadn't been called that by Pei Zhaolin in a long time. She paused for a moment before nodding. "I understand." Zhou Jinxu pressed his lips together. "What shoot?" "It's the educational video we filmed at the hospital before. You've seen it, right?" The response was favorable, and the hospital asked me to record another episode with him. The schedule is set for the day after tomorrow. Zhou Jinxu's gaze fell upon the bouquet in Jiang Ni's hand. The sunflowers bloomed vibrantly, their bright yellow hues somewhat dazzling. "Did he give you those flowers?" "No." Jiang and I shook her head. "I bought them because I thought they were beautiful. I noticed he seems quite close to you, calling you by such an affectionate name." Jiang and I, oblivious to the shadow in Zhou Jinxu's eyes, explained, "We used to have a very good relationship. However, after Pei Zhaolin went abroad, our contact has diminished. Time tends to dilute many things, yet I hold a sense of gratitude towards him for his guidance back then. I will always cherish that sentiment. Without him, I might not have embarked on the path of medicine," she reflected. In essence, Pei Zhaolin was her role model. Zhou Jinxu lowered his gaze, contemplating the weight of her words and the barely perceptible smile in her eyes when she mentioned Pei Zhaolin. He felt a twinge of discomfort, a clear unease, an unfamiliar emotion whose source he could not identify at the moment. The two fell into silence as they ascended the stairs. Jiang and I unwrapped the bouquet, arranging the flowers in a vase, even placing a few in the vase on the bedside table. After a shower, Jiang and I intended to head to the study. Upon exiting, she collided with Zhou Jinxu, his muscles rigid. She unexpectedly bumped her nose against him, causing her to involuntarily shed tears. "Is Zhou Jinxu's muscle made of stone?" Jiang and I gasped sharply, a moment of pain striking her. The sudden turn of events caught Zhou Jinxu off guard as he leaned down to inquire, "Are you all right?" Jiang Ni, covering her nose, blinked back tears, taking a moment before responding, "I'm fine." Zhou Jinxu gently pulled her hand away, revealing her delicate nose, flushed a bright red, and her clear, expressive eyes shimmering with moisture, reminiscent of glistening jewels. She was utterly adorable, evoking a heart-fluttering sensation. Zhou Jinxu's Adam's apple subtly bobbed as he asked, "Where are you going?" Jiang Ni rubbed her nose with nonchalance. Zhao Lin said he has some ideas about next week's shoot that he wants to discuss with me. I plan to head to the study to sort it out. A sense of discomfort washed over Zhou Jinxu, and he instinctively pressed his lips together. Next week's matters can wait. There's no rush right now. Although it wasn't urgent, it merely required some refinement and coordination of the outline. Even discussing it on the day of recording would suffice. Presently, there was nothing pressing to attend to. "I have something," Zhou Jinxu stated earnestly. "Huh? What is it?" Jiang Ni asked, bewildered. Zhou Jinxu stepped closer, their toes nearly touching, his gaze descending to her face, an intimate and suggestive connection lingering in the air. His eyes bore an aggressive intensity, signaling an unspoken claim, while Jiang Ni remained blissfully unaware. "I should be quick, Zhao Lin." The thin veil of her rationality had long been stretched to its limit, easily shattered by the slightest touch, or even the mere mention of a name. Zhou Jinxu could no longer restrain himself and leaned down, capturing her enticing lips with a fervent kiss, infused with a sense of urgency and undeniable desire. The frustrations of recent days seemed to dissolve within that singular moment. Doubts about whether suppression was the right approach began to surface. The insatiable craving did not wane with Jiang Ni's absence. Instead, it surged, teetering on the brink of overwhelming release. The warmth and sweetness of her presence eroded his once proud composure, leaving him momentarily devoid of thought. A tumult of desire mingled with unexpressed anger ignited within him. Jiang Ni heard Zhou Jinxu's words, marital obligations. She was taken aback, but today is Wednesday. From her understanding of him, this matter was merely a task to be completed, a routine obligation to fulfill. Beyond that, Zhou Jinxu had no such needs. Surprised by his sudden mention of the topic, she placed her hand against his chest. "I know." Their gazes locked, a deep, inky intensity swirling between them. Zhou Jinxu heard his own voice, laced with profound desire, and felt a jolt of alarm. "I didn't fulfill my duties during my last business trip. Are we supposed to make up for that now? Once something is scheduled, it must be completed, right?" "Indeed, that is the logic," Zhou Jinxu conceded. "Very well then." Jiang Ni nodded, and in an instant, she found herself lifted off the ground. The sudden sensation of weightlessness startled her, causing her to clutch tightly onto Zhou Jinxu's neck. Standing at a height of approximately 1.60 meters, she was not particularly light. Her years of engaging in aerobic exercise resulted in low body fat, yet her weight was far from negligible. Despite this, Zhou Jinxu carried her with remarkable ease. After a few steady strides, she was gently placed upon the soft bed. He leaned closer, and their lips met once more. Tonight, Zhou Jinxu seemed somewhat different, though Jiang Ni could not articulate why. The silence persisted as always, yet there was an underlying intensity, perhaps a touch of ferocity. The sunflowers newly arranged on the bedside table bloomed brilliantly, their vibrant petals illuminated, while the water in the vase rippled softly, creating gentle waves. Jiang Ni found herself at a loss for words, her mind a blank canvas. As the final tear slipped from the corner of her eye, it was swiftly captured by his kiss, intense yet tender. Chapter 57. Do not indulge too much in pleasures. The following morning, Jiang Ni awoke punctually. The space beside her was characteristically vacant. She stretched languidly, only to be met with an excruciating soreness in her legs. Last night had been excessively prolonged, bordering on the inhumane, despite it being merely a singular occurrence. Jiang Ni struggled to sit up, massaging her legs gently. Fortunately, there had been no subsequent encounter. After the first, she observed that Zhou Jinxu regained his vigor in no time. His physical prowess was indeed remarkable. Yet, Zhou Jinxu's self-control was equally impressive. Even in such high spirits, he had no inclination to pursue further intimacy, adhering strictly to their agreement of once a week. He executed all plans with unwavering discipline. Today, Jiang Ni had a half-day of outpatient duty. After concluding her rounds, she opted not to visit the cafeteria. For the patient metrics she was responsible for were somewhat askew. She headed down to assess the situation, arranging follow-up examinations, and then prepared to purchase lunch to take back to the duty room. It was Thursday, and the hospital was relatively less crowded. As she passed the nurse's station in the lobby, the head nurse handed her a document to sign. It was then that Jiang Ni learned of Zhou Jinxu's dismissal. The news had just been released, and within half an hour, the entire hospital was abuzz with the information. Previously, the higher-ups intended to suppress the incident involving Gao Ziqi's wife confronting Zhou Jinxu in the publicity department, leading to Zhou Jinxu being suspended to avoid the storm. Unexpectedly, Gao Ziqi's wife took to the internet to expose her husband's misdeeds, inadvertently revealing Zhou Jinxu's complicity as well, although there had been murmurs of discontent regarding Zhou Jinxu's character. At first, many believed she was merely a victim. The revelation that she was, in fact, an accomplice shocked everyone, leading to a swift shift in public sentiment. Zhou Jinxu, who had previously thrived as a prominent host and influencer, now faced a deluge of scorn on her social media platforms, with every video comment inundated with vitriol. She brought this upon herself. How could she engage in such actions? Once, she had wielded her modest fame with an air of superiority. Now she faced the just repercussions of her deeds. The staff in the publicity department were elated. They had long been subjugated by Zhou Jinxu's petty tyrannies, and now they finally found themselves vindicated. Someone approached Jiang Ni and remarked, "Dr. Jiang, she even intended to tarnish your reputation while engaging in such despicable acts herself. Truly malicious. Indeed, you should have seen her this morning when she was gathering her belongings, all bundled up like a fool. Her dismal appearance was a delight to witness. This is what they call karma. It is not that retribution does not come, but simply that the time has not yet arrived." Truth be told, Jiang Ni had never contemplated Zhou Jinxu's betrayal. Though surprised, she decided not to involve herself in the unfolding drama. After signing the document, Jiang Ni put away her pen and offered a friendly reminder. "Please do not linger here chatting. I just saw the head of the nursing department heading toward the monitoring room." The nursing department was the direct authority over the nurses, and being caught slacking off was no trivial matter. Grateful for Dr. Zhang's friendly reminder, the lively conversation among the group abruptly dispersed. The head nurse shook her head in resignation and exchanged a knowing smile with Jiang Ni. In the conference room of the Bossen building, the Bay Area project has been fully established, with the cooperation agreements with Lonely, Huacheng, and Lisi submitted to the legal department, proceeding smoothly. Zhou Jinxu meticulously reported her work achievements during this period. She was in charge of the collaboration with the 3 groups in the Bay Area, having just arrived in the capital this morning, with all tasks successfully completed. For the upcoming projects in the second half of the year, after calculations, we conservatively estimate a 3-point increase in profitability compared to the first half. The man seated at the head of the table reviewed the submitted project proposals, nodding gravely in approval. "Well done." Zhou Jinxu smiled as she took her seat. Following this, the quarterly reports from various subsidiaries were presented, along with project proposals for the second half of the year and budget requests. The final topic, however, veered back to the age-old issue regarding the vacancy in the position of the current head of Guangli. Guangli is a coveted position, previously managed by the third uncle. But due to unresolved issues, internal corruption was uncovered. With the previous occupant ousted, the position remains vacant, and many are eyeing it with aspirations of taking over, including not just the third uncle but also the aunt. Since Boshen's establishment, the handover from grandfather to eldest brother has resulted in an intricate web of internal power dynamics, where, on the surface, it appears merely as a subsidiary. In reality, it is a battleground of various factions, making the balancing act quite challenging. After much debate, the matter remained unresolved. After the meeting, Zhou Jinxu walked alongside her elder brother. "You seem to have rested well lately, and your mood appears to be quite good." During her days in the port city, she sensed that her brother was not in the best spirits, despite his outward demeanor. Zhou Jinxu's expression revealed no discernible emotions, and he did not deny it. Perhaps I am just unaccustomed to the humid weather in Shangshanport. Whether it was the climate or the absence of a certain someone lingered in Zhou Mengzhu's thoughts as she recalled her brother repeatedly watching the Renhe video, prompting a smile. Indeed, he had grown accustomed to the customs and culture of the capital. She then mentioned her plans for the upcoming weekend to vacation at a resort with her husband, as she had not spent quality time with him for many days due to her extensive work commitments. Elder brother, why not invite sister-in-law along? Couples also need a change of scenery to nurture their relationship. Besides, you and sister-in-law have been married for over a month now. You surely haven't celebrated your 30-day anniversary yet, so it would be a perfect opportunity. Zhou Jinxu frowned. 30-day anniversary? He had only heard of anniversary celebrations. Zhou Mengzhu replied, young people nowadays celebrate many milestones. It's a matter of romance. Elder brother, are you unaware? Zhou Jinxu remained silent. When he returned home from work, Jiang Ni had yet to arrive, and upon entering, he spotted a fluffy ball of fur eagerly wagging its tail at the entrance, waiting expectantly. Since the last time it gained access to the first floor, the little fur ball had not returned to the study, even relocating its dog bed. That evening, after Zhou Jinxu gently patted its head, the little creature seemed to lose some of its apprehension towards him. Not spotting Jiang Ni, it boldly circled around Zhou Jinxu's feet, wagging its tail as if pleading for affection. Zhou Jinxu furrowed his brows. The little fur ball persisted in its affectionate nudges, implying that it would not depart without receiving a pat. He bent down and stroked its head, following the gentle motions Jiang Ni had taught him. As the little fur ball basked in the pleasurable caress, it rolled over to expose its belly for more affection. Zhou Jinxu, recognizing the moment, withdrew his hand and softly admonished, enough now, my dear pup, do not seek indulgence. Chapter 58. The mysterious gift. Aunt Zhang emerged from the kitchen, calling out to him, Madam will be a little late. I shall begin preparing dinner now. Zhou Jinxu nodded and ascended the stairs. Jiang Ni had yet to return. After taking a shower, he busied himself with work in the study. At 7 o'clock in the evening, as Jiang Ni opened the front door, the fluffy ball of fur scampered over to her. She picked up the little creature, petted it gently, and murmured, You've gained weight again. Just as Aunt Zhang finished cooking and tidied up the kitchen, she stepped out to see Jiang Ni. Madam, she greeted. Jiang Ni inquired, Is her back yet? He is in the study, Aunt Zhang replied. Dinner is ready. I shall bring it out now. All right. Jiang Ni neatly placed her shoes aside and entered the living room, where she heard the sound of footsteps descending the staircase. Zhou Jinxu stepped down with steady strides. Their eyes met. His gaze lowered, hers lifted. After Aunt Zhang set the table for dinner, she clocked out for the evening. The fluffy ball had grown heavier. Jiang Ni could not hold it for long. Soon, she set it down as it pranced around her feet, seeking affection. It had mastered the art of charmingly demanding attention. Just as Jiang Ni contemplated squatting down to indulge it for a moment, a large hand intervened first. The little creature was lifted by the scruff of its neck. I told you not to indulge in idleness. Zhou Jinxu admonished softly, his expression as perpetually stern as ever. Jiang Ni found the scene somewhat amusing. I can already envision how you will discipline your children in the future, she thought, picturing him as a serious little old man. Just after Zhou Jinxu set the fluffy ball down, he heard Jiang Ni's words. What? Jiang Ni shook her head with a smile. It's nothing. She went to the washroom to cleanse her hands, and after drying them, she took a seat at the dining table. Zhou Jinxu was ladling soup. Would you like some? He asked. Yes, please, Jiang Ni replied, extending her bowl. Zhou Jinxu handed her the filled bowl, glancing at her as memories of Zhou Mengzhu's words from earlier today surfaced. Mengzhu had mentioned planning a weekend getaway with her husband to a resort for 2 days and 1 night, inquiring if they wished to join. Zhou Jinxu clarified, It's the daughter of the second aunt and her son-in-law. Jiang Ni recalled that Qin Yin had once remarked that although the other members of the Zhou family were rather ordinary, Zhou Mengzhu possessed remarkable personal abilities. The praise from her mother-in-law had left a lasting impression of this sister-in-law she had yet to meet. Do you have time? Jiang Ni countered. Zhou Jinxu had been quite busy lately, working overtime since his business trip, and had only managed to sleep at home last night. She suspected he did not have the leisure to enjoy an outing. "I can make time," he replied nonchalantly. "I've heard that young people celebrate their 30-day anniversary now. We have yet to do so." Although she was uncertain of the source of this information, Jiang Ni pondered his words. "We have already passed our 30 days. We could celebrate it belatedly," he succinctly suggested. "This could be a way to maintain a normal married life. We might give it a try." Jiang Ni reflected on her work schedule and nodded. "That works. I have time this weekend." Zhou Jinxu was preparing to visit a renowned resort nestled in the suburbs of Beijing, a distinguished hot spring retreat. With the temperature dropping in the city, indulging in a hot spring experience seemed most opportune. When Su Zhaozhao and her friends learned that Zhou Jinxu intended to take Jiang Ni to the resort, their jaws nearly dropped in disbelief. Su Zhaozhao exclaimed, "Is this for real?" She added, "Is the workaholic Zhou really going to take you on a getaway? A 2-day, one-night stay at a resort, no less." Following the typical behavior of workaholics, one would expect him to simply provide financial means for his wife to enjoy herself. As someone like Zhou Jinxu surely valued his time far more than a trivial sum of money. Spending a little to ensure his wife's happiness without the need for personal involvement was undeniably a wise choice. Jiang and I replied, "Indeed. He is going with his sister and brother-in-law." She continued, "It's to celebrate their belated 30-day wedding anniversary." Both Yao Jianhua and Su Zhaozhao simultaneously filled the chat with an array of emoticons. "Impressive," they remarked, astonished to witness the usually industrious Zhou exhibiting a romantic side. Yao Jianhua pondered, "How does Zhou seem so different from the rumors?" It was commonly said that he was an extreme workaholic. Although Jiang and I was somewhat surprised, she found her friend's reactions to be exaggerated. "He is just quite busy, but he isn't quite the workaholic, as the rumors suggest." The tales had been far too embellished before their marriage. Post-marriage, Zhou Jinxu spent significantly more time at home than she had anticipated. Fortunately, he was reasonable and easy to converse with. His mature demeanor did not render him difficult to deal with. Lin Jia remarked, "It seems you two are getting along quite well after marriage." Jiang and I affirmed, "It's indeed quite pleasant." As the opportunity to visit the hot springs approached, with the weekend on the horizon, Jiang and I received a gift from Lin Jia the day before their departure. It was a square gift box, neither too large nor too small, specifically purchased for her. Jiang and I was taken aback by the unexpected gesture. She contemplated opening it, but decided against it, as it was not appropriate to do so in public. She resolved to inspect it later. Lin Jia succinctly instructed, "Remember to take it with you when you go out." There was an air of mystery surrounding it. Jiang and I was slightly puzzled, but did not dwell on it, placing the box in her car. After her evening bath, while Zhou Jinxu was in his study, Jiang and I, applying body lotion, suddenly recalled Lin Jia's gift. She had casually placed it on her vanity upon returning home and now walked over to retrieve it, eager to discover its contents. The packaging was quite exquisite. A pink box elegantly tied with a ribbon in the shape of a bow. As Jiang and I untied the bow, she noticed a string of English words inscribed on the box, "A wonderful night." Upon opening it, she discovered a delicate piece of black fabric, holding the slender straps. She unfurled it in the air. What lay before her was a stunning, gossamer-like material, so scant it could scarcely be classified as an article of clothing. Lin Jia had gifted her a set of intimate lingerie. Jiang and I was astounded. While similar styles could be found in lingerie stores, she had never encountered such audacious materials. What was the difference between this and wearing nothing at all? No, that see there is no need for her to concern herself with such matters regarding Zhou Jinxu. Setting aside their marital status, given Zhou Jinxu's temperament, she harbors no doubt that he could remain unperturbed even if she were to pass before him in the absence of attire. Just as Jiang and I found herself at a loss for words, the sound of footsteps, neither too loud nor too soft, resonated from outside, growing ever closer. "What are you doing?" A cool, deep voice emanated from the doorway. It was Zhou Jinxu. Startled, Jiang and I quickly scrambled to hide the tattered cloth. "What is the matter?" Zhou Jinxu, intrigued by Jiang Ni's flustered demeanor, stepped closer, questioning, "What is this?" Jiang and I had already stowed the item back into the box, securing the lid, rendering it merely an ordinary container at first glance. "It's nothing," she replied, tightening her expression and feigning calmness. "Just a gift from a friend." Chapter 59. The more you look, the more beautiful it becomes. Jiang Ni deftly shifted the topic, inquiring whether Zhou Jinxu had completed his work. Although she found his reaction perplexing, Zhou Jinxu refrained from pressing further, merely nodding in response to her question. "Yes. Shall we sleep then?" she asked. "All right." Zhou Jinxu chose not to delve into the matter of Jiang Ni's gift, prompting a subtle sigh of relief from her, her ears flushed with embarrassment. Despite being adults, such things still carried a certain awkwardness. The thought of Zhou Jinxu's stern demeanor reacting to such a thing was self-evident. Just imagining that scenario made her want to bury herself in a hole. How utterly mortifying! Her toes were practically digging into the ground in shame. Seizing the moment while Zhou Jinxu was occupied in the restroom, Jiang Ni hastily tucked the box into a corner of the cloakroom, finding a spot that was exceedingly inconspicuous. Unless a thorough cleaning was undertaken, it would remain undiscovered, an utterly safe hiding place. As for Lin Jia's suggestion to bring it along for their outing, that was unequivocally out of the question. There was no way she would ever don such an item. The mere thought of engaging in such playful antics with Zhou Jinxu was entirely implausible. The following day marked Saturday, and after a 2-day, 1-night journey, they each set off in the morning to arrive at the resort. Jiang Ni and Zhou Jinxu arrived punctually, and upon reaching the hotel entrance, they coincidentally encountered Zhou Mengzhu and Rong Jiai, who had just arrived as well. Jiang Ni recognized Zhou Mengzhu immediately from the photograph she had seen in the personnel dossier provided by Zhang Yun before the wedding. Zhou Mengzhu, too, recognized Jiang Ni and greeted her with a smile. Sister-in-law. Zhou Jinxu handed the car keys to the valet and made brief introductions among the group. After exchanging pleasantries, Rong Jiai suggested, "Shall we head inside? It might take a while." Jiang Ni, puzzled, asked, "Who else is coming?" Zhou Mengzhu replied, "Didn't T elder brother mention it?" Zhou Jinxu sheepishly admitted, "I forgot." Zhou Mengzhu chuckled, "Brother Hang Tao is coming too. He heard we were visiting and wanted to join us." The more, the merrier. Having already met Zhou Jinxu's friends on a previous occasion, Jiang Ni remained silent. Feeling slightly unwell from having skipped breakfast during their hurried departure that morning, Jiang Ni rubbed her stomach. Zhou Jinxu noticed her discomfort and asked, "Not feeling well? I just want to eat something," she confessed, hesitant to voice her needs since the others had remained silent. Zhou Jinxu nodded and turned to Zhou Mengzhu and her husband. "Shall my wife and I grab a bite? Would you like to join us?" "Of course. We barely had breakfast either," Rong Jiai replied. "The meals at this resort are quite plentiful and well-reviewed. We can eat while waiting for them." The four of them made their way to the restaurant. The resort boasted 3 dining establishments, and they chose one that served Chinese cuisine. Once seated, Rong Jiai took charge of ordering, quickly placing their selections after confirming Jiang Ni's dietary restrictions. Jiang Ni found herself favorably impressed by Rong Jiai. In the brief half-hour of their acquaintance, it was evident that he possessed a kind and attentive personality. He meticulously cares for his wife, attending to her every need, and their relationship appears quite harmonious. Jiang Ni observed Rong Jiai thoughtfully arranging the tableware for Zhou Mengzhu and smiled, saying, "You both seem to share a wonderful bond." Entirely devoid of the air of contractual marriage, this circle is inherently pragmatic. Marriage is often a matter of business laid bare for discussion. Ideally, such unions resemble that of Zhou Jinxu and Zhou Mengzhu, characterized by mutual respect and a tranquil existence. Conversely, less ideal unions each harbor their own share of troubles. It is rare to witness a genuine affection like that of Zhou Mengzhu and Rong Jiai, as their glances toward one another exude authentic love. Rong Jiai clarified, "Mengzhu and I have known each other since university. We faced numerous challenges before finally being together, having endured the trials of reality and the scrutiny of social standing. Our feelings have naturally deepened over time. It was then that Jiang and I learned of their love, blossoming freely before culminating in marriage." Rong Jiai's family background paled in comparison to the Zhou family, and initially, Gu Rong did not consent to their union. Their relationship ebbed and flowed before ultimately flourishing. Though unspoken, the challenges they faced were evident. Jiang and I had only briefly interacted with Gu Rong, While not intimately acquainted, she sensed that Gu Rong was a person driven by self-interest, making it no simple feat to win her over, underscoring the depth of the couple's feelings. "You are quite fortunate. It is truly enviable," Jiang Ni remarked. Perhaps influenced by her upbringing, Jiang Ni viewed relationships with a certain detachment. Yet she remained moved by the presence of a sincere bond. A genuine and profound relationship is exceedingly precious and deeply touching. The journey of Rong Jia and Zhou Mengzhu, overcoming numerous obstacles to achieve their union, is indeed remarkable. Zhou Mengzhu cast a glance at her husband, quietly serving her tea and preparing tissues, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "I think your dynamic with my brother is quite lovely. Your relationship seems to flourish," Jiang Ni said, naturally accepting the tea Zhou Jinxu offered with a smile and a nod. "It is quite nice." She felt content with her own marriage, recognizing the rarity of love. Thus, having a suitable and comfortable marriage was indeed a stroke of fortune. After finishing breakfast, Hang Tao and the others arrived just in time. The group gathered in the hall, consisting of the same faces Jiang Ni had previously encountered. Surprisingly, Bo Xinlu accompanied her brother, Bo Xinyan. Upon seeing her, the young girl still bore a comical expression. After exchanging greetings, they planned to tidy up before heading out for a soak, with a barbecue at the campsite scheduled for the evening. The resort prominently featured opulent Japanese hot springs, exuding an atmosphere of lavish indulgence. Jiang Ni and Zhou Jinxu's room was spacious, complete with a private hot spring for exclusive use. The layout consisted of a living room and a bedroom, with the living room's floor-to-ceiling windows leading directly to the private spring. The attendant had already delivered their luggage to the room, and Jiang Ni opened her suitcase to retrieve her swimwear. It had been quite some time since she last soaked in a hot spring after graduation. Her previous swimsuits had deteriorated from disuse, prompting her to purchase 2 new sets. The style is conventional yet elegant, featuring a pink backless design with ties, a black off-shoulder option, and a hollowed-out waist style, each piece simple and refined without being overly provocative. Jiang Ni adorned herself in the pink swimsuit, casually tying her hair up with a rubber band before stepping out of the bathroom. Zhou Jinxu seemed to be waiting for her to change into her swimwear. Impeccably dressed in his attire, seated on the sofa in the room, engrossed in replying to messages, Jiang Ni called out, "I'm ready. You can go change now." Upon hearing her, Zhou Jinxu lifted his gaze, momentarily pausing. His eyes fell upon Jiang Ni, and the pink swimsuit accentuated her snow-white skin, with a sheer fabric subtly outlining her waist. Though not overtly sensual, Jiang Ni wore it beautifully. Suddenly, a phrase popped into Zhou Jinxu's mind. He had always known that Jiang Ni was attractive, yet it seemed that the more he looked, the more captivating she became. Chapter 60. The experience of love. Jiang Ni noticed that Zhou Jinxu had been gazing at her intently, which made her feel slightly uncomfortable. "What's wrong? Is it unappealing?" she inquired. She believed the outfit was quite agreeable, neat and elegant, without being overly seductive. After all, she was out with Zhou Jinxu, not with Su Zhao and the others. Dressing too provocatively would have made her feel awkward. "It looks good," Zhou Jinxu replied candidly. He rose from the bed and retrieved a bathrobe for her. "It's chilly. Put this on to avoid catching a cold," Jiang Ni thought to herself. The hotel's air conditioning was set at a constant 27 degrees. Where was the chill? Given the proximity of the hotel to the hot springs, many guests were casually strolling about in their swimsuits, impervious to any breeze, let alone cold. Ultimately, did it matter how it looked? Zhou Jinxu decided that the aesthetics were secondary. Jiang Ni, with a stoic expression, accepted the bathrobe and tied it securely. The men's attire was significantly simpler and considerably less revealing than the women's. Jiang Ni had anticipated that Zhou Jinxu, with his character, would emerge fully wrapped. Yet he appeared in a bathrobe that was loosely draped, the ties undone, transforming it into an open cardigan. Jiang Ni swore she had no intention of observing Zhou Jinxu's physique. However, as she inadvertently glanced up, her gaze fell upon him too swiftly. In their previous encounters, the lights had been dimmed, casting a soft glow that allowed her to perceive the contours of his well-defined form, but she had rarely seen it so directly. His broad chest and the smooth, pronounced lines of his muscles crafted a figure of perfection, just as Jiang Ni's gaze unwittingly drifted downward. Zhou Jinxu had already fastened the robe and adjusted the collar, concealing himself completely. "Let us go," he said. At the moment his eyes turned towards her, Jiang Ni swiftly averted her gaze, murmuring a quick acknowledgement while her hands fidgeted busily. The two exited the room together, making their way towards the hot springs. This resort boasted a commendable degree of privacy for its hot springs. Due to the crowd, they had reserved 2 pools, segregated by a stone wall. Jiang and I arrived slightly later, finding Zhou Mengzhu already inside. Beside the hot spring, there were fruits, herbal tea, and a selection of light snacks. Jiang and I stepped into the pool with her long legs, relishing the comfort of the warm water amidst the current weather in Beijing. Zhou Mengzhu poured her a cup of herbal tea. "The taste is decent. Would you like to try?" "Thank you." Jiang and I accepted without hesitation. With the others yet to arrive, the two of them settled into conversation. In contrast to Rong Jiai's breezy charm, Zhou Mengzhu exhibited a more reserved demeanor, somewhat akin to Zhou Jinxu, yet less rigid, demonstrating a subtler disposition. Their discussion turned to insights on marriage. Zhou Mengzhu mentioned the time her eldest brother had been engrossed in watching Rena videos at Shangshanport, although this marriage came about by chance. "I believe you both interact quite well." The Zhou family was aware that Jiangling was initially intended for the union, and while Zhou Mengzhu had spent considerable time in Shanghai, she had gleaned some information along the way. "I've been by my brother's side since childhood. Despite his serious nature, he possesses a strong sense of responsibility and remarkable sensitivity." Zhou Mengzhu reflected upon her marriage with Rong Jiai, stating, "Had it not been for my elder brother's intervention, Jiai and I would not have come together so effortlessly." Although her elder brother consistently claimed he had done nothing remarkable, Zhou Mengzhu remains profoundly grateful to him even now. Jiang and I expressed mild surprise at the notion that Zhou Jinxu would involve himself in such trivial matters. "Surprising, isn't it?" Zhou Mengzhu remarked. "My brother has always been exceptionally kind to us younger siblings." Zhou Jinxu, raised under the guidance of the elder Zhou, has undergone a nurturing that is akin to that of a patriarch. He possesses the ability to balance everything, from family matters to the vast array of Buqing's numerous subsidiaries. While he may appear aloof and unapproachable, he has never been harsh with us siblings. Even when he deems our parents lacking in ambition, he does not impose limitations on us. He is always willing to nurture those with potential. My brother is truly a remarkable individual. His desire to marry you signifies a wish to walk through life together." Zhou Mengzhu added, "I sincerely hope you cherish this connection. Those who have experienced love and have been loved deeply understand its essence." She perceived the distinct affection her brother holds for her sister-in-law, yet noted that the latter seemed somewhat distant, prompting her to speak kindly of him. Jiang and I nodded in agreement, of course. There is no reason not to cherish it. In just a few moments, Gongshan arrived. Familiar with Zhou Mengzhu and possessing a cheerful disposition, her presence enlivened the atmosphere. She inquired of the two at the pool, "Would you care for some red wine?" Jiang and I shook her head. "I shall pass. My tolerance for alcohol is rather modest." Zhou Mengzhu similarly declined, as you know, I did not enjoy drinking. Like Zhou Jinxu, she abstained from alcohol unless social obligations demanded it. Gongshan expressed slight disappointment. Without wine, the atmosphere feels rather dull. Due to her professional instincts, Jiang and I reminded her, it is advisable to avoid alcohol while soaking in hot springs. In this fast-paced modern life, many suffer from underlying health issues, and combining alcohol with hot springs can be detrimental. "Very well," Gongshan shrugged. "If no one wishes to drink, it would be rather pointless for me to indulge alone." She then noticed that Bo Xinlu was absent and inquired about her whereabouts. "Jiang Ni, she is yet to arrive." Zhou Mengzhu added, "Not sure what she's doing. She suddenly threw a tantrum and said she wouldn't join." Bo Xinlu, being younger, had always trailed behind their group, and they had indulged her, resulting in a somewhat spoiled and innocent character. Gongshan frowned. Who upset her this time? She is no longer a child. Why is she still throwing fits? Jiang and I had a hunch about the cause of Bo Xinlu's distress, suspecting it was due to her discontent with someone present. Zhou Mengzhu remarked, "She's just a child. She won't be missed." Let her be. The conversation then shifted to other topics. 3 married women gathered, and their discussions proved to be even more riveting than those Jiang Ni shared with Su Zhao and her peers. As a medical student, Jiang Ni found herself in awe of Gong Shan, who was a veritable veteran in life experiences, often struggling to keep up with the discourse. Unable to endure any longer, Jiang Ni slipped outside for a breath of fresh air. Wrapping herself in a large towel, she stepped out, feeling the cool breeze gradually lower the warmth on her face. She patted her cheeks, letting out a long sigh, when she heard footsteps approaching down the corridor. Raising her gaze, she saw Bo Xinlu, who had claimed she would not come, yet appeared clad in a swimsuit. Jiang Ni raised an eyebrow, a hint of intrigue sparkling in her eyes. Wasn't she supposed to refrain from coming? Bo Xinlu exuded a somewhat insincere bravado. I came to keep an eye on you. In discussing this, she wore an expression of entitlement. Sister Cece will arrive later. Once she does, witnessing her interactions with Brother Zhou, you will realize you are merely the third party. If you possess any sense of morality, you should step aside for Brother Zhou. Allow them to flourish. Chapter 61. Undercurrents. Jiang Ni found Bo Xinlu to be quite an intriguing individual, possessing an innocence that rendered her at a loss for words. Nevertheless, being the sister of Bo Xinyan, she shared an inseparable bond with this group, and it seemed rather pointless to maintain such hostility during their encounters. Adjusting her large towel, she regarded Bo Xinlu with a calm demeanor and inquired, "Why do you harbor such animosity towards me?" Before the Jiang and Zhou families discussed their engagement, Jiang Ni was certain she had never met Bo Xinlu, yet the latter exhibited an inexplicable degree of hostility towards someone she had never encountered. Bo Xinlu replied assertively, "It's all because of your interference that Sister Cece and Brother Zhou cannot be together." "That is not accurate," Jiang Ni countered. "Asu has no romantic interest in Miss Zhu, so even without me, they would not marry." Bo Xinlu retorted with conviction, "Impossible." Jiang and I had no intention of engaging in a debate, merely asking, "What makes you so certain there is love between them? Did someone tell you something? Does it require someone else's confirmation?" Bo Xinlu shot back. Over the years, her close relationship with Sister Xiaoxi had afforded her ample evidence through what she had heard and witnessed. Fueled by indignation, Bo Xinlu exclaimed, "It is your unwarranted interference that has led to their separation." Indeed, the Zhu family's foundation was not as robust as the Jiang family's, which was why Aunt Qin had forcibly disrupted their union. Jiang and I chuckled lightly at this, responding, "However, your brother Zhou has told me that he had no romantic history before marriage and no woman he favored. Thus his relationship with Miss Zhu is not as you claim. If there had been any prior affection, given Zhou Jinxu's status and character, she believed he would have certainly brought her home, without entanglements with other women." Jiang and I held a firm belief in Zhou Jinxu's integrity. He would not engage in double standards. The notion of her being an unwelcome interference was utterly absurd. Although Bo Xinlu stood while Jiang and I sat, placing her in a naturally subordinate position, her aura was overwhelmingly commanding. The Zhou and Jiang families have long been betrothed, long before your birth. Thus, in terms of precedence, I am the one who came first. Bo Xinlu could hardly fathom this revelation. That cannot be true. Jiang and I observed Bo Xinlu's apparent disorientation and delivered a final blow. You may confirm this with your brother. A person's intellect is meant for contemplation, not mere ornamentation. One must learn to discern right from wrong, and not blindly accept hearsay, allowing oneself to be used as a pawn. As Jiang Ni's words lingered in the air, they were interrupted by voices emanating from the entrance of the hot spring. "What are you two doing here?" Though the male and female bathing areas were separate, their entrances converged at one point, leading to a short path connecting to the outside. Wei Fangzhou emerged and immediately noticed Bo Xinlu engaged in conversation with Jiang and I, the former appearing visibly distressed. Zhou Jinxu followed Wei Fangzhou, catching sight of Jiang and I and asking what happened. Jiang and I shook her head, replying, "Nothing." It was a bit stifling inside, so I stepped out for some fresh air. Wei Fangzhou remarked, "It's about time. I will go prepare the barbecue supplies." The autumn days were brief. By 5 o'clock, the daylight had begun to fade. This resort offers a complete array of indulgences, including a designated barbecue area. Wei Fangzhou reserved a section, ensuring that the staff prepared everything in advance, allowing for a timely arrival. A group of individuals, having changed into their attire, made their way over in high spirits. The fire was already lit, and the ingredients were meticulously arranged. Today, as culinary maestros were Bo Xinyuan and Hang Tao. These two gentlemen took the lead in the grilling, while the ladies were assigned to other activities. Gong Shan approached with a plate of strawberries and a blueberry cake, handing the latter to Jiang Ni. "Here, your husband asked me to give this to you," she remarked mischievously. "I never expected that after getting married. Lao San would become so considerate. Soaking in the hot springs can be quite exhausting, and with so many people, the grilled items would not be ready immediately. They decided to consume some lighter fare to replenish their energy." Zhou Mengzhu, munching on fruit, chuckled softly. The elder brother has always been quite attentive. Jiang Ni found herself the subject of their playful teasing until she heard Bo Xinyuan calling for someone. "Have you seen my sister?" he inquired. Gong Shan replied loudly. "I just heard her say she was going to find her friend. She said she would be back soon." Zhou Mengzhu asked in confusion, "Does she have a friend visiting?" Gong Shan responded, "That's what she said, but she didn't specify who." Meanwhile, Bo Xinlu was at the hotel entrance, just having met Zhu Xiaoxi, who appeared anxious. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Zhu Xiaoxi asked. Initially, Bo Xinlu had been worried that Zhu Xiaoxi might refuse to come, so she had deceived her into thinking she was unwell to prompt her visit. Seeing Zhu Xiaoxi's worried demeanor, she couldn't help but curse Jiang Ni for her malicious intent in trying to sow discord between them. How could Sister Xiaoxi, with her gentle and kind nature, possibly be the kind of person Jiang Ni described as scheming? Bo Xinlu felt a moment of doubt, which she deemed utterly inappropriate. She grasped Zhu Xiaoxi's hand and explained, "I'm fine. I was just joking." Zhu Xiaoxi frowned. "How could you make such a joke? I was genuinely worried about you." Bo Xinlu recounted the entire situation to Zhu Xiaoxi, then added, "Since you're already here, why not stay for the night? Share a room with me." Zhu Xiaoxi hesitated. "I wouldn't want to intrude. I don't want my presence to disrupt anything." Bo Xinlu urged her, "Nonsense. We're all familiar here. It will be fun. Come on." After some gentle persuasion, Zhu Xiaoxi reluctantly agreed to accompany her. The barbecue area was outdoors, and after a brief walk, they arrived to find that some items were already ready to be enjoyed. Bo Xinyuan was somewhat surprised to see Zhu Xiaoxi accompanying his sister. "You're here to join the fun too?" he asked. Bo Xinyu replied, "He invited Sister Shishi. She has a job in Jing City lately, and I thought this was a rare opportunity for us to spend time together." Bo Xinyuan, well aware of the close bond between his sister and Zhu Xiaoxi, welcomed them both over. Because of Bo Xinlu, Zhu Xiaoxi had often mingled with this group before moving to Hu City, and they were all quite familiar with one another. Since she was there, they naturally invited her to partake in the food. Wei Fangzhou inquired about Zhu Xiaoxi's reasons for staying in Jing City, and the latter began to explain her circumstances. Guangli is currently preparing to film a documentary at Renhe, with Zhu Xiaoxi as the person in charge, frequently shuttling between Shanghai and Beijing. Bo Xinyuan inquired, "Why not choose a hospital in Shanghai?" Zhu Xiaoxi replied, "The project team made the selection. Recently, the popularity of Renhe's science popularization videos has been quite remarkable, so we opted for Renhe, primarily documenting the Department of General Surgery, where my sister-in-law works." Zhou Jinxu, upon hearing this, cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Ni, who noticed his gaze and raised an eyebrow. "I thought you were aware." "I'm not informed," came the response. Such minor decisions typically do not reach him, as subsidiaries often operate independently, with only significant decisions and annual reports brought to his attention. Zhu Xiaoxi caught a glimpse of their interaction and pressed her lips together, remarking, "The response to my sister-in-law's last video was exceptionally positive. You should consider watching it if you have the chance." Chapter 62. Whether you can or cannot, Zhu Xiaoxi remarked. "It is beneficial to learn some fundamental medical knowledge at home. In the event of an unforeseen situation, we can respond with composure." Jiang Ni nodded in agreement. Indeed, acquiring some first aid knowledge is prudent to prevent potential emergencies. Our hospital's account has disseminated a wealth of information in this regard, along with various practical medical tips. She continued, "Renhe has a series of popular science articles addressing common issues we might encounter in daily life, as well as various medical concerns. Is that so? Wei Fangzhou inquired. Then I shall take a look later. Bo Xinyuan added graciously. Yes, it is essential to learn and be prepared. Gongshan suddenly detected a burnt smell. Who has charred something? Wei Fangzhou realized my chicken wings. Chaos ensued, and the conversation shifted to other topics. Displeased with Wei Fangzhou's cooking, Gongshan took it upon herself to grill, with Jiang Ni assisting her. As Gongshan placed the chicken wings onto the charcoal grill, flames erupted, sending sparks flying. Startled, she exclaimed. Jiang Ni, attempting to dodge the sparks, stumbled back but lost her balance, nearly falling, only to be caught by Zhou Jinxu. Are you all right? He asked, his gaze filled with concern. Jiang Ni steadied herself with his support and checked for burns. I'm not. Gongshan's face contorted in distress. She had been struck by the sparks. Huang Tao, belatedly aware of the commotion, hurried over. Are you all right? I told you not to do that. But you didn't listen. Now look what has happened. He pulled Gongshan away. In an instant, only Jiang Ni and Zhou Jinxu remained by the grill. She glanced at him. Can you grill? Zhou Jinxu replied. I should be able to. What do you mean by should be able? Have you ever grilled before? I have not. But doesn't tea seem too difficult? I will give it a try. He then asked, what would you like to eat? Jiang and I pondered for a moment. Perhaps some greens. Very well. Not far away, Zhu Xiaoxi's gaze flitted between the two several times before she suddenly spoke. Xiao Lu, could you fetch me something to eat? Bo Xin Lu, somewhat distracted, was taken aback when Zhu Xiaoxi addressed her. Huh? I haven't eaten anything since I arrived. I fear that if I go over, it might become awkward, and I don't want her to feel upset. The identity of her was unmistakable. Upon hearing this, Bo Xinlu frowned. What reason does she have to be upset? How long have we all known each other? You and Brother Zhou are already a pair. Why are you suddenly trying to avoid any misunderstandings? Zhu Xiaoxi immediately placed a hand over Bo Xinlu's mouth. Don't say that. If someone hears, I don't want everyone to feel uncomfortable because of me. Bo Xinlu could not bear to see Zhu Xiaoxi in such a submissive state and promptly stood up, striding toward the charcoal grill. Is there anything to eat? Zhou Jinxu had inadvertently spilled some oil and had just stepped away to address it. Noticing his absence, Bo Xinlu approached with determination. Where the things Brother Zhou grilled? Sister Cici is hungry. Hand them over to me. As soon as Sister Cici arrived, Brother Zhou took it upon himself to begin grilling, undoubtedly with the intention of preparing something delightful for her. Though he refrained from voicing this desire due to the presence of others, Jiang and I raised an eyebrow and pointed towards a plate on the adjacent table, where a few charred skewers lay. Is this what Brother Zhou has grilled? Br Xinlu inquired, her brow furrowed. Clearly, Jiang and I replied with a smile. Br Xinlu placed her hands on her hips, exclaiming, Are you doing this on purpose? Knowing that Brother Zhou was grilling for Sister Cici, you intentionally caused a ruckus here and burnt the food. Jiang and I merely sighed, genuinely questioning Br Xinlu's mental faculties. Rena's ophthalmology and neurology departments are quite reputable. Perhaps I should recommend them to you for an evaluation. Br Xinlu, slowly grasping the situation, retorted, Are you insulting me? Jiang and I responded with a smile that did not reach her eyes, just a sincere suggestion. Frustrated, Br Xinlu stomped her foot, unable to rebuke Jiang and I, her face flushing with indignation. Noticing his sister's demeanor, Br Xingyan raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Are you here, cosplaying as a frog? Already irked, Br Xinlu nearly exploded at her brother's comment, shoving him aside before storming off. Meanwhile, Zhou Jinxu emerged from the restroom after removing his jacket. He had accidentally spilled some cooking oil on himself, staining his outer garment significantly. Fortunately, his short-sleeved shirt underneath had only a minor smudge. However, his cleanliness obsession rendered him quite displeased. He intended to return to his room to change, but as he exited, he heard someone call his name. Brother Zhou. Turning around, he recognized Zhu Xiaoxi. He halted, asking, Is there something you need? Zhu Xiaoxi responded, I noticed you were heading back to your room. Are you feeling unwell? Zhou Jinxu replied in a flat tone, No. He was not one for idle chatter, and being alone with a woman at night was inappropriate given his marital status. He prepared to leave. Yet, Zhu Xiaoxi continued, I will be staying in Jing City for a while. due to her involvement in filming a documentary. She had managed to remain in the city. This was her reason for taking charge of the project. She wished to stay in Jing City, hoping that perhaps there was a chance for them. Zhou Jinxu was uninterested in such matters, nor did he meddle in the operational decisions of the subsidiary. He nodded tersely. Noticing his indifferent demeanor, Zhu Xiaoxi bit her lip. For this documentary, I conducted background checks on the doctors featured and discovered that my sister-in-law shares a particularly close relationship with Dr. Pei from their hospital. They've known each other for some time, which explains their excellent cooperation. The upcoming filming should proceed smoothly. A flicker of coldness flashed in Zhou Jinxu's eyes. Since it's a documentary, I believe there's no need to delve deeply into the personal lives of the doctors. Zhu Xiaoxi stiffened. This is to mitigate risks. The project team requires a risk assessment. I still hope the documentary focuses on medical issues and patient experiences without delving into the doctor's personal relationships. Feeling exposed, Zhu Xiaoxi sensed a pang of guilt. I understand. Zhou Jinxu nodded curtly before turning away. As he departed, Zhu Xiaoxi watched his retreating figure, her previously buoyant smile fading. Xinlu stood at the corner, her head buzzing from what she had just overheard. She had just been infuriated and left the barbecue site to return to her hotel room, only to stumble upon this scene. The nature of the relationship between these two individuals appeared far from the close bond described by Sister Cece. Having grown up alongside these brothers, Xinlu noted that although Brother Zhou seemed aloof and mature, he would not typically exhibit such indifference toward acquaintances or close companions. Their conversation revealed no hint of the emotions one might expect between former lovers, suggesting they shared merely a friendship. No, it was more accurate to say that Brother Zhou's gaze upon Sister Cece was as cold and distant as that directed toward the stranger. How could this be? Were they not in love? Xinlu felt her mind spinning in a chaotic whirl, unable to comprehend or untangle the situation. Chapter 63. He desired to kiss her. Zhou Jinxu arrived here with little clothing, having changed in a formal attire. Upon his return, he was met with light-hearted teasing from others for dining in such garb while indulging in barbecue. He took a seat beside Jiang Ni with utmost seriousness, unfazed by the jovial remarks of his friends. Initially, their grilling skills were rather lacking, but as the evening progressed, everyone became increasingly proficient, producing fare that was quite commendable. Jiang Ni took it upon herself to grill some skewers and offered them to Zhou Jinxu, saying, "Give it a try. I made this." Zhou Jinxu accepted and sampled a piece. Jiang Ni inquired, "How is it?" He replied candidly, "It's passable," although it paled in comparison to the creations of a professional chef. It was undeniably superior to his own attempts. Jiang Ni, not expecting any flowery compliments from him, merely hummed softly and resumed her meal. "I think it's quite good. At least it's the fruit of our efforts." Zhou Jinxu gazed at her little expression, finding it somewhat endearing, and he smiled gently. As their dining and drinking drew to a close, the group transitioned to playing cards. Jiang Ni, was left out of the game and soon grew bored watching them play for several rounds. The evening breeze picked up, and clad only in a thin knit sweater, she felt a chill as the wind swept by. Rubbing her arms, she suddenly felt a weight settle on her shoulder. A warm presence enveloped her, accompanied by the familiar scent of cedarwood. Zhou Jinxu had draped his jacket over her shoulders, remarking, "The wind is quite strong tonight." "Thank you," Jiang and I replied. Zhou Jinxu softly suggested, "Shall we take a walk?" Watching them play cards was rather dull, and considering the beauty of the resort's decor, a stroll would be pleasant. She nodded in agreement. The two quietly departed the campsite. The streetlights, spaced at regular intervals, illuminated their path as the gentle autumn breeze rustled the ginkgo trees, producing a soft, rustling sound. They walked side by side along the pebble-strewn path, the warm glow of the streetlights casting elongated shadows, their proximity intimate. Jiang and I gazed upward at the night sky, noting the abundance of stars, likely due to the rural setting. When I used to visit my grandmother's house in Yin City, I often saw so many stars. Back then, her home was in the countryside in a small town. On summer nights, when the power would sometimes go out, everyone would bring out stools to enjoy the cool evening air. Jiang and I reminisced, recalling how, at that time, Looking up at the sky revealed stars that sparkled like jewels, blanketing the heavens. Nowadays, with rapid societal development, such starry skies have become a rarity in urban areas. Zhou Jinxu followed her gaze, acknowledging the multitude of stars tonight. Perhaps it was the ambience that prompted Jiang Ni to share stories from her childhood. Zhou Jinxu recalled, "Your grandmother mentioned that you were quite mischievous as a child, often leading a group of kids on adventures, quite the little leader." Jiang and I felt a twinge of embarrassment. Not really. Back then, being young meant being fearless, with simple thoughts and no worries, so I was a bit wild. There's always a period in childhood filled with carefree abandon and audacity. Looking back, I do miss those days. I used to yearn for adulthood, but now I wish I could return to that time, running freely across the hills, devoid of worries. Every sight and sound is a novelty. Jiang and I inquired, "What about you? Did you have any joyful moments in your childhood?" Zhou Jinxu pondered briefly. It seems there were none. His youth was monotonous, filled with the pursuit of knowledge, skills, and various training courses. By his early teens, he was already immersed in corporate affairs. When pressed to recount any particularly special moments from his childhood, he found himself at a loss. None at all. Jiang and I was somewhat taken aback. Although she could surmise that Zhou Jinxu's childhood was likely dull, hearing it stated so plainly was still surprising. Zhou Jinxu responded with an air of indifference. There was no time for that. From the moment of his birth, he had been burdened with high expectations. The weight on his shoulders left no room for relaxation or idle thoughts. He expressed a curiosity. "I would like to hear about your childhood." Actually, it was nothing extraordinary. Jiang Ni deflective, just very ordinary things. In the countryside, there were plenty of things for children to play with. I was quite wild back then, often running around with a group of kids. As she spoke, her thoughts flowed in a somewhat disjointed manner, sharing whatever came to mind. Zhou Jinxu listened intently, as if accompanying her through the vibrant tapestry of her joyful childhood. The experience felt enchanting. As soon as Jiang and I finished speaking, her gaze met Zhou Jinxu's dark, profound eyes, deep yet luminous, reminiscent of the night sky. Their gaze lingered, creating a moment of intense connection. His eyelids bored deep creases, evoking a sense of heartfelt intimacy during their exchange. Jiang and I felt her mouth grow dry. Perhaps she had spoken too much. Typically, she assumed the role of a listener, rarely experiencing such an urge to share, likely influenced by the ambience of the evening. It's getting late." Zhou Jinxu's deep voice broke the silence. "Shall we return to our rooms?" Though it was nighttime, a few individuals occasionally passed by on the path. The night breeze rustled, causing the trees to sway gently. It felt somewhat out of place. Yet, Zhou Jinxu's gaze lingered on her lips, an unspoken desire to kiss her. The previously established desensitization plan clearly did not suit him. Suppressing his feelings only intensified his lack of self-control, prompting him to consider pausing in search of a more suitable approach. In the stillness, even though Zhou Jinxu uttered nothing, Jiang and I felt an understanding of his intentions, an instinctive comprehension. Unconsciously, she clutched her blazer, the faint scent of him lingering around her, a subtle blend of cedarwood, both ambiguous and tender. The path back felt both near and distant. Jiang and I found herself subtly observing the man beside her. His steps were deliberate and steady, revealing no hint of unusual behavior. A sudden thought crossed her mind. Could she have misinterpreted his intentions? Might Zhou Jinxu simply be genuinely concerned about the late hour? It was certainly plausible. After all, it was past 10 o'clock, and typically he would be preparing for bed at this hour if there were no pressing matters at hand. Lost in her thoughts, they soon arrived at the door to her room. She swiped her card and opened the door, noticing a few individuals meandering through the corridor. As the door clicked shut, severing all external gazes, the kiss descended simultaneously. It was sudden yet not entirely unexpected. The gentleman's tailored jacket slipped from his shoulders, cascading to the floor. Jiang and I retreated a step, her delicate flat shoes pressing against the soft fabric beneath her. She began, but her words were swallowed by the moment. It mattered not. The sound of lips and teeth mingled softly. This was an intricate kiss, gentle yet assertive. It was profoundly pleasant. Jiang and I found herself quite enamored by this languid sensation. Having engaged in such moments before, the initial awkwardness and tension had dissipated, allowing her to lean into Zhou Jinxu's shoulder in response. However, as the kiss deepened, an unusual feeling surged within her. Wait! She suddenly pressed against Zhou Jinxu's chest, her voice laced with breathlessness. As their lips parted, the man instinctively sought to reclaim the connection, only to hear Jiang Ni's voice. Something felt amiss. Chapter 64. An exceedingly long wait. Zhou Jinxu paused. What seems to be the problem? My stomach, Jiang Ni replied. The lustrous glimmer in Zhou Jinxu's eyes dimmed significantly, and his expression grew serious. Did the grilled items not cook thoroughly? I'll call the front desk for a doctor. There's no need, Jiang Ni interjected, her voice barely above a whisper. It's probably just my menstrual period. Her cycle had always been irregular, often delayed by the weight of work-related stress. Months could pass without a hint of its arrival, and this time had been no different. She had almost forgotten about it, only to be reminded by this unexpected discomfort. Although Zhou Jinxu possessed a fundamental understanding of the pain associated with menstruation, he was uncertain of its intensity. Can you still walk? He inquired. Jiang Ni felt a dull heaviness in her lower abdomen, a chill that penetrated to her very bones, yet was not unbearable. She contemplated crouching down for relief. However, Zhou Jinxu swiftly scooped her up into his arms, intending to place her on the sofa, but Jiang Ni halted him. Please don't. It will get dirty. It doesn't matter, he assured her as he gently set Jiang Ni on the sofa. I can replace it. All right then. Zhou Jinxu asked, what can I do for you? This was a novel situation for him. Jiang Ni, however, was not bashful. I need sanitary pads, night pads, a heating pad, and ginger tea with brown sugar. Understood. Zhou Jinxu covered Jiang Ni with a blanket, then rose to make a phone call. The staff responded promptly, delivering the essentials without delay, and informed him, the ginger tea is currently being prepared in the kitchen and will be with you shortly. Zhou Jinxu expressed his gratitude and carried the items to the bathroom with Jiang Ni. I'll wait just outside. Call me if you need anything. Jiang Ni's cramps were not particularly severe, not yet warranting pain relief medication. The warmth from the heating pad provided considerable comfort. Once her immediate needs were addressed, her mind began to wander. Lying in bed, she appeared somewhat unwell, yet her thoughts drifted to whether Zhou Jinxu had regained his composure. She had distinctly sensed the tension moments ago, abruptly interrupted, which felt rather cruel. Zhou Jinxu approached her with the ginger tea, urging, sit up and have some. His voice remained husky, imbued with an alluring timbre. Jiang Ni instinctively glanced down, noting the prominent bulge in his tailored trousers. It had been some time, yet its size remained significant. She dared not look further, obediently accepting the ginger tea and gulping it down in one go. The warmth of the liquid soothed her, causing her brow to relax. Zhou Jinxu collected the empty bowl, setting it aside. Do you need anything else? Jiang Ni shook her head, though internally she felt a twinge of hesitation. It seemed unwise to stifle her feelings. Should she offer him some assistance? The thought made her somewhat bashful. Zhou Jinxu, oblivious to her silent struggle, felt his own discomfort. The fire ignited within him could not be easily extinguished, especially with Jiang Ni so near, her faint, delicate fragrance lingering in the air. The soft sensation of her touch seemed to linger in his palms, refusing to dissipate. The mere thought of their earlier encounter rendered him unable to find tranquility. However, this is a unique circumstance. One could regard it as a challenge, which is rather acceptable. He ought to endure. He possesses the ability to maintain control. Zhou Jinxu averted his gaze, saying, I shall take a shower. This single statement resolved Jiang Ni's inner turmoil. A cold shower is indeed a commendable choice. Jiang Ni reclined comfortably on the bed. As soon as her menstrual cycle commenced, she often felt drowsy. She nestled in and closed her eyes, preparing to drift into slumber. The cold water cascaded down in the bathroom. The autumn air in the capital city was quite pronounced, and the nights were chilly. The cold water was piercing, yet it failed to extinguish the fire within her heart. Time passed slowly, to the point of impatience. The man opened his eyes, his gaze landing upon the half-dry pink swimsuit hanging on the wall. It was the one Jiang Ni had changed out of earlier that afternoon. With her menstrual cycle arriving unexpectedly, Jiang Ni felt lethargic, having consumed a small meal in the morning before succumbing to a nap. She awoke, famished at noon, stretched lazily, and turned to get out of bed to freshen up. Zhou Jinxu was not in the room. After changing her attire, she exited the hotel room, facing the couple's quarters of Zhou Mengzhu and her husband. As Jiang Ni opened the door, she noticed Zhou Mengzhu doing the same. Zhou Mengzhu appeared somewhat disheveled, likely having just awakened, exuding a languid charm. Upon seeing Jiang Ni, she greeted her and inquired, "Are you going to eat?" Jiang Ni nodded in agreement, and they proceeded towards the dining area together. "Where is Jia?" Jiang Ni asked Zhou Mengzhu. The couple shared such a close bond that they seemed inseparable. Zhou Mengzhu replied. He said he went fishing with the elder brother. They left quite early and have yet to return. Jiang Ni was aware that Zhou Jinxu had indeed gone fishing, as he had informed her via message, but she hadn't anticipated that Rong Jia shared this interest as well. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Jiang Ni discovered that Zhou Jinxu had sent her a message asking if she was awake. She glanced down and replied, "Just got up. Now at the restaurant with Mengzhu." Zhou Jinxu responded, "Wait for me." Zhou Mengzhu asked, "Is the elder brother coming over?" Jiang Ni confirmed with a nod, and they both entered the Chinese restaurant. Jiang Ni and Zhou Mengzhu had similar dietary habits. They were indifferent to foreign cuisine, thus opting for Chinese food. Jiang Ni was having lunch, while Zhou Mengzhu was enjoying her first meal of the day. They ordered a few simple dishes, and soon after, Zhou Jinxu and Rong Jia arrived. Zhou Mengzhu spotted them first and asked, "How was the fishing?" Zhou Jinxu settled into the seat beside Jiang Ni, replying, "It was average. We kept one for the kitchen to prepare. The fish caught from the resort's fishing pond could be taken away." They had indeed caught several large fish that morning. Though of common varieties, they retained one prize catch for the restaurant and released the rest back into the water. Jiang Ni caught a whiff of the fresh, earthy scent that clung to Zhou Jinxu and asked, "Did it rain outside?" "Just a light drizzle," he replied. "Not heavy, intermittent." "Are you still feeling unwell?" he inquired, as he naturally placed his hand on Jiang Ni's abdomen. Unbeknownst to them, their small gestures had grown increasingly intimate. Jiang Ni shook her head slightly, much better now. Zhou Mengzhu exchanged a glance with Rong Jia, both smiling gently. In the same restaurant, in a corner seat, Bo Xinlu immediately noticed Zhou Jinxu as he entered. She observed him as he took a seat beside Jiang Ni, his stern visage softening ever so slightly, akin to the melting snow of early spring, revealing a hint of tenderness. The dynamic between them exuded a distinctly different aura, one that was natural and effortless. It was not the frigid demeanor Zhou Jinxu had displayed towards Zhu Xiaoxi the previous evening, but rather a warm and gentle presence. Bo Xinlu diverted her gaze, only to find it resting once more on Zhu Xiaoxi, who was equally captivated by brother Zhou and Jiang Ni, yet had not yet managed to withdraw her gaze. Stripped of the initial filter through which she had viewed her, Bo Xinlu finally discerned the barely concealed resentment and jealousy flickering in Zhu Xiaoxi's eyes. It was a palpable unwillingness to be supplanted, a depth of emotion that was unsettling. Chapter 65. Nothing happened. The excursion to the resort concluded that afternoon. Although only one swimsuit was donned from the purchases, the overall experience was quite delightful. On the journey home, Lin Jia inquired within the group chat whether Jiang Ni had utilized the gift she had given, inadvertently revealing two others. "Yao Jiana, what gift?" "Su Zhao Zhao, what gift?" "Lin Jia. It's meant to enhance marital harmony." "Yao Jiano. Su Zhao Zhao. That doesn't sound particularly respectable." "Jiang Ni." "Jiang Ni. No, but I truly appreciate your thoughtfulness." The group soon became engrossed in gossip regarding Jiang Ni's trip, inquiring if she had encountered any extraordinary experiences. Clearly, there were none. After replying a few times, Jiang Ni began to feel drowsy and closed her eyes for a brief rest. With the short vacation concluded, work resumed its bustling pace. During this time, Jiang Ni received the wedding photos. All the images from the shoot had been developed and delivered to Jinghua Garden. Qin Yun selected several to take back to Zhou Yuan, intending to adorn the room of Jiang Ni and Zhou Jinxu with them. The wedding photos were stunning. prompting Qin Yin to feel that perhaps they had not captured enough, leading to another round of gentle reprimand directed at Zhou Jinxu. He remained composed, accepting all of them without protest. Simultaneously, Jiang Ni received a message from Zhou Qiwen, informing her that she had found an adoptive family for the little ball of fluff. She relayed this to Zhou Jinxu. The prospective adopters were currently abroad and would need some time before returning to take the little one home. Zhou Jinxu gazed at her, instinctively assessing her expression. "Are you saddened?" It was hard to articulate. Jiang Ni shook her head. Having spent so much time together, one inevitably forms some attachment. The little ball has also been with us for over half a month. Seeing it affectionately approach each day, I suspect it will require some adjustment when it is no longer around. Zhou Jinxu's earlier words rang true. Since they had only intended to provide temporary shelter, it was best not to form too deep an emotional bond. Flowers bloom only briefly, and in the foreseeable future, one ought not to cling too tightly to fleeting moments. Jiang Ni stroked the little ball's head, watching it roll over in delight, inviting gentle touches, and found it utterly endearing. Xiaowen mentioned that the adopter was a senior from her school, a wonderful person who would certainly care for the little one well. The little ball had found a decent home, thus providing a fulfilling conclusion to this ephemeral connection. Following the holiday, Jiang Ni and Pei Xiaolin's filming schedule came to the forefront. This segment also focused on common ailments, primarily centered around cardiac health, with Pei Xiaolin taking the lead while Jiang Ni provided support. The final segment of the recording involved selecting the most popular comments from the previous episode for discussion. This episode's topic was particularly intriguing. Lu Qian read aloud a question handed to her by a colleague. The prior episode featured both Dr. Jiang and Dr. Pei as guests, and viewers were curious about their relationship, wondering if the apparent familiarity between them indicated a romantic involvement. Pei Xiaolin instinctively glanced at Jiang Ni, who shook her head. "No, Dr. Pei and I share nothing more than a professional relationship." Aside from the inquiry regarding her personal life, Wolf Qian posed several medical questions sourced from online users. After both parties addressed these queries, the recording for the day concluded. Meanwhile, the documentary on Guangli commenced its filming. Such documentaries typically require extensive time, and to ensure the hospital's operations remain unaffected, the staff at Guangli installed equipment in the primary departments for simultaneous recording. Given the potential for the footage to be edited into the final cut, in the initial days, the healthcare professionals in the main departments presented themselves with meticulous attention, their appearances carefully arranged. However, this pristine facade did not endure, and within 2 days, everyone returned to their natural states. Early one morning, Jiang Ni arrived at work and encountered Zheng Keisai, who had just exited the operating room, bearing the unmistakable signs of fatigue with dark circles under her eyes. Zheng Keisai, upon seeing her, appeared somewhat bewildered. "You're here so early?" she managed to utter in a weak voice. Jiang Ni reminded her, "It's already 8 o'clock. Zheng Keisai sighed in relief. "Ah, I didn't realize it was already morning." Having been called in for a consultation by the emergency department the previous night, she had been too preoccupied to keep track of time. "My body is still here, but my spirit has long departed," she lamented, wishing for a bed to collapse into immediately. Jiang Ni, ever considerate, suggested, "I just had coffee sent up from downstairs. Would you like me to get you a cup?" With a shift change approaching, Zheng Keisai couldn't leave just yet, and given her current state, a cup of coffee was indeed essential for her revival. "No," Zheng Keisai replied slowly yet resolutely. "I refuse to spend money to motivate myself into servitude. Paying to work is absolutely out of the question." As Jiang Ni prepared to order a cup for Zheng Keisai via WeChat to the owner of the coffee shop downstairs, she reflected on the complexities and tediousness of hospital work. Although initially uncomfortable with the additional cameras, the ensuing busyness allowed her to forget all about them. In the afternoon, Jiang Ni attended to a patient who had developed complications post-surgery and required a second operation. By the time she emerged from the operating room, it was already past 4 o'clock. The head nurse awaited her exit and informed her, "Dr. Jiang, the publicity department has been looking for you. They came by several times while you were in surgery." Jiang Ni nodded, acknowledging the message. After tending to post-operative tasks and washing her face in the duty room, She made her way to the office of the publicity department. Situated in another building, the publicity department's office had undergone multiple renovations, exuding an impressive ambience. Jiang and I approached the door and politely knocked a few times. The head of the department opened the door, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, Jiang and I entered to find Zhu Xiaoxi, a somewhat surprising yet not entirely unexpected presence. In a sense, the Guangli documentary would enhance the visibility of Renha Hospital, making the assignment of this task to the publicity department quite logical. Zhu Xiaoxi had mentioned previously that she was responsible for this project, leaving no room for confusion. After both parties exchanged greetings, the head of the publicity department invited them to sit down and began discussing the purpose of Jiang Ni's visit. The implication is that preparations are underway to film some personal interview footage, along with addressing potential issues that may arise during the recording process. Jiang and I has other commitments. Thus, the communication was rather swift. Upon concluding the discussion, she made her way to the door. Zhu Xiaoxi hurried after her, calling out, "Dr. Jiang." Jiang and I turned back. "Are there any further questions?" Zhu Xiaoxi retrieved a piece of fabric from her bag. "Last time at the resort, Brother Zhou's pocket square ended up with me." It was a blue checkered pocket square, which Jiang and I had indeed seen on Zhou Jinxu before. It was characteristic of his style. Jiang and I nodded in acknowledgement, accepting it with an expression devoid of any discernible emotion. Observing her demeanor, Zhu Xiaoxi added, "Sister-in-law, please don't misunderstand. I only exchanged a few words with Brother Zhou." She clarified, "Nothing transpired between us." Chapter 66. It is already late. Jiang and I raised an eyebrow slightly at the words. Although Zhu Xiaoxi insisted that she did not want to create misunderstandings, her words were laced with a vague ambiguity. Jiang and I had initially believed that Zhu Xiaoxi was quite skilled in her manipulations, but now it seemed rather superficial. "Miss Zhu, I trust that my husband harbors no emotional entanglements with you, so there is no need for you to repeatedly emphasize your point with such anxiety. It is merely a pocket handkerchief, not a matter of someone heavily pregnant seeking me out. It truly amounts to nothing." Zhu Xiaoxi clenched her fists. Her gaze lowered to conceal the fleeting emotions that crossed her face, speaking in a soft, measured tone. "I merely worry that you might misunderstand. I do not wish for your marriage to suffer any turmoil because of me. You can rest assured about that." Jiang Ni smiled lightly, her words sharp as a blade. "You are not of such significance." The sting of her remark visibly embarrassed Zhu Xiaoxi. Zhu Xiaoxi was the niece of Gurong and appeared to have a good relationship with her mother-in-law, Qinyan. Thus, Jiang and I had no desire to quarrel with her initially, nor did she wish to acknowledge the small provocations Zhu Xiaoxi made. Having grown up in a certain environment, she was always diplomatic, considering the larger picture, and never engaged in direct confrontations. However, this did not imply that she was merely submissive. The documentary filming could extend over a considerable time, ranging from 6 months to 3 to 5 years. Zhu Xiaoxi was currently in charge and liaising with Renha, inevitably leading to their encounters in the capital. Her sudden visit to the publicity department today under the pretext of discussing trivial matters was merely a prelude to a farcical play. Jiang and I had no inclination to continue this theatrical charade with her. "Miss Zhu, I am aware that you wish for me to believe that there is something special between you and my husband, perhaps out of your affection for him, your unwillingness to accept the situation, or a desire to disrupt our marriage in hopes of taking my place. I candidly assert, this is an impossible endeavor." Zhu Xiaoxi likely never anticipated Jiang Ni's forthrightness, her complexion shifting as she reacted. "Sister-in-law, you misunderstand." "I do not," she hastily clarified. "My past with Brother Zhou is long over." Realizing she had let slip too much, Zhu Xiaoxi covered her mouth, performing a convincing act of flustered desperation. Zhu Xiaoxi was undeniably beautiful, possessing a delicate and ethereal charm, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her voice gentle and sincere, qualities that would likely leave any man defenseless. Yet, Jiang and I was impervious to such tactics. The series of events that had transpired were not without their marks. From the first encounter near Renha, when she had rescued Zhu Xiaoxi from an asthma attack, to the unexpected mention of a lover at the 4S shop, and later their meeting at Zhou Garden, where Bo Xinlu confronted Zhu Xiaoxi regarding her past with Zhou Jinxu before marriage. Were these all mere coincidences? Zhu Xiaoxi and Bo Xinlu were acquainted, and the latter had displayed hostility upon their first meeting, indicating that she had likely learned about Jiang Ni through some channel before their formal introduction. But what of Zhu Xiaoxi? Did she truly not know who Jiang Ni was when they first met? Jiang Ni inquired, "Do you truly share a past with him?" The interrogative nature of her question belied her lack of intent to elicit a response. Asu had informed me that he possessed no romantic history prior to marriage, and I believed he would not deceive me. Jiang Ni fixed her unwavering gaze upon the individual across from her. "Miss Zhu, there is no need for further pretense. Let us speak candidly. The alliance between the Jiang and Zhou families is remarkably steadfast. I harbor no curiosity regarding your motives for these actions. Yet regardless of what you undertake, it is all in vain." Zhu Xiaoxi was taken aback that Zhou Jinxu, a person of his caliber, would engage Jiang Ni in a discussion about romantic experiences, and she was astonished by Jiang Ni's perceptiveness. She came to realize that her endeavors during this period had not only failed to achieve their intended purpose, but had likely rendered her the subject of ridicule. Her complexion shifted rapidly between shades of pale and flushed, ultimately failing to maintain her customary facade of kindness and gentleness. "How can you assert it is futile?" The bitterness in her eyes threatened to engulf her. "I have known him longer than you, and between us," Jiang Ni interrupted, "indeed, you have known him longer. Yet the woman he is marrying is me. Despite your lengthy acquaintance, it has not culminated in matrimony, and the reason is quite evident." Zhu Xiaoxi felt herself nearly overwhelmed by jealousy. But by what right? Even if Zhou Jinxu had chosen a different affluent family of similar standing in the capital, or even Jiang Ling, she would not harbor such resentment. The Jiang family may not boast prominence, yet Jiang Ling is the heir of the Jiang lineage, well regarded in society. But what of Jiang Ni? A mere daughter born from a second marriage, a shadow trailing Jiang Ling. By what right is she with Zhou Jinxu? He stands atop the pinnacle of society. What merit does Jiang Ni possess to ascend alongside him? If you can, why can't I? Jealousy threatened to consume her. "I do not know," Jiang Ni replied calmly, gazing at Zhu Xiaoxi, "but the outcome is already determined." Bo Xan Lu had been in turmoil for several days. Ruminating without clarity, confined to her room with her hair resembling a bird's nest, neglecting food and drink, until she finally sought her brother Bo Xan Yuan. "Are you hatching eggs in your room?" Bo Xan Yuan frowned at her. "Ever since we returned from the resort, you've been acting strangely. What is the matter?" Bo Xan Lu pondered and finally could not resist asking her brother, "Was Xiaoxi's sister previously involved with Zhou brother? Did they harbor mutual affection but could not unite due to family pressures?" "Huh?" Bo Xan Yuan was at a loss regarding his sister's fanciful musings, poking her forehead in exasperation. "What are you thinking? Your Zhou brother hadn't the company of even a single female mosquito before marriage. Where would he find a partner?" Bo Xan Lu hesitated, but it seemed their relationship was rather ambiguous. Bo Xan Yuan responded with exasperation. "If your eyesight is failing, remember to seek treatment. You've been quite peculiar today. Were it not for the resemblance, he would suspect that Bo Xan Lu was switched at birth, for she certainly did not inherit her intellect." Despite his annoyance, Bo Xan Yuan still felt compelled to clarify. "Your Zhou brother is a thoroughly upstanding bachelor. He has no exes and is not at all familiar with Xiaoxi's sister. How could they ever be a couple?" he remarked, observing that his sister's demeanor towards Jiang Ni seemed somewhat unfriendly, and realized the root of the issue. He was aware of his sister's close relationship with Zhu Xiaoxi, having often spent time together in the past. Concerned that she might impulsively confront Jiang Ni and inadvertently reveal something inappropriate, he earnestly cautioned her, "Do not recklessly speak in front of him about unfounded matters. Otherwise, I shall be at a loss as to how to assist you." The long-standing perceptions of Bo Xinlu crumbled into ruins, now shattered beyond repair, as she wore a sorrowful expression and lamented. "It is too late, the words have already been spoken, Bo Xinyan." Chapter 67. Discarded in the trash bin. Bo Xinyan arrived at Basen with his sister, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. He did not wish for such matters to tarnish the relationship between the two families. Zhou Jinxu, clearly taken aback by the revelation, furrowed his brow as he listened to the unfolding events. He solemnly clarified, Miss Zhu is merely my second aunt's niece. Beyond that, I have no ties with her. Bo Xinlu bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. I am sorry, Brother Zhou. I was wrong. It was truly unintentional. Over the years, Zhu Xiaoxi had whispered many ambiguous truths into her ear, leading her to firmly believe that she and Zhou Jinxu were meant to be together. There was mutual affection, but due to various societal barriers, they had never truly breached the veil of their relationship, in both overt and covert ways. She had aided Zhu Xiaoxi by conveying numerous tidbits of information, deterring other women from approaching Zhou Jinxu, only to discover that she had been deceived all along. Upon reflection, she realized her own folly. Many of the statements were suggestive yet lacked explicit actions. Trusting Zhu Xiaoxi, she had taken them at face value. Bo Xinwen spoke in defense of his sister. Little Lu is young and perhaps not the sharpest. Please do not hold it against her. The one who should apologize is Jiang Ni. Zhou Jinxu's expression turned grave. Her attitude reflects my own. At 10 o'clock that evening, upon returning home from work, Zhou Jinxu found Jiang Ni already there. After showering, he descended the stairs to find Jiang Ni laying out a yoga mat in the living room. Currently engrossed in her practice, with a fluffy companion wagging its tail beside her, Zhou Jinxu poured himself a glass of water from the island counter, the crystalline glass shimmering under the light. Turning, he gazed at Jiang Ni, recalling the events of the day. Jiang Ni, he called. As she practiced, soothing music played in the background, and to avoid disturbing him, she wore headphones, rendering her somewhat oblivious to his voice. You called for me? She asked, removing one earbud. Zhou Jinxu approached her. I heard some news today. Jiang Ni, upon hearing this, put her headphones aside and sat upright. Go on. Though Zhou Jinxu was not accustomed to sitting cross-legged on the floor, he felt that standing would be disrespectful, so he settled onto a nearby stool. Bo Xinwen brought his sister to see me today. He recounted the day's events, then inquired, Why didn't you tell me about this? Upon realizing the matter at hand, Jiang Ni's serious demeanor took her by surprise. She had thought it was of little consequence. It's just a minor issue that I can manage myself. I didn't want to trouble you. After all, Zhou Jinxu had a busy day at work, and such matters were hardly earth-shattering, not requiring his special attention. However, upon mentioning Zhu Xiaoxi, Jiang Ni recalled the handkerchief Zhu had given her earlier that day. Miss Zhu said, This was something you left behind at the resort. She handed it to me today. Zhou Jinxu's expression soured at those words. An indescribable discomfort washed over him, a vague sense that something was amiss. He frowned. That was in the trash bin. It got soiled that night. Now it all made sense. Although Jiang Ni held no doubts regarding Zhou Jinxu, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity about how Zhu Xiaoxi had acquired the pocket square. Zhou Jinxu, with a demeanor both earnest and solemn, clarified, Zhu Xiaoxi is merely the niece of my second aunt. There is absolutely no connection between us. Regardless of what you may have heard, none of it is true. Jiang Ni nodded in understanding. Trust is the cornerstone of any marriage, and I have faith in your character. Observing the unwavering trust in Jiang Ni's gaze, Zhou Jinxu found his spirits unexpectedly lifted, accompanied by a sense of relief. Suddenly, the headquarters of Boss Hen intervened in the personnel adjustments at Guangli, reportedly issuing directives directly from the president's office. This development sparked a wave of discussions within the Guangli headquarters. When Zhu Xiaoxi received the personnel directive, her mind was engulfed in confusion. During this period, she had been in the capital following the documentary project, and due to personal motives, her time in Shanghai had been limited. However, since this directive pertained to her, she was among the first to be informed. The official seal from Boss Hen headquarters was unmistakable. This was a highly formal personnel directive. The content was twofold. First, she was to be transferred from the Guangli project department to the development department of another subsidiary. Second, all her current projects were to be handed over to the new project manager, including the documentary. On the surface, it appeared to be a lateral move, yet in reality, it constituted a demotion, and given the nature of a new project, the person in charge would be required to stay in Switzerland for an extended period, likely not returning for a year or two. Despite her impeccable record, this directive left everyone bewildered, leading to speculation that perhaps she had offended someone. While others could not fathom who she might have wronged, Zhu Xiaoxi immediately surmised the answer, gripping the document so tightly that her fingertips turned white. She found it impossible to accept this directive and needed a rationale. She made her way directly to Bossen headquarters, where the door to the top office swung open unexpectedly. A man in a dark suit stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, engaged in a conference call, and turned his gaze towards her with an icy demeanor that betrayed his displeasure at the interruption. Assistant when trailed closely behind Zhu Xiaoxi, "I apologize, Director Zhou. I couldn't stop her." Zhou Jinxu did not press the assistant, instructing him to close the door behind him. He did not glance back at her, resuming his conversation. Zhu Xiaoxi found herself in a precarious position, caught between advancing and retreating. Fortunately, Zhou Jinxu's call did not last long. He tucked his phone away and approached his desk. "Speak, what is it?" His gaze remained averted from her, and his tone was so indifferent that it revealed no hint of emotion. Zhu Xiaoxi took a deep breath. "Director Zhou, may I inquire if there has been any error in my work? Why am I being reassigned? I believe I have performed well at Guangli, diligently and without fault over the years. Your abrupt decision to transfer me to another subsidiary and seize all my projects is unacceptable. I require a reasonable explanation for this personnel directive." After articulating her lengthy grievances, Zhou Jinxu finally shifted his attention from the computer to her. "Manager Zhu's work has indeed been impeccable. So why? For what reason? Manager Zhu should surely be aware of it." Zhou Jinxu's tone was rather indifferent, yet the gaze directed at her was chilling, sending a shiver down one's spine. Zhu Xiaoxi harbored her suspicions, yet was still reluctant to believe. "I don't know." Zhou Jinxu placed the blue handkerchief upon the table. Upon seeing this handkerchief, a flicker of panic flashed in Zhu Xiaoxi's eyes, quickly replaced by composure. "Did my sister-in-law say something in your presence? I merely picked up this pocket square and handed it to her. I have also clarified matters with her. Is it possible that my sister-in-law has misconstrued our relationship and harbors discontent towards me, prompting you to consider my reassignment?" Chapter 68. Supporting her at this juncture, Zhu Xiaoxi still sought to berate Jiang Ni with every utterance, while Zhou Jinxu's eyes reflected an even deeper chill. "Jiang Ni had never spoken ill of you in my presence. Moreover, let me clarify, it is I who holds reservations about you now." Zhu Xiaoxi's actions have crossed a line for him. He cannot abide any further occurrences that might jeopardize the stability of his marriage, and thus he intends to address the issue at its source. Zhu Xiaoxi's eyes brimmed with astonishment. "You have changed." She could hardly believe it. "You were never one to blur the lines between public and private matters. Zhou Jinxu, by nature, has always been equitable and just. In professional affairs, he has never permitted personal feelings to bias his judgment. No matter the intricacies of human relationships, they never hindered Zhou Jinxu's steadfast integrity. He has always maintained a clear distinction between personal and professional matters. Yet now, he has arbitrarily reassigned her to a position overseas, solely due to a minor disagreement with Jiang Ni. This action unmistakably conveyed that he was siding with Jiang Ni. This reality struck Zhu Xiaoxi hard, rendering her nearly unsteady, and she struggled to voice her question. "Do you truly favor her so much? It has barely been a moment since your acquaintance." She has known him for over a decade, while his encounter with Jiang Ni has lasted but a few fleeting months. Zhu Xiaoxi felt tears welling. What does she possess that is so remarkable? "She is my wife." Zhou Jinxu gazed at her calmly, her tears eliciting not a shred of pity from him. "I do not wish for anyone to fabricate baseless tales in an attempt to undermine my marriage. This serves merely as a gentle warning. I hope Manager Zhu will henceforth temper her thoughts." Zhu Xiaoxi, unwilling to concede. "If it were not for Jiang Ni, would we not know?" Before the National Day holiday, Renhe's new educational video was released, garnering significant acclaim and attention for Jiang Ni and Pei Xiaoling's return. With the surge in popularity, Jiang Ni's clinic was inundated with patients, nearly at full capacity. Early in the morning, she encountered two individuals who, despite being in good health, insisted on consulting her. After several rounds of conversation that felt like a futile exchange, Jiang Ni, although frustrated, could not express her discontent towards the patients. She could only gently suggest they refrain from wasting medical resources on such trivial matters. Meanwhile, Pei Xiaolin faced a similar fate, with even more visitors seeking him out. Having publicly declared his single status in the video, he now attracted numerous admirers. During lunch break, the department discussed these developments, balancing sympathy for the individuals involved with a sense of humor. The prevailing trend in the comment section of the video revolved around shipping Pei Xiaolin and Jiang Ni as a couple, with many fans spontaneously playing matchmaker, generating considerable buzz. Zheng Keisai jested. One must admit, today's netizens possess quite the editing prowess. Jiang Ni has appeared in merely 4 videos, while Pei Xiaolin has a few more from interviews abroad. Yet from these scant snippets, they have managed to create something remarkable. The current crop of content creators is indeed not to be underestimated. Zheng Keisai mused. Honestly, you two are quite the match. Jiang Ni gently tapped her. Do not speak carelessly. I am married. At the conclusion of the recorded video, Jiang Ni indeed mentioned this matter. Yet that segment was ultimately edited out. Zheng Keisai felt a twinge of regret upon reflecting on this. It is such a pity for you and Dr. Pei. After years of acquaintance and a long-awaited reunion, their narrative resembled that of protagonists in a novel, yet there was no further development in their relationship. Did you call for me? Pei Xiaolin suddenly appeared, having overheard his name. What's the matter? Pei Xiaolin was undeniably handsome, and even though Zheng Keisai was in a relationship, she couldn't help but feel a flutter of admiration upon seeing him, smiling brightly as she said, "We were discussing the new video released by the publicity department." Zheng Keisai deftly shifted the topic. You two have truly ignited some genuine fervor. So many people have come to see you. At the mention of this, Pei Xiaolin felt a slight headache. Fortunately, it had not yet disrupted the normal workflow. Indeed, fame could be a double-edged sword. After a rare moment of free time following lunch, Jiang Ni returned to the duty room for a brief 10-minute rest. Near the end of her shift, she encountered Hang Tao at the hospital. After a few inquiries, she learned that Hang Tao was there to collect a medical report for his mother, whose health had not been optimal. She had previously undergone examinations at Renha. After glancing at the report, Jiang Ni reassured him that there were no significant issues, merely some common ailments associated with aging that could be managed with proper care. With her colleagues awaiting her, she did not engage in further conversation with Hang Tao and departed promptly. The latest educational video from Renha gradually gained traction over time, creating a small buzz within certain circles, eventually reaching Zhou Jinxu's ears. Suzy Hua shared the video in the group chat. Sister-in-law truly shines on camera. It's such a waste for her to only be a doctor. Hang Tao replied, Indeed, I never expected the third one to find such a talented and beautiful wife. Wei Fangzhou liked Hang Tao's comment. Third brother clearly appears to be a lone wolf. Bo Xinyuan teased, Tao Gu, I've captured your praise for another woman. I'll send it to sister-in-law later. He continued, If you wish to silence me, please offer your new car in exchange. Hang Tao responded with a playful gesture. I'll give you a kick gif. Zhou Jinxu, engrossed in his work, caught a glimpse of the lively chatter in the group, his eyes landing on Jiang Ni's name. He clicked in and scrolled to the top. It was Renha's video. He set down his documents and opened the link. Just like the previous video, it featured the same backdrop, and at first glance, Zhou Jinxu immediately noticed Pei Xiaolin standing beside Jiang Ni. He was aware that this recording involved Jiang Ni once again collaborating with him. Though uncertain of the reasons behind it, he harbored a mild dislike for Pei Xiaolin, but this was a professional matter. Zhou Jinxu's gaze shifted past Pei Xiaolin, landing on Jiang Ni, who was donned in a white coat. He had only seen Jiang Ni in a white coat twice, both times through video. He had never encountered her in reality. Jiang Ni preferred to keep her family's circumstances undisclosed to her colleagues at the hospital. As an investor, he had made an appearance at Renha previously, which was why he had never visited Jiang Ni at the hospital. Even when he occasionally picked her up after work, he always maintained a considerable distance from the hospital. Clad in a white coat and articulating professional knowledge under the bright lights, Jiang Ni appeared almost ethereal, with every flutter of her brow and smile captivating. Zhou Jinxu gazed at the figures in the video, his features unconsciously softening. In the brief span of a few minutes, subtitles continuously scrolled across the screen. It was his first encounter with this phenomenon known as bullet comments. He found it rather difficult to comprehend this feature, as the incessant flow of text detracted from his viewing experience. Being a link, he could not locate the option to disable the comments. Consequently, at the video's conclusion, he stumbled upon a particular remark. Dr. Pei and Dr. Jiang are such a perfect match. They are simply made for each other. Zhou Jinxu frowned slightly, bewildered by such nonsensical commentary. Chapter 69. A vacation during the National Day holiday. The hospital maintained its usual operations. However, Jiang Ni had decided to combine her annual leave with a weekend to visit her grandparents in Yin City. Each year, she devoted a few days to accompany the elderly couple. But as the year drew to a close, she found herself overwhelmed with various trivial matters, fearing she might not have the opportunity to visit them this time. The day before, she had spoken with her grandfather over the phone and sensed that his health had not been robust lately, prompting her to seize this chance to pay them a visit. That evening, she shared her plans with Zhou Jinxu, who was in his study. Upon hearing her words, he looked up and inquired, "When are you going? For how many days?" Jiang Ni had already formulated her plan. She intended to leave the day after tomorrow and stay for about 4 or 5 days. With 2 days of annual leave and 2 days of the weekend, along with a shift swap with a colleague, the timing seemed just right. Zhou Jinxu frowned. So sudden? His work schedule was already booked through the next month. Jiang Ni clarified, "I heard from my grandfather that they haven't been feeling well lately, which is why I decided to return." Aware of Zhou Jinxu's busy nature and his penchant for meticulous planning, she recognized that such an unexpected situation might pose a dilemma for him. She had not anticipated he would accompany her, so she spoke first. "I can go back alone. It's just a simple visit to see my elders. Besides, they have met you before, so it's perfectly reasonable for me to go back on my own." With thoughtful consideration, she prepared a rationale for him. "You're so busy with work," they one-team mind. Zhou Jinxu nodded in agreement. All right. Her decision had indeed come as a surprise, and he found himself unable to rearrange his commitments. Within the structure of Boshan, every project that ascended to his attention was of utmost importance, requiring his personal oversight. Accompanying Jiang Ni to Yin City would undoubtedly disrupt his meticulously arranged work plans. "I will have assistant when prepare some gifts for you to take to them, and you can help me apologize to the elders," he said. Jiang Ni nodded in understanding. The day after her night shift, Jiang Ni promptly purchased a high-speed train ticket to Yin City. The city had evolved remarkably over the past year. Its beauty had blossomed even further. Unlike Jing City, Yin City enjoyed a temperate climate year-round, remaining relatively warm even in October. Jiang Ni arrived at her destination just before 5 o'clock, and her grandmother called her precisely on time. "And have you arrived?" This time, she had informed her grandparents of her visit, and they were thrilled. As she exited the train station, dragging her suitcase while hailing a taxi, she reassured her grandmother, "I just got off the train. I'm calling a cab now. I should arrive in about half an hour." Her grandmother responded with a series of affirmatives. "I'm cooking now." As a popular tourist destination, Yin City was bustling during the National Day holiday, making it difficult to find a taxi at the train station due to the crowd. After waiting for several minutes without success, Jiang Ni was about to check her ride-hailing app when a vehicle suddenly halted in front of her. The window rolled down, revealing a familiar face. "Sister Hewiting, what are you doing here?" she exclaimed, somewhat astonished. "I thought I saw you from a distance. I didn't expect it to be you." Hewiting replied, "I don't have much going on this second half of the year, so I've been in Yin City. I just came to pick up a friend today and didn't anticipate running into you." She inquired, "Have you managed to get a taxi? At this hour, hailing a cab proves difficult. Why not ride with me? I shall take you home." As neighbors, their paths conveniently aligned. "Jiang Ni, then I shall graciously accept your offer." Soon, Zhou Hewiting's friend arrived, reportedly a colleague who had come to enjoy the National Day holiday. The three met, and Zhou Hewiting drove away from the high-speed railway station. Jiang Ni and Zhou Hewiting had known each other for many years. Although they had not seen one another for quite some time, they were not strangers, given that the Zhou family home was merely a wall away from her grandmother's residence. The elderly couple had received ample care from the Zhou family over the years, and Jiang Ni maintained a good rapport with them. Within the car, the atmosphere was far from awkward. They chatted and laughed, reaching their destination in no time. Zhou Jinxu first dropped her friend off at the guest house before they headed towards home. The elderly couple had prepared dinner early and were now waiting at the door, looking around anxiously. Upon stepping out of the car, Jiang Ni immediately spotted them and walked over. "Why aren't you inside waiting?" Although the weather in Yin City was not cold during this season, the winds could be brisk in the early morning and evening. Jiang Ni was concerned about her grandparents' health. Her grandmother, upon seeing her, beamed with joy. "I figured it was about time, so I came out to have a look. You must also take care of yourself." Jiang Ni admonished. Her grandmother had worked tirelessly in her youth, leading to various health issues in her later years, which made Jiang Ni deeply worried for her well-being. I know. I'm taking good care of myself. You needn't fret," her grandmother replied, turning the concern back on her. "But have you been eating well lately? You've lost weight. You look even thinner than the last time we met." Her grandfather chimed in. Jiang Ni smiled helplessly. "Not all." Zhou Jinxu exited the vehicle with a smile, saying, "Young people today prefer this physique." Only then did the elderly couple notice her presence. Jiang Ni explained, "I ran into Sister Jinxu after leaving the station and rode back with her." Upon hearing this, her grandparents expressed their gratitude profusely, warmly inviting Zhou Jinxu to join them for dinner. Zhou Jinxu politely declined. "I'll come over next time for a meal. My mother has prepared dinner for me tonight. And if I don't return, I'll surely hear it from her." "Very well, do come over next time," Jiang Ni replied, retrieving her luggage from the trunk. After exchanging pleasantries, they each entered the courtyard. Her grandmother's home was a standalone house with a garden, 2 stories high and somewhat aged, with the external walls showing signs of wear from the passage of time. However, the garden was meticulously maintained, flourishing with fruits, vegetables, and an array of flowers. Dinner featured Jiang Ni's favorite dishes, each one a beloved delight. After washing her hands, she sat at the dining table, where the 3 of them enjoyed a lively meal together. Post-dinner, Jiang Ni assisted her grandparents with their health concerns. Her grandfather had caught a mild flu due to the changing seasons, while her grandmother suffered from some chronic ailments. On this visit, Jiang Ni had brought along a substantial amount of medicinal ingredients, ready to prepare nourishing soups for them, along with various nutritional supplements prepared by her assistant. The array of items was abundant and substantial. Her grandfather, concerned for her well-being, remarked, "Why bring so much? Not only is it a waste of money, but traveling alone with all these items must be quite taxing for you." "Not at all. Traveling has become very convenient these days," she reassured him. Jiang Ni smiled and said, "Asu is too busy with work to come this time, so he prepared a plethora of nutritional supplements for you all as a token of apology." The elderly couple had encountered many fine things over the years and would not regard such offerings with undue significance. Grandmother grasped Jiang Ni's hand, inquiring, "How has married life been? Is he treating you well?" Having lived to such an age, the elderly couple understood that while their daughter had married a man who would be a stepfather, her husband had, over the years, treated her well and ensured her needs were met. Their primary concern now lay with their granddaughter, fearing for her well-being. Grandfather added, "If he does not treat you well, make sure to return and tell us. Do not endure it in silence." Chapter 70. The Empty Nest Elderly Mister. Zhou had heard whispers regarding the family into which his granddaughter was marrying, noting that they were wealthier than the Jiang family, yet their social standing was considerably inferior. Concerned for their granddaughter's well-being, he and his wife remained steadfast supporters. Grandmother gently patted Jiang Ni's hand, expressing, while marriage requires gradual adjustment, one must not endure grievances in silence. If he commits any faults, do not hesitate to confide in us. Do not suffer in solitude. She understood her granddaughter well. Once a lively and clever child, Jiang Ni had matured into a more considerate individual over the years. Her daughter, Zhang Ni, possessed a gentle disposition and, upon marrying into the Jiang family with the added complexity of a stepchild from her husband's previous marriage, was anxious about being labeled a cruel stepmother. Consequently, she often prioritized her husband's daughter over her own flesh and blood, causing Jiang Ni to feel increasingly overlooked in this familial dynamic. In such an environment, Jiang Ni had grown more perceptive yet also more pitiful, often suppressing her own grievances for the sake of harmony. "If your parents say anything, do not hesitate to return to us," implored her grandparents, their concern palpable. A warm surge of affection enveloped Jiang Ni as she embraced her grandmother, assuring her, "I understand. My relationship with him is quite good. You needn't worry. He treats me very well." The evenings in Yun City were serene. As a tourist destination, the daytime bustle gave way to a tranquil, nighttime stillness. Aware of her arrival, her elderly grandparents had likely risen early to prepare for her visit. By 10 o'clock, Jiang Ni gently urged them to rest and freshen up. Her room was located on the second floor, a space she had occupied since childhood. Despite the passage of years, her grandparents had meticulously maintained it, preserving every item in pristine condition. Each time she returned, the room remained unchanged. Jiang Ni caressed the soft bedding, still adorned with the same delicate pink floral pattern her grandparents had purchased last year after the previous set had been damaged. Knowing her fondness for flowers, her grandmother had placed a vase on the bedside table, filled with fresh roses, both fragrant and beautiful. The entire room was arranged in a manner that reflected Jiang Ni's preferences, as if it had been patiently awaiting her return. After a refreshing shower, Jiang Ni opened the window of her second-floor room, allowing the gentle evening breeze to waft in, carrying with it delightful scents. Distant lights flickered in the night, and with time still on her side, she settled on her bed and opened her phone, revealing a chat interface with Zhou Jinxu. Their exchanges had revolved around her travel updates, from disembarking the high-speed train to her arrival at her grandmother's home. Brief and to the point. Zhou Jinxu, typically reserved, communicated even less through text. Their conversations usually adhered to a straightforward format, addressing matters succinctly. Reflecting on her extended stay in Yun City, Jiang Ni realized she needed to reiterate certain details. Zhou Jinxu emerged from his study just before 10, descending the stairs to pour himself a glass of water. Habitually, he sought Jiang Ni's presence, only to be reminded of her current visit to Yun City, a fact she had shared with him earlier that afternoon. Zhou Jinxu glanced around the tranquil surroundings. He had not noticed during his premarital stay at Zhou Garden how desolate a solitary residence could feel. It seemed as if even the act of walking echoed in the emptiness. After swiftly finishing his water, his thoughts unwittingly drifted to his phone. Upon unlocking it, the first screen that greeted him was the dialogue box with Jiang Ni. The last message lingered at 1737, where Jiang Ni informed him of her arrival home, to which he simply replied, "Okay." Zhou Jinxu fixated on the dialogue box, subconsciously caressing his phone. Time slipped by, perhaps a second or two. Suddenly, the words "the other party is typing" appeared at the top of the chat. He set down his cup, instinctively straightening his posture. The phrase flickered twice before the awaited message finally arrived. "I ordered Mauchio's dog food online. It should arrive tomorrow. I've spoken to Aunt Lee, and if she's busy, could you please help feed Mauchio? Its stomach hasn't been well lately. I've prepared some medicine for it, which I'll leave for you to give together, and also..." Jiang Ni sent a lengthy message, all concerning Mauchio. She had already briefed him before leaving and, fearing he might forget, had sent detailed reminders. Zhou Jinxu pressed his lips together. Just then, Mauchio, having had a good sleep, dashed out from some corner, spotting Zhou Jinxu and wagging its tail as it circled around his feet. Zhou Jinxu's gaze drifted from the words on the screen to the silly dog wagging its tail at him, with a gentle nudge of his leg. Mauchio toppled over in a comical sprawl. He muttered, "At least someone cares for you." Mauchio, mistaking this for a game, promptly got back up and resumed its circling around him. Its confidence had grown considerably during this time, now boldly rubbing against Zhou Jinxu. The latter grasped the nape of its neck, his tone indifferent. "Stop being so clingy. Your mother asked me to take you out for a meal." Meanwhile, Jiang Ni awoke from a restful slumber and pushed open the window, spotting her grandfather busy in the vegetable garden below. The elderly couple, who retired from teaching elementary school a few years ago, rose early, having already enjoyed breakfast and begun their day's labor. Upon hearing movements from the second floor, her grandfather turned to see Jiang Ni and called out, "If you're awake, come down for breakfast. Don't linger in your room." After tidying herself, Jiang Ni descended, and her grandmother, having heard her get up, was already warming food in the kitchen. Breakfast was quite simple, featuring homegrown greens and some pickled dishes prepared by her grandmother. The couple did not eat much, but they made a more abundant meal for Jiang Ni's arrival. After breakfast, Jiang Ni assisted with some household chores, while her grandfather finished harvesting the vegetables in the yard. The elderly couple, now retired, spent their time tending to their garden, growing vegetables primarily for their own consumption, with any surplus to be sold from tricycle. This not only occupied their time, but also provided a bit of pocket money. Jiang Ni, understanding their restlessness, supported their endeavors. As her grandfather prepared to ride the tricycle to sell their produce, Jiang Ni, feeling unoccupied, offered to accompany him, hopping onto the tricycle to assist. Along the way, we encountered numerous acquaintances of my grandfather, all hailing from the same village, where every household is intimately familiar with one another. The Zhang family boasts a beautiful granddaughter, who is exceptionally dutiful, practicing medicine in a bustling metropolis, and she returns annually to visit her elderly grandparents, a fact well known among the villagers. At this moment, everyone was chattering about her. My grandfather proudly introduced Jiang Ni to our neighbors, who showered her with compliments, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. It was all rather excessive. Yet, my grandfather remained unfazed, asserting with conviction, "My granddaughter is indeed remarkable. This is an undeniable truth." Jiang Ni, feeling exasperated, remarked, "If you keep stopping to chat along the way, when will we ever reach the market to sell our goods?" Chapter 71. The doctor said he missed you. Jiang Ni felt a twinge of regret for accompanying her grandfather to sell vegetables. This was hardly a mere vegetable sale. Her grandfather took immense pride in introducing Jiang Ni to everyone, turning it into a personal exhibition of her accomplishments. Nevertheless, witnessing her grandfather's joy brought her happiness as well. Within a short span, it seemed that even the villagers from the neighboring hamlet were aware of the return of the Zhang family's granddaughter, the doctor. After selling the vegetables, her grandfather purchased fresh, free-range chickens and mushrooms from other stalls, declaring that they would have hot pot for dinner. Rarely did Jiang and I visit, and her grandparents were determined to indulge her with their cherished delicacies, intent on fattening her up in these few days. The village lacked a vibrant youth scene, and after dinner, there were no entertainment options. Jiang and I spent the evening with her grandparents, watching television in the living room. Suddenly, Mama Zhu arrived, bringing a small basket of eggs laid by the chickens she raised. The village was known for its simple virtues, with neighbors routinely exchanging thoughtful gifts. With a warm smile, her grandmother accepted the offering and enthusiastically invited Mama Zhu to stay for tea, to which Mama Zhu readily complied. After some casual conversation, Mama Zhu inquired about Jiang and I. "You're not getting any younger. Have you found a partner yet?" Her expression clearly indicated her desire to play matchmaker. While there were few young people left in the village, every household had sons or nephews striving in distant lands, and eligible bachelors were plentiful. Upon hearing of Jiang Ni's qualities, many families were eager to make introductions. Mama Zhu was also contemplating her own son's prospects, as she had one son and one daughter, with her son being of a similar age to Jiang and I. Jiang and I recognized Mama Zhu's matchmaking intentions and smiled as she replied, "Annie, I'm already married this year." Mama Zhu was taken aback. "You're married already? So soon?" In an era where late marriages were encouraged, Jiang Ni's early union surprised her. It seemed that the most desirable individuals were often snatched up swiftly. "What a pity. I was hoping my son might have a chance," she lamented. With matchmaking off the table, Mama Zhu turned her attention to Jiang Ni's husband, and her grandparents beamed as they praised him. "Our son-in-law is quite busy managing a large company. He wasn't able to come this time, but he brought us many gifts." Her grandmother then urged Mama Zhu to take a look at them. As the two women engaged in animated conversation, Jiang and I sat quietly to the side, unable to interject. Before long, her phone rang. It was a call from Zhou Jinxu. Indeed, one should never speak ill of others. It seems that mentioning someone would inevitably summon them. Jiang and I was somewhat surprised that Zhou Jinxu would call her out of the blue. The living room was rather noisy, so she stepped out onto the balcony to take the call. "Hello," she answered. On the other end, Zhou Jinxu's deep voice resonated. "It's me." "Yes, I know." Jiang and I probed. "What is the matter?" Zhou Jinxu replied. "Mao Qiu seems to be feeling unwell." "What? What's wrong? Jiang Ni asked. What symptoms does he have? Before coming to Yun City, Mao Qiu had experienced some gastrointestinal discomfort but appeared otherwise fine. She had given him medicine, believing everything would be all right. Zhou Jinxu lowered his gaze to the dog lying in its bed. Mao Qiu was eating less and seemed lethargic, his spirits not quite up to par. She lingered at the entrance, awaiting someone. Jiang Ni, after all, was not a veterinarian. She could discern no issues from the sounds, merely stating, "I will have someone take a look tomorrow." "All right," came the reply. A moment of silence enveloped their conversation, and Jiang Ni thought the call was about to end when Zhou Jinxu suddenly inquired, "Are you enjoying your stay at your grandmother's?" "Very much," she replied. "If it weren't for work, I would have liked to stay a few more days." As their dialogue in the living room reached its conclusion, her grandmother escorted Zhumu out and called for Jiang Ni to bid farewell. Jiang Ni responded aloud, hung up the phone, and stepped out onto the balcony. As they walked, Zhumu praised, "Your granddaughter is truly thoughtful. Xiao Ni has chosen a wonderful husband." She added, "I will mention this to them later. Lest your doorstep be worn from all the matchmakers seeking to come forth." Thus ensued another round of pleasantries. The living room finally settled into tranquility. During these rare moments of leisure in Yun City, Jiang Ni enjoyed the company of her grandparents, assisting them daily and relishing in the peaceful passage of time. On the fourth day, an unexpected guest arrived. Around noon, her grandfather had gone out to sell vegetables as per his routine, while Jiang Ni busied herself with the flowers in the yard. Her grandfather had advised her against tending to the vegetables, so her attention turned to the flowers instead. The section designated for planting was modest, containing a few rose bushes, and at that moment, Jiang Ni was watering them. Suddenly, there was a knock at the gate. The door was ajar, and as she turned, she was greeted by the sight of her visitor. Zhao Ling surprised, she exclaimed, "What brings you here?" Pei Zhao Ling, holding a gift and smiling warmly, replied, "I happen to be on leave and thought it was about time to pay a visit since I've returned to the country." He had mentioned during their last meal together that he wished to visit her elders. Prior to his departure abroad, her grandparents had often entrusted Jiang Ni with items for him, showing him great care. With his return, it was only fitting that he pay his respects, especially upon hearing that Jiang Ni was back in Yin City. Her grandmother emerged from the house, and her face lit up upon seeing Pei Zhaoling. "Ah, it's Xiaoling. It's been ages. You're back?" she exclaimed, her delight evident. Pei Zhaoling greeted her with a smile. "Yes, I am back." After years apart, her joy at seeing him was palpable as she peppered him with questions. Upon learning that he and Jiang Ni were now working at the same hospital, she was astounded. How fortuitous! When Jiang Ni enrolled in medical school, your assistance was invaluable, making you somewhat of a mentor. Now, to be working in the same institution is truly serendipitous. Pei Zhaoling chuckled. "I haven't done much. I wouldn't call myself a mentor." Jiang Ni smiled. "What my grandmother says is true. I'm grateful for the abundant resources and advice you provided back then, which helped me avoid many detours." Pei Zhaoling, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "You have thanked me numerous times already." At noon, her grandmother invited Pei Zhaoling to stay for lunch, preparing an extensive feast, even more sumptuous than what she had prepared on Jiang Ni's arrival. Grandfather brought out the rice wine he had brewed and invited Pei Zhaolin to join him in a drink. As a doctor, it is customary for them to abstain from alcohol, yet during this vacation, Pei Zhaolin graciously accepted and indulged in a few cups. Jiang Ni, however, had little penchant for alcohol and, disinclined to drink during daylight hours, chose to abstain. Halfway through her meal, she received a message from Zhou Jinxu. Mao Qiu still seems unwell. He shared a photograph, revealing Mao Qiu languidly resting in his doghouse. The day before, Jiang Ni had summoned a veterinarian, who reported no significant health issues, attributing the lack of appetite to the seasonal change, and prescribed some medication that appeared to yield no results. Zhou Jinxu, I found a psychologist. A dog consulting a psychologist? Such an obscure notion. Jiang Ni was momentarily taken aback. With a hint of hesitation, she typed her inquiry. "What did the doctor say?" Zhou Jinxu, "The doctor said it misses you." Chapter 72. Would you comfort her? Mao Qiu, a stray dog, is profoundly insecure. Picked up and nurtured by Jiang Ni, this is the first time she has been separated from her for such an extended period, leading to a sense of melancholy. Each day, she lies at the entrance, awaiting Jiang Ni's return, her gaze filled with longing. Zhou Jinxu inquires, "When will you return?" Jiang Ni replies, "I have a ticket for tomorrow afternoon." There remains quite a stretch of time until then. Zhou Jinxu observes, "She seems unwell. She hasn't eaten all day." He sends a photograph of Mao Chio's bowl to Jiang Ni, revealing it's still brimming with dog food. Given the suddenness of the situation, Jiang Ni cannot return to Beijing immediately. Tentatively, she suggests, "Perhaps you could comfort her?" Zhou Jinxu remains silent. Bei Faoli notices Jiang Ni. Her head bowed over her phone and glances at her, asking, "What's the matter?" Jiang Ni puts her phone away and shakes her head. It's nothing. A delightful dinner ensues, and due to the late hour, they continue into the evening meal, the night having fully descended. Initially, her grandfather intended to have Pei Xiaolin stay the night, but alas, there are no vacant rooms. However, Pei Xiaolin had already reserved an inn nearby in the village. Jiang Ni accompanies him outside. The path is tranquil, and they encounter several neighbors. Thanks to Zhu's mother, the village is now aware of her marriage, and no one dares to play matchmaker. Upon seeing the tall man beside Jiang Ni, many assume he is her husband, prompting her to explain with a smile. As Pei Xiaolin observes her, memories flood back from years past, along a similar path, flanked by towering trees casting extensive shadows under the streetlights. They often walk side by side on countless nights. Since his return, he has been reflecting on the past, contemplating how different things might have been had he not pushed Jiang Ni away due to societal expectations. But there are no what-ifs. He has missed his chance, all due to his timidity. As they approach the end of the road, the streetlights multiply, and several small shops remain open. Children gather outside, playing joyfully. Pei Xiaolin has already summoned a car, which arrives at the corner. Watching him get into the vehicle, Jiang Ni finally turns to head back home. The road is short, and she quickly returns. Her grandfather asks, "Has Xiao Pei gotten into the car?" Jiang Ni nods, "He has." Her grandfather remarks, "He has had a drink. He must be careful on the way." Her grandmother shoots him a disapproving look. "I told you to drink less. You insisted on having Xiao Pei join you." Her grandfather defends himself. "I didn't let him drink much." The two engage in playful banter, creating a joyful atmosphere, which Jiang Ni manages with gentle laughter. After her bath, Jiang Ni is in the living room when her grandmother descends from the attic, carrying a cardboard box. "Today, when Xiao Pei visited, I remember there are quite a few gifts he sent you stored away in the attic, along with your belongings from school. I've kept them all. Take a look. Perhaps you would like to retrieve some of these items." Jiang Ni had always enjoyed collecting various trinkets during her school days, accumulating quite a collection. Her grandmother, sentimental and meticulous, had preserved everything from Jiang Ni's usage in collections, amassing an entire box over the years. Jiang Ni hastily rose to accept the box from her grandmother, her eyes reflecting a hint of disapproval. "Your lumbar spine isn't in good condition. You shouldn't be lifting heavy objects," she admonished. Her grandfather, having found an ally in his wife, couldn't resist chiming in, "Exactly. I've told her countless times. But she never listens." Her grandmother, unfazed, replied, "It's light as a feather. How could it be heavy?" Jiang Ni insisted, "You must still take care." She urged, "Don't dismiss these things lightly. You must prioritize your health." Her grandmother chuckled, I know. You two are such incessant naggers." Just as Jiang Ni was about to say more, the doorbell rang. At this late hour, she wondered who it could be. Setting her belongings down, she stepped out into the courtyard to open the door, only to be surprised to find Zhou Jinxu standing there. "What brings you here?" she asked, astonished. She hadn't heard him mention a visit that afternoon. Wasn't he quite busy lately, with a packed schedule? Zhou Jinxu appeared somewhat disheveled, likely from a long flight followed by an extended car ride, his usually meticulous demeanor now marked with a few wrinkles, exuding a sense of weary travel. His voice was deep and resonant as he replied, "Because I missed you. I see you brought Mao Chio." He gestured to the ground. Zhou Jinxu had not come alone. He had brought the little fur ball along. The once listless Mao Chio, who had been lying on the ground, perked up at the sound of Jiang Ni's voice. bounding over to her feet and seeking affection, whimpering pitifully. Jiang and I scooped up the eager Mao Qiao, still perplexed by the situation. I'm leaving tomorrow. Just for a day. And you went through all this trouble? It's quite excessive. Zhou Jinxu explained. The psychologist suggested it would be best for him to see you sooner rather than later. Meanwhile, Jiang Ni's grandparents, noticing her prolonged absence at the door, called out. And I, who is it? Turning back, she saw them emerging from the house, their expressions shifting to surprise upon recognizing the man behind her. Ah, it's you, Xiao Zhou, her grandfather exclaimed, astonished. What brings you here so late? Didn't T and I mention you were busy and couldn't T come by? Her grandmother added. Zhou Jinxu stepped forward from behind Jiang and I, greeting her grandparents politely before explaining, I was indeed quite busy a few days ago, but now that things have settled. I heard from an I that Grandpa hasn't been well lately, so I thought I should come see you. Her grandparents exchanged glances, and her grandmother was the first to respond warmly. How thoughtful of you. Come in quickly. She ushered him inside. Have you eaten, Xiao Zhou? Her grandmother inquired. Zhou Jinxu shook his head. Not yet. I came straight here after landing. I haven't had anything on the road. Then allow me to prepare some noodles for you. Her grandmother offered immediately. Thank you, grandmother, Zhou Jinxu replied graciously. With Zhou Jinxu's presence, her grandparents busily made preparations. Jiang and I set Mao Qiao down and took a seat on the living room sofa, speaking softly to Zhou Jinxu. You could have at least let me know in advance that you were coming. I would have informed the elders. Zhou Jinxu's gaze swept over the home's decor, which bore the marks of age yet exuded a warm ambience. He withdrew his gaze and remarked, I called you this afternoon, but you did not answer. Jiang and I searched for her phone. It had run out of battery earlier, and she had set it to charge. Now, fully recharged. She scrolled through her applications and discovered that Zhou Jinxu had indeed called her earlier, a call she had missed. Have I intruded upon you by coming here? He suddenly inquired. Chapter 73. A brief separation exceeds a new marriage. It was not that I had anticipated your sudden arrival, Jiang and I remarked. Did you not mention that your upcoming workload was substantial and that you would be unable to spare any time? He succinctly clarified, I altered some work plans. I was concerned that Mao Qiao might not eat or drink and wouldn't last until your return. Zhou Jinxu's gaze fell upon Jiang and I. The weather in Yin City was warm, and Jiang and I wore a loose, floral dress complemented by a delicate shawl. Her hair was elegantly gathered, exuding a casual yet radiant charm. After several days apart, her chin appeared slightly rounder, her bright, limpid eyes softening the heart unconsciously. Zhou Jinxu spoke. You entrusted me with its care. I cannot allow anything to happen to it. Well, that seems quite reasonable, Jiang and I mumbled. Yet an inexplicable sense of unease lingered within her. Zhou Jinxu, unable to catch her words, inquired, What did you say? Leaning closer, he tilted his ear to listen intently. Nothing. Jiang and I shook her head. Her grandmother emerged from the kitchen, having prepared noodles, and spotted the young couple engaged in hushed conversation. The bond between them was palpably more intimate than during their last encounter. Claiming to check in on the elderly couple due to their busy schedules, it was evident that their true intentions lay elsewhere. Zhou Jinxu's eyes had not strayed from his wife since entering. With a cheerful smile, her grandmother announced, Xiao Zhou, it's time to eat. Zhou Jinxu expressed his gratitude and accepted the bowl from her hands. His table manners were invariably refined. He ate with a leisurely grace. Accustomed to being surrounded by admirers, he showed no signs of discomfort, even while dining alone, with his grandparents seated nearby, engaged in conversation. Jiang and I poured some dog food for Mao Qiao. Zhou Jinxu had thoughtfully brought Mao Qiao food. Although it was said that Mao Qiao had not been eating well these past few days, Jiang and I, worried about its nourishment, poured a bit more, and it seemed to be eating quite heartily, showing no signs of a lack of appetite. As the evening grew late, Zhou Jinxu's unexpected visit had occupied their time, and it was already past 11. Concerned about her grandparents staying up too late, Jiang and I urged them to retire for the night. A brief separation exceeds a new marriage. She mused. The elderly couple, considerate of the young ones, left them space, merely advising, after you finish, please place the bowls in the sink. Xiao Zhou has had a long day as well. You both should rest early and not stay up too late. With that, they returned to their room. After finishing his meal, Zhou Jinxu took it upon himself to wash the dishes. Jiang Ni closed the door behind her, carrying a cardboard box from the table, preparing to head to her room. "What is this?" he inquired, effortlessly taking the box from her hands. Jiang and I led him upstairs. "It's something my grandmother kept. These are my childhood belongings. I've forgotten what's inside after all this time." With so much time passed, the contents were likely fragmented, and she genuinely could not recall what lay within. Zhou Jinxu followed Jiang and I into her room, a modest space filled with a bed, a wardrobe, and a desk, nearly occupying every inch. Over the years, Jiang and I had spent considerable time here, each moment imbued with her memories from different stages of her life. The window of the room stood ajar, allowing the gentle evening breeze to caress the sheer curtains. Jiang and I remarked, "Please place the box on the table." Zhou Jinxu set his belongings down and noticed a collection of photographs of Jiang and I from her childhood adorning the wall. There were images from her infancy, early years, adolescence, and even one of her donning a graduation gown, both solo and in group shots. The elderly had preserved them remarkably well, arranged in a charming manner across the wall. Zhou Jinxu scrutinized each photograph, observing that Jiang Ni's appearance had changed little over the years. In her baby pictures, her cheeks were plump and rosy, her large eyes sparkling with sweetness. It was likely that any child she bore would inherit such beauty. At around 7 or 8, she sported a short haircut, resembling a boy. However, as she matured, her hair grew long and her baby fat receded, revealing a delightful and playful young woman. Further along, there she was in her graduation attire, cradling a large bouquet of roses, her eyes twinkling with joy. When Jiang and I turned to see Zhou Jinxu examining her old photographs, she remarked, "My grandmother loved taking pictures of me when I was little, which is why there are so many." In fact, her grandmother had preserved more childhood photos than Zhang Yun had. Upon noticing Zhou Jinxu gazing at her short-haired picture from when she was 7 or 8, Jiang and I felt a touch of embarrassment. "My grandfather said I was quite mischievous back then, thinking long hair was too troublesome. I preferred a boyish cut, so I took scissors to my hair myself. I was told it was a chaotic mess, and eventually my grandmother took me to a salon to have it fixed." The memories felt distant, and Jiang and I could hardly recall those days, save for this one photograph that captured her appearance at that time. "It looks a bit unflattering," she admitted. Perhaps that was why this was the only picture from that period, while others from different times featured several captures. Due to this incident, her father had forbidden her from staying at her grandmother's house for a considerable time, but as she grew older, those restrictions were lifted. Zhou Jinxu candidly replied, "Not all. It's quite adorable." Jiang Ni's gaze lingered on the photograph, casting doubt on the sincerity of Zhou Jinxu's words. Yet she sensed he was not one to flatter insincerely. Given his stature, he had no need to pay compliments, and he was not one to indulge in sweet talk. It could only be inferred that perhaps his aesthetic was simply unique. After all, her friends, including Yao Jianhua, had once laughed at that very photo, declaring it her solitary moment of unattractiveness throughout her life. Jiang and I handed him a set of toiletries. Knowing of his cleanliness obsession, she assured him, "These are all new." Zhou Jinxu accepted them and proceeded towards the bathroom. Fortunately, he had brought clothes with him this time. Otherwise, Jiang and I would have struggled to find anything suitable for him to wear that late at night. As she contemplated sitting down to organize her things, Zhou Jinxu's voice called out, "How do you operate this water heater?" He emerged once more from the bathroom. The appliances in her grandmother's home were relics from many years past, enduring because of their superior quality. Zhou Jinxu, accustomed to modern technology, likely had never encountered such a water heater. Jiang and I entered the bathroom to instruct him. "Turn this faucet and press down for hot water," she demonstrated. "Do you understand?" The bathroom in Jiang Ni's room was rather cramped, and Zhou Jinxu, being tall, made the already limited space feel even more constricted as he leaned in to observe Jiang Ni's actions. Instinctively, Jiang and I leaned back, attempting to create some distance. It proved largely ineffective. Zhou Jinxu became acutely aware of this proximity, his gaze drifting from Jiang Ni's hand gripping the shower head to her face. His eyes, like water, stirred gentle ripples upon their meeting. He could barely suppress a swallow. Do you understand? Jiang Ni felt a sudden wave of nervousness under his scrutiny. Zhou Jinxu's gaze swept over her watery, almond-shaped eyes, the delicately sculpted tip of her nose, and finally settled upon her lips. Every time he drew near to Jiang Ni, such thoughts would arise, unbidden, unintended yet difficult to restrain. Chapter 74. Love letters. The door of the restroom creaked, its sound reverberating in the tranquil space. In that moment, even the faintest noise was magnified infinitely. Both individuals instinctively stood upright, their gazes directed towards the entrance, only to discover it was the little furball. Its round, glossy black eyes widened in astonishment as it seemed to inquire, "What are you two up to?" The enchanting atmosphere that had just enveloped them shattered cleanly. Yet its lingering essence remained. Jiang Ni's heart raced, and she felt somewhat flustered. "You can take a shower now," she suggested. She took a few small steps towards the little creature, scooping it up while softly murmuring, "Why are you wandering around?" The furball made a few confused whimpers. Nuzzling against Jiang Ni, she carried it out of the bathroom and set it down. Since her grandmother did not keep pets, the sudden turn of events left her unprepared. She fashioned a makeshift bed for the little one, using some discarded clothing at the door. Zhou Jinxu had previously mentioned that the furball should not enter the room, so Jiang Ni planned for it to sleep at the entrance that night. She arranged the little bed for it to lie down. However, when she stood up and entered the room, closing the door behind her, the furball began to scratch at the door and whine to come in. With no other choice, Jiang Ni selected a spot away from her bed and temporarily settled it there. After a long journey, the furball was not overly energetic. Once she placed its bed in the room, it lay quietly, though its eyes remained fixed on Jiang Ni, as if afraid she might disappear. After Zhou Jinxu finished a shower and noticed the furball still in the room, he furrowed his brow. "Jiang Ni," he said. Jiang Ni understood his unspoken concern. Perhaps due to their impending separation of several days, the furball simply refused to remain outside. She proposed, "Given the special circumstances, can we allow it just for tonight?" Zhou Jinxu pressed his lips together, gazing at Jiang Ni's damp, imploring eyes, and ultimately refrained from voicing a refusal. After all, this was her room, and he had no grounds to interfere. "All right," he acquiesced, then inquired, "Where's the hairdryer?" Jiang Ni's eyes brightened as she replied, "I'll get it for you. It's right under the cabinet." Zhou Jinxu retrieved the hairdryer to dry his hair, while Jiang Ni turned to open the box her grandmother had given her. Inside lay a collection of her childhood treasures, various cartoon cards, and completed homework books, an assortment of quaint relics from her youth. As she sifted through them, it wasn't long before the roaring sound of the bathroom ceased. Noticing her rummaging through the items, Zhou Jinxu approached and stood beside her. "These are your treasured possessions from before?" he asked. Jiang Ni, recalling many memories as she examined the little trinkets, showcased a few cards. "These used to be quite popular. Everyone collected them when we were young, trying to complete sets." Zhou Jinxu observed the somewhat crude and childish designs of the cards, and though he could not fully grasp their significance, he expressed his respect. He picked up one of Jiang Ni's homework books, admiring her beautifully penned characters, meticulously crafted in a neat, square style. Each page of the book bore the mark of excellence. "It appears you were quite the scholar in your earlier days," he remarked. "Indeed," Jiang Ni replied with a hint of pride. "Though I cannot compare myself to you, I was awarded scholarships all the way through." Zhou Jinxu smiled gently. "No need for comparisons. You are truly exceptional. The path of studying medicine is inherently arduous. The fact that Jiang Ni perseveres and achieves modest success attests to her remarkable qualities." In a buoyant mood, Jiang Ni gazes at the cherished items from her childhood, evoking a multitude of memories. As she sifts through her belongings, she picks up a practice notebook, and upon opening it, an envelope slips out, pink, imbued with the innocent musings of youth. Zhou Jinxu's gaze falls upon the envelope that has landed on the floor. It is unmistakably a love letter. He bends down, retrieving it before Jiang Ni can react, the somewhat aged envelope having been carefully nestled between the pages of the book. In the lower left corner, a small inscription reads, "Pei Zhaolin," written by Jiang Ni. The neat, square letters reveal her handwriting. "This is a love letter Jiang Ni penned to Pei Zhaolin. A tale of childhood sweethearts, a narrative seemingly common. Reflecting on their previously intimate demeanor, Zhou Jinxu's eyes narrow slightly as he hands the letter to Jiang Ni. Initially taken aback upon seeing the envelope, Jiang Ni quickly recalls its significance. Her high school years were a notably tumultuous period, where the nascent affections of young hearts blossomed. And Jiang Ni was no exception. The fervor surrounding idol dramas stirred a wave of romantic sentiments. During her senior year, handwritten letters were all the rage. And this envelope was a gift from her deskmate, who had purchased several. After inscribing a name, Jiang Ni realized her lack of artistic flair and refrained from continuing, ultimately leaving the letter unsent and forgotten. To her surprise, it has resurfaced after all these years, and now Zhou Jinxu has laid eyes upon it. The notion of her current husband discovering a love letter intended for another feels somewhat theatrical. Embarrassed, Jiang Ni discreetly retrieves the envelope from his grasp. Uncertain whether Zhou Jinxu has noticed the inscription, she mumbles, "There was a boy I liked back then." Although feeling a twinge of awkwardness, she recognizes it is not an insurmountable matter. Zhou Jinxu had openly shared his romantic history with her, and she sees no reason to obfuscate her past. However, that was many years ago, and it bore no fruit. Jiang Ni confides, "I was rejected," revealing her past sorrow over Pei Zhaolin's dismissal. Yet now she reflects on it with equanimity, acknowledging it as a bygone chapter. Zhou Jinxu nods in understanding. Jiang Ni steals a glance at Zhou Jinxu, whose expression remains inscrutable and composed, clearly unperturbed by the revelation. Initially feeling a slight discomfort, Jiang Ni finds solace in his demeanor. Everyone has a history, and as partners navigating life together, they are unlikely to hold each other's pasts against them. She meticulously organizes her belongings, reluctant to discard memories, opting to place them in a corner for the time being. As the hour grows late, the two prepare to rest after a brief tidying up. The little fur ball, already drowsy yet reluctant to close its eyes, waits until the lights are extinguished and Jiang Ni lies in bed before finally succumbing to sleep. The following day, when Jiang Ni rose from her slumber, Zhou Jinxu had already awakened. The space beside the bed was neatly smoothed, and the coolness of the air indicated that the occupant had been up for quite some time. Jiang Ni donned a jacket and descended the stairs. In the courtyard, her grandfather was engaged in a game of chess with Zhou Jinxu, while her grandmother emerged from the room, having gathered the bedding. The weather was delightful, and she intended to wash the sheets and duvet covers. Jiang Ni took the items from her grandmother's hands and placed them into the washing machine. Having risen later than usual, breakfast had already cooled. Her grandmother was in the kitchen, reheating it. Jiang Ni then went to observe her grandfather and Zhou Jinxu play chess. Her grandfather had been fond of chess since his youth and often visited the park to play with other elderly gentlemen during his free time. Zhou Jinxu's ability to play chess was indeed to her grandfather's liking. Although Jiang Ni had not mastered the game, she had been influenced by her surroundings in her childhood and could understand the board without difficulty. It appeared that their skills were quite evenly matched. After only a couple of games, her grandmother called her in for breakfast. Jiang Ni turned and entered the house, where the breakfast was as light as ever. After consuming a piece of egg pancake, she received a message from Pei Zhaolin. "Are you awake?" Chapter 75. A distinct sensation. Pei Zhaolin had spent the previous night at a homestay in the village, with only a few days of leave remaining. He was scheduled to attend a seminar in Luoqing shortly. He sent a message to Jiang Ni inquiring about her plans for the day, suggesting they could travel together to the high-speed train station. Jiang Ni informed him about Zhou Jinxu's arrival and replied, "I will be leaving with him today." After Pei Zhaolin acknowledged her message, their conversation concluded. Jiang Ni had yet to finish her breakfast, while outside, the chess match had drawn to a close. The voice of her grandfather, filled with lingering excitement, wafted through the courtyard. "Little Zhou, your chess skills are quite impressive. It has been ages since I played with such fervor. I'll be back this afternoon. Let us continue." Her grandmother chimed in. "You spend every day thinking about chess. You've kept little Zhou occupied. He hasn't even had the chance to explore the village." Zhou Jinxu responded with a gentle smile. "It's no trouble. It's nice to have a time to play chess with Grandpa." The grandmother, disapproving, remarked, "You're so busy. It's rare for you to visit. How can you waste your time with us old folks? The grandfather interjected. Little Zhou has a kind heart. Previously, the grandfather had often felt that Zhou Jinxu, his granddaughter's husband, was lacking in various aspects. However, after a few rounds of chess, their bond seemed to have grown considerably closer. After lunch, the grandmother urged Jiang Ni to take Zhou Jinxu out to explore. Jiang Ni glanced at Zhou Jinxu, silently asking if he wished to go out, and received an affirmative nod. The day was splendid, with a blue sky and white clouds, and the temperature was pleasantly mild. Having spent the past few days leisurely in the village, Jiang Ni was prompted by her grandmother to go upstairs to change her clothes. Once she returned, her grandmother immediately praised her. "You look wonderful. Truly, you are my granddaughter. You are even more beautiful than the stars on television." After her compliment, she sought affirmation from those around her. "Little Zhou, don't you agree?" Zhou Jinxu, who was bringing in a stool from the entrance, turned his gaze toward Jiang Ni as she descended from the second floor. She had donned a fitted off-shoulder top paired with jeans, her hair cascading down, complemented by pearl earrings and a matching necklace. A touch of light makeup enhanced her natural beauty, lending her an elegant and radiant appearance. Zhou Jinxu stood tall and remarked, "Jiang Ni looks stunning, regardless of how she dresses." Jiang Ni, unaware of their conversation, descended with a hint of confusion. "What are you talking about?" "Little Zhou is complimenting your beauty," her grandmother exclaimed, beaming with delight. "Now, with such lovely weather, you two shouldn't waste any more time indoors. Hurry out and enjoy yourselves." As it was Zhou Jinxu's first visit to Yun City, Jiang Ni, as the gracious host, took it upon herself to be his guide. Although the attractions were located elsewhere, they were merely a short drive away from the village. Zhou Jinxu had arrived in Yun City by plane and hadn't arranged for a car, so Jiang Ni booked a ride through an app. Being a renowned tourist destination, the scenery in Yun City spoke for itself, and with the splendid weather, the views along the way were particularly enchanting. After several days of accompanying her grandparents, Jiang Ni was eager to explore, filled with excitement as they strolled and captured the picturesque sights. While on the road, Jiang Ni encountered a newlywed couple capturing their wedding photos, which reminded her of the time they had taken their own bridal portraits on the island. This time, she assumed the role of a bystander. Due to the ongoing National Day holiday, the tourist spot was bustling with people. As Jiang Ni snapped pictures, she turned around and found that Zhou Jinxu was no longer in sight. Scanning the surroundings for him, she sent a message. "Where are you?" The popular location was crowded, making it difficult for Jiang Ni to locate Zhou Jinxu amidst the throngs of visitors. Seeking a vantage point, she moved to a higher location. "I'm by the steps." Zhou Jinxu responded, "I see you, don't move." Within moments, he navigated through the sea of people and reached Jiang Ni. "Let us go," he said, extending his hand for her to take. "This way, we one get separated." Without hesitation, Jiang Ni grasped his hand. Despite the crowd, the scenery along the path was still quite beautiful. However, they needed to return to Beijing later, so they didn't linger long and soon hailed a taxi back to the village. By around 5 in the afternoon, the delightful aroma of cooking wafted through the alleyways. The pace of life in Yun City was leisurely, with families beginning to prepare dinner at this hour. Jiang Ni and Zhou Jinxu returned just in time, as her grandmother had already called to inform them that dinner was ready and waiting for them. As they approached their home, Zhou Jinxu emerged from her house, carrying a bag of garbage. Upon noticing Jiang Ni walking alongside a tall man, she looked up in surprise. Jiang Ni greeted her first, Sister Jinxu. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Jinxu's gaze shifted to the man. "And who might this be?" Jiang Ni's voice was clear and melodious. "This is my husband." Zhou Jinxu's eyes fell on Jiang Ni. It was the first time he had been introduced to her friend in such a formal manner as her husband. The feeling was special and quite pleasant. Zhou Jinxu's features softened slightly. Jiang Ni continued with the introductions. "This is Sister Jinxu, our neighbor for several years, who has always been very kind to my grandmother." Zhou Jinxu extended his hand with polite courtesy. "Hello, I am Jiang Ni's husband, Zhou Jinxu." Zhou Jinxu responded with a beaming smile. "I heard from my mother that you got married the other day. I didn't get a chance to congratulate you." You and your husband make a lovely couple. Jiang Ni's husband was even more handsome than the latest heartthrobs, exuding a calm and distinguished air, clearly not an ordinary man. Her mother had even thought about matchmaking Jiang Ni with her brother, but standing together, they were incomparable. Jiang Ni and her husband looked as if they had stepped out of a fashion magazine. They were undeniably striking together. After exchanging a few words, Zhou Jinxu went to dispose of the garbage, while Jiang Ni and Zhou Jinxu returned to enjoy their dinner before catching their flight. Although Zhou Jinxu's visit was brief, his bond with the elders deepened remarkably, and before leaving, her grandfather repeatedly urged him to visit often. Her grandmother secretly slipped some money into Jiang Ni's hand. Take this, buy some clothes, treat yourself to something nice, and gain a little weight. Jiang Ni felt both touched and helpless. Grandma, I have money, truly. You needn't worry about me. She attempted to return the money, only to have her grandmother push it back in her hands. Grandmother is not short of funds. Your mother sends me money every month, and you often contribute as well. There is little expenditure in the village, so take it and purchase whatever pleases you. Jiang Ni did not refuse and ultimately accepted it with feigned gratitude, discreetly placing a sum of money beneath the pillows of the elderly couple. Chapter 76. Newlyweds without experience upon returning home to the capital city at midnight. Jiang Ni felt hunger gnawing at her. Having eaten an early dinner, the in-flight meal had been unpalatable, leaving her unsatisfied. She picked up her phone to order takeout and casually inquired of Zhou Jinxu, "Would you like to eat?" He asked her in return, "What do you wish to eat?" Slipping into his slippers, he bent down to neatly place his discarded shoes into the shoe cabinet. "I haven't decided yet," Jiang Ni replied, scrolling through the takeout app. Zhou Jinxu, having unhooked the leash from their dog, suggested, "How about Mingsheng Lu?" Mingsheng Lu was quite renowned in the capital as culinary scene, celebrated for its authentic Cantonese cuisine, though it was unlikely they offered takeout at this hour. "I recall they don't accept takeout for dinner," Jiang Ni noted. "Not to worry, I'll handle it," Zhou Jinxu asserted, displaying his characteristic decisiveness. After confirming her preferences, he promptly placed the order. After a refreshing shower, Jiang Ni was applying body lotion in her room when she heard Zhou Jinxu calling her from downstairs, announcing the arrival of their late-night snack. She quickly tidied up her belongings and hurried down. Zhou Jinxu was arranging the takeout on the table. As Jiang Ni settled into her seat, he handed her a bowl and chopsticks. "Thank you," she said, genuinely hungry. The aroma of the dishes before her was tantalizing. Mingsheng Lu was so popular that there was often a queue, and though she hadn't dined there frequently due to time constraints, she remembered the flavors being exquisite. Renowned for its delectable presentation, even the takeout looked appealing, with a brief journey not diminishing its taste. Zhou Jinxu, who rarely indulged in late-night snacks, ate sparingly, putting down his chopsticks after a few bites to broach the subject of their wedding. "My mother is inquiring how many bridesmaids you plan to invite, and we need to tally the number of guests. With the wedding date approaching after the 11th, it was imperative to send out invitations soon." The list of relatives from both sides was nearly complete, but they were uncertain how many friends Jiang and I would invite. "For bridesmaids, I'll have 3, Su Zhaozhao, Yao Jiannuo, and Lin Jia. As for friends to invite, I'll take a look tomorrow and compile a list." Jiang and I was unsure about whom to invite. She had few close friends and felt no obligation to include those with whom she had only a casual acquaintance. Zhou Jinxu's sudden inquiry caught her off guard, leaving her momentarily indecisive. The following day, after finishing an early shift, Jiang and I returned home to find their dog, Qiu, eagerly waiting at the door. Upon seeing her, he joyfully bounded over. At this early hour, Aunt Li had just finished tidying up the house. Spotting Jiang and I, she greeted her with a smile, saying, "Madam, while you've been away these past few days, Qiu has been waiting at the door for you, hardly touching his food." She added, "Though your husband hasn't mentioned it, I can tell he misses you quite a bit." Jiang and I, cradling Qiu in her arms, chuckled softly at this remark. While she could believe the dog missed her to the point of losing his appetite, the notion that Zhou Jinxu felt the same seemed misguided. There was no such sentiment between them, and she deemed it unnecessary to clarify, merely smiling in silence. On the other side, Zhou Jinxu was about to leave work and head home when he was urgently pulled by Bo Xinyuan to the Mi Palace, claiming there was a significant matter at hand. As the door to the private room swung open, the gathering was indeed complete. Even Jiu, who was notoriously elusive, was present, sulking on the sofa with a drink in hand. Suzy Hua raised an eyebrow upon seeing Zhou Jinxu's arrival, exclaiming, "Why have you brought the third brother? He is certainly not of any assistance in matters like these." His tone dripped with sarcasm, tinged with condescension. Wei Fangzhou readily agreed. Indeed, the third brother is unlikely to provide any useful insights. Jiayu would be far more helpful. Zhou Jinxu was taken aback. Bo Xinyuan chuckled heartily. For an event of such significance, it's essential to have a crowd for the excitement. Han Tao threw a cushion towards him, exclaiming, "Get lost! Get lost!" He was nearly beside himself with urgency while this group continued with their frivolous banter. Zhou Jinxu frowned, his expression grave. What exactly is this matter? Bo Xingyan informed him that it was a grave issue concerning Han Tao's future, though he refrained from disclosing the specifics. Observing the expressions on their faces, Zhou Jinxu found it difficult to discern the gravity of the situation. Wei Fangzhou clarified, "It's merely Han Tao's romantic entanglements. His wife has discovered them. One may indulge in a variety of meals, but one must choose their words with care." Han Tao interjected, correcting him. Those were merely past events with her. Upon learning the nature of the issue, Zhou Jinxu was at a loss for words and attempted to leave, only to be stopped by Bo Xingyan. "Do not depart just yet. It's only 8 o'clock. A brief meeting with your wife won't harm you." Each time he invited Zhou Jinxu, he claimed to be busy with work. However, he had heard that just a few days ago, Jiang Ni had gone to visit her grandmother, and he hadn't observed any real busyness on Zhou Jinxu's part. Bo Xingyan continued earnestly. Such matters pertain to the dynamics of marital relations, being newly wed. You lack experience. It will be prudent to stay and glean some wisdom for future use. Zhou Jinxu reluctantly took a seat once more. The situation was rather straightforward. Han Tao's ex-girlfriend had returned, seeking to rekindle their past romance. Coincidentally, she was the project leader from a collaborating party, which necessitated their interaction over project-related issues. She seized the opportunity to subtly express her intentions, even going so far as to confront Gongshan with a barrage of past grievances. Gongshan, known for her forthrightness, exploded upon hearing this, currently embroiled in a quarrel. "I've already explained, but it was to no avail," Han Tao lamented, his face etched with distress. "This is utterly unwarranted. Who doesn't have a past?" After realizing her intentions, he resolutely declined, yet still faced the brunt of her ire. Bo Xingyan watched the unfolding drama with amusement, stating, "I believe sister-in-law is correct. It takes two to tango. You must have given her some semblance of hope for her to pursue you so ardently." Han Tao shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, "I'll give you a slap later and see if it makes a sound." Wei Fangzhou chimed in, "Isn't it just a matter of charming a woman? Send flowers. Offer jewelry. If all else fails, resort to cars or houses." Han Tao dismissed this. "I find it useless." Suzy Hua suggested, "Perhaps you should kneel on a washboard. I believe a strategy of self-pity could be effective." Amidst the cacophony of opinions, none were particularly credible. Hang Tao's gaze swiftly bypassed Zhou Jinxu and fixed upon Jiu. "Jiu, you possess greater experience in such matters. Do share your insights." "Experience?" Jiu was currently incensed over this very issue, and Hang Tao's remark struck a nerve. With a cold smirk, he retorted, "It's hopeless. One might as well await the divorce. Women are nothing but trouble." Bo Xinyuan, Wei Fangzhou, Suzy Hua, Hang Tao. What nonsense is he spouting? Zhou Jinxu grasped the situation's intricacies, his brow furrowing. Is it really such a trivial matter? Must it be blown out of proportion to this extent? He found it incomprehensible. Couldn't they simply clarify the situation? Recalling how Jiang Ni managed similar predicaments, he felt a surge of admiration for her rationality. The last time a comparable incident arose, Jiang Ni handled it with grace and composure. "You seem rather pleased," Jiu remarked, his mood grim, launching a broadside. "Your wife has no affection for you, so of course, she doesn't create a fuss." Zhou Jinxu. Chapter 77. Every individual faces their own retribution, Jiu scoffed. What emotions can arise from commercial marriage? She cares not for you. Even if you were to present another woman before her, it would be of no consequence. Women are inherently untrustworthy. When they need you, they call you darling. And when they do not, they cast you aside without a second thought. Their hearts are devoid of sincerity. Ji Jiu coldly smiled. She is so pragmatic. She has likely already devised her escape plan. The wooden-headed man continued to flaunt his wife's understanding nature and their affectionate facade, which was truly irksome. Zhou Jinxu vehemently disagreed with his words. My marriage is exceedingly stable. Such problems are inconceivable. He believed that his current marital life was splendid, and his relationship with Jiang Ni was harmonious, devoid of any issues. In his view, emotion is not a requisite in marriage. Mutual respect and trust are paramount. Swell, arriving late, immediately discerned the root of the problem upon seeing Ji Jiu's dismal expression. Do not heed his ramblings. He has recently been spurned after an affair, and now he is venting his frustrations. Oh my, more gossip. Bo Xinyuan and Wei Fangzhou exchanged glances, realizing why the atmosphere was so heavy with resentment on this late evening. Had the perennial flirt finally met his downfall? Get lost. Ji Jiu hurled a pillow at him, which Su Hao deftly evaded. Su Zihua remarked, Indeed, every individual faces their own retribution. As night fell at 9 o'clock, Jiang and I had just completed her case studies and rose to fetch a glass of water from the kitchen island when she heard the sound of the entrance door. Zhou Jinxu had returned. Back so early? He had mentioned that Bo Xinyuan and the others needed him for something, and he would return later than usual. A gathering with friends at 9 o'clock was evidently still premature. Dressed in a simple black shirt with his suit jacket draped over his arm, he entered the living room with measured steps. There wasn't much to do, so I returned early. Jiang and I nodded, wisely refraining from probing further into the matter. Instead, she brought up last night's events. I have prepared a list of friends I wish to invite to the wedding. I will present it to you shortly. Zhou Jinxu nodded and walked to the kitchen island to pour himself a glass of water. After Jiang and I had finished her drink and was about to leave, Zhou Jinxu spoke again. Hang Tao is facing some marital issues, so he sought advice from others tonight. He unexpectedly revealed the reason for the gathering, catching Jiang and I off guard, prompting her to halt her departure. Zhou Jinxu briefly explained the situation and finally inquired, What is your perspective on this matter? I observe that their relationship is quite strong. It is rather normal for one to misdirect their anger in such circumstances. From a woman's viewpoint, as long as Hang Tao handles the situation appropriately and maintains a steadfast attitude, it should not pose a significant problem. Jiang and I added, A little patience and gentle coaxing will resolve it swiftly. Zhou Jinxu countered, Do you not think she is being unreasonable? Jiang and I replied, Perhaps it stems from the differences in male and female thought processes. I find it quite understandable. At times, one encounters situations in which, despite knowing that the issue does not stem from one's partner, it remains impossible to remain entirely indifferent or devoid of emotions. It is precisely due to the care one holds that discontent arises. So he began, but suddenly fell silent. Jiang and I, puzzled, inquired him. Nothing, he replied. On the eve of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Jiang and I received a parcel of local specialties sent by her grandmother. During her recent trip back from Yin City, her grandmother had intended to send her a few items, but due to convenience, Jiang and I only accepted a token amount. Consequently, her grandmother dispatched a substantial package filled with goodies. The delivery arrived during the day while Jiang and I, having worked the night shift the previous day, was napping in the afternoon. Her grandmother called, rousing her from her slumber. I've sent you some specialties. It should arrive today. Be sure to collect it and remember to consume those nourishing items. Her grandmother rambled on, detailing both the benefits and methods of preparation with great care. Whenever the elderly couple acquired something good, they were eager to bestow it upon her. Jiang and I understood their nature well. They likely spent all their money on these gifts, insisting, I give you money to spend on yourself. I lack for nothing. Upon descending the stairs, she spotted Aunt Lee signing for the large parcel. We have everything we need here. You young people work so hard. You ought to replenish yourselves. I only sent you the finest goods, so make sure to eat them. Her grandmother reiterated. Jiang and I assured her, I know, I will eat them. Her grandmother added, Last time Xiao Pei came back, I didn't give him much. It felt rather unkind. This time, I bought extra, so remember to take some for him. All right, I will. After exchanging a few more minutes of conversation, they ended the call. Aunt Li, having observed Jiang Ni conclude her conversation, inquired how she intended to manage the items sent by her grandmother. The package contained various nourishing herbs and local specialties. Jiang Ni removed the mischievous ball of fluff from her feet and set aside a portion of the items to give to Pei Zhaolin, with the remainder designated for Aunt Li to use in cooking. Recently, Pei Zhaolin had also moved to Jinghua, and Jiang Ni was uncertain of his work schedule today, so she sent him a message. Assuming he was in surgery, she noted he hadn't replied after more than an hour. Unperturbed, Jiang Ni decided to take her fluffy companion for a stroll downstairs, as the weather was pleasant. As one of the premier upscale residential complexes in Jing City, Jinghua boasts an expansive layout, with ample space between each building. The community is replete with various amenities and boasts excellent landscaping. At around 4 in the afternoon, with the weather being just right, many residents were leisurely strolling in the garden on the first floor, walking their pets. After a round with her fluffy companion, Jiang Ni settled on a bench and noticed that Pei Zhaolin had finally responded. I should be home around 6. I'll message you when I get downstairs. Okay. With the time nearing, Jiang Ni also decided to return home with her pet. Now that autumn had arrived in Jing City, nightfall came swiftly, and by 5 o'clock, the streetlights within the community had already illuminated the surroundings. Jiang Ni returned home and first took a shower. Aunt Li had purchased groceries and began preparing dinner, which she would enjoy alone this evening. Her schedule rarely aligned with Zhou Jinxu's, making shared meals a rare occurrence. Most often, she dined by herself. After finishing her shower and tidying up the wardrobe, Aunt Li had completed the meal and was ready to leave for work. Jiang Ni, accustomed to a more casual dining experience, decided to watch a variety show since it was still early. Halfway through her meal, Zhou Jinxu returned home earlier than usual. Jiang Ni expressed mild surprise and inquired, "Have you eaten?" Zhou Jinxu removed his suit jacket, replying, "I had a little something at the office. Would you like more?" "No, thank you. I doubt Aunt Li prepared much." As Zhou Jinxu placed his suit jacket on the sofa, his gaze fell upon a bag resting on the coffee table. "What is this?" Jiang Ni explained, "Some local specialties and medicinal herbs sent by my grandmother. She asked me to give a portion to Brother Zhaolin, so I set aside a bag." Zhou Jinxu paused in his action of pouring water. "Does your grandmother know Pei Zhaolin as well?" Chapter 78. In the bustling city of Beijing, the Pei family resided adjacent to the Jiang family, making it unsurprising that Pei Zhaolin and Jiang Ni grew up as childhood friends. However, the Zhang family was situated in Yun City, over 2,000 kilometers away from Beijing. It was indeed remarkable that Pei Zhaolin maintained such a close relationship with his elders. When the elderly sent provisions to their granddaughter, it was customary to include a little something for Pei Zhaolin as well, an indication of their strong bond. Jiang Ni was candid about her connection. "During my summer stay at my grandmother's, Zhaolin would occasionally visit, establishing a warm rapport with my grandparents. He has always been favored by the elders." Pei Zhaolin possessed a countenance that endeared him to older generations. At home, he was cherished by his relatives, and, at school, he garnered the affection of his teachers, perhaps owing to his inherent charisma. Unconsciously, Jiang Ni began to compare Pei Zhaolin with Zhou Jinxu. The former exuded a gentle, neighborly charm, while the latter often projected an air of distance, naturally commanding respect as a leader. Even after going abroad, her grandmother frequently mentioned him, and upon learning of his return, she had thoughtfully included a gift for him. Zhou Jinxu picked up on the nuances of their conversation. "Did he also visit your grandparents in Yun City?" Jiang Ni, having just finished her meal, set down her chopsticks and cast a surprised glance at Zhou Jinxu, impressed by his keen insight. "He visited them the day before you went to Yun City," she clarified. "He happened to be in the neighboring city for an event and decided to pay them a visit. Pei Zhaolin is quite considerate," Zhou Jinxu mused. During her time in Yun City, Jiang Ni had refrained from mentioning this detail. Feeling somewhat stifled, Zhou Jinxu loosened his tie and drained his glass of water. He remained silent as Jiang Ni cleared the table and retreated to the kitchen. Upon her return, her phone illuminated with a message from Pei Zhaolin. noting that it was already past 7, over an hour later than anticipated. Something came up before I left work. I just got off. I should arrive in about half an hour, he texted. As a fellow professional, Jiang and I understood. No worries, just let me know when you're downstairs. And I'll come down and meet you. She tucked her phone away and noticed Zhou Jinxu still lingering on the first floor. Aren't you busy tonight? She inquired. Typically, he would retreat to his study to tend to work at such an early hour. Jiang and I had grown quite familiar with Zhou Jinxu's daily routine. I'm fine. I'll take a shower first, he replied, his expression shifting as he held his loosened tie in his palm, ascending the stairs. With some free time on her hands, Jiang and I unrolled a yoga mat to stretch and practice during the half-hour wait. Time slipped away swiftly, and soon Pei Xiaolin messaged her, indicating he had arrived downstairs. Jiang and I descended with a bag in hand, spotting Pei Xiaolin just outside the building as she exited the elevator. Xiaolin, she called out. Upon hearing her voice, he turned, his face adorned with his characteristic gentle smile, and approached to take the bag from her grasp. Your grandmother is so thoughtful. She remembered to send me local delicacies. Jiang and I remarked. Last time I visited, I brought so much that she felt a bit guilty. Pei Xiaolin's smile deepened. It's all Grandma's intention. I shall graciously accept it. Please remember to convey my gratitude to her. Jiang and I nodded in agreement. I will let her know. The two spent little time conversing downstairs and soon returned to their respective homes. As Jiang and I swiped her card and ascended the stairs, she encountered Zhou Jinxu descending from above, their gazes locking momentarily. Noticing Jiang and I changing her shoes, he inquired, Did you just go out? Yes, Jiang and I replied. Having finished changing her shoes, I delivered the items to Brother Xiaolin. He just got off work. Jiang Ni's mention of Pei Xiaolin reminded Zhou Jinxu that he had almost forgotten that Pei Xiaolin had moved to Jinghua Garden. Their work schedules seldom aligned, and had they not lived together, their chances of encountering each other would have been quite slim. However, since both Pei Xiaolin and Jiang and I worked at the same hospital, their schedules coincided. If they were assigned to the same shifts, they could even commute together, allowing them to spend extended hours in each other's company. The air in the room was stifling, prompting him to walk to the window and open it, inviting the cool autumn breeze to sweep in. The crisp wind alleviated the oppressive atmosphere indoors. Zhou Jinxu returned to his study to continue working, though his efficiency today was lacking. The dryness of the city weighed on him, disrupting his usually calm demeanor and making it difficult to focus on the data displayed on his screen. As the clock struck 10:30, Jiang and I turned off the television in preparation for sleep, mindful of her early start for work the following day. Having tidied up, she ascended the stairs to wash up before bed. Just as she entered the bathroom, Zhou Jinxu emerged from the study. It was indeed the hour for rest. After both had completed their evening rituals, they lay down on their respective beds. The lights in the room were extinguished, plunging them into a momentary darkness where nothing could be seen. The silence enveloped the room, broken only by the soft sounds of their breathing. Jiang and I had taken a nap in the afternoon, and now, feeling quite alert, she closed her eyes, struggling to cultivate the sensation of drowsiness. With her eyes shut and sleep elusive, her other senses heightened. She became acutely aware of her own breathing, as well as the faint rustling beside her, accompanied by an air of restlessness. It seemed that Zhou Jinxu too was experiencing insomnia this night. Keeping her eyes closed, her mind unexpectedly wandered to this realization. She turned over, attempting to dispel the chaotic thoughts, striving to empty her mind and further nurture her desire for slumber. Just as she was on the brink of sleep, the man behind her spoke suddenly. Can't you sleep? Jiang and I took half a second to respond. I'm trying to. This time you went to Yun City. We haven't fulfilled our marital duties. Jiang Ni's eyes flew open as she turned to face him. Zhou Jinxu mirrored her movement, their eyes meeting in the dim light. Although the room was shrouded in darkness, their eyes adjusted, allowing them to discern each other's presence. Zhou Jinxu's pupils were dark, merging almost seamlessly with the night. Jiang and I could not read his expression but could hear his measured tone. I wish to do it now, since we can't sleep. Lying here, trying to force it is quite uncomfortable. Engaging in such activities can indeed promote sleep. Shall we start? Her voice trailed off, barely escaping her lips, as she felt her resolve begin to wane. Zhou Jinxu felt an unusual restlessness tonight, a disquiet that was not attributable to the weather. It was simply a sense of agitation, as if a pent-up frustration lingered within him. He kissed deeply, as though striving to merge Jiang Ni into his very essence. It was only at this proximity that he began to feel a semblance of ease. Jiang Ni sensed that he was even more fierce and urgent than before. She found herself almost devoid of the will to resist, akin to a small vessel navigating a tempest, on the verge of being capsized by the tumultuous waves. She was tossed about by the towering surges, time and again, repeatedly anchored at a singular point. Chapter 79. Harmony at 6 in the morning. Zhou Jinxu awoke under the influence of his biological clock. The day had already dawned, and a faint light filtered through the curtains, casting shifting shadows within the room. He moved quietly to get out of bed, as was his custom, carefully arranging the covers for Jiang Ni and smoothing one side of the quilt. Jiang Ni lay sideways with her back to him, and as he adjusted the bedding, he suddenly realized that no matter how intimate the previous night had been, she always woke up turned away from him. From a psychological perspective, such a posture signifies a degree of resistance and defensiveness. When faced with unfamiliar or distant individuals, the body instinctively adopts a self-protective stance, an unspoken divergence in shared dreams. The phrase same bed, different dreams unexpectedly surfaced in Zhou Jinxu's mind. It felt exaggerated and misaligned with their relationship. Lowering his gaze, he suppressed the subtle emotions stirring within him and softly exited the room. Today was the Mid-Autumn Festival, and Jiang Ni and Zhou Jinxu were to return to Zhou Yuan for dinner. After finishing her shift, Jiang Ni returned to the duty room, where Zheng Keisai was already present. Upon seeing her, Zheng Keisai inquired, "Are you joining us for dinner tonight? We're organizing a meal out." Many of the medical personnel in the hospital were not locals of Jing City, hailing from various parts of the country. With no holiday for the festival, they could not return home for a reunion, prompting the gathering for a meal instead. As Jiang Ni approached her locker to remove her white coat, she replied, "I'm going to my in-laws for dinner tonight." Zheng Keisai, already packed, continued walking while saying, "Well, that's understandable. Married folks are different. My boyfriend isn't around today, so I thought I'd join the fun." Jiang Ni loosened the ties of her collar, preparing to retie them, responding, "Sounds like a good time." However, as she undid the collar, Zheng Keisai's keen eyes caught sight of several suspicious red marks. Raising an eyebrow, she remarked, "It seems your relationship with your husband is quite good." Huh? The abrupt shift in conversation caught Jiang Ni off guard. Zheng Keisai playfully winked at her, gesturing toward her chest. Dressed in a light-colored, high-collared chiffon blouse with the ties fashioned into a bow, the neckline had been securely fastened, yet when loosened, it revealed a hint of her fair skin adorned with noticeable red marks. No wonder Jiang Ni had appeared slightly unsteady while walking. It was evident that the couple shared a harmonious bond. Realization washed over Jiang Ni, and her face flushed as she hastily retied the strings. She had noticed those marks earlier that morning, remnants of their shared intimacy. Everyone possesses their own peculiarities, and Zhou Jinxu, despite his gentlemanly demeanor, had his preferences in such matters. He relished kissing her, those fervent, intricate kisses that, in moments of passion, could inadvertently leave their mark. Nonetheless, he usually exercised caution to avoid such indications. Last night, however, had felt particularly intense, and it was no surprise that multiple impressions lingered today. Zheng Keisai refrained from teasing her excessively. After all, they were adults, and such matters were entirely normal. Jiang Ni was undeniably beautiful, fragrant, sweet, and soft. Were she in Zheng Keisai's partner's position, she would likely wish to be glued to her side, unwilling to let go. Observing the harmonious relationship between Jiang Ni and her husband, Zheng Keisai posed another inquiry. "When do you plan to have children?" This question holds significant importance for career-oriented women, as childbirth inevitably disrupts their professional commitments. Jiang Ni, having married during her career ascent, must confront such dilemmas. With a subtle removal of her lab coat, she replied, "We plan to consider it in a few years." Zheng Keisai pressed further, "Is your husband agreeable to this?" Recalling Jiang Ni's mention of her husband's age, which was several years her senior, She noted that it is common for men in such positions to urge for children. "We have already discussed it," Jiang Ni assured. "He is rather understanding." "That is quite fortunate," Zheng Keisai remarked. However, she felt compelled to caution, "You must remain vigilant. Some individuals may appear agreeable on the surface while harboring ulterior motives." She recounted a friend's experience during her career ascent, who had agreed with her husband to postpone childbirth. While he seemingly consented, he secretly sabotaged their contraceptive measures, leading to an unexpected pregnancy. The woman, after much persuasion, ultimately gave birth, only to find her career opportunities diminished, juggling both work and childcare, leading to her gradual marginalization in the workplace. Such narratives are not uncommon in societal discourse, often marked by hardship. The professional landscape is not particularly accommodating to married women, and one must tread cautiously at this juncture. Should pregnancy occur, the demands of medical professionals can be overwhelming, inevitably impacting various aspects of life. Jiang Ni, however, felt reassured regarding Zhou Jinxu. He was not that kind of person. His steadfast nature assured her that he would not go back on his word. What was promised was promised. He was not one for sweet talk, let alone deceit. Zhou Jinxu's integrity held a high esteem in her eyes, and at that moment, Jiang Ni could not foresee the day his trustworthiness would falter. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approached, Jiang Ni returned to Zhou Garden ahead of Zhou Jinxu, where they would honor the moon. The household was bustling in the early hours, preparing the offerings. Upon her arrival, she found her mother-in-law in the kitchen, diligently preparing the ceremonial food. After placing her belongings down, Jiang Ni joined in the culinary preparations. The Mid-Autumn Festival is a significant occasion, and the Zhou family traditionally places great emphasis on such customs, ensuring that all preparations were meticulously arranged. As evening fell and the family gathered to pay homage to the moon goddess, they convened around the table for their reunion dinner. In Beijing, it is customary to partake in osmanthus wine during the Mid-Autumn Festival, signifying familial sweetness and harmony. Naturally, osmanthus wine graced their dinner table, specially brewed for the occasion. Its delightful flavor well regarded. Although the alcohol content was not high, Jiang Ni sipped cautiously, relishing its sweet, beverage-like taste, limiting herself to just 2 small cups. After dinner, the hour was late, and the couple decided to stay at Zhou Garden for the night. Jiang Ni had not slept well the previous night, and, having consumed a bit of wine, felt the effects gradually take hold, leading her to doze off after completing her nighttime routine. When Zhou Jinxu returned to their room after finishing unfinished tasks at work, he found her already fast asleep, her breathing deep and steady. The room was aglow with the soft light of a bedside lamp, casting a warm, golden hue that illuminated the surroundings. Jiang Ni, curled up under the covers, lay on her side, revealing only a delicate portion of her fair neck. Zhou Jinxu lifted the quilt and reclined, extinguishing the light, his hands gracefully resting upon his abdomen, his posture straight and orderly. The space enveloped in tranquility, only the gentle, steady rhythm of breathing could be heard beside him. Zhou Jinxu closed his eyes, allowing slumber to envelop him, yet after a while, he suddenly opened them again. He propped himself up slightly, gazing at his wife, who was sleeping soundly. With a gentle motion, he drew her into his embrace, feeling the warmth of her soft, fragrant presence. Bathed in the moonlight streaming through the window, he noticed a rosy glow on Jiang Ni's face, a blush induced by the wine. Unconsciously, he leaned in, brushing against her cheek, feeling the warmth that radiated from her skin. This unimpeded warmth seemed to iron out the deepest creases, softening even the hardest places, leading to a gentle collapse. A harmonious melding.